What if Naruto was trained under Obito and Madara? So hey, what's up guys? It's your boy, Goofy Naruto. Let's move on to the video. The video is long, but you guys mostly demand long video, that's why here's the long video. Also please consider subscribing. In the distance, the gates to the Hidden Leaf Village slowly began to come into view, a sight I hadn't seen for half a decade now. That being how long ago that I set out on my journey. Seeing them now, perfectly as I remembered them, brought forth a multitude of memories and emotions. Despite myself, I felt the edges of my lips curl upwards ever so slightly in the beginning of a smile. Oh ho, only to disappear immediately. My typical grimace returning at the mocking chortle coming from my master and traveling companion. Come on now, the toad sage and legendary pervert, Jiraiya, smirked from ear to ear as he leered down at me. Don't be such a sourpuss, Obito. We're finally home. He and I walked side by side, our pace what could only be described as leisurely. It was more accurate to say this was the fastest we could currently go, considering the sizable crowd we walked among. It would appear so. My raspy voice was quiet in comparison to my master's, his booming vocals generating looks from all those immediately around us. Most of their gazes didn't linger, immediately averting their eyes back to the path ahead the moment they got a good look at my face. It was hard to blame them, as even I didn't care to look at my own reflection in the mirror. Years ago I had been caught under falling rocks while on a mission. While I was lucky to be alive, it hadn't been without consequence, deep scars marring the whole right side of my face in an almost semi-swirl pattern. Meanwhile, my left eye was closed shut, having given it up when I thought death was upon me. To put it bluntly, my face wasn't what you would call easy on the eyes. Which is why most people couldn't stand looking at me. And Jiraiya wondered why I always made such a sour expression. Having finally gotten a good look at some of their faces, however, I realized that many of the people around us appeared to be tourists. Sizable crowds weren't exactly a rare thing at this time of day, but it was pretty rare to have people in even these numbers entering the village all at the same time. Something was up, and I had a hunch it had to do with why we were finally returning to the village after all this time. What's going on anyways? I asked. Jiraiya's mocking tone disappeared briefly, although I suspected not for long. You mean you didn't know? The CHUNIN exams are in the lead this time. That certainly explained it. Looking more closely, I saw the headbands of several other ninja villages mixed amongst the crowd now. Only during the CHUNIN exams, a spectacle where shinobi from allied nations fought against each other for promotion and entertainment. Would this be the case? Well, that or an invasion, but this clearly didn't appear to be that. I thought Kakashi would have told you. Jiraiya continued. Two of his students made it to the finals, Yuchi Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, two names I was only all too familiar with, neither one of them exactly holding good memories for me. Which was probably why Kakashi hadn't mentioned anything about it to me in the letters we regularly exchanged. I was starting to get a bad feeling about this. The two of us entered into the shadow of the gates before I could inquire further. Posted at either side of the gate were half a dozen or so CHUNIN guards, their eyes glowering over all entrance to the village. No doubt Jiraiya and I would be recognized as shinobi of the village, despite neither of us wearing any noticeable markings to denote our affiliation. My unmistakable facial characteristics aside, Jiraiya was arguably one of the Leaf's most famous shinobi, part of an elite group known simply as the Sannin, as its name implied, a group consisting of just 3 ninja. It wasn't their gazes that interested me, however. No, it was the single eye of a familiar face that seemed to be calling out to us that caught my attention. Hatet Kakashi, the man we were just previously talking about, was slumped against the door of the open gate, orange book in hand to do some light reading while he waited for us. Yo, he greeted us as we approached him, having changed our direction the moment our eyes locked. Late as always, Obito. These words got a genuine chuckle to slip past my lips despite myself. Once upon a time, and those same words used to have real fire behind them. Kakashi sick of my constant tardiness back in the day. It's not my fault. I was helping guide the senile old fart. I retorted, extending my hand towards my teammate and best friend, always the champion of the elderly. Even now, Kakashi took my hand, the two of us giving a firm if brief shake to acknowledge one another. There wasn't a need for anything more than that simple gesture. Despite the 5-year gap between this meeting and our last when he saw me off from this very spot, It felt like only a week had passed. In a way, we were still those young kids that hadn't yet been molded by war. Hey now, I may be old but my ears still work, you brats. Gerard couldn't even sound angry if he tried, his big hands coming down on top of either of our heads and tussling our hair roughly. Anyways, he let up quickly enough, stepping away from us as he began to make his way further into the village. I'll leave you two lovebirds to catch up. I gotta go report to the real old fart. He called over his shoulder, leaving us behind. By the real old fart, he could only be referring to the Hokage, the title reserved for the strongest ninja and leader of the Hidden village. There were very few who could get away with referring to one in such an auspicious title by such words, but I guess the same could be applied to me in regards to how I acted around my master. More importantly than that, however, was the other parting shot in which he left us with. Many passers-by had stopped and were now looking at the lovebirds or Kakashi and me strangely, as if we were specimens in a lab. Unseemly whispers assaulted our ears, several of the girls smirking and snickering as they eyed the two of us lewdly. I think it's time we also take our leave, Kakashi suggested. Even his mask couldn't hide the creeping embarrassment. Not that I was in any position to talk. I silently nodded to his suggestion, the two of us making a break for it at the same time. If it was possible, I heard those whispers only get louder as we fled the scene. We took to the rooftops, easily jumping from building to building by molding Capra into the bottom of our feet. You just had to provoke him. Kakashi cursed at me, as if the entire thing was my fault. I should have expected no less from the author of Ichikicha Paradise. When I mentioned earlier that my master was a legendary pervert, it wasn't just me bad-mouthing him for nothing. He was a legitimate professional pervert, having penned several best-selling erotic novels, of which Kakashi was a fan. If you must know, you get used to it if you hang out with him long enough, I said. This wasn't the first time I had to flee out of second-hand embarrassment thanks to that old man's perverted antics. Although I usually wasn't the one at the butt of his crude humor, that was usually an honor reserved for all those poor women he flirted with over the years. Not that many of them seemed to mind. Shiraiya was surprisingly good with women despite being such a massive horn dog. A trait in which I never did manage to learn from him. Anyways, where are we going? I really didn't have a destination in mind myself, but Kakashi had taken the lead sometime during our retreat and I had begun just instinctively following after him. The hospital was his simple answer. After that and there was silence, as I waited for him to continue and he waited for me to ask, "Why?" I cracked first, asking the simple question I knew he was waiting for. "I need you to do me a favor." Kakashi glanced at me out of the corner of his one visible eye. As you may have noticed, the CHUNIN exams are underway here in the village. I noticed. My reply was just that, short and dry. Well, as it so happens, he continued in an irritably cheery tone, two of my students happened to make it to the final round. So, as you can imagine, I'm quite proud. I don't think anyone that was actually proud of their students spoke so sarcastically as they said that. Anyways, the competition is looking quite formidable this year. If I try to split my time between both of them, I'm afraid they'll be unable to get the full benefit of having this month to prepare. Aren't you just being lazy? I accused him. I'm not quite sure when it happened, but the serious and overly critical Kakashi I knew in my youth had slowly disappeared, replaced by this lackadaisical and often irresponsible life form. Not that I had much room to talk, there wasn't much left of the me from our childhood anymore either. Kakashi chuckled and for a second I nearly snapped at him to take this more seriously. His next words, however, caught me off guard. Sasuke was targeted by our Tarishoum. He branded him with some kind of curse seal. My mind began to whirl, several things clicking into place for me all at once. I had thought it was odd that Jiraiya would suddenly contact me, saying it was time for us to return to the village. The work we were doing was important, keeping tabs on the movement of mercenary groups that might pose a threat to the Leaf and her allies one day. If our Karishum had returned to the village, however, it made sense that Jiraiya would also feel obligated to return. Only a Zenin was a match for another Zenin, and the third member of their group was still Mia, her loyalty to the village also in question. This only left my master to deal with this threat. And if one from my clan had been targeted, so you want me to take care of Sasuke in case Orochimaru tries to take him again? I asked. The logic was there. Asking a student of one of the Sannin and a Yuchi like me certainly made sense on paper. There was just one thing that didn't add up. Why wouldn't you ask Itachi instead of me? Sasuke's older brother and the current clan head. Not that there was much of a clan left to manage. Despite being nearly a decade younger than me, I would never want to fight him one-on-one. There was no one better to look after Sasuke than him. No, I'll be taking care of Sasuke. Kakashi surprised me again for the second time in a row, something he seemed to be silently enjoying. It will help me out a bunch if you take on Naruto. That was the next most obvious statement, yet for some reason hearing it out loud caused a lump to form in the back of my throat. Truthfully, taking on either one of them as a student was something I didn't want to do. No, didn't want to do wasn't the correct phrasing. I had no right to take on either one of them. In a way, I was responsible for the death of Sasuke's father and both of Naruto's parents. I may not have directly pulled the trigger on either of those incidents, but I might as well have. That's how grave my sins were. I know this is asking a lot for you right now, but you need to face this eventually, Kakashi said. There was the strict squad captain that I remembered. It felt like forever since I'd been lectured by him like that. At the very least, come meet with him. You haven't seen him since his academy days, right? He's grown. I opened my mouth to respond, but my throat was too dry. No words coming out. Instead, I simply nodded. Kakashi was right after all. I could at least afford to do that much. It's not like I would be able to avoid him forever now that I was back in the village. There was one other important factor, something I had been doing my best not to think about until now. Not something, but rather someone. Unlike Naruto, this wasn't because of bad memories, rather the opposite. My teammates seemed to be thinking the same thing as me. Rin received official guardianship over him, you know? Kakashi asked, but of course I knew. All these years, and it was only Rin's monthly letters that truly kept me going. Just the small contact between us was all I needed. Her written words the only light in the darkness that lit my way. Thanks to them, I knew most of what was happening with Naruto, Kakashi, and the village in general. She had been the love of my life. No, it would be more accurate to say she still was, a love I had long since resolved myself to remain unrequited. Shortly after the death of our sensei, she had taken on raising Naruto. We were too young at the time for her to claim guardianship of him, and there had been the issue of having two Jinwikariks so close together. But against all odds, her wish had finally been granted a couple years ago. I can still remember the joy practically pouring out from the ink in which she penned the words telling me the news. She's still single. Might be your chance, Kakashi said offhandedly. And whose fault do you think that is? I snapped. When we were younger, Rin and Kakashi had dated for a while, until the demon fox attack which changed so many lives. The three of us perhaps more than others. I don't know the details of what happened between them, but we all processed the grief in different ways. Rin poured herself into raising Naruto. Kakashi distanced himself by joining the Enbu Black Ops, and I wallowed in self-guilt, unable to tell either of them the truth of what really happened that night. Maybe you're right, Kakashi acknowledged. I started to apologize immediately, but he shook his head. We both knew I didn't really blame him for it. It was pretty obvious to everyone that I blamed myself. Silence settled between the two of us, but it wasn't what I would call uncomfortable. We just understood each other, and no more words were needed at that moment. It didn't last long either, as we arrived at the hospital within the next few moments, Kakashi leading me confidently inside. I felt myself taking another deep breath, preparing for what I knew was coming. I didn't have any more time than that to prepare either. A loud racket coming from inside. What? A high-pitched yell echoed throughout the whole building. I always thought it was an enemy jutsu designed to attack your eardrums. Hey, what the heck is up with that? Why can't Sasuke have any visitors? As the voice kept shouting, I quickly began to recognize who it belonged to. Hey, Naruto. Kakashi didn't even appear fazed, calmly calling out to his young charge as we entered the main lobby. Keep it down in the hospital. His mild warning fell on deaf ears, Naruto already starting to shout as he ran up to us. Kakashi-sensei, hey, have a favor to ask, you know. He had apparently already forgotten what he had just been yelling about. This hyperactivity and attention deficit was definitely his mother. His appearance, however, was so much like that of his father I nearly had to turn away from him. I'm gonna stop you right there. Kakashi cut him off before he could continue, saving us all the time as it was already obvious what he wanted. Not that it was really unusual for a student to want their teacher to actually teach them something. Anyways, I knew this would happen, so I already went ahead and found someone to supervise your training. Why? Naruto didn't even let him finish. I don't need someone else. I want you to teach me, you know? That verbal tick was also no doubt something he picked up from his birth mother, although I have no idea how since he never met her. Look, I've got something else to do, so I don't have the time to babysit you right now. For whatever reason, Kakashi didn't mention it was to focus on Sasuke, although I was kind of able to guess. Shameful as it was, I kind of used to be like that too when we were a team and viewed Kakashi as a pretty serious rival. So I can only imagine how Naruto would take it if he found out that was the case. "Ah, you're gonna train Sasuke, aren't you? Or not? Busted already, although I guess it shouldn't come as too much of a shock. Come on, Naruto." Kakashi didn't bother denying it, could just kind of sighed instead, clearly already tired of his conversation. I could kind of see now why he was taking on Sasuke instead. Anyways, I found a much better teacher for you than me. This finally seemed to calm Naruto down. At the very least, he couldn't be both curious and angry at the same time. Simple kids like him were so easy to understand, partially because I used to be that simple kid. Who is it? He also apparently hadn't noticed me standing next to Kakashi yet, having been so singularly focused on his teacher this whole time. "Hey there, Naruto." I awkwardly held my hand up halfway, not really sure if I was attempting to wave at him or go for a handshake. He finally took notice of my presence, looking at me up and down with squinted eyes as if appraising a weapon in the shop. "Who's this geezer?" He finally deadpanned. "Cheap geezer, I know I look kinda old for my age, what with the scars on my face sometimes appearing as wrinkles from a distance, but he was far too close to mistake them for that. What's more, he apparently didn't seem to remember me at all. I know it had been more than 5 years ago, but I used to play with him and rain together." Kakashi let out a snicker and I shot him a dirty glare. Sorry. He held up a hand in apology before then using it to gesture at me. "Naruto, this is OBITO. He's been away on a mission for some time now and just got back." I couldn't help but notice he didn't tell Naruto we used to be teammates. Apparently he didn't want to be lumped together with this geezer as it had been so delicately, but he's gonna teach you the basics, help round you out, the basics, Naruto and I asked together. Even I had been under the impression he was a little above the point of needing to be taught basics. Hell, he had made it to the finals of the CHUNIN exams, and you're telling me he didn't even have the basics down? "Naruto," Kakashi drawled, looking down at him as if talking to a child, which he kind of was, but even I knew that wasn't going to go over well. "Your basics are an absolute mess. They're extremely important in everything you do. If you really want to be stronger, shut up and listen to what I tell you." And there it was. The explosion I was expecting didn't happen right away. Naruto lowered his head, biting at his lower lip as he appeared to try and digest Kakashi's harsh words. Just as I was starting to think this kid was more mature than I was giving him credit for, and he finally lost it. "I don't like this after all. You might be right by saying the basics are more important, but there's no point if some weakling is the one teaching me. First a geezer and now a weakling." This kid really didn't hold back what he was thinking. Lucky for him, I didn't exactly want to do this in the first place. Otherwise I might have taken this as a challenge to prove him wrong. "Hey, Naruto," Kakashi started to scold him, but was cut off a second later. "No." Before anything more could be said, Naruto turned on his heel and sprinted full tilt out of the hospital, leaving the two of us in stunned silence. "Naruto?" A third person called out from behind us, no doubt coming to check on the racket. This voice caused my heart to begin to race, beating so loudly it felt like it was thundering inside my ears. My vision slowed as I turned around, bringing myself face to face with the person I both had been longing and dreading to see the most, Nohara. Like me, she appeared to have frozen, brown eyes locking gazes with me. She was just as beautiful as I remembered. No, she had grown more beautiful over these past few years, if that was even possible. I knew she would be here at this time, but I hadn't expected to run into her, leaving me stuck gaping at her like an idiot. Rin had risen through the ranks of the medical ninja, and thus it was only natural for her to be at the hospital at this time. Still, I expected her to be too busy performing some kind of surgery or taking care of patients to come down and see us. Now that we had met, it was like we were playing a game of who could go the longest without moving. If it had been a game, I'm proud and embarrassed to say I won. OBITO. Rin flew across the distance between us, colliding into me with enough force to knock the breath from my lungs. She also might have broken a rib, so it was a good thing she was a medic, 'cause I was gonna need healing if that was the case. The pain quickly disappeared though, instead replaced by the warm sensation of the tight embrace she now held me in. I missed you so much. Her soft voice tickled my ears, sending shivers down my spine. In a moment that was both forever and not long enough, she finally took a step back, but to my relief not too far. "When did you get back?" she asked. Her smile was absolutely radiant. "Just now," I responded, surprised my voice worked at all. "This is actually the first place we came." I tried to introduce Naruto to him so Obito could take over his training, Kakashi said, thankfully taking over the talking for me. It didn't go well. As you probably heard, he stormed out of here, refusing to take a new teacher. "I see," Rin said, nodding several times. She then pumped both fists and smiled brightly at us. "Leave it to me. I'll talk some sense into him." I opened my mouth to tell her that wasn't necessary, when she suddenly took my wrapped right hand in both of hers. "Come by our place for dinner tonight. I'll properly reintroduce the two of you then." "That's a relief." Kakashi didn't even wait for me to respond, starting to leave us behind as he moved deeper into the hospital. "I'm gonna go take Sasuke now then, if that's okay. Not good to keep him in one place for too long." So Sasuke had been here too? This was news to me. Although it made sense if one of the Sannin had been the one to attack him, so it wasn't exactly shocking information. I still don't agree with this. Rin called after him in vain. "He needs to heal properly before you take him." The extent of his injuries couldn't have been minor, so he really shouldn't be moving if Rin was the one saying it. Kakashi was also right. However, you could never be too careful if that snake was involved. Yeah. Kakashi responded in that way that said he didn't actually care. "Anyway, see you later, Obito. Sorry we don't have time to hang out, but as you can imagine, I'm gonna be pretty busy." He didn't even turn around as he said goodbye to me, possibly for the next month. Despite this being the first time we saw each other in years, just the way I liked it. "Catch you when this is all over." I called back. He held up a long hand over his shoulder, then he was gone, disappearing around the corner. Cheese. Rin placed both hands on her hips and huffed, just when we were finally all together again. "Well, that's pretty typical Kakashi." Just as fast as she got worked up, her shoulders relaxed and she spun back to me. "So you're coming by for dinner, right? It's been so long. You have to tell me everything, well, everything you can." Knowing Junaya-sama, I bet a lot of it is classified. She once again looked up at me, the expectations on her face blinding and in her voice deafening. "Yeah, about that." I didn't have the guts to look her in the eye, averting my gaze to the floor. "I need to report to my clan, you know. I might not have the time tonight." It was a poor excuse, and I knew it. Part of me hoped she would let it go anyways. Instead, Rin's brown eyes once again entered my field of vision as she ducked down, grinning up at me in that cute way only she could. "I'm not taking no for an answer," she stated resolutely. "You're technically not even a part of the clan anymore, remember?" She wasn't wrong for Southeast, although that was really more of a gray area at this point. While it was true, I had been banished after giving Kakashi one of my Sharingan eyes only to return from the dead several months later. That had been under the old clan head. Once Itachi took charge, my relationship with the remaining members of the clan was what you would call better. It was more complicated than that, but better was really the only word for it. "I'll see what I can do, okay?" I sighed. For all I knew, the clan really was planning something that I was going to end up getting wrapped into. Some kind of Orikara-shown countermeasures, for example. There weren't many of us left, so if one of us was targeted, it was going to get very personal very quickly. The Yucha clan wasn't exactly known for being the most forgiving in the village. "Yes," Ren jumped back, comping her fists. "It's a promise. Just you wait. I'll prepare your favorites and everything." "You haven't had Konoha cooking in forever, right? And don't worry about Naruto. We'll bring him around to like you yet." Apparently she took my words as a definite, rather than the half-hearted rejection I intended them as. Still, I couldn't help the natural grin that split my face. Finally getting a chance to see her beaming smile after all these years. "Yeah," I closed my eye and nodded. "I'm looking forward to it. At the very least, I don't think those words were a lie." It was just the last time I made a promise to Rin. I hadn't exactly been able to keep it. After that, Rin had to return to work. I mentioned it earlier, but she was fairly important among the hospital staff, meaning she had quite a few responsibilities that couldn't be blown off just to catch up with me. So I left the hospital to allow her to properly attend to her duties. I also really hadn't been lying about going to see my clan, so that was the next thing I set out to do. Making my way to the clan estate. The Yucha compound used to be a whole district located within the village, numerous separate families all living together as a single clan. Now, it was just a single large traditional style home, tall white walls surrounding it. One might think going from an entire district to a single house was quite the downgrade, and they'd be right. There was only 6 of us left, however, so it was enough. With such small numbers and all being survivors of the tragedy that brought us to the brink, you would assume that made us a rather close-knit bunch. For the others, that was probably true, but for me it was a little different. Rin brought it up earlier, but I'd been banished from the clan once before. While I don't think any of the current clan really cared much about that anymore, it still felt awkward for me to enter. Almost like I was trespassing where I shouldn't. That was the feeling I always got when I came back here, which is why I usually found myself loitering outside the front door, exactly as I was doing right now. Whenever this happened, there was always one person I could count on to come to my rescue. "Aw, Nisan, you're back," Yucha Azumi called out to me just as I had been debating about turning around and running away while I still had the chance. Asumi ran up to me from the side, her arms full of groceries, no doubt just now returning from a shopping trip. Thankfully, this served to save me from another rib-shattering hug tackle, although I could tell she was considering dropping everything to do just that as she approached. Having been born a half-blood, a rather derogatory term for someone birthed between parents of Yucha and outside ancestry, Azumi had been raised away from the clan during her early formative years. This meant all the bad rumors within the clan about me were things she wouldn't find out until after she had graduated and became a genin. By then, she and I had already formed a kind of sibling rapport. Both of us Yucha, in a way outside the clan. She was a kind girl then and even now. It wouldn't be underselling it to say if not for her, I very well might have been one of the casualties that fateful night our clan fell into ruin. "Yo, Izumi." I raised my hand and she predictably ran under it, already anticipating the customary head pat I would give her as a greeting. "Good to see you're energetic. I've got plenty of souvenirs for you from all the lands I've been to." Despite having not brought back so much as even a rucksack, what I said wasn't a lie. One of the perks of having access to an alternate space-time dimension was being able to travel light and yet still have access to anything I needed at any given time. "Really?" Izumi appeared to light up, although I couldn't help but wonder if she wasn't just humoring me. She was an adult now too after all, and a jonin the same as me. I wouldn't be surprised if she had been to just as many countries as I had, even if she was just playing along. I couldn't say I cared too much. Sometimes it was nice to just pretend we were younger again. "You bet now here. Give me some of those. I'll help you take them inside." I took the majority of the bags from Azumi, their heavy weight dragging my arms down. "Thanks, Nisan." Azumi allowed me to take them without complaint, stepping towards the compound to unlock the door and let us both in. "It would be nice to have you around again. Don't get me wrong, I love Itachi and all, but everyone here is kinda dour, you know." One other thing I forgot to mention, but Azumi was currently dating the clan head, had been since before he even took the position. At this point, it was pretty much a guarantee she was going to become the clan matriarch one day. As we stepped inside the entranceway and then further into the house to put the groceries away, the two of us continued to make small talk. There wasn't really anything of note, just what she'd be doing until now, what countries I had been to, mostly harmless chatter, which in and of itself was worthy of note. For all the talk about ourselves and the clan, I noticed Izumi was tiptoeing around anything that had to do with Suzuki, which was fine with me, as I wasn't exactly looking to jump straight into business so soon after just coming together for the first time in what felt like forever. It just also seemed unnatural to not have it brought up at all. Business had to come sooner or later, unfortunately, and as soon as we finished packing away the last cupboard, I sensed a new presence at the threshold of the room. "Obito." Itachi greeted me plainly and without emotion. You would have thought he was stating a fact. My name is Obito. It was that kind of monotone, completely opposite of the welcoming affection towards someone you would call family. Itachi, I turned, inclining my head out of respect to him as the clan leader. Just as I sensed, he stood right at the boundary to the room, the doorframe casting his upper half in a dark shadow, only his shins on downwards illuminated by the kitchen light. In the darkness, the blood red of his Sharingan was clearly visible, as if the eyes themselves were glowing. It was an intimidating presence, despite the age difference. Sorry for dropping by unannounced. I just returned to the village. Speaking formally was never a strong suit of mine. When I was a kid I was too stubborn and brash to see the necessity. Now as an adult I curse my stubborn younger self. It's fine, Itachi said. He had yet to move from his spot, simply continuing to stare at us from the darkness. Your timing is quite well. I'm sure you already heard from Haten Kakashi about our situation. So it would seem I wasn't getting out of this after all. Part of me had hoped that Asumi's silence on the topic was an indication that they planned to keep me out of whatever it was they were thinking behind the scenes. No such luck, of course. Yeah, I did, I admitted. There was no point in hiding anything. I get the feeling my return to the village at this time isn't much of a coincidence. Master Jiraiya is the one who called me back. We returned together. The blood red of Itachi's Sharingan vanished temporarily, the younger man closing his eyes as he contemplated my words. That is reassuring, he said. There was another moment's pause. I would appreciate it if we could discuss this in more detail. As a student of Jiraiya and Haten Kakashi's friend, your input would be invaluable. It wasn't very often you heard the head of a clan asking one who had been formerly banished from that same clan for a favor. Hell, he would be within his rights to demand I give him all the information I had on the matter, and I would be in no position to refuse. That just went to show how desperate Itachi was about this whole thing. It was no surprise. I don't think there were any limits to what he would go through in order to protect his younger brother, Sasuke. The same cold-blooded Itachi who sacrificed his own father for the good of the village would turn around and throw that same village away if it meant his brother could be saved. In a way, it was no different than what I would do for Rain, which was why I made it as far as I had. So yeah, I understood Itachi and where he was coming from. Before I could answer, Asumi crossed the room and wrapped an arm through his waist. Come on, Itachi, she chided. Let's talk about this somewhere we can all be comfortable. Nisan has been on his feet all day. Itachi tilted his head to silently regard her. You're right, he said after several moments' pause. I apologize. Even though I'm always telling you to analyze things coolly, I'm acting like this. Asumi smiled, accepting his apology for the both of us. She snaked a hand around the back of his neck and pulled his face down into the light, planting a quick kiss on his cheek before moving into the other room to prepare it for us. I followed after her. I'll help however I can, Itachi, I whispered just as I passed him. Sasuke is my family too. It might have been a trick of my imagination, but I could have sworn I heard him exhale sharply, as if chuckling underneath his breath. Almost definitely just my imagination. The main room of the Uchiha household was a large tatami layout, a single low rectangular table placed in the middle, not really anything outside the ordinary for a clan as old as the Uchiha. All the same, I couldn't help but take in the atmosphere of such a room whenever I entered inside it. These kinds of rooms were rare outside of the Leaf, so being inside them carried a feeling of nostalgia for my early life, back when it was just me and my grandmother. I didn't get the opportunity to enjoy such a trip down memory lane, as two other people I hadn't been expecting were also inside the room. Asumi had already taken her place at the left side of the table, closest to the far end. She was pouring tea for all of us, completely unaware of the sudden hitch in my step. Located across from her was Yucha Mikoto, Itachi's mother and the eldest surviving Yucha clansman. Then to her right was Yucha Shusei, Itachi's best friend, Mikoto-sama. I cleared my throat, taking a seat on the cushion next to Asumi, my official spot at the clan table. A steaming cup of tea was placed in front of me, but I'd ignored it for the moment. You have nothing to worry about in regards to your son. Kakashi is looking after him. I don't know why these were the first words I felt I had to tell her. Generally speaking, bringing up the copy ninja by name was never a good idea in this house. I just got so damn nervous whenever faced with the only Yucha older than me. Not that she ever gave me a reason to. It's just old habits die hard, and you would probably be stressed too if faced with the widow of the man who banished you from your own clan. She smiled gently at me. Thank you, Obito. she said before taking a sip from her own hot tea. It's good to see you. That hurdle cleared. My attention slipped briefly to Shusi. There were no words passed between us, just simple nods of acknowledgement. There wasn't time for more than that as Itachi took his seat at the head of the table, minus Sasaki, and this was the entirety of the Uchiha clan. Even reduced to this, and I couldn't imagine why Orochimaru would dare make us into enemies. The power in this room alone could bring a small nation to its knees, and that wasn't hyperbole. His lust for jutsu and power must have truly driven him to madness. That was the only possible explanation. I think we can all agree, Orochimaru's objective is simple. Itachi kicked off this informal clan meeting by cutting right to the heart of the matter. He wants to obtain the Sharingan. For that reason, he's targeted my younger brother and marked him with some kind of cursed chakra. At the moment, we can't say what it is, but we should assume the end goal is in line with that objective. It would certainly be in character for the Snake Sennin to be targeting the Sharingan. It wouldn't be his first attempt either. There was just one thing slightly off about this. It's not enough for him to just take the Sharingan. Shusi spoke for the first time since I entered the room, his thoughts in line with my own. If it was, he would have done that in the Forest of Death when they first encountered him. As expected of the man with the greatest doujus ever produced by our clan, Shusi's analytical abilities were second to none. It was exactly as he said. Certainly Orochimaru could pluck out the eyes and plant them in his own sockets, but even then the Sharingan would never truly be his. He could control it, yes, but there would be a limit to how far he could take the Sharingan's power. Kakashi was one example, who had my left eye. The toll for using it was incredibly taxing on his chakra, not to mention he was incapable of decultivating it at will, forcing him to always cover it up to keep from unnecessary chakra waste. There were just as many downsides as there were benefits to taking the Sharingan for yourself when you hadn't been born with it. So if not that, then what? Perhaps we should look to the past? Mikoto asked of us all, but it was clear no one knew what she was talking about. Her eyes settled on me, and I then had a pretty good idea what she was thinking. He once attempted to abduct Obito as well, shortly after he was exiled from the clan. It was the failure in that abduction that led to his illegal experiment exposure in the first place, and what ultimately got him banished from the village. What? Asumi half rose from her cushion. All three of the younger Uchiha now looking to me with varying levels of surprise. I guess it couldn't be helped that they didn't know. When that incident happened, they would have been quite young. Not to mention the rest of the clan didn't exactly talk about me, if it wasn't to warn the others not to turn out the way I did. Still, I got what Mikoto was saying, but I don't think we should look at these two incidents in the same light. I said, in my case, rather than the Sharingan, it had been this they were after. I indicated vaguely to the entire right side of my torso. None of them could see it with my clothes and the medical wraps covering my right arm down to the fingers, but they knew it was the pasty white flesh beneath that I was referring to. Who is they, in this scenario? Itachi asked, immediately catching a slip of the tongue. I really couldn't afford to drop my guard around these guys, own clan or not. Oh well, it's not like this was information I was trying to hide and they would understand immediately when I said it. Orochimaru was working together with Danzo at that time. I said, if it was possible. The temperature of the room dropped a couple degrees at the vocalization of that second name. There wasn't enough to convict him of anything when it happened, but as you know, he was after the Sharingan himself. And they both thought the cells in my right arm might hold the key to helping them control it. I looked purposefully at Shusi, who held my gaze steadily. He knew more than anyone what Danzo had been capable of and how far he would go to achieve his desires. All of this being in the past tense, of course, it's probably safe to say he's not involved anymore. That's right, Danzo was dead, executed on account that he was the one held primarily responsible for the Uchiha incident in which he mobilized his personal secret military, the Root, to wipe us all out. Danzo himself had personally attempted to start it by going after Shusi first. Meanwhile, I had never really quit keeping tabs on him after he and Orochimaru had teamed up to rip my new flesh from me. So by some miracle I managed to catch wind of what he was planning and had been able to save Shusi. Then the two of us working together were able to warn Izumi and Itachi in time. But we were too late to stop it and save everyone else. If not for Itachi's quick thinking and that powerful love he had for his brother motivating him, Mikoto and Sasuke would have died too. After that, Itachi, Izumi, Shusi, and I more or less wiped out all of Root that same night before taking Danzo in alive for public execution. So like I said, it wasn't a good idea to make us your enemy. Orochimaru knew all this and yet he made a move on us anyway. What's more, targeting the weakest of us and the clan head's beloved younger brother, he must be really confident in whatever he had planned. I think Shusi leaned forward, now directing his full attention to Itachi. We should consider that this might be larger than just our clan, or Karisham's ambitions and hatred are deeper than we can imagine. Sasuke might just be a means to an end or a smaller piece in a bigger picture. This was probably the harsh reality of the situation and not one Itachi could see easily. Sasuke was his world, so it was probably hard for him to imagine that Sasuke wasn't also the centerpiece in whatever plan it was Karisham was cooking up. Thankfully, Shusi was the one to say it and not me. Itachi sighed but nevertheless nodded in acceptance to Shusi's words. Then what we need to consider next is to what ends he would seek to use the Sharingan for. Something he wouldn't be able to do with it without complete mastery. If it's bigger than us, the next most obvious thing would be the leaf itself. So what's big enough to take down the whole village? The moment those words left his mouth and all eyes again turned to me, the 9 tails, I cursed under my breath. The most powerful force on the planet were 9-tailed beasts, each one of them the size of a small mountain. At least they were that large when not stored inside a human Jinwekaric host. In order to properly tame such power, equally powerful eyes were required, like what happened that night over a decade ago when the 9-tailed demon fox rampaged across the village. If Karisham was attempting to replicate that, we were in deeper trouble than I imagined. This also meant it wasn't just Sasuke being targeted, but you guessed it, Tsumoki Naruto, the current Jinwekaric of the 9 tails. And wouldn't you know it, the kid I had just tried to get out of having to babysit. I had a feeling I was just about to lose my best excuse too. Are you still close with the 3 tails Jinwekaric? Itachi asked. Thing is, Naruto wasn't the only host of a tail beast in the village. Whereas he had been 9 tails host from birth, however, Rin didn't become a Jinwekaric until during the last war, when we were Chunin ninja. It was one of the reasons it had been so hard for her to legally become his guardian, as several of the higher-ups in the village weren't comfortable with 2 weapons of mass destruction living together. Izumi chuckled, answering for me. Nisan is still close to her all right, if you know what I mean. She held up her pinky finger, Rin splitting her face from ear to ear. We're not like that, I rebutted, trying and failing to cool my warming cheeks. It wasn't just Izumi, but Mikoto was stifling her own giggles, and Shusi eyed me dubiously, not at all buying my rebuttal. Itachi was the only one to not break character. You're still in contact with her, however, he clarified. You're the best one we can ask to keep an eye on her, not to mention the case of Uzumaki Naruto. There it was, almost like some greater power was trying to push me closer to him despite my wishes. Anyways, my relationship to Rin aside, Kakashi asked me to take over training Naruto today. So if I must, I suppose I could do that in order to better keep an eye on him. I didn't exactly like being forced into volunteering myself for this task, but if it would get Izumi to drop her teasing for the moment, it was a small price to pay. Itachi nodded. Good. There's still a lot of information we are lacking, but for now it is important to cover all our bases. We'll leave that to you, and trusting Sasuke in the hands of Hatake Kakashi is probably the best course of action at the moment. It must have taken a lot for him to admit that, but it really was the best course of action. Hiding Sasuke within the clan would be the obvious move, and right now it was best to try and not be predictable, especially where Orochimaru was concerned, something which Itachi understood well. As for me, I had expected that by coming here I would manage to find an excuse to get out of training Naruto. Instead, I was going to be leaving here having locked myself into it. Damn it, what's more, it was looking more and more like I was careening into a collision course with Orochimaru. I guess that means I should go talk to Anko-chan then, Izumi asked, temporarily dropping her teasing smile as she made a serious suggestion. Anko had once been a student of Orochimaru before his defection. That would be good, thank you, Itachi nodded. He had said it earlier, but we as a clan didn't have a lot of information on what Sasuke had been marked with. However, just because we didn't know anything, didn't also mean the village was without answers. Anko had been marked with some kind of seal by Orchurisham in the past as well. Whether or not it was entirely the same thing or simply a prototype, none of us could say, but it was imperative we followed up on every lead we had. Anyways, all those other leads would be up to the rest of the clan. My role in all this had already been decided. I think that should be enough for now, Itachi. Mikoto stood up, bringing an official into our emergency gathering. It's getting late. Asumi and I will prepare dinner. She then looked at me. Will you be joining us tonight? That right there was the million-real question. I really had been trying to get out of my dinner with Rin earlier, but now that I had an obligation to take on Naruto's training, it was harder to justify not going over. Not to mention the guilt that pains my heart whenever I remember Rin's excited smile as she planned our evening together. Sorry, I actually promised Rin already to eat with her and Naruto. I inclined my head towards Mikoto, also not feeling good about turning down her offer either. When I looked back up though, she had a warm smile. Still in contact indeed I see, she said, subtle mirth tainting her tone. Feel free to return at any point. Itachi could at least be counted on to not give me a hard time about anything. He walked around the side of the table and extended a hand. We will have your room prepared before tonight. So, if you have no other arrangements, please don't hold back and stay with us. I took his hand, allowing him to hoist me to my feet before giving a firm shake. Thank you, I said. There had been a lot of anxiety about coming here, but ever since Itachi had become the clan head, he never did anything but try and make me feel welcome back into the clan, small though it may be now. It was my fault things had gotten to this point. There were so many things I could have done differently that might have been able to prevent that. Which is why I'd always felt so guilty about the kindness he gave me. It was far more than someone like me deserved, after all, until the third Hokage took a long drag on his pipe, taking comfort in the slight high granted by the nicotine. You're late, Jiraiya. Hiruzen removed the pipe from his mouth to speak, eyes drifting down to his former student. The tall sage leaned on the wall on the opposite end of the office, arms crossed and eyes closed as if to fake sleep. It might have been convincing if not for the large, lecherous grin on his face. My bad, Jiraiya apologized, although there was no real honesty behind the words. Couldn't help myself, you know. The ladies of Konoha really are a different breed. Before I knew it, I found myself ensnared by their lovely charms. This was exactly why Hiruzen smoked, he decided. Did you at least bring the report I asked for? He was too exhausted to play along with Jiraiya's games at the moment. Lately, he'd become more and more tired. It wasn't easy to be Hokage at his age, and the strain of the role was beginning to take its toll on his old bones. He really needed to retire, which is exactly why Jiraiya's report was so important. Right here, old man. Jiraiya reached into the folds of his kimono and pulled out a small scroll. With a flick of the wrist and aim that could only be achieved with years of practice, he lobbed the scroll right into Hiruzen's outstretched palm. Everything I've taught you to Obito over the past 5 years. All his abilities, credentials, and accomplishments, just like you asked. Hiruzen nodded, placing the scroll on the desk, but not bothering to open it for the time being. There would be time to go through it later, perhaps under the natural light of day. For now, he would just ask it. In your opinion, what do you think? Jiraiya was silent for several seconds, no doubt contemplating how best to answer. Frankly speaking, his capabilities make him more than ready enough for the role of Hokage, even just ignoring his accomplishments in the field and the amazing ability of his Mangekyo Sharingan. His decision-making is already Kage level. Having experienced the Nine Tails attack and Yucha incident has forced him to face the darkness of the shinobi world, and it's honed his senses. He's more than capable of making tough decisions under extreme pressure. There was a pause, but Hiruzen could tell there was more, but for some reason Jiraiya was reluctant to say it. Those same events that have made him an excellent shinobi have also broken his spirit, Jiraiya said with a scruff. The Obito that wants to become Hokage is still in there somewhere. I've seen it from time to time. It's just buried under a mountain of guilt. Well, that was pretty typical. The problem was almost never finding someone powerful enough to take on the mantle of Hokage. It was finding someone willing to do the role that was always his problem. As many young students as there were at the academy who professed their dream was one day to become the Hokage, so very few of them ever held on to the dream to the end. You either lived long enough to realize you didn't want to become Hokage, or died before you could give up. Hiruzen had once hoped Jiraiya would take the job, but his student had been the first to turn him down. Perhaps it was out of feelings of guilt for that in which Jiraiya was so motivated to find the next replacement. At first, Obito had seemed like such a surefire thing too. He was a student of the 4th Hokage, and the passion for the position had been there. He was even one of the rare Uchiha to carry the 1st Hokage's will of fire. Is there nothing to be done about it? Hirushna wondered aloud. If it's possible, I would like to retire after the conclusion to these Chunin exams. I've done this for a long time now, and knowing I was able to put someone young and that can handle the job for a long time in charge might help me finally rest in peace. Come on, Sensei. Despite his earlier misgivings, Jiraiya's usually cocky grin had returned. You don't think I came back to the village to just give you bad news, do you? It's not like I'm completely without a couple ideas on how to handle this. The first one should already be in motion as we speak. He pushed off the wall, ambling slowly over towards the Hokage's desk. Oh, and what kind of ideas do you have in mind? Hirushna asked, just hoping it didn't have anything to do with women. Jiraiya silently walked past his teacher, coming to the windowsill and leaning against it to look outside. I sent a message to Kakashi just before we arrived. He agreed to help us out with our little problem. While he's focusing on Sasuke, Obito is gonna be stuck training Naruto for the next month. He said, Naruto. Hirushna's eyes widened and an involuntary smirk crossed his lips. I see. That just might be the thing Obito needs. He would admit it. As far as plans went, this one wasn't bad. Naruto was practically a mirror image of young Obito. Maybe by spending time with his old self again, it would help to reawaken that spark in Obito that had nearly been extinguished, a way to rekindle his will of fire and give him the confidence to once again reach for the mantle of Hokage. And for the second time today, I found myself loitering outside the door to someone's home. Unlike the large traditional-style house of the Uchiha clan, Rin lived at the top floor in a relatively small but modern apartment building located near the hospital where she worked. She probably could have afforded to move into a larger place, but raising Naruto as a sort of single mother hadn't exactly left her with a surplus of cash, despite the cushy position she currently occupied. I also don't think she was unhappy with the current living arrangement, and I never heard her complain about it. This was actually the first time I had ever been here in person. Rin and Naruto had moved in together shortly after she was granted official guardianship, something that wouldn't happen until after I already set out on my journey with Jiraiya, which just made it all the harder for me to muster up the courage and knock on the door. And unlike at the Uchiha mansion, Asumi wasn't going to come popping out to save me the trouble. Yet I couldn't stand here forever. Not seeing much other choice, I knocked on the door with 3 loud taps. There was no time to regret the decision. An immediate loud commotion occurred on the other side, someone scrambling to get to the door as quickly as possible. A second later and it was thrown wide open, Naruto's face thrusting outside and glaring up at me. There was a several moment silence where we just stared at one another, as if we had both frozen in place. Ah, it's you. Apparently it took him that amount of time to recognize me. Now that he had, I found myself accosted by an accusatory finger poking into the center of my chest. I thought I already told you I wasn't interested, mister. He paused again, finger slowly lowering as he crossed his arms and took an exaggerated thinking stance. What the heck was your name again? Definitely his mother's kid, alright. Obito, I answered. Uchiha Obito. It wasn't typical that I gave out my family name. In the village you were generally met with skepticism, if not suspicion, when they found out such information. Outside of the leaf and it was outright hostility. However, I had a feeling that with Naruto it would help speed things along. Uchiha? My hunch appeared to pay off, Naruto taking the bait and finally lowering his guard. Not much, mind you, but at the very least his former aggressiveness gave way to weary curiosity. You related to Sasuke then? Seeing how there weren't exactly too many Uchiha, it was probably safe to say that was indeed the case. I kept that snarky comment to myself, giving a soft smile and nodding instead. Had to at least try to play nice. That's right, you could say I'm like something of an uncle to him. It was a little more complicated than that, of course. It wasn't entirely inaccurate either. Asumi viewed me as a kind of big brother figure and she was practically married to Itachi at this point, which in a way made Sasuke and I closer to being brothers than anything, but only if you really stretch the logic. Well, I never heard of you, Naruto yelled. He then crossed his arms and turned his nose at me, ignoring the fact that Sasuke never talked about me. I used to play with this kid in the park together with Rin. We'd freaking met before, and more than once. He had been a little kid at the time, so as far as excuses went for why he wouldn't remember, he had a solid one. Didn't make my urge to want to suddenly throttle him any less. Before I could do just that, Rin came around the corner. "Obito, I was wondering when you would show up. Come in, I just finished cooking." Between the towel she was using to dry her hands and the pink apron she had on, Rin really did give off the image of a maternal figure. It was an image I just couldn't shake out of my head, rooting me in place as I stared at her like some sort of creep. Fortunately for me, Naruto was there to snap me out of it. "What?" he yelled, probably at the top of his lungs. I felt a sudden pity for any neighbors they had. "Nichin, you know this geezer?" Again with the geezer comment. I wasn't that old, damn it. Rin held a hand to her mouth, trying and failing to stifle a giggle. "You don't remember Obito? He used to play with us all the time." This caused Naruto to double take, his blue eyes studying my face for what really might have been the first time. It was uncomfortable, to be honest. People rarely had the stomach to stare at my scared facial features for any extended amount of time, but that in itself was a blessing. They say scars are a shinobi's pride, but I rarely felt that way about my own. Naruto didn't seem to care at all. If anything, it felt more like he was attempting to look into my soul, not my external characteristics. "I guess you do look kind of familiar," he relented, but I really wasn't so sure he was being honest. Again, it was kinda hard to forget my face. Most people didn't just kinda remember someone that had once had have their head smashed in by a rock. It was probably fair to say Naruto also wasn't most people. Anyways, don't just stand at the door. Rin gestured me further inside. "We can take time to catch up over dinner. Go set the table for us, Naruto," she said. He verbalized his agreement before finally dashing off into the apartment and allowing me to enter. "Sorry for dropping by after I said I would," I said, taking my shoes off and moving deeper into their place. The aroma of Rin's home cooking battered my nostrils and caused my mouth to water. It would seem she really did cook all my favorites. Rin simply shook her head. "I knew you would show up," she declared confidently. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. It might not be an exaggeration to say she knew me better than I knew myself, with the only exception being the feelings I harbored towards her. "How did the business with their clan go?" she asked. Yeah, I couldn't help but rub the back of my head awkwardly. Turns out they have an interest in keeping a protective eye on Naruto themselves. "So here I am," I said. There was a brief flash of worry across Rin's face, but it disappeared so fast I almost failed to catch it. Sending someone to check on the Jinwekaric likely wasn't new to her. She'd dealt with it personally for a long time now. All the same, it was never good news when a specific clan took interest in them. The only reason I could be this upfront about it was because it's Rin. "Or Karishon?" she asked, her voice low enough Naruto couldn't possibly hear. I nodded. No need to provide further information than that. Rin already knew about Sasuke after all. There were enough pieces there for her to be able to put everything together even without me spelling it out. It was bad news all around. Yet despite that, she was somehow able to give a victorious smirk. "The heck? And here I thought I was gonna need to convince both of you into hanging out together. With that matter settled, I leave Naruto in your care." "OBITO," she gloated, dropping my name syllable at a time. Not a very gracious winner if I said so myself. "Whatever," I clicked my teeth. "It just happens to be what works out for everyone. That's all. No need to make a big deal out of it." Probably fair to say I wasn't exactly a good loser either, a fact that had gotten me into all kinds of trouble as a kid and something she knew all too well. "Big deal or what?" Naruto asked. The two of us having already made it into the small combined dining kitchen area where Naruto was just finished setting the plates for us. He took his seat, as never leaving me the whole time, even going as far to trace me all the way to when I sat down across from him. It was Rin that answered. "Kakashi told you about it earlier, right? Obito here is going to take over your training until your final exam." She sat down next to me, ignoring the sour face he made. She picked up her chopsticks and the two of us did the same, saying a quick thanks for the food. We all began to dig in. "You any good?" Naruto asked between gulps of food, practically a vacuum cleaner with the speed and suction in which he inhaled it. It was hard to tell if he was putting or just really that engrossed in eating. Probably a little of both. At the very least, he seemed more open to the idea of allowing me to teach him now. "Obito is a jonin of the village, you know, and a protege under one of the Sannin. Rin in contrast slowly picked at her food, seeming to savor every bite and only speaking after she had finished chewing. It was honestly amazing how two vastly different styles of eating could coexist under the same roof. What's more, he used to be on the same team as Kakashi and I, under your father. These words finally got him to stop gorging out, at least long enough to look me up and down once again. "No cake?" he asked. "Now that I think about it, you said your last name was Yucha? That means you got the same Sharingan as Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei." It would appear he was at least somewhat quick on the uptake, at least as far as my clan's Dotus was concerned. Still, what a loaded question. I ended up glancing at Rin, but she simply nodded at me as if telling me it was okay to let him know. I put my chopsticks down, taking a break from my own food to speak. "Your choice of words is funny, even if unintentional." Raising my hand, I placed several fingers very purposefully just below my closed left eye. "You could say Kakashi and I have the exact same Sharingan. Two of a kind." Naruto's eyes widened, mouth falling open, and he grew silent for the first time that I ever met him. It didn't last long, a feral grin suddenly taking place, and he let out an ecstatic giggle. Say. "When Kakashi-sensei said earlier that you were stronger than him, was that what he meant?" he asked. Now that I thought about it, Kakashi had said something like that. I don't think he was talking about the levels of our Sharingan or because I was the original owner of his eye or anything like that. But I could easily see how Naruto would have come to interpret it that way. Still, I wasn't about to let the opportunity pass, not when I finally had a chance to appear better than Kakashi. I smiled, enjoying the sense of satisfaction. That's right, that's exactly what he meant. No sooner did those words leave my mouth and I made the mistake of glancing at Rin. She was grinning in my direction, enjoying the short banter between Naruto and I. My face turning red, I returned my focus to the food. Naruto didn't appear to notice or care, instead clapping his hands together in appreciation for the food he just ate. "Okay, it's decided then. I'll let you show me a thing or two after all," he declared. Somehow I got the feeling it was supposed to be the other way round. All the same, I was just gonna let it be. Things would proceed more smoothly if we were both on the same page and in agreement to working together. The way we got to that agreement didn't really matter. Hey, although it would appear Naruto was already moving on to a different topic. What kind of teacher was my dad like? Wasn't he like totally awesome? Minato-sensei? I asked, pausing momentarily. Just saying his name caused a piercing pain in my heart, and I nearly dropped my chopsticks. It took all my willpower not to allow that anguish to show on my face. This whole time and looking at Naruto alone was enough to bring back all the memories of my time as his father's subordinate, which is why I have been maintaining my guard until now, doing anything I could not to think about it. Yeah, Naruto was oblivious as always, getting up from his chair and running to the window. I knew where he was looking without even having to think about it. The Hokage Monument. Of course, I've heard all about him from Nichan, but like, how to say, it's just not enough, you know? Oh, I knew alright. Like Naruto, I grew up not knowing either of my parents, so I understood more than anyone how big that gaping hole had been in his life, how big it still was, and to know I was the who to cause that hole was almost too much to bear. My dream is to one day become the Hokage just like him, you know? He proclaimed, spinning back to me and flashing the most genuine, blinding smile I had ever seen in my life. Actually, I'm gonna become a Hokage even greater than him. I was speechless. How could I possibly say anything to such a proclamation? What even was I supposed to say considering everything? How nostalgic, Rin said, giggling as she watched Naruto's antics with warm eyes. I remember when you used to say the same things all the time, Obito. You and Minato-sensei used to get so fired up talking about what the two of you would do after you became Hokage. This statement immediately caught Naruto's attention. "You want to be Hokage too?" he asked, and suddenly it felt like the way he was looking at me had somehow changed. There was no perceptible difference, but something in the air around him shifted, almost as if he had just acknowledged me in some way. I had to tell him he was wrong, that the person Rin was remembering was already dead and gone. The me that wanted to become Hokage had died the same day as Minato-sensei had, my dream disappearing along with the man that had been able to accomplish it. Now I couldn't do it. How could I? I had already taken so much from Naruto. How was I possibly supposed to tell him to give up on his dream too? That settles it then. Naruto nodded, coming to some conclusion while I internally struggled with what to say to him. From here on out, you're Obito-senpai. Senpai? Rin and I asked at the same time, neither of us seeing where this was suddenly coming from. Yeah, Naruto continued to nod as if it was obvious. I've been debating what to call you this whole time, you know. Just referring to you as you is kinda a pain in the ass. However, you're not really my teacher. That's still Kakashi-sensei's job, even if he's kinda dropping the ball on that one. Nichin is my family, but I've only just met you, so it'd be weird to call you like a brother. Just now I figured it out though. You're just like me, my senior who shares the same dream of becoming Hokage. That's why you're Obito-senpai. Rin clapped her hands together, whole body practically vibrating with some barely contained emotion. Wonderful, she shouted, jumping up from her chair and running to give Naruto a hug. You really do know how to say wonderful things sometimes, Naruto. She continued to praise him, ignoring the fact he was now trying to escape. Nichin, stop it. You're embarrassing me, you know, he shouted, despite the fact that stuff he just went off about was way more embarrassing than what he was being subjected to now. How stupid, calling me his senior for something as trivial as having once shared the same dream. Never mind that he thought it was something I was still capable of aiming for. Again I found myself wanting to yell at him, telling him to not be so naive, to tell Rin to stop encouraging his nonsense. Yet I couldn't also help but feel jealous. There was once a time I was able to shout out such things without a care in the world, and Rin would be there to tell me to do my best. Minato-sensei was there to walk that same path beside me, and even Kakashi was there to push me to better myself. I may have been just as idiotic back then as Naruto is now, but at least I didn't hate myself the way I had come to. If I could change anything, it would be that. I didn't need to reach for the mantle of Hokage again. And even if just a little, I wanted to like myself a little more. It was decided that I would be allowed to start training Naruto 2 days after that dinner I had with him and Rin. He of course wanted to start immediately. Hell, he wanted to go outright that same night. Naturally, Rin was going to have none of it and commanded he rest for the next couple days to properly recover his stamina. Apparently, he had been in the forest of death for 5 nights straight, on top of having to fight a rather intense preliminary match right after. Not to mention, if he was on Sasuke's team, he had also likely been involved in the conflict against Orochimaru himself. Frankly speaking, it was amazing he had been as energetic as he was when we met. There was no winning against Rin, however, especially not when it came to matters of health and well-being. It's not like she would ever physically lash out at you or anything violent like that, although she wasn't above tightening your bandages a little too much if you take her off. It was just more of a pressure and that terrifying sense of disappointment she would exude that made you not want to end up on her bad side. Naruto apparently wasn't immune to these things either, and in the end he relented to her will. Not much like how I used to do, although he certainly put up more of a fight than I ever had. Regardless, it worked out well for me as I had a lot of things to figure out before I could just jump right into teaching him. I had never had an apprentice or any kind of students before, so I wasn't exactly sure where to start. At first, I tried reaching out to Master Jiraiya to get some kind of insight on what he thought would be best, but no response ever came to any of my messages, so that was a dead end. Instead, I tried thinking about the way he had been training me, as well as what methods Minato-sensei would utilize to best help me learn. Like it or not, but even I couldn't deny the incredible similarity between my past self and the current Naruto. It was damn uncanny, but it also meant I had a kind of basis to go about in how to properly instruct him. The same things that worked for me should theoretically work for him after all. So it wasn't like I was completely out of ideas in what way to best start. The next thing to do was find a place to train him. It had to be built somewhere private enough that people wouldn't just stumble upon us, and it had to serve as a place that could protect him in case someone seeking him harm came after us. When I ended up phrasing it like that, only one place immediately came to mind. Too bad it happened to be a place in which I had a rather complicated past with. It also wasn't somewhere I could just use without permission, so before that, I first had to speak with Itachi about it. I suppose some part of me had been hoping he would reject my request, giving me an excuse to have to look for another place. Instead, he readily gave me the permission I needed, going so far as to say he thought it was a good idea that I use that place to train Naruto, an outsider no less. With that excuse gone to me now too, there was really nothing left in the way of training Naruto, so begin our training was about to. The heck is this place, Obito-senpai? Naruto asked, eyeing the rundown gates in front of us almost warily. He had actually been pretty excited up until about now. The thrill of finally getting to start his training was so great I thought he might just start attacking me on the spot when I went to pick up from Rin's place this morning. As expected, even that excitement couldn't win out against the heavy atmosphere surrounding the old Yoju district. It's where I grew up, I answered, walking up the broken wooden gate and placing a hand against the splinter wood. Sasuke would have lived here too, up until well, I paused, not seeing the need to say anything further than that. Glancing over, I saw the realization slowly begin to dawn on Naruto's face. Even he wasn't ignorant of the Yuja incident. Despite being rather young when it would have happened, why would we come to a place like this? He shouted, face suddenly going pale and biting at his nails. Isn't it like totally haunted? I don't want to meet any ghosts, you know. For a moment I thought about telling him to grow up and not be such a superstitious child, but looking at him just happened to remind me of the moment I thought I actually met the Grim Reaper. I hadn't been much older than him at the time, so really I couldn't badmouth him despite wanting to. Come on, Naruto. Instead I just pressed further inwards. You never know, fighting a ghost might turn out to be good training. Okay, so maybe I couldn't resist poking fun a little. Still, if there was ever a place for haunting, this was most certainly it. Even I couldn't shake off the slight chill that went down my spine as we moved deeper and deeper into the compound. Naruto's chattering teeth behind me did nothing to lessen the effect. The entire multi-block district had turned into a war zone that night. Members of Root and the Uchiha clan killing one another in droves. Even the civilian members of the clan weren't spared. Murdered just because they had a drop of the same blood coursing through their veins. Old folks, women, children alike. It was indiscriminate, and to most appeared as an unprovoked massacre. Even most of the trained shinobi from within the clan hadn't stood a chance. The root had struck them first and without warning, catching many of them off guard. By the time any kind of counterattack could be mounted, too many had been killed and left them outnumbered. It was only afterwards that I arrived, and together with Izumi, Shusi, and Itachi wiped out the remaining root intruders. Walking through the streets now and I could picture the bodies exactly where they had been. The scars from the battle were still everywhere. Many of the homes were damaged, some burned down, weeds overgrowing them all. If you looked inside the still-standing structures, you could see discarded weapons left over from the conflict and pitch-black stains that had once been spilled blood of the innocent. Even after all this time it was still there. The district had been closed down after the attack and no one ever came here anymore, leaving it in the exact same state it had been, only the elements themselves altering things ever so slightly over time. For the most part, I just tried to keep my eyes forward, not looking at any of the things around me. As I had been afraid of, the complicated memories here were still too fresh. This had been the final nail in the coffin for me, and my dream of one day becoming Hokage. Not long after was when I went on my trip with Master Jiraiya. My pace hastened, just trying to get us out from the living quarters for the time being. An act Naruto seemed to appreciate as he kept just behind me, one hand having gripped the hem of my jacket. Finally we reached my intended destination. The Uchiha district had been split into what you would call two halves. Separating them was a river, only a single bridge connecting the opposite halves to one another. It was at this bridge in which I intended to conduct our training. The river itself was wide and deep, the surface about 10 meters below ground level. Tall brick walls on either side determined the flow. The bridge was a wooden ramp-like structure, traditional Uchiha railing on either side giving it an ancient but grand feeling. Okay, Naruto, I spoke, shaking him from his nervous stupor. You and I are going to spar for a little right here. I made my way to the middle of the bridge, leaving him at the dirt path still leading up to it. Spar? He asked, raising his voice to be heard. I nodded. Kakashi asked me to reinforce your basics, but that in and of itself is rather broad. To better understand exactly what it is you're lagging behind in, I need to assess you for myself. Rather than asking you, it would just be faster to go against one another in combat. I should be able to learn all I need to know that way. Once I was standing in the middle of the bridge, I unzipped my blue jacket halfway down, exposing the chainmail fishnet of my underarmor. The heck you doing? Naruto yelped, clearly distressed that I now appeared to be stripping. He went silent though after I slipped the right side of my jacket down, pulling my arm out from the sleeve. I was a fairly pale guy, had been all my life. The natural color of my skin though could never possibly be compared to the pure snow white of the artificial flesh composing my entire right torso and arm. I'm just preparing my jutsu is all, no need to worry. I flashed through 3 quick seals, holding my hands in the snake seal position as I unleashed the jutsu, Mokubanshi no Jutsu. From the white flesh of my arm, wood suddenly sprouted and grew off of me. In a matter of seconds it took the shape of me, forming a perfect clone that even took my color before detaching completely. It stood by my side, placing a hand on his hip and smirking at me. "Whoa, that's awesome. A wood clone." Naruto started jumping around, eyes practically sparkling. "Teach it to me, teach it to me. I so want to be able to make wood clones too." My clone and I each shook our heads simultaneously. "Unfortunately for you, I'm the only shinobi in the village able to use the wood style after the first Hokage himself," I said, rolling the shoulder from which the wood had just come from for emphasis. "You could think of it as a consolation for being cursed with this flesh." Maybe it was a little bit of an exaggeration to refer to the hunk of cells keeping me alive as cursed, but when I thought about where it came from, it was hard not to speak about it as such. "No kidding?" Naruto tried to look like it didn't bother him too much, patting his hands behind his head and kicking at the dirt on the road. "Whatever, I didn't really want to learn it anyways. Anyone can make a clone or two. Doesn't really have to be wood." While he continued to pout, the real me walked over to the side of the bridge and began to lean on the railing. "Whenever you're ready, Naruto, you can attack my clone at any time," I instructed, my Sharingan activating and my clone doing the same. The intimidating red iris seemed to get Naruto's attention more than my words did. If I thought he was nervous about having to go up against me, it only seemed to last for a moment before he pointed an accusatory finger at the real me. "You looking down on me?" he shouted, stomping his foot on the ground like a kid throwing a tantrum. "I can take a stupid clone, no problem, you know." His words caused me and my clone to sigh at the same time. I nodded at him to take over, not feeling like being the one to explain it myself. "Wood clones are more sturdy than your standard elemental or shadow clones, Naruto. It's why I go through the effort of using the extra chakra required to create one," my clone said. "Also, this way allows me to watch you fight both as an observer and a combatant. When I dispel, the real me will have my experience along with his own observations to put together a more complete picture. This is for your benefit." After the explanation, Naruto at least had the decency to look sheepish. "Oh, that's so? My bad, my bad. Sorry about that. I guess I'm just so used to people looking down on me all the time, you know. It was unfortunately something I knew all too well. People always look down on the loudmouth, goofier kids in the class. They never really stop to think why that kid might be acting out or that when he messed up, it might be better to help him, not just laugh at their mistakes." I could only imagine how much worse this had all been for Naruto, who was the Nine-Tails Jinwikaric on top of this. "It's fine," I said. There was nothing I could do to fix his past now. For the time being, I was just responsible for training him over this next month. "Commend my clone with everything you have. Once I have a good idea of your abilities, we can talk about what to work on." "You got it, Obito-senpai." Naruto threw his hands together, forming a cross seal, Kaichibonshin no Jutsu. In a single instant, he created several dozen shadow clones, as in, beings with real mass and all the chakra it required to create them. Despite this, he didn't even look like he broke a sweat. I know I said not to hold back, but I didn't expect this, my clone deadpanding. But I was also curious about something else. "Where did you even learn such a jutsu?" I called out before he could attack. "Huh?" Naruto looked surprised by the sudden question, having been on the verge of charging just before it. "Oh, Nichin taught it to me," he then said as if it was obvious. "Rin did," my clone and I exclaimed together. I didn't even know she had the chakra reserves to perform such a technique. But now that I think about it, if she utilized the Three Tails chakra, it probably wouldn't be too difficult a feat for her to accomplish either. "That all you wanted?" Naruto asked impatiently. "Can we begin now?" In response to his question, I looked at my clone who smirked back at me. Mokuten cutting sprig jutsu. My clone flew through the seals before then producing a spear of wood from his setsu cells. He held that spear up like one mighty kunai. "Jump him." Naruto's clones took that as the signal to begin. A dozen of them broke away from the pack, leaving the rest to stay back and observe. They all drew kunai, the couple in the front also lobbing a handful of shuriken. My clone could use the power of my Mangekyo Sharingan to easily dodge the shuriken, but relying on such a power would defeat the purpose of this training. I needed to test out Naruto's abilities, which meant some degree of offense was going to be required, and showing that ability too early might change the way Naruto tried to handle the fight, which was no good either. For now it was important to gauge how he fought a standard foe. Several metallic clangs rang out, my clone deflecting the shuriken by slapping at them with the wood spear. The shuriken hung suspended in the air for several seconds, before quickly being snatched up and put in his jacket pockets. The dozen or so Naruto clones were on my own clone in the next instant. Most of them fanned out to the sides, moving to encircle him. The Naruto most in front ducked down, allowing the two behind him to jump off his back and also gain aerial advantage. They were looking to overrun me by attacking simultaneously from all sides. It was a good strategy normally. It wasn't going to work against my Sharingan, however. The two Narutos in the air threw their kunai just as the one in front jabbed at him with his. My clone was able to read all the tension in every muscle of Naruto's body, knowing how he was going to move seconds before he did not just one clone, but all of them at once. He caught the forwardmost Naruto by the wrist, hoisting his body up and above his head all in one fluid motion. The kunai from above impaled the clone in the back, popping him out of existence. My clone then jumped in the air, flipping upside down and kicking the kunai back to their owners. Two more pops signaled the end of their durability, dispersing into whiffs of remnant chakra. 6 more Narutos had closed in around him from all sides. My clone still upside down and apparently without means to counterattack. At least that must be what Naruto thought. It wasn't much for my clone to spin while in midair, brandishing the wooden spear to slice at the throat of every Naruto in range. 6 more pops of smoke and 6 more Narutos were gone. At the last possible second, my clone flipped once again, landing in a crouch. Only 3 of the initial charging group were left now. They had stopped running the moment their brethren fell, keeping just out of range of my clone and his spear. "What's the matter?" my clone asked, rising up to his full height. "Would it make you feel better if I don't use this?" He buried the tip of the wood spear into the bridge and took several threatening steps forward unarmed. One of the Narutos gave a feral growl. "Don't underestimate me," they shouted in unison, leaping forward and stabbing at me. The next attack happened so fast, I wouldn't have even seen my clone's arm move if not for the Sharingan. He struck all 3 Narutos in the chin with a swift but efficient uppercut, topping them before they even realized they had been hit. "You bastard!" The moment they were gone and the next group of clones charged him, my clone ran through several seals as they charged, before then pulling out the stolen shuriken from earlier. Katen Fire Flower Jutsu, he held the tiny blades to his mouth, inhaling and blowing the shuriken from his hand. A dozen blazing balls of molten steel spread out and barraged the clones, disintegrating all of the charging members. "You gotta be freaking kidding me!" Several clones yelled. This time the final wave charged him. "That's my line, damn it!" My clone cursed. He grabbed the wooden spear still stuck in the bridge and started to sprint towards me. With a chakra-enhanced leap, he flew over my head and off the side of the bridge, tumbling down towards the river's surface below. "He's getting away!" Half a dozen of the clones jumped after him, every single one of them plummeting into the water with loud splashes. When the water settled, all but one of them was gone. No doubt the original. My clone and I simply stared, even the remaining Narutos too stunned to say anything. I had assumed when they jumped after him so confidently they would be capable of sticking their feet to the water's surface using chakra, like in the same way my clone was doing now, standing atop it as if it was solid ground. To think he wasn't even capable of that yet. My clone hoisted the original Naruto out of the water before jumping back onto the bridge with him in tow. He dumped Naruto unceremoniously onto the bridge, the both of them silent the whole time. My clone didn't say another word, silently walking up to me before merging back into the Zetsu cells of my right side. So I couldn't take the awkward silence anymore. It was downright unnatural for Naruto to be sitting so still without making any sound. He refused to look at me, just silently dripping wet all over the bridge. "What happened just now? If you don't know how to do the water walk yet, you didn't need to try and bluff your way through it. It's part of the basics so I can teach it to you. I can water walk, damn it." The usual Naruto returned with gusto, flailing his arms and stamping his feet while maintaining the sitting position. "Kakashi-sensei taught me on my last mission to the Land of Waves." Then what the heck was that? I asked, pointing down to the river below. Because you gotta know that after you do something like that, it looks to me like you very clearly can't water walk at all. I don't know, alright, Naruto huffed, crossing his arms and looking away from me again. Lately it feels like my chakra is acting all funny. Every time I try to mold chakra, it ends up going wrong. Either too much leaks out, or I can't form enough to even stand on water. That was odd. He created clones just fine, then again. What if the number he had created hadn't matched the number he had intended? It would have been just like him to bluff his way through that. This meant Naruto, show me the seal holding the nine-tailed fox. I demanded, following my hunch. Naruto looked surprised for a moment, and I thought he might question how I knew about the seal. Even he seemed to be able to put together that as a former subordinate of his father, I would know about it. And so he began to comply with my request. In fact, he seemed only too happy to unzip his sopping wet orange jacket, discarding the soap material to the side. With his top completely removed and torso bare, he stood up and then formed the round seal, molding chakra in order to get the seal to appear. In a matter of seconds, a tattoo-like spiral pattern formed around his navel. The complexity of it was magnificent. Even a seal novice like myself could only marvel at the skill that must have been necessary to create a complicated double tetragram such as this. What's more, Minato-sensei had done it on the fly, having to seal the rampaging fox inside his just-born son. Your father really was something else. I couldn't help but say out loud, even now, and it felt like I was leagues behind him in almost every way. And he'd been dead for over a decade, right? Naruto giggled at my unintended praise, smirking from ear to ear. He really was proud of his father, a man he had never even met but only heard tales about growing up from Rin. His smile was infectious, as I felt myself beginning to grin alongside him, until a second seal appeared over the first, causing my freshly formed smile to slip into a concerned frown. "What's this?" I asked, although mostly rhetorically. I could tell what it was, even without being told. There was a second five-pronged seal placed over top the first. Minato-sensei had originally designed the seal to allow the fox's chakra to leak out naturally, merging with Naruto's chakra and making it into his own. That was the most brilliant part about it. But having placed this odd-numbered seal over top Minato-sensei's even-numbered seal was causing the chakra to mix unevenly. Again, I was just a beginner when it came to seals, and even I knew this was a no-go. As it was a miracle Naruto could perform any jutsu at all. Naruto craned his neck, attempting to get a better look at what it was I was suddenly so concerned about. "All that?" he suddenly yelled, startling me. "You mean to tell me he knew what this was? More importantly, where it came from and who put it there in the first place? The other day I met this weird snake lady in the forest. Now that I think about it, she did poke me with some kind of weird jutsu, but I hadn't realized." His words cut abruptly, likely not knowing the proper terminology to complete that thought. "Damn it," I mumbled under my breath, just quietly enough that Naruto couldn't hear. Turns out Itachi had been right to get me involved directly with Naruto. By weird snake lady, Naruto could only be referring to one person. While it was true Orakarishin was traditionally a man, I don't think things such as gender norms could accurately be applied to him anymore. Now the question was, had he been targeting Naruto from the beginning, or had he merely been a nuisance in the way of getting to Sasuke? The simplicity of this five-pronged seal would imply the latter. If I had to guess, the only purpose of it would have been to stop Ninetales' chakra from leaking out and being used against him in combat. It made sense that even someone as powerful as Horikarishin would be weary of going against a tailed beast in head-to-head combat. Now my other concern was, why didn't you tell Rin about this? I asked, albeit with more heat in my voice than intended. It was just unimaginable to me that he would have gone this whole time without having told anyone that someone had tampered with his seal. Did he have any idea the gravity of the situation? What if the second seal had been something more dangerous, a way to foster the release of the nine tails, or worse, control him? Naruto again averted his eyes. "Nichin worries too much," he mumbled. I just didn't want to freak her out more than she already was. She was already talking about pulling me out of the exams after the forest of death, you know. If I told her about this too. He trailed off again, and I could only sigh. "Rin worries because she cares about you, idiot," I scolded, but the earlier heat in my voice just wasn't in it. Even though I wanted to be angry, I couldn't bring myself to be. He was so much like the old me that I couldn't. "Don't act tough and hide your wounds." I repeated those words she gave to me all those years ago, words I still hadn't fully grasped the true meaning of, as I was unable to honor them to this day. You're right, sorry. They seem to have a profound effect on Naruto at least. He scratched at the whisker marks on his cheek, grinning up at me awkwardly. I guess you're probably gonna go tell her now, huh? He asked, already resigning himself to his fate. In contrast, I gave a small smile and shook my head. Fortunately for you, this seal happens to be fairly basic stuff. I think I should be able to dispel it myself. After that we can keep it our secret. I probably shouldn't be saying irresponsible stuff like that, as it was definitely setting a bad example for the kid. Yet somehow the relieved giggle he gave after I said it made me not care so much about stuff like that. It didn't hurt to spoil him from time to time. I owe him that much after all. Having said that, this is probably going to stain a little, I warned, crouching down in front of the seal and getting myself at eye level with it. I held out my right hand, palm facing upwards and fingers slightly extended. Chakra gathered in the tips of my fingers until it became visible, appearing as little blue flames. He gulped, closing his eyes in preparation for what it was I was about to do. 5-pronged release, I shouted, rearing my arm back and thrusting forward as if punching at an opponent. My glowing fingers overlapped with the 5 points composing the seal space, striking into them and undoing the jutsu. Whoa, perhaps it had been with a little too much force. I forgot Naruto wasn't able to properly anchor himself with chakra at the moment, so with a loud yelp he went flying backwards. His back hit the railing of the bridge and he then went tumbling over the side. Oh, Naruto, I shouted, moving too late to catch him. The only thing I could do was run to the railing. He just flipped over, watching him splash ungracefully once more into the river. Only what I saw when I looked over the ledge wasn't that. I think it worked, Obito-senpai. Naruto cheered, jumping around on top of the water as if dancing. It would appear the instant the seal had been dispelled, the state of his chakra returned to normal. He also hadn't been lying about being able to water walk, which meant that Kakashi had actually gotten off his lazy ass to teach him something after all. Thank goodness, I breathed a sigh of relief I didn't know I had been holding, before then jumping down to join Naruto on the river's surface below. Although it took Naruto another couple minutes to finally come down enough to turn his attention to me so we could continue. Couldn't say I blamed him, as he must have had that annoying seal on his stomach for a week now screwing up his chakra, so I could at least give him the chance to enjoy a kind of return to normalcy. It also gave me a chance to review the fight in my mind's eye and decide how we would continue his training from here on out. So, Naruto asked, apparently ready to find out himself how we would be continuing. How did I do? What are we going to work on? He pumped a fist into his open palm, absolutely grinning at whatever challenge it was that awaited him. I could at least appreciate his enthusiasm. Good question. I nodded several times, still considering how to go about this. For starters, I think your taijutsu could use a little shaping up. There's not really much of a style you employ, although you do coordinate well with your clones. In fact, the sloppiness of your taijutsu might even contribute to the unpredictability and unorthodox combinations you and your clones make use of. Naruto's grin slipped, and I could tell he was trying to determine if I was praising him or making fun of him. I wasn't even really sure myself. On the other hand, I think it might be better if we focus on the area you're truly lacking in ranged combat. This time Naruto outright grimaced. Seriously? You're gonna make me practice throwing kunai and shuriken again, he whined. Well, that kind of reaction was about what I expected. It was true that having him focus on something like that was what Kakashi had in mind when he asked me to reinforce his basics. I also already mentioned that I knew what was going to work with Naruto because I knew what had worked for me. Smirking, I held out an empty palm. Pass me a couple shuriken. I'll give you an example of what I have in mind, I said. Naruto continued to grumble, but he at least did as asked, dumping a handful of shuriken into my hand. Now watch carefully. I'll show you how to perform the jutsu you saw earlier. Naruto's whining stopped abruptly the moment he heard me say something about a jutsu. Tossing the shuriken in the air, I ran through the required hand signs just slowly enough that Naruto could discern them individually. He wouldn't have to remember them right now, but it was just to give him an idea of the kind of jutsu this was. At the same time, I swelled the chakra in my lungs, converting it into flames to be exhaled. My cheeks swelled, building up my breath just as the shuriken fell in front of me. I caught them with my right hand, holding them in front of my mouth by forming a ring with the hand now holding them. Cotton Fire Flower Jutsu. I unleashed the flames onto the shuriken, the projectile splitting up and flying down the canal in a mesmerizing spiral pattern, being manipulated and guided by my chakra as they flew. Awesome. Naruto couldn't contain his excitement, leaping into the air and pumping his fists over his head. You're seriously going to teach me a fire-style technique? Really, really? No lie, Obito-senpai? I nodded to assure him it was indeed no lie. Kakashi did tell me to teach you the basics, as he so put it. Well, the Fire Flower Jutsu is one of the most basic Katen Jutsu there is. If we use the shuriken as a catalyst to help, we won't have to really worry too much about teaching you complicated elemental manipulation to properly use the jutsu either. Once you get it down, it will allow you to manipulate the shuriken with the fire chakra surrounding them, turning them into guided projectiles. Not to mention it will give you a more powerful range technique. In other words, it was the perfect jutsu to teach him. Not only would it keep his attention, making it easier to teach him in the first place, but it would cover his primary weakness of being overly specialized in close-range combat. I don't really get it, but I don't care either. Naruto leapt at me, wrapping my waist in a tight hug. I'm finally gonna learn a Katen Jutsu. I can't wait to rub it in Sasuke's stupid face. It hardly seemed like something Sasuke would care about, but who was I to tell him something like that? Not when I used to do the same type of things to Kakashi all the time, always getting excited at every little thing which I thought gave me an edge on him. Never mind the fact that every step forward I had ever made and he had already taken too. Naruto wasn't me, however, and Sasuke wasn't Kakashi either. What was important for Naruto was here on out. Would he continue down his path unwavering? Or would he eventually be crushed under reality in the same way I had been? Only time would tell. After that, and there hadn't been much progress in our training. Well, I said not much, but that was to be expected on the first day of attempting to teach a new jutsu, especially when you considered I was teaching an elemental jutsu to someone who had yet to learn any. Things like this were gonna take time. Try telling that to Naruto, though. Certainly it had taken him a while to get the order of the hand seals down, but that wasn't exactly unusual either. Never mind getting to the more complicated stuff such as nature manipulation or building chakra in your lungs. It was just that if Naruto was depressed now, after only tripping up after the first step of the process, then we were in for a much rougher trip than I imagined this to be. Even now as we walked side by side down the bustling mid-evening streets of Konoha and he was letting out a large sigh, it was to the point that I couldn't possibly ignore him like this any further. I've told you already that it's fine, I said, glancing down at him out of the corner of my eye. We still have most of the month to get the jutsu down. Besides, this is also helping you get down proper hand seals. That's kind of like reinforcing the basics too, when you think about. Kakashi will be pleased to hear about how much progress you made with that alone. It wasn't like anything I said was a lie. The basics were technically what we were supposed to be working on anyways, so this was really as good a start as any. I get it already, you know. Naruto grumbled in such a way it wasn't convincing anybody. Damn it, there was no way I could let Rin see him like this. She was going to wonder what the hell kind of lousy teacher I was at this rate. I needed something to cheer him up, but I didn't know him well enough to know what he liked. All the same, if I was feeling down when I was a kid, I knew one thing Minato-sensei would always do that would brighten me right up. I'll tell you what, I said, refusing to look at him now and instead glancing at the crowds around us. Most people gave the two of us a wide berth, but I couldn't tell if it was because they recognized him as a Jinwekurek or because the sight of my face put them off. Either way, he and I made quite the pair. To commemorate our first day of training together, how about I treat you to your favorite meal? Anything you want, it's on me. Really? It was like a switch had been flipped. 1 second Naruto was lagging a couple steps behind me, eyes cast continuously downwards. The next, and he was in front, dragging me along by the sleeve of my jacket. Ikiraka Raymond, here I come, he whooped. If I didn't know any better, I would say I had just been played. This little brat was only acting so down in order to wring a free meal to me. Clever little bastard. The small ramen stand Naruto dragged me to wasn't an unfamiliar one either. It had been an establishment for as long as I could remember, Minato-sensei bringing us here as a team from time to time. No doubt it was Rin who introduced Naruto to this place. Welcome, the stall owner called as Naruto and I entered, pushing past the flaps to get to the single interior counter of the stall. Why if it isn't Naruto? Apparently my pupil was a regular here. The old man's smile of welcome changed to the usual glares and odd looks sent in our general direction. Naruto began ordering before we even took our seats, listing off a mountain-sized list of toppings all in one breath. I would have chided him for making an order that was almost definitely going to take time to prepare and thus cause problems for other customers, but there was only one other person sitting at the counter at this time. Naruto didn't even appear to notice him, beginning to take the seat to his left before I stopped him. Guiding Naruto by the shoulder, I moved him a single seat over. Before then taking the seat Naruto had just been going to for myself. Naruto, for the most part, didn't even seem to notice, but at this point I wasn't paying much attention to him anymore either. There was something about the man I now sat next to that was distracting me. I couldn't put a finger on what it was, but he was potentially dangerous. There was no basis for this skepticism. It was just the moment I laid eyes on him. No, the moment before we even entered the shop and I felt this presence. Deep in my gut, something was telling me danger was nearby and that I should be on guard. For Shinobi, being able to accurately read the sense of danger was sometimes the line between life and death. No matter how I looked at this man out of the corner of my eye, however, and I couldn't find anything particularly striking about him that would be causing such alarm bells to be going off inside my head. He had long red hair, almost shoulder length, with bands covering his eyes so I couldn't see them, which was about the only distinct feature I could make out, as he was otherwise draped in a large purple rain jacket, making his physical characteristics hard to determine. What about you, sir? What will you have? The shop owner suddenly asked, snapping me from my observations. I blinked several times in rapid succession, trying to bring the rest of the world around me back into focus. I hadn't realized it, but I had been studying the man next to me now for several intense seconds, and in that time Naruto had finished his order. Meanwhile, I hadn't even glanced at the menu yet. Right, I cleared my throat, awkwardly glancing up at the menu and list of toppings. Deciding it was too much to take in all at once, I just said, "Give me the same as Naruto." It was probably safe to say that Naruto knew what was good here, so I should be able to trust in his order. Hopefully. The shop owner then gave a shout of affirmation before setting out to make our food. By the time this was done, the man next to me had pulled some money out from his pocket and was placing it on the countertop. "Thanks for the food," he said, voice deeper than I would have expected. It was only for an instant that his arm appeared outside of the rain jacket, but it had been skinny to the point of being malnourished. Then as the man turned to leave, I could tell his eyes fell upon me. Despite not being able to see them, I could feel their powerful gaze behind his red bands. He knew. The fact that I was studying him hadn't escaped his notice, despite having become an expert at discreetly observing others under the tutelage of Master Jiraiya. He said nothing to me, however, and I was incapable of calling out to him to stop. As he turned to leave, though, I managed to catch one other detail beneath his rain jacket, a mark of the hidden rain village wrapped around his neck, which meant the rain jacket that I originally thought of as a disguise might have actually just been standard attire for him. That was as far as my observations were able to go, the man disappearing out and into the crowd a second later. My body turned in the stool as if having a mind of its own, making to follow him. Something inside of me was telling me not to let him go. If I didn't confront him now, it would be disastrous later. Say, listen to this, I am Anisan. Naruto's voice snapped me back to reality. I couldn't just go running after some possibly imaginary disaster, not with Naruto right next to me, the one I was supposed to be watching over and protecting. Thankfully, he was always such a loudmouth. Or I might have made a mistake just now. Guess what Obito-senpai is teaching me? A katenjutsu, you know. He didn't even give them a chance to guess. Too excited to spit it out and let the whole world know he was soon going to be breathing fireballs. That sounds kinda dangerous, doesn't it? The stall owner's daughter asked, glancing over at me with concerned eyes. Although she wasn't able to maintain the gaze for long, flinching after getting a good look at my scars. Not that I could say I blamed her for flinching or for her words. Probably anyone would agree that Naruto and fire didn't exactly mix well and was just a recipe for disaster waiting to happen. Even I couldn't guarantee this didn't backfire spectacularly. You worry too much. Of course Naruto didn't see it that way, waving off any concerns they had. Obito-senpai recognizes that I got the talent for it. He grinned at me. I shined it in such a way that it made my stomach drop, because I knew what he was going to say next. Obito-senpai is like me, you know. He's probably gonna become the 5th Hokage, and when he does that makes me a student of the Hokage, so I think I can handle a Katenjutsu or two, you know. I hated being right. Just why in the world would he say it like that? As if it wasn't that enough that it wasn't true, but he had no idea the kind of position he was putting me in. Building me up to be this inspiration inside his mind, when all I was going to wind up doing was disappointing him. That is impressive. The stall owner meanwhile let out a big belly laugh to a future Hokage sitting right in front of me. Now it even extended to this guy, damn it. Alright, order up. Fortunately for me, no further conversation could be had as 2 ramen bowls with miniature mountains made of toppings were placed in front of us. In a way, it was a blessing. The massive amount of food served to shut Naruto up for several minutes as he once again inhaled it like a vacuum cleaner. I would also admit it, but it was damn good. It wasn't Riz homemade cooking, but it was probably the next closest thing in terms of deliciousness. Finishing our food, the 2 of us thankfully managed to leave without any more talk about the Hokage rising. As we exited the stall, calling our thanks for the food, a familiar voice also called to us from the street. "Ah, Obito, Naruto, I knew I might find you two here." Rin ran up to the 2 of us through the crowd, that same world-illuminating beautiful smile on her face as always. "Nichin," Naruto grinned back at her, holding out a peace sign as she approached. "I did so good today. Obito-senpai told me I could have anything I wanted to eat," he said. As I recalled, that was in no way how that conversation went. Rather, I remember him sulking up until I offered to buy him something in order to cheer him up. Of course, I wasn't about to call him out on his lie. It would just be too much of a headache. "That's so?" Rin asked, rubbing his head affectionately before turning her attention to me. "Sorry about your wallet. He didn't order too much, did he? If you want, I'll pay you back for however much his portion was. It had been rather pricey considering it was just ramen." Although I'm pretty sure he got every single topping they had and then doubled it, which is unfortunately the same thing I ordered, not knowing what I was getting myself into. "It's fine." I shook my head at her offer all the same. "You cooked for me last night. I can at least do this much to pay you back." Now that I thought about it, if he ate this much for just one meal, I could only imagine what their monthly grocery budget must be to accommodate that bottomless pit he called a stomach. "You don't need to be considerate about things like that," Rin said, completely missing the irony that she also just offered to pay me back. "I'll cook for you anytime, so don't hold back," she said, pressing her arms behind her back and leaning towards me. I ended up instinctively leaning back, turning my eye away and glancing up at the night sky to avoid her gaze. Anyways, how was work? You must be tired." I attempted to change the topic, not sure I could handle the embarrassment if she kept saying things like that any longer. Rin had always been like that, since we were kids, saying things like that while having no idea the kind of impression it gave me or what it did to my heart. It had been no wonder why I'd fallen for her as hard as I did, to the point it hit me even now as an adult. Rin giggled, apparently enjoying my reaction. "How about I tell you on the way home?" she asked. "Home?" I repeated, not sure what she meant. I was going to head back to the Yocho estate to turn in for the night. I had no intention of going to her place now that she had found us already. Certainly I would have escorted Naruto the whole way, but now that the 2 of them were together there was no need for that. They could take care of one another, even without me there. "Oh right," she said in that way that meant she only just remembered. Interlacing her fingers in front of herself, she slowly began to twirl her hips back and forth. "I was thinking, as long as you're training Naruto, why don't you come and stay with the 2 of us? It will be easier on you that way too, right?" "Really?" Naruto asked, already jumping in the air. "You're gonna come stay with us?" He was awfully damn excited for a kid who had forgotten about me up until a couple days ago. "Hold on now." I tried to calm him and ran both down, holding up my arms in front of myself as if warding off an attack. I didn't agree to anything yet. The immediate disappointment on both their faces would have made you think I just kicked a cat. I mean, it just doesn't seem practical, right? Your apartment is already so small. I would just be a burden if you had to accommodate me as well. Not to mention, I did not want to go back home and see the look on Isumi's face when I told her where I would be staying. She would tease me for it until the day I died. "That's no problem at all." Naruto and Rin responded together, in perfect sync with one another. I grimaced, suddenly starting to feel actual pressure to have to accept. I could kind of understand this kind of blatant selfishness from Naruto, but from Rin, and it was downright uncharacteristic. Certainly, she was pushy about a great many things, but it was always because she worried or was trying to cheer you up. For her to be pushy about something like this just as I was feeling all my excuses run out, there was a sudden weight on my right shoulder. Ribbit, an orange toad the size of my head was sitting there, yellow eyes blinking dully. It glanced around here and there, seemingly without much consciousness aside from hunting for some flies to eat. I knew better than that, however. Whoa, it's huge. Naruto had no idea what the toad was, simply enamored with the size of it. Any moment it looked like he might jump towards me in an attempt to snatch it. Rin seemed to realize the same thing, placing her hands on Naruto's shoulders. "How about you consult with your clan first about coming to stay with us?" she said. For now, it would seem I was safe. Honestly, I don't even know why I was so desperate to avoid it in the first place. The younger me would have literally killed people for this chance. Yet here I was, trying my damnedest to keep Rin at an arm's length, despite her best efforts to close that gap. Maybe it was because I knew Rin didn't actually see me in the way I wanted her to. We were just childhood friends in her eyes, so it was natural. For me, however, her desire to be close just gave me hope for something that would never become reality, to have her return my feelings. I suppose that was why I was fighting this so hard. "Oh, we're leaving?" Naruto asked as Rin started to push him away. "Well, alright. See you tomorrow, Obito-senpai." His pout did kind of make me feel bad, but it was nothing compared to the look in Rin's eye. Despite the fact that she was smiling at me the same as always, something about it didn't reach all the way, and I thought instead she might start crying at any moment. "Hey, Rin," I started to call out to her despite myself. However, the toad gave another ribbit, and any words I might have wanted to say died on my tongue. "See you later," I said. "You too, Naruto." "Same place as today." The goat nodded to me, bidding last farewells before disappearing into the heavy crowds. "Ribbit." The toad continued to croak, and I glared at it out of the corner of my eye. "Hurry up and lead the way to Master Jiraiya already, Kamakiki." I snapped at it, speaking to the toad as if it was a human being and not just some animal. "Watch the attitude there, buddy." The toad responded, perfectly capable of speaking and sentient thought despite having not said a word until just now. "You look like you wanted to run away from the conversation right up until I showed up. Not having second thoughts now, are ya?" I clicked my teeth, both hating how right he was and how paradoxical my feelings were. "You're right. I'm sorry." I apologized. Not like I had much choice. If I take this guy off and he told his dad, I was gonna have bigger problems to worry about. Namely, a toad as big as a house trying to squish me beneath his fat webbed feet. The little bastard laughed out loud, knowing full well why I was forced into backing down so quickly. "All right, buddy, that way." He began to guide me, pointing his whole stubby arm in the opposite way Rin and Naruto had just gone. I started to walk, barely able to move through the growing crowds. It was getting to be about prime nightlife time, and with the influx of visitors for the CHUNIN exams, business was certainly booming. Not much longer and the nightly festivals would begin too. That's when things were going to get really wild around this time of night. "You're a pretty amusing guy." Kamachiki continued to gab at me as I navigated the crowds, occasionally pointing down a side street or indicating when I should turn. "Why is it you never signed the toad contract?" "I hear you've been hanging out with Jiraiya before I was even a tadpole," he asked. Master Jiraiya was perhaps best known for his affiliation with Mubikushun and the sentient sage toads that inhabited it. To the point I defined most of his fighting techniques and was an excellent source of resources and knowledge. It was also why Minato-sensei, Jiraiya's pupil before me, had formed a contract with them. He had also been capable of summoning them to his aid whenever the task at hand required a bigger solution. For example, Kamakiki's father, Kamabunta, had been there to assist in the fight against the Nine Tails over a decade ago. So it seemed only natural that I would also enter into a contract with them, just like my sensei and master had done. "I don't really understand the specifics myself," I answered as best I could. "But according to Fukazuka-sama, there is some bad blood between Mubikushun and my clan. Something about a fight long ago between the sages of the past and Sharingan warriors looking to take their power. It was ancient history, so old there weren't even reliable records about it anymore. Some grudges transcended such things, and despite having no problem with me personally, my family name was enough reason to deny contracting with. My master had tried sticking up for me, but even he couldn't go against the word of his own master, the old toad sage Fukazuka. despite not having a contract with them. However, it was still impertinent that I have a kind of relationship with the toads as a pupil of Juras, so I had come to be on a friendly basis with a great number of them over the past few years. That's all? Kamakiki asked, apparently not too interested despite it having been his question. Anyways, here we are. I stopped outside a corner bar. The entire place just a single counter you would stand in front of to order your drinks, located among the patrons and predictably flirting quite loudly with the nearest woman available was my master. Tell Jure I said bye. Kamakiki then disappeared in a puff of smoke, not even waiting for my reply. Oh, Obito, over here. Jure took notice of me not even a second later. Waving me towards him, I saved to a spot. He patted the counter to his right, a gap just small enough for a single person to squeeze in. Since there were no seats, it was just a free-for-all, people fitting in wherever they could. Having said that, Jirai was a fairly large and imposing figure, not to mention how loud he got once drunk, which it certainly looked like he was on his way, cheeks already flushed and a lecherous grin aching at half his face, so people were giving him a bit of a berth, not much but enough. I've been trying to contact you the past couple days, I complained, although I don't know why I bothered. It was always like this, impossible to get a hold of when you wanted, but always calling upon you at his own convenience. I didn't bother telling him why I had been seeking him either, as it was both no longer relevant and he no doubt already knew. To my chagrin, he just laughed, deeply and from the belly. My bad, he said, not sorry at all. Here, have some hot sake. It will lighten you up, maybe finally get rid of that constant glum look you always have. He didn't even wait for me to refuse, placing a small ceramic cup in front of me, the inside already full. I thought about telling him to shove it, but honestly some alcohol sounded good right about now. So without another word I picked the cup up, capable of holding it between just 2 fingers and downing the sake in a single swig. The warming sensation of the sake spread through me in an instant, sending a slight tingle all the way down to my toes. I slammed the small cup on the table, and it was filled back up in an instant. That a boy. Jirai thumped my back, clearly pleased with my display. It wasn't often that I felt the need to humor him when it came to his proclivities. That meant alcohol, women, and gambling. Having said that, I did see the appeal. Sometimes it was just easier to bury your troubles into those things, if it will help you forget even for just a moment why it was necessary in the first place. Being back in the village reminded me all too strongly of all those things I had been trying to forget. So I downed the next shop too, and then the one after that in fairly quick succession. That, huh? Jiraiya asked, leaning his arms on the countertop. He hadn't quit smiling, but there was a tinge of pity in it now that hadn't been there before. Where to even start? I asked, legitimately not knowing what to bring up first. Maybe the sake was already taking effect, because the freshest memory was what ended up tumbling out of my mouth first. Rin told me to come live with her. I said, almost as if I didn't believe it myself. Oh, Jirai cheered for me, thumping my back hard enough to knock my chest into the side of the counter. I knew you had it in you. Back for only a couple days and already getting cozy with the ladies, just like how I taught you. He laughed out loud again, taking another shot of his own cup. The container he was pouring it from must have run out because he called for another one right after. I finished my next cup too. Taking courage from the warm liquid inside, I turned down her offer. I said, without even turning to look. I could tell Jirai was waiting for me to tell him why. I think no, I'm positive that I'm still in love with her. And when she asked me to come live with her and Naruto, I don't know. I panicked. How long had it been since I verified my feelings out loud like this? Then again, I'm not sure I ever had. Idiot. Shirai chopped me on the head, but not with any kind of real force. He then poured another cup, one for me and one for himself. Placing the container down, he held his full cup up to me. I silently picked my own cup up, clinking it against his before we both downed them. Yeah, I really am an idiot, huh? I asked. He snorted, which caused me to give a short chortle of my own. It built from there, and in seconds we were both laughing so hard that the people around us tried to make even more space. No one wanted to be next to a couple raving lunatics, it would seem. I've been waiting a long time for you to figure that one out, Jiraiya said, wiping away tears once we both calmed down a little. Maybe coming back to the village was the right choice after all. I didn't really get what he meant, as I had been assuming until now that we were here for our Karishown. As if sensing that was what I was thinking, Jiraiya finally decided to take the conversation down a more serious road. With everything you've seen and heard the past couple days, what do you think about what's going on? Are we in danger? Good question, I drawled, turning around to rest my elbows on the counter and look out at the crowds behind us. Tourists from no less than 4 foreign countries were here to watch shinobi from their nation compete in the final matches. Not just tourists, but supposedly a light ninja, and who was to say what others, all intermingling in this festive atmosphere. On the surface, everything seems to be fine. Certainly hectic, but not anything to worry about. Yet at the same time, I thought about all the things I had seen and heard since coming back. I can't help but get the same feeling I had before the Yuja incident. It was there, boiling beneath the surface, something larger than our Kirishome. He was the one poking his head out and making a ruckus, certainly, but it was more like he was just a sign of the beginning, a bad omen of more terrible things to come. That was how I felt. You should trust your gut and hold on to the feeling, Jiraiya advised. It might just be the thing we need to weather whatever storm you think you see coming. Hearing him say that did remind me of one other thing. It's probably nothing, but just before this I met a man with red hair at the raiment stall. I decided to relay the information to my master just in case. It probably wasn't information he would be able to make use of, but it was better to say it than not, and only regret it later by finding out it was important. Red hair? To my surprise, he suddenly stood straight. It was like all the earlier intoxication was gone. My master suddenly sobered as he turned to regard me. Tell me more, he demanded, far more interested in the topic than I expected. It would seem I had been ready to trust my gut on this one. I wasn't able to get much. I shrugged, turning back around and leaning in to make our conversation more private. He was from the Hidden Rain village, and while he had this kind of foreboding presence, I can't describe it better than that. The only distinct thing about him was the color of his hair, so I don't know what it could have been. His eyes? Jiraiya pressed, but to that I could only shake my head. Hidden behind his bands, I answered, should I have pursued him after all? It was starting to seem like I made an error in judgment, but Jiraiya quickly cleared my doubts. No, you did well, he said. It's probably nothing anyways, but I will look into this case personally. With that, he poured another drink for each of us and steered the topic once more to lighter ground. Again, I didn't really get it, but if Jiraiya was the one to say it then, I knew to drop it. If it was really important that I know about it, he would tell me when the time came. For now it would seem that there were too many uncertainties to confirm or deny anything. Although Jiraiya appeared to have an idea for the possible identity of the man I had met, in the meantime, I would just leave that to him. I had enough on my plate with Naruto as it was anyway. Katen Fire Flower Jutsu, Naruto called, successfully spitting out flames that wrapped around the shuriken in his hands. The projectiles took off, arcing towards me in a mesmerizing spiral pattern, only for the flames to fizzle out after 5 or so meters. Losing control of the chakra that had once been surrounding them, the shuriken were left to just fly in whatever direction they had last been guided in. I didn't even have to guard against them with one of the canoe I was holding, most of them striking the walls of the canal, a couple plopping harmlessly into the river before sinking below the surface. Damn it, Naruto growled, his frustration growing with every failed attempt at the jutsu. Never mind the fact that it was amazing progress over the past week it had taken him to get this far. I was starting to think Naruto was actually some kind of genius, which when you consider who his parents were, it wasn't exactly that much of a stretch. Let's take a break for now on Naruto, I said, pocketing my kunai and glancing up at the sky. It was hard to accurately gauge the position of the sun with the high walls of the canal on either side of us, but it had to be afternoon by now. The two of us had been going at this training since daybreak now without rest, Naruto insisting we start earlier and earlier as his impatience with himself continued to thin. Not yet, Naruto said between gasps of breath. He was nearly doubled over, legs wavering as he struggled to even maintain a steady stream of chakra to keep him standing above the water. I can still keep going, yet he insisted that he wasn't done yet anyways. I could only sigh, having long since gotten used to his stubbornness over this past week. Fine, I relented, already seeing where this was going. What's the rule this time? Whenever we hit an impasse like this, we had developed a system to determine the outcome. It was pretty simple really. Naruto and I would have a quick match, but with a twist Naruto got to impose one rule for the fight. It could be anything he wanted, but it had to apply to both of us. Giving Naruto the power to choose was really just my way of making him think I was giving him a handicap in our fights. He had yet to win even once, although I would admit he was getting more clever with his rules as the fights went on. His first couple had been things like only Tayusu were fighting with our eyes closed. He had failed to realize at the time that these things inhibited him far more than me. After getting his ass thoroughly whooped the first several matches, he had finally caught on to doing things that would stun me more than it would him. For example, banning the Sharingan had been his rule in our last fight, despite the fact that he didn't even have the Sharingan, but he realized I had never imposed limitations such as that. It still didn't help him win, but it showed a growing cunning, which had been my goal in the first place. Naruto smirked, no doubt having secretly been aiming for this. Perhaps the biggest downside in my ploy to combat his stubbornness was the fact that it in a way rewarded it. Certainly Naruto never won, and so was forced to take breaks when I told him to. But I think he had come to enjoy our spars to the point he was looking forward to them. Alright, Obito-senpai. Naruto held an arm up, open palm extended in my direction. Stop right there. I did as instructed, glancing down and mentally counting the steps between us, about 10 paces away from one another by my count. So here's the deal, Naruto continued, about to lay out the rule he decided upon. No moving from that spot. If you fall in the water, you're out. Now I got it, so that's what Naruto was aiming for. I nodded along to his rules, but also pretended to be disappointed in him by frowning in that disapproving way I learned from Minato-sensei. You just want this to turn into a ranged battle so you can keep practicing your jutsu, don't you? I asked, acting like I had already seen through him. If it was possible, Naruto's smirk only grew bigger. Don't be mad because I just figured out how to turn your own game against you, he said, before then forming his favorite seal, Kaichibonshin no Jutsu. Half a dozen clones appeared, standing sideways on the walls of the canal, each one of them just as cocky as the original, Katon Fire Flower Jutsu. They all caught together, attempting to perform the jutsu he until now was incapable of successfully completing. None of them were capable of it this time either, but his control did appear to be improving ever so slightly. Just before the flames surrounding the shuriken fizzled out, he had managed to steer several of them in my direction, leaving the now steaming shuriken on a direct course for me. Not bad. I slipped out the kunai I had just pocketed earlier, twirling it by the ring on the handle. With several metallic clangs and sparks flying from the metal-on-metal contact, I deflected all the shuriken. At the same time as this was happening, 2 hands shot up from the water's surface beneath my feet. The clone that Naruto had created below the surface had been waiting for this timing the moment I was distracted by the attacks from above and he made his move from below. The hands clamped around my ankles and in another second they would drag me beneath the surface. At least I'm sure that had been their plan. In the same motion that I deflected the shuriken with the kunai held in my right hand, I tossed the second kunai hidden in the sleeve of my left. It flew straight down with enough force to penetrate the water and spear the clone beneath me in the head. In a puff of smoke, it was gone, and I was still standing. Said H, no good after all. Naruto's smirk deflated, but the fire in his eyes hadn't been burned out yet. Charge him. The rest of his clones let out battle roars, pinballing back and forth across the high canal walls as they closed in on me. I didn't even bother giving them the time of day, fixing my Sharingan eyes solely on the original. His blue eyes met my one red, and in that instant the match was decided. Genjutsu was a powerful tool, capable of altering the flow of your opponent's chakra and causing them to see all manner of illusions. It was also one of the most difficult aspects for a ninja to master, which was one reason the Sharingan was such a feared and powerful jutsu. With just a single glance of direct eye contact, we could cast our genjutsu on our opponent in an instant. Some of us were better at it than others, such as Itachi and Shusi, who were unparalleled geniuses. They could cast you in genjutsu so powerful you didn't even realize you were in one, or make a second in real life feel like hours compared to them, and I was an absolute novice. That was fine for this, however. The point of what I was trying to accomplish wasn't to place Naruto under some complicated illusion. Even just one that lasted a second was fine. It was the disruption of chakra caused when you fell under genjutsu I was aiming for. Naruto was already exhausted to the point he was having trouble maintaining a proper stream of chakra to keep himself standing above the surface. Just a small chink in that already unstable flow would be enough. Whoa. And as predicted, Naruto suddenly fell straight down, sending a fountain of water to come splashing up in his place. His clones also popped out of existence as he was no longer able to properly maintain them with his disrupted chakra. The sudden dunking would have served to break the genjutsu, and his head popped back up above the water only a second after he went under. No fair, I had you that time. Despite his complaints, he complied with the rules, and upon pulling himself out of the water, we both jumped up to the bridge above us. You might have had me that time, I praised, taking a seat on the bridge and leaning my back against the railing. You were just a little too obvious with the setup. Some serious forethought must have gone into that fight, which meant Naruto was starting to plan these out in his free time now too. It wasn't just things he was thinking of on the spot. He was actively strategizing and using his head when he could be goofing around. It was a strange feeling that I felt welling up in my stomach, but I could only describe it as some kind of pride. My compliment seemed to work to slightly boost Naruto's spirits. It was looking like Naruto was ready. How about you and I grab something to eat? While we do, we can discuss your strategy during your first match and look into the profiles of the other opponents you might have to fight. I pulled a scroll out of my pocket as I said this. Contained inside it was all the information on this exam's final applicants. Ah, that's right, Naruto responded by tapping a fist into his open palm as he just recalled something. Speaking of food, Nichin made this for us. He went over to a small cloth-wrapped box he had brought with him this morning and placed at the edge of the bridge before beginning our training. He opened it up to reveal an assortment of onigiri, and not just a few of them either. She must have gone all up early in the morning, or possibly even the night before to make this many. Here you are, Obito-senpai. Naruto handed a couple to me before taking a seat directly to my right. It was beyond delicious as was to be expected of anything made by Rin. Yet as I dug into her homemade cooking prepared just for the two of us, I also couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Ever since our conversation in which I had turned down her offer to stay with them, and the two of us hadn't actually met face to face, I think I was afraid that if we did it was going to come up again, and I just didn't want to see her make that face again when I inevitably had to tell her I just couldn't do it. Despite being in the same village after years of being away, it somehow felt like we were further apart than ever. So what have you got? Naruto asked, snapping me from my musings. I shook my head to clear myself of the unnecessary thoughts, untying the string holding the scroll shut and then unrolling it so we could read together. Let's just start with the basic information, I said. The fact of the matter was, I needed to review this information far more than Naruto probably did. He had actually already met everyone in this list and would have even seen them in action during the preliminary matches held after the Forest of Death portion of the exam, so he at least had a grasp on their basic abilities and powers already, including you. There are 4 shinobi representing our village for the final exams. Naruto glanced over the names I was now looking at. Piece of cake, I can handle these guys no problem, he confidently declared. Shikamaru is like the laziest guy I know. I bet he doesn't even show up. Shino is just some weird bug guy, and Sasuke, well, I ain't about to lose to Sasuke. Despite himself, there was a slight stutter at the end there when talking about his teammate. Let's just skip you to Sasuke for now, I said. Naruto knew everything there was to know about him, his abilities, skills, and even temperament. The fact that Kakashi was personally training him did worry me, because there was no doubt if my old rival got serious about this, then Sasuke was going to come back much stronger than Naruto was anticipating. There was no point in preparing for such unknowns right now, not when there were so many other variables we could focus on in play. For starters, Naruto was vastly underestimating his classmates. I wouldn't look down on either the Nara or Birdie clans if I were you, Naruto, I warned. They might have been his classmates, but it was obvious that Naruto didn't understand the first thing about their lineage. Let's take Shikamaru for example. Certainly he might be lazy, but his Jonin sensei is far from it. Saratari Asuma, another familiar name from my academy days and grandson of the current Hokage. Shikamaru will be there that day, count on it. His clan specializes in manipulating shadows. If he catches you, the match might as well be over right there. Naruto nodded, suddenly taking a nervous gulp of air as his earlier confidence began to evaporate. Then there's Saburo Nishino, another student with a teacher from my generation, Yuvi Kurenai. This was starting to look like a miniature class reunion, just one where we were making our students fight it out for us in our place. Blocks might be small enough that you don't notice them individually, but if enough of them gather in one place, they can become a formidable force, especially when coordinated. If Shino gets serious, he could probably send flesh-eating bugs to pick you dry in a matter of seconds. Lee, Naruto gasped, his whole body shivering at the very thought of my verbal imagery. Now that I had gotten him good and shaken up, I could give him some good news. Fortunately for you, neither one of them is likely to use any kind of lethal force against a fellow Leaf shinobi. So when we look at it that way, you actually have one distinct advantage against these two. I do. Naruto scratched his head, having no idea what I was talking about. You do, I confirmed. Namely, your incredibly vast amount of chakra. Naruto by himself had chakra twice the capacity of mine. If we then consider the nine-tailed fox chakra on top of that, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was over 100 times greater. The Naruclan's shadow paralysis jutsu consumes chakra like nothing else, so even if he does catch you, it might just be a matter of running out the clock. Meanwhile, Shino is likely only to send his chakra-eating Pikachu after you. Even if he sent his whole colony out, they might not be able to consume all the chakra you have, and if they eat too much they'll become ineffective. So what you're saying is like I'm actually really awesome, Naruto clarified, not at all catching my point. Aside, certainly your chakra reserves are. Unfortunately, that's not going to be enough against all your opponents. I then indicated to the other half of the list now. In addition to the four of you from the league, the hidden villages of the Sand, Sound, Waterfall, and Rain each have one shinobi that made it into the finals. That means 4 other unique villages with very different ways of fighting than what you're used to are being represented here. These 4 will be unlike anyone you've gone up against until now. You should think of them as the top genin in their village to have made it this far in an exam being held in a land that's foreign to them. Naruto's emotions were like a pinball being bounced around inside a machine right now. With every little bit of good news I gave him, and there was just as much bad news to follow. Gaara of the Desert, I said the name gravely. From the look of the roster, he was to be Sasuke's first opponent as the final match of the first round. I suspected this was an additional reason Kakashi had been so keen to focus on him over Naruto. All reports indicated that Gaara was deadly, devastatingly so. He had killed every opponent he had gone up against so far, going as far as to murder the Rain Kunoichi he fought against during the preliminary matches, the only casualty to have occurred during them. Yeah, I met him. Even Naruto had the decency to look rightfully terrified at the name alone. His own match was the first one of the round, so in the worst case scenario, he and Gaara would be opponents in the final. Hopefully Kakashi had something up his sleeve to ensure that didn't happen. Still, I needed to cover his abilities now just in case. The only thing we really know is that his absolute defense appears to be impenetrable. The sand he carries in his gourd moves to defend him as if it has a will of its own. This means your surprise attacks and dirty tactics aren't necessarily going to be enough. Even if you catch him off guard, it doesn't matter if the sand intercepts you. So is there no way I can win? Naruto asked, feeling clearly hopeless. I shook my head. Not necessarily. Sasuke's older brother always says this, every jutsu without exception has a weakness, so we need to find a way to exploit his jutsu so it works against him. For example, just barrage him with fireballs using the fire flower jutsu. I don't expect that they'll get through his defense, but if he cocoons himself inside the sand, eventually the heat from the barrage outside is going to turn the inside into an oven. He'll pass out within minutes under such conditions. Naruto stared at me for several moments in silence, going so far as to stop stuffing his face with rinso nigiri. Finally, he started to show emotion as a huge grin spread across his whole face. That's so genius, Obito-senpai. Hell yeah, if I do that I can win against that eyebrow-less freak for sure. At least he was appreciative of the idea. Although it had only been something off the top of my head, a whole lot could happen while Gaara was out of sight and hidden by that barrage of attacks. Naruto could be wasting his chakra for nothing if that was the case, until I came up with something better within Naruto's current skill set. This was what we were gonna have to go with the issue of Gaara taken care of for now. Let's move on to Dasu of the Sound. This was the person that concerned me the next most. Unlike Gaara, it wasn't because of his own powers, no, it was the village he came from. The Hidden Sound Village was supposedly some new upstart village inside the borders of the equally new Land of Sound. Their forces at the moment were rather small, to the point they sent only one Chunin team to partake in the exams. Despite just that one team entering, they made it to the preliminaries, which showed at least a significantly above average skill level within the village. All of this information was irrelevant, however, because it had come to light during the Forest of Death portion of the exam that the Sound Village, perhaps even the whole country, might actually just be a fraud for Orikarishima's schemes. According to a report by Haruno Sakura from Naruto's team, the Sound team had admitted to attacking them under Orikarishima's direct orders in an attempt to test out the curse mark that had been placed on Sasuke the day before. By all accounts, it would appear they have no interest in Naruto at the moment, but who could say if that was to change? For now, however, I was just going to focus on what Naruto's plan of action should be. He appears to fight primarily by swinging that device on his arm to generate sound waves. All the information I have indicates it is only effective at close range, but you should be prepared for the possibility that he can also attack at range as well, so just do what you always do. Have your clones get in close to him while the real you stays back and attempts to blast him from a distance. No matter what, don't let him get close to your real body. I suspect getting caught in that sound wave will disorient you enough that you lose control of your clones. Man, that fire flower jutsu really is gonna come in handy, Naruto said as if just realizing it was more than a cool trick. He didn't seem to have any further notes, so I just went on to the next name on the list. Next up is Fu of the Waterfall. I frown as I read her profile, as with every other contestant this time around, but she was another seemingly weird case. She and her team fought their way to the preliminary rounds, escaping the Forest of Death in record time and being the first team to arrive at the tower. They had nearly 5 full days to recover in time for the matches. Yet when asked if anyone wanted to bow and retire from the exams before those fights could begin, both her teammates immediately took the opportunity to do so. This meant only one thing: they had been placed in the exams for the express purpose of pushing her through to the finals. Aside from that, however, she seemed fairly ordinary. Certainly some unique jutsu, but there was no reason I could determine from the written text alone as to why she would be so special as to have to be pushed to the finals, no matter the cost. So again, the only thing I could do was focus on her abilities and relay the strategy to Naruto. Fu appears to have some kind of power similar to the Aburumi clan. To what extent it's hard to say, but she can also communicate with insects. In addition, she seems to be able to melt her cupra into a web-like substance that she throws out, and then has a blinding light-based jutsu that we know about. Everything points to her being a Konachi specialized in capturing her subjects alive for information extraction. Basically, just don't get caught and maintain a strong offensive. It was a simple strategy, but sometimes that was best. Naruto was probably going to have to judge this fight on the fly if it came to it. Fu was Shikemura's opponent as the second match in the first round, which meant if she won then she would be the second opponent Naruto had to go up against. Meanwhile, Dasu and Shino were the third match, so one of those two were going to have to get around Sasuke or Gaara before they met Naruto in the final. This was all assuming Naruto even passed his first fight, which brought us to our last contestant on the list and his opponent during the first round of the exam, Ajisi of the Rain. I read her name aloud. That was about as far as I got. A sudden commotion in the distance catching my attention. I mentioned this before, but no one ever came into the old Yicha district just based on its history alone. So for someone to come barging in here, there were only 2 possibilities. They either weren't normal or they were here looking for Naruto. I jumped to my feet, immediately placing myself between my student and the fast approaching noise. My Mangekyo Sharingan spun into existence as I readied my Dotus to be activated at the first sign of trouble. The first priority would be to dump Naruto into a different dimension, out of harm's way. He certainly wouldn't like it, but I wasn't about to take chances. All of this preparation and paranoia ultimately amounted to nothing as 2 familiar faces sprinted into view, the 2 of them seemingly fleeing from some invisible enemy. Kiss-sensei, do not let the ghosts catch me. The younger of the 2 near-identical men screamed. A recently promoted chunin by the name of Rock Lee, Faster Lee, Mike Gay, his Jonan sensei and another former classmate of mine, was just in front of him, leading the way through the compound. Like I said, the other possibility was that a couple weirdos had come in here and it would seem it had been that. While it was true I considered Kakashi a rival, my rivalry with him paled in comparison to the extremes in which they had taken it. Everything this man did was an extreme, his whole life motto about living your youth to its fullest. While I certainly didn't hate Gay the way I did as a kid, I could feel the headache beginning to form already at the thought of dealing with him and his miniature clone of a pupil. Ah, Sensei, a ghost, Lee screamed in shrill terror at the top of his lungs, pointing directly at me. Despite this, the two of them hadn't slowed down for even a step. It would seem they were determined to barrel right through me. Show it what you're made of, Lee. Guts. Gay didn't even recognize it was me, although he usually never did. The man had a proclivity for not being able to remember faces, which is why I think he latched so strongly onto Kakashi, as my former teammate always wore that mask. Never mind that, for the moment, I had bigger problems. Double Gay jumped into the air, legs shooting out in a kick powerful enough to destroy a standing structure. Dynamic entry, Lee joined his sensei, the two of them aiming to separate my top half from my bottom. Should not see much choice, and already having the power of my eye prepared, unleashed my jutsu. The two of them passed through me, slipping by my body as if I actually was a ghost and no longer a denizen of this realm. What? His eyes widened, and just before his face passed through mine, I think I saw realization begin to dawn on him. The two of them landed several meters behind me, spinning around with their guards still raised. Sensei, it truly is a ghost. We cannot hit it with physical attacks. What shall we do? Lee still hadn't caught on yet, and despite facing me down, he was clearly shaking in his combat stance. No, Lee finally relaxed, shaking his head and then smiling at me. It would appear it is our good friend, Obito. Oh, thank goodness he actually remembered my face this time. As expected, but even my features couldn't be forgotten by the man most notorious for never remembering anyone. Ah yes, Lee suddenly stood ramrod straight, before bowing deeply to me in separate rigid motions. Thank you for your assistance on our last mission to the Land of Steam. I apologize for attacking you just now. Gay Sensei and I thought to use this place to increase our speed by using the fear of a ghost attack as motivation. Yeah, that sounded about like some kind of crazy idea Gay would cook up, alright. Hey, Obito-senpai. Naruto was standing next to me. One had gripped the cuff of my jacket sleeve while he pointed blatantly at them with the other. Who the heck are these weirdos with the huge eyebrows? Where do I even begin with answering that one? I asked myself aloud. These are Might Gay and Rock Lee. Gay is a former classmate of mine, and Lee is his student. If I remember right, Lee would have only become a genin the year before Naruto had, so they were about the same age, which was starting to give me an idea. Okay, and what did he mean about the mission in the Land of Steam? Naruto then asked, was it dangerous, like an A-class mission? Technically, my personal mission there had been an S-class one, but I wasn't about to tell Naruto that, something like that, so I tried to downplay it instead. The last CHUNIN exams 6 months ago were hosted by the Land of Steam. I answered while trying as best as possible to be vague since most of the details of that mission were actually classified. I needed an excuse to infiltrate the village, so Gay and his genin team were sent to take the exams and also to act as my backup. Lee here actually received his promotion during those exams, as did his two teammates if I remember right. I glanced at Gay for confirmation, and he nodded with a smile absolutely beaming with pride. What I couldn't tell Naruto was there had been an evil cult-like religion growing within the country that worshipped this god called Jeshin. The government itself wanted to wipe it out, but was incapable of doing so on their own due to recent demilitarization. That's when they had called upon the services of my master Jiraiya for help. He placed me in charge of the mission, and it had been my solution to stage a fake chunin exams to flush them out, as they were cult obsessed with violence, and there weren't events much more violent than these exams. Lee and his teammates even believed the exams to be real, only Gay and myself knowing the truth, so to further authenticate the lie I had recommended them for promotion after everything was over, believing them ready anyways, and it would appear the Hokage had agreed with my assessment. Anyway, this might be a good opportunity, I nodded at Gay, speaking directly to him now. As you probably know, Naruto here is Kakashi's student, and he's taking part in the finals for this round's chunin exam, so how about it? Think it would be okay if he and Lee spared a little? I think it would be good for Naruto to get some experience from someone that just became a chunin himself. It will give him a little more idea about what level we're expecting. Naruto immediately cried. I have to spar against this weirdo. I made a point of ignoring him, but I definitely saw the competitive flames line up in Lee's eyes. They also saw the fire of passion burning in his young charge, and so immediately nodded. A youthful idea. You're most wise to seek out my Lee for nurturing young Naruto's growth. It wasn't exactly like I had been seeking him out. They came to us. Of course, I didn't say that out loud. Great. Good luck, Naruto. I pat my student on the head before a gate and I walked over to the side of the bridge to give the two of them space for their fight. Naruto continued to grumble complaints the whole time, not at all paying attention to his new opponent. I look forward to working with you, Naruto. Lee was at least a good sport about it. He bowed to Naruto and then took a familiar fighting stance, placing one arm behind his back and holding a hand in front of himself, palm facing upwards. Please come at me whenever you are ready. Fine. Naruto finally seemed to realize he wasn't getting out of this and took a half-hearted stance of his own. I actually couldn't wait for what was about to happen. Already having a decent idea of Lei's style, and having been on the receiving end of something like this myself back when Gay and I were still genin. Neither one of them moved for several agamazin seconds, both of them waiting for the other to crack first. Of course it was Naruto who could no longer contain himself. In a burst of speed and with a loud shout he closed the distance between them. He cocked his fist back, intending to go for a straight-on approach. I don't even think he realized what happened next. In one fluid motion, Lee had shifted his open palm so the tips of his fingers were pushing down on top of Naruto's fist, guiding the punch smoothly past him. He then turned his body, leg coming around and simply catching Naruto in a trip. With a simple flick and Naruto was sent spinning like a top, crashing on his back and rolling all the way down the slope of the bridge to the dirt road. What the hell? He recovered quickly enough, jumping to his feet and looking at Lee as if he just cheated. But what? He looked at me and I couldn't help but chuckle, shrugging at him as if to say that's what he got for underestimating his opponent. I believe that is my point. Lee smirked at Naruto, but not in a way that could be described as cocky. More like just satisfied with himself for having been able to get a little payback. The fire in his eyes also said that he was expecting Naruto to take things seriously now, something he finally seemed to realize. The earlier begrudging reluctance on Naruto's face was replaced now with his own grin of anticipation. Okay, it is on. He formed his favorite seal, Cage Punch and no Jutsu. 4 clones popped into existence and all 5 started to charge together. If Lee was surprised by the materialization of real physical shadow clones, he didn't show it. He also seemed to understand it would be unwise to remain on the defensive now that he was outnumbered and met Naruto's charge head-on. In only the first couple of traded blows and Lee managed to pop several of the clones, even outnumbered, and the level gap between Lee's Taijutsu skill and Naruto's was far too wide. At this rate, Naruto was going to need to change something up if he wanted to close that distance in any way. Thinking the same thing, Naruto created a dozen more clones just as his last one from the first group popped out of existence. This time, instead of charging in with his clones, the original Naruto and one other held back. Lee's eyes narrowed slightly, noticing the sudden shift in strategy. However, he appeared to not mind, pretending to fall for Naruto's tactic as he once again engaged the charging clones. It was like watching a professional dancer. The way Lee twisted and moved, dodging Naruto's barrage of kicks and punches as if he wasn't even trying, all the while returning with his own powerful blows. Every punch he threw didn't look like they should have that much power behind them, yet I could feel the subtle shockwaves from here with every blow he landed. This kid, he was probably even stronger than Gay had been at that age. Once again, Lee wiped out every attacking clone. It was when the last clone burst that Naruto sprung his surprise attack, Katen Fire Flower Jutsu. Both Naruto and his clone had already performed the hand signs and melted the chakra while Lee was fighting the other clones. The only thing left was to release the jutsu. It was at this point every time that Naruto failed, he had memorized the hand seals. Learned the timing for the shuriken, mastered converting the chakra in his lungs into flames. It was maintaining the chakra once it was outside that always tripped him up. Normally, in a matter of moments, the flames would fizzle, Naruto losing control of the chakra and leaving the shuriken as just slightly heated projectiles. This time was unlike all those before. Naruto didn't realize it, but I had purposely been having him practice the jutsu under conditions that were harder for him. such as pressuring him while he was attempting to weave the signs and making him practice while water walking, diverting his attention and chakra control elsewhere. This time he had none of those distractions. The twin sets of fireballs flew fluidly in a mesmerizing spiral pattern, both Naruto and his clone guiding them as he had been taught. The jutsu was a success. Naruto had successfully performed it for the first time, technically twice. Just because he finally pulled it off didn't mean the attack was going to go well. Leave Hurricane. Lee seemed to realize that Naruto was barely maintaining the fireballs as they were, even now the flames threatening to flicker out. So he spun in place, swinging a powerful kick into empty air. His aim hadn't been to hit anything but to generate a gale powerful enough to knock the flames out of existence. It worked. The fireballs disappeared, leaving the shuriken behind. What? Lee must not have seen Naruto using the shuriken as a catalyst to maintain the jutsu, because he was suddenly caught off guard as the dozen spinning blades closed in on him. No time to dodge. He slipped a kunai out from an orange leadwormer, slashing at the blades and deflecting most of them, all except one, which grazed his left bicep. It wasn't a deep cut, just enough to tear his green jumpsuit and cause a small trickle of blood, but it was still a hit. I did it, Naruto whooped, jumping into the air. He and his clone then high-fived before embracing one another in a celebratory hug. Lee didn't appear to know exactly what Naruto was celebrating, but the enthusiasm was infectious and he was also smiling as he jogged up to his opponent to congratulate him. Well done, Naruto. I'm most impressed by your skill. He held up both hands and neither Naruto hesitated in passing the high fives to him. Heh, thanks Bushy Brow. Naruto had already given him some weird nickname. You were really awesome too, you know. I was surprised by the Wallop pack. Where did you even learn to punch like that? As the two of them started a friendly banter, Gay and I couldn't help but smile at our pupils. Oh my goodness, Gay shouted, giving me a thumbs up. I expected nothing less from Kakashi's student, but it would seem you have also been working him quite hard. You might just be a natural teacher. I shook my head at the praise. My skill or lack thereof as a teacher really has nothing to do with it. Naruto is simply his father's child, that's all. Besides, Lee is quite impressive himself. I returned the compliment. I would go so far as to say he reminds me a lot of you back when we were that age. Although you haven't exactly changed much. To this, Gay let out a boisterous laugh. That's because I'm still inside my springtime of youth. That was certainly one way to put it. Although, I will say you have changed quite a bit yourself. The loud and obnoxious way he had been speaking disappeared, replaced now by a more concerned tone. I couldn't help but glance over to see him in one of his more serious moods. A rare sight. I could only shrug. Yeah, well, a lot happened. There really wasn't anything more I could say than that without thinking about it too much myself, which I had been actively avoiding for this past week. I know, Gay nodded, and I hoped he would drop it there, but he didn't. To be honest, it makes me a little sad. I know it affects Kakashi too, seeing you as you are now. Even you must realize that is why he started mimicking your old mannerisms. Part of me wondered if someone was putting him up to this. However, I got the feeling that wasn't the case. He was just generally concerned as an old classmate. Gabe was a good guy, but I didn't want him or anyone else digging into my business like this, dragging up old wounds. We can't all be like you, Gay, I said, fighting the urge to sigh. There wasn't even anger in my words. I just felt tired of it all. Yet somehow I felt like the lack of energy in my response was what upset him the most. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Kate pointed at me, voice raising ever so slightly. You used to be such a spirited youth. It's why I was okay with accepting you as another one of Kakashi's eternal rivals. Your ambition to become Hokage was the mark of a great man. Why would you give up on such a dream? Now he went and said it. I felt something boil in my stomach, and just as I turned to finally tell him off, a third voice interrupted us. What? Naruto had at some point taken notice of our conversation. He and Lee now standing not far from us. While Lee looked at least slightly embarrassed to have been caught listening in, Naruto had much bigger things on his mind. That's a lie, isn't it, Obito-senpai? He asked me, laughing almost nervously like we were just telling bad jokes. You haven't really given up on becoming Hokage, right? A small part of me thought to lie to him, to tell him that it was indeed just a joke, two old war buddies giving each other a hard time, nothing more than that. I honestly think Naruto would probably believe it if I did tell him such bullshit, because deep down he wanted to believe it. However, I knew this conversation was coming sooner or later. It was only a matter of time before I finally blew up at him, unable to take it anymore. He brought up that damn dream too many times, so in a way, this was better. I could calmly give him the facts, lay it all out on the table and make him understand why it just wasn't a realistic or even a very good dream. It's not a lie, so I told him pointedly, not holding back at all. I haven't sought the mantle of Hokage for a long time now. So then everything up until now has been a lie instead? His response was predicted, so I was already prepared for that. No, I said quickly. I have never once told you I wanted to become Hokage. Rin was just remembering pointless things as is gay. I shot him a quick glare out of my one eye. He did look apologetic, but I couldn't actually hold it against him. He had no way of knowing this was going to happen. It was too late now and the only thing left was to get through it. The fact of the matter is, I probably never actually wanted to be Hokage. I was just a lonely kid looking for attention. I thought by telling people I wanted to be Hokage they would have to acknowledge me. It was just me being a stupid kid, nothing more than that. You can't mean that. Naruto screamed before the last sentence even completely left my mouth. Nichin told me about it. How you and my dad used to talk for hours about what you would do after you became Hokage. He believed in you. So there's no way I can believe those talks the two of you had were all a lie. I won't believe that. Damn it, Rin, there she went again and again telling Naruto pointless stuff, filling his head with all this garbage about how I used to behave. Naruto, despite myself, I felt my own temper begin to rise and I was starting to lose that composure I had been hoping to maintain for this conversation. Having Naruto use his own father, my teacher, against me in this argument was just something I couldn't overlook. You'll figure it out one day too, take it from me. Nobody actually wants to become Hokage, no matter how much they think they do. My dad did become Hokage, Naruto bellowed, now shouting at the top of his lungs. He wanted to become Hokage and he did. All that time believing that when he retired you would become the fifth, you know. Tears were threatening to fall from his eyes at any moment now. And look at what really happened. I knew I was about to regret those next words before I even yelled them. Your father became the Hokage and now he's dead. He didn't even make it long enough for me to grow up. Meanwhile, I'm like this. I gestured to my scarred face using the arm that wasn't even made of my own flesh. How can you possibly think anyone would accept someone like me as the Hokage? Open your eyes, Naruto. Naruto started chuckling, either too shocked for words or finding something about what I said funny. Tears also freely rolled down his cheeks now. Despite this, I didn't soften my glare. I was right when I first met you, you know. There's no point in learning the basics from some weakling who just gives up on his dream. My dad would be pretty disappointed in you. He said, nah. I started to rebut him but stopped. Something about those words just now shook me. Right down to my very core I felt it. Whether it be the content of his words or just the calm way in which he said them, or maybe even both, I was incapable of making Naruto see my reason. He wasn't going to give up that easily. See ya. Naruto put his hands in his pockets, turning and walking away just like that. There was nothing more for either of us to say to one another. We were both set in our ways. In a way, I finally got what I wanted. I had been trying to get out of training him from the beginning. Now I finally had a way to cut ties with him. After he told Rin about this, there was no way I was going to be able to continue teaching him. This was a victory in a sense. So why in the hell did I feel like I had just lost? After my fight with Naruto, I wasn't exactly sure what happened. It was like 1 second it was noon, and the next it was already dusk. My memories just jumbled together and didn't make any discernible sense, like I was just floating from place to place without any real connection between them. I know I must have said goodbye to Gay and his student, but I didn't even remember it. Was it possible I just left them there without a word? I didn't know. I didn't give a damn either. Ha! I shouted in exertion, banishing all these pointless thoughts from my mind. The only thing that was important was my training. Just forget about everything else. Fist met fist, my conch connecting with the solid wood of my clone. The sound of our clash echoed all around us inside the Uchiha State Dojo. It wasn't enough. Over the sound of our combat, Naruto's words kept playing over and over again inside my head. They wouldn't disappear. I just needed them to disappear. A deep guttural roar tore from my throat, and I unleashed a barrage of punches at my clone. No strategy or thought behind them, just a single base instinct to erase the doppelganger in front of me. In contrast, The clone I had created without emotions kept a calm head. It continued to guard against my relentless barrage, all the while waiting. It knew an opening would come. Sweat dripped down my face, and for a moment I missed my old goggles. If they hadn't been crushed by that boulder, maybe I would still have them. Maybe they would have kept the sweat from dripping into my one eye. The salty sting caused me to flinch, not even for a full second, but it was enough. There was a gap in my assault, and my clone didn't miss it. His arm shot forward, but not in a punch. He grabbed me by the scruff of my jacket and hoisted me forward. In that same motion, he swept my feet out from under me. The world spun as I was thrown through the air and over the top of my clone's head. I didn't even get the chance to correct course, smashing onto the hardwood floor of the dojo a moment later and rolling several meters to a stop. Shit, damn it. I saw red. Everything around me disappeared as my anger took over. I was barely aware of what I was doing as my hands began forming the signs Captain Fireball Jutsu. By the time I came to, the great fireball had already burnt my clone to a crisp. Only smoldering pieces of burnt bark remained where an exact copy of me had just been standing. "Do you wish to talk about it?" Itachi stood at the doorway. How long he had been watching for now, I couldn't say. I hadn't even sensed his presence. I know he called out to me just now. Not that it mattered to me if he was watching or not. I turned my attention away from him and down to my own clothes as I started to dust myself off. "I think it's pretty obvious that I don't," I said, not at all caring how I was addressing my superior. It was what he got for asking me a stupid question. What were those CHUNIN even for if he thought I looked like I wanted to talk? "You're right, I apologize." With those words, ordinarily you would think this meant he was going to leave me alone and get out. Instead, he shut the door behind him and walked until he was standing in front of me. "Allow me to rephrase it. You and I are going to talk about it." He then sat down Caesar style. When I didn't move, he merely glanced up and said, "Don't make me have to give you an order as clan head." "Ha," I scoffed. "Pretty sure I'm technically still banished." Despite those words, I did as asked and dropped down to my butt, now sitting with my legs crossed. It wasn't like I was about to push Itachi. Despite being younger than me, and even if he technically didn't have control over me as clan head, there were definitely ways he could get me to go along with him. So it was better just to do this the easy way. Itachi nodded appreciatively at my compliance. "Truth be told, there isn't much meaning in calling myself clan head," he said, surprising me. I thought he was going to talk about my problems, but it was still about this. "As you know, our clan is just 6 people. Of them is my mother, my brother, my lover, my best friend, and you. Nice to know I was the odd one out." "Even if you don't say that, I know," I deadpanned, not at all seeing where he was going with this. "I do not believe you do," he said matter-of-factly. "My point is, why do you think it is I took the position of clan head, when such a position at this point is only mostly ceremonial? I have no real power. We were stripped of any kind of influence from the village after the clan massacre and subsequent execution of Danzo, so I don't have any power there. Meanwhile, the only ones that hold sway over here are people I would never have to command to do anything. As you said, even you, who are the most distant to me, are not a true member of the clan, so I truly don't even have any power among any of the Icha, yet I bear the title as head." "Alright, I'll bite," I relented. "Why did you take the title of clan head then?" There was no way I would actually know the answer. It was a rhetorical question he was asking of me. There was some lesson to be found here, but I still wasn't sure what it was. "It is my punishment," Itachi said simply. "I believe the saying is, 'Heavy is the head that wears the crown.' For my crimes against the previous clan head, my own father, and for the crimes I nearly committed, I took this title, not for ceremonial purposes, but to remind myself that I am still being punished." His words caused me to shift uncomfortably. Punishment was in a way what I saw too, so what they was talking about resonated within me. "What do you mean by crimes that you almost committed?" I couldn't help but ask. The smile Itachi gave in response to that question terrified me to the core. "Did you know I was planning on killing you?" He asked so nonchalantly I almost thought he was joking. Yet I knew he was being serious. Before the attack by Root, I was already in negotiations with Danzo. In exchange for wiping out the whole clan except my brother, he would agree to keep our clan's planned coup d'etat a secret. Then, years later, I would be killed by my brother in revenge for the clan. That had been my plan. I was silent. There were literally no words I could think to possibly say in the face of such a bombshell confession. Of course, I knew that Itachi's father, Fugaku, and the rest of the clan had been planning to turn against the leaf. Asumi had been the one to tell me, but she had also been worried about Itachi. She had secretly followed him one time to a meeting with Danzo. It was how I knew that old bastard had been involved in the first place and why I began monitoring him at her request. To know they had planned to go that far, however Shusi knew I mumbled, finally putting the pieces together. Itachi nodded in confirmation. Now I knew why Shusi did what he had done. He had also gone to meet with Danzo, but for a different purpose. It was his intention to use Kotomotsukashi, the ultimate genjutsu granted by his Mangekyou Sharingan, to trick Danzo into striking first with Root. Danzo had other plans and wanted Shusi's eyes for himself. Neither of them had been aware I was there for the meeting, and when Danzo attacked in an attempt to steal his eyes, I had used my own Mangekyo to save him. Only after did I learn that Shusi had already planted the genjutsu in Danzo's mind. In a rush, I managed to warn Izumi in time to save her life, but I was too late to stop the attack. Root struck before the Yuja could finish the preparations for their own invasion. Everyone had died except the 6 of us, and all this time I thought it had been my fault for saving Shusi's life. If I had just let Danzo kill him and take his eyes, maybe some kind of agreement could have been reached. Maybe there wouldn't have been any fighting at all. That had just been my delusion. The clan was going to be wiped out no matter what, huh? I asked. What a terrible joke this all was. Were we all really so rotten just like that man had said? No one knows for sure. Itachi sat shaking his head. Maybe if I had tried to find a different way, perhaps if I trusted in my brother or best friend, it was because I couldn't, that Shusi felt the need to do that. If the clan was going to be wiped out either way, he wanted to save me from my guilt. Instead, it just wound up being the 3 of us that now have to bear it. Shusi for being the one to cast the genjutsu that would lead Danzo to wiping out our clan, me for having made him feel like there was no other option, and you for having saved Shusi's life. This isn't making me feel any better, Itachi. I couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. Why after all this time was he telling me this? This is something only Shusi and I knew until now. You had a right to know as the 3rd one bearing the responsibility. Not even Hokichi-sama knows most of this. Also, there is one more thing I must confess to you, and it is the real reason I took the title of clan head. He wasn't done yet, it would seem. Just how much more down did he want to make me feel? You must already realize it, but when Shusi told me what he had done, I managed to get there in time to save my brother and then my mother. The truth is, I could have also saved my father. Now that Itachi said it, I did always kind of suspect something had been amiss about that. All 4 of them lived in the same house, and the attack had happened at night when most would be asleep. This meant they must have all been there. So why was it that Itachi had been able to save 2 of his family, but not that 3rd? Deep down he was right, and I had already realized the truth. My father, Fugaku, was the one organs in the clan Kuji added. He hadn't been the one to start planning it, but as the clan head he was going to be the one to see it done. Even more so after the attack by Root. So after getting Sasuke and my mother to safety, I returned and killed him myself. And there it was, the final truth of that night. The real reason why Itachi had become head of a clan without any real power. You're forgetting one thing though, I said, glancing up to the ceiling as I recalled an incident even further back. Your father and the other Yuja felt pressured into having to take extreme measures because of the 9-tailed fox attack years before. There was never any proof anyone could find because I hid the corpse of the real perpetrator. But most of the village had come to suspect and Yuja was somehow involved. They were right, but it hadn't been someone that anyone thought was alive. So our clan was unfairly persecuted for something they had nothing to do with. That one is solely on me, so the majority of blame is still mine. So you say. Itachi nodded along to what I was saying but then held up a single finger. However, no matter how many times you make that claim, you fail to state why it is you believe it to be your fault. Are you not simply projecting? You lost your sensei in that attack. And you were also a banished clan member. So, unlike other Yuja, you were free from persecution that the others suffered, and you feel that is unfair, do you not? That is the true source of that guilt, I believe. It was a good theory. It might even be partially true that I felt that way, but it wasn't the whole story. Let's just pretend and say it's exactly like you just put it, I said, really just beginning to get tired of this conversation. Why was it that everyone in this damn village wanted to talk so much about the past with me? Couldn't we just all forget about it and move on? Wouldn't that be easier? Never mind that the one most stuck living in it was me. Get to the point of all this already, Itachi. Yes, you're right. Itachi closed his eyes and nodded. We've gotten off track. My point is, I became the clan head because it was a suitable punishment for my crimes. So that is why for you to truly move on and accept punishment for whatever crimes it is you think you committed. He paused, just long enough for me to think I was going to have to tell him to continue. You should become Hokage. There was complete silence following that statement. Even all my thoughts had come to a halt. There was just no way I could think anything after having heard something as ridiculous as that. I wanted to laugh out loud. I actually might have if I wasn't so sick of this. Each and every one of you, I ground my teeth so hard I thought they might crack. Why is it so hard for you all to understand that I gave up on my dream of being Hokage? I reached forward and grabbed Itachi by the cuff of his shirt without thinking. The last person in this village that should become Hokage is me. Don't you all get that? If my shouting or aggressive actions bothered Itachi, he didn't show it. Instead, he looked at me as calmly as ever and said, "That is precisely why it should be you." If you truly feel you're so unfit to become Hokage, then is it not a suitable punishment for you to take on that role? Perhaps then you will find peace with yourself. That doesn't make any damn sense. I shoved him back, falling back into my sitting position as I continued to glare at him. The Hokage is the role reserved for the most respected man in the village, someone that everyone has acknowledged. A Hokage should be strong. He should be someone that can lead people. You calling the title of Hokage a punishment is contradicting yourself. To this Itachi laughed. For perhaps the first time I had ever seen, he laughed. The one contradicting himself is you, he then declared, pointing a finger right at me. For someone that has given up on becoming Hokage, you still seem to hold the position in incredibly high esteem. So no, you're the one here that doesn't make sense. If you had truly given up on it, you would resent the title itself and everything it stood for. Because it would be a symbol of everything that you have lost in your life. Instead, you cherish that title more than ever. You cherish it so much you've convinced yourself that no one can ever be worthy of it after your sensei, least of all yourself. Again, there was nothing I could say. Itachi seemed to know this, smiling at me with pity. You're worthy of the title of Hokage Obito. I believe it. Asumi and Chusi believe it. Nohararin and Hata Kakashi believe it. Your sensei most certainly believed it. The only one who truly doubts it is you. Yet you're the one who just said the Hokage is someone acknowledged by everyone. The only person left to acknowledge you is yourself. I felt a sudden perspiration on my wrist, and for a moment I thought I had broken out in a cold sweat, touching my hand to my face. However, I then realized I was crying. Somewhere along the line while Itachi was speaking and I had begun crying. Please think about what I have said. Itachi stood up to leave. He never even asked about what had been bothering me. From the beginning he had known what it truly was, so he didn't need to know about the fight with Naruto, because while that fight had been the trigger, Itachi hadn't been interested in that. I kinda wanted to hate him for being so perceptive. Right now, however, I was just grateful because I knew what it was I had to do next. There was still no way I thought I would become Hokage, and I wasn't stupid enough to think about starting to dream for it again now of all times. However, what I said to Naruto back there had been unforgivable. I thought I was trying to spare him from future pain, but all I was really doing was trying to make him like me. I think a part of me had wanted to see him become me, as if the happening would somehow confirm that I had been right all along, justified in telling myself to give up. Naruto hadn't taken my bait, and now I knew why. It was because my argument was fundamentally flawed. I wanted him to hate something I myself couldn't even hate. That was why there was only one thing I could do from here. I had to go apologize to Naruto. For the first time in over a week, I found myself once again stuck outside the door to Rin's home. Why was it that I found it so hard to muster up the courage every time I came over here? To be fair, I had a pretty good reason this time. The fight with Naruto had been all my fault. There was a very good chance he wasn't even going to want to talk to me, and an apology probably wasn't going to be enough to make everything go back to the way it had been between us before now. Even so, I owed it to him and to myself to try. While I was at it, I should probably apologize to Rin for being so distant upon my return. I'd been putting her through so much for a long time now, and it only seemed to have gotten worse since I got back. Realizing that only doubled the pressure, and I was starting to debate about doing this tomorrow instead. It was already late after all. The sun had set and they were probably tired. Giving Naruto a good night's sleep would also be a good idea. Might make him more receptive to an apology that way. Yeah, I found myself nodding along to myself at the sudden inspiration. Never mind the fact that I knew it was really just me chickening out for the moment, merely pushing back the inevitable, if you will. Just as I settled on giving up for the day and running away, I heard a small shuffling sound on the other side of the door. Someone was preparing to leave. If I used my dotus, there was plenty of time to get out of there without being caught. Yet I think deep down a part of me wanted to be discovered, and I froze in place, unable to come to any kind of real decision long enough for the door to swing open. "Obito," Rin gasped the moment she saw me. I wasn't exactly sure what kind of face I was expecting her to make, but relief certainly hadn't been one of them. Anger and disappointment would have been much higher on my list, yet there wasn't even a trace of that. That relief did give way to concern, however, when she glanced around me and seemed to notice something was missing. "Where's Naruto?" she asked. "You mean he hasn't come back yet?" I couldn't help but be surprised myself. I knew the revelation I didn't want to become Hokage and the subsequent fight had been something of a shock to him, but I didn't think it had been a big enough deal that he wouldn't come home. This was bad, the other possibility being he hadn't been able to come home for some reason. "I'll go look for him." I turned to leave and do just that, but Rin suddenly caught me by the wrist. "Wait, tell me what happened first. Why isn't he with you?" she asked, pulling me back as if to drag me into her apartment, despite the fact she could have only been leaving to go look for him herself just now. I resisted her pull, trying to snap my wrist free, but she had an iron grip. I wasn't getting out of this unless I decided to use my dotus to slip through her touch or tell her the truth. "Do we really have the time for that?" I asked, not committing to either of those choices. Naruto could be in trouble right now, even if it's nothing. After everything that has been going on, do you really want to leave anything to chance? "Obito," Rin yelled, the anger I had been looking for this whole time finally surfacing. "Talk to me, damn it. Don't just keep shutting me out. You're hurting and hurting, yet you keep hiding it from me and pretending like I can't see it. You promised me you wouldn't hide your wounds, don't you remember?" Tears threatened to fall from her eyes, and I realized just how much her emotions had been bubbling up inside. For how many years had she been holding on to that one? I couldn't help but wonder. It was true that I needed to find Naruto. However, it would appear that I needed to prioritize Rin for now. I had been hurting her for far longer than I had been needing to apologize to Naruto after all. I could probably wait a little while longer. "You're right, I'm sorry." I relaxed my wrist in her hand and took a step forward. As kids we were always about the same height, but as adults I towered over her petite frame. "Can I come inside? There's probably a lot we have to talk about." Rin simply nodded and the two of us entered together, closing the door shut on our way in. The whole time she never let go of my wrist, even as we moved to the living area and sat down on the sofa side by side. I'm not even sure she was aware she was still holding on to me, or maybe she was afraid I would try to bolt the second she let go. Either way, such proximity to her would normally leave me a nervous and babbling mess. Right now just didn't feel like the time for that, and there were far more pressing matters on my mind. Naruto and I got into a fight. I finally told her what happened, deciding to just start from the most recent of events. He found out about how I'd given up on becoming Hokage, and well, I probably don't need to tell you, but he got pissed. I almost laughed in self-derision. I didn't handle myself any better and lost my composure. After that he just went storming off. This was around noon, and after that, Rin asked. I didn't realize it, but at some point she had started running her hand gently through my hair. It made me realize how much like a real mother she had become. There was no doubt she did this exact same thing for Naruto whenever he was down. What I felt like she didn't do was rest her head on his shoulder, which she had also just started doing with me. "I went back home," I said. Since when did I start coming to think of the clan estate as home? I wasn't sure. Yet it was undoubtedly the closest place to home that I could give the word to. Well, there I had a chat with Itachi, and well, let's just say he talked a little sense into me. I came here to apologize to Naruto and to you. Me? Rin asked, lifting her head and looking up at me with her brown eyes. She must have known I had a mountain of things to apologize to her for, but it would seem she had given up on expecting any kind of apology from me on any of those things. Yeah, I nodded. I made you wait a long time to hear this, but I'm sorry. After all this time, I finally said it. That promise I made to you, it looks like I won't be able to keep it. One day, I was going to become Hokage and save the world. I always used to say this, but no one ever believed me back then. Rin was the only one. As if to honor that, I promised her I would definitely fulfill that dream. She knew without me saying it that this was the promise I was talking about. She just had to. Yet for some reason she smiled and then shook her head. No, Obito, you don't have to apologize for that. Haven't you been giving it your best? It wasn't so much a question she asked, but more of an affirmation, as if she legitimately thought I was giving it my best the whole time. I opened my mouth to refute her, but she kept going. I've been watching you all along, she proclaimed. It looks like you've gotten a little lost along the way, but that's how you've always been. There's still time, Obito. Your promise to me hasn't been broken. It's from here on out that you can continue to reach for it. The whole time she continued to smile at me in that same way that she always did, in that way that told me more than words ever could how much she believed in me, even when I never did anything to give her such a reason to. Now come on, she stood from the sofa, pulling me up with her. Let's go apologize to Naruto. Up until this point I was unable to get in a word edgewise. As she began to pull me towards the door, however, I remained rooted in place. She looked back at me curiously. Rin, do you mind waiting just a little longer? I couldn't help but ask. She tilted her head, not yet understanding what I was talking about. I can't become Hokage, not like I am now, I clarified. She looked like there was something she wanted to say, but she kept quiet. She must have realized I wasn't done. I did think that maybe I'm a little closer than I was before. I still feel like I'm a little lost, but I think I might have found a path back to the main road again. So just a little while longer is fine. Please wait for me. For the first time in a long time, I felt glad I have come back to the leaf again. Gee, she moaned before then letting out a soft giggle. Even if you didn't ask, it's obvious I would. I'm the one always stuck waiting for you to me. Despite saying that, she didn't seem to mind at all. If anything, she looked only all too happy to be stuck having to wait for me. Damn it, I was reminded all over again why I kept falling for her time after time. We shouldn't keep Naruto waiting though, she then added as an afterthought. He's not nearly as patient as I am. I scoffed. Yeah, no kidding. This was a huge relief though. With Rin by my side, I had a feeling we could convince Naruto to hear me out somehow. He might not like to hear everything I have to say, but I had to at least believe it would go better than our last talk. Hold on tight, I warned, the shape of my Chunin changing as I activated my Mangekyo. We're gonna change locations. Okay, she nodded, suddenly pressing her whole body against mine. I had meant that she had to do that, and I thought she was aware that my ability didn't need us to be this close to properly use, as we had been would have been fine. Still, I wasn't about to clear up the misunderstanding either. With a slight smile and blush tinting my cheeks, the world around us bent away. It wasn't actually the world, but us getting pulled into a vortex with my eye at the center of it. An instant later, and Ray's living room turned into a view of our village from atop the fort's head. That was the true power of my Mangekyo, able to jump to any place I had seen or been before by accessing a separate dimension. I referred to this miniature pocket space that I used to get around as Kamui, and it was the same name given to my jutsu as well. As for why I topped the Hokage rock, well, there wasn't any better place to search for Naruto than from a high vantage point. It had nothing to do with our previous conversation, I swear. Cold, Rin shivered, pressing her body a little more closely against mine as a powerful gust of wind battered at us. Even at the height of summer, it was expected for the sudden altitude shift to cause us to be a little chilly. Being the dead of night didn't help anything either. Just bear with it for a minute. My Sharingan and I was already scanning the village for any traces of Naruto's chakra signature. It shouldn't be hard to find, considering how much of it he freaking had. Not to mention having the fox sealed inside him gave it a distinct color that made it all too discernible from all other chakra. Despite being night, the entire village was awash in the light of a full moon. The busier sections of the village benefited less from this natural light, those parts already glowing like beacons. However, the forests and more residential parts of the village were also much easier to view now thanks to the moonlight. As it was, I shouldn't have to strain my Sharingan too much. Even smaller chakra signatures more distinct to me. I was reminded of something that man once said about how our eyes were directly linked to the moon itself, which made me wonder if this was part of what he had meant. A sudden flicker caught my eye and my Sharingan focused on that. As it did, my brain trying to determine what part of the village that was, I soon recognized it as the designated area for foreign diplomats, as well as any shinobi that had some kind of connection to the exams. I was about to move on from that area, figuring any kind of flare of chakra was just because some of the contestants were training or practicing their moves. However, just before I did, one of the flaring chakra signatures looked familiar to me. I couldn't say who it was, but that was definitely a shinobi of the leaf. Just as I focused in on that flare, it went dark. Not in a natural way, as in they were no longer utilizing their chakra. No, even then there was a signature. This kind of sudden drop in chakra could only mean one thing, death. Rin, I said, my voice grave. Her hold against me tightened and brown eyes hardened in resolve. I had to say nothing more than that for her to know we were about to jump into danger. We have faced life and death together numerous times already, so it was easy to recognize when one of us sensed a possible battle. I activated Kamui, the two of us being pulled into the vortex of my Mangekyo Sharingan. The world once again twisted and bent away, only to come back into focus with us much lower to the ground, standing on a rooftop nearby where I had just seen the chakra signature flicker out. We both glanced around, on guard for any sudden attack as well as looking for anybody in need of saving. Heighten, Rin suddenly yelled, breaking away from me and sprinting over to a body cast aside on the very same roof we were standing on. I immediately knew now why the chakra signature had been familiar. It was yet another former classmate of mine, although he was barely recognizable to me now, so it was incredible that Rin figured out who it was so fast, just with a single glance no less. My eye wasn't even immediately drawn to his face, but rather the egregious amount of blood that was around him. His CHUNIN vest was shredded to bits, as if thousands of tiny blades had dug into him all at once. They didn't just stop at the vest, having torn into his chest cavity and exposing his internal organs, the shiny red still pulsating innards clearly visible in the moonlight. Even with Rin's advanced medical ninjutsu skills, I knew he was beyond saving. That didn't mean Rin wasn't going to try anyways. Heiken, stay with me. She called out to him again, dropping to her knees right down next to him. She didn't even care that she was getting covered in his blood. Her hands were immediately alight in a soft greenish glow. I didn't linger on the side much longer, instead turning my back to them while scanning for any sign of the fleeing perpetrator. Even if they were lying in wait for us, I should be able to pick up on a trail of their chakra. This fight had only just ended, so there was no way they could suppress their battle spirit that quickly. Found him. My Sharingan locked in on movement over half a kilometer away, someone jumping from roof to roof. Any kind of physical characteristics were impossible to discern from here, but that wouldn't matter once I teleported to him. Rin, I'm heading out in pursuit. Just as I started to shout this, a new surge of chakra caught my attention. What? Not just mine, but Rin's too. This surge of chakra was completely unlike the previous battle, which had been so subtle it could only be detectable by either someone with a powerful dotus like my own or a sensory-type ninja. No, this was much different. This chakra had an actual shape, taking the form of a giant scaly tail. OBITO, it's Naruto. Rin suddenly shouted, having not let up on her emergency healing for even a second despite what was happening. For a split moment, I thought she was referring to the tail itself, but that couldn't be right. I had seen the tails of the nine-tailed fox in person. This was nothing like that, although it did feel similar. No, it wasn't the tail itself that was Naruto. The tail had come out in response to Naruto. I could see it clearly now. On the roof several blocks away were two chakra signatures. One of them was the source of the sudden monstrosity. The other was Naruto. He was in danger. I had a split-second choice to make pursue the entity that had just done in height or give up on that and protect Naruto. It wasn't even truly a choice. I wanted. My dotus was already active, transporting me. As I assured Rin that I was going to save her adopted son, the world collapsed around me. The massive tail large enough to block out the moon going from a distant image to something so close it could squish me at any second. Obito-senpai. Naruto was directly to my left, butt planted firmly on the roof, as gazing up at the tail the same as I was. "What are you doing here, even in danger?" And he managed to sound angry at me. "Forget the fact I was here to rescue his sorry ass. That's my question, you idiot." I snapped back at him, not in the mood for any games. On the other side of the roof was the source of the tail, a cocoon of sand with a small boy encased inside. Dara of the desert. My one eye widened as all the pieces clicked into place. "I don't know," Naruto yelled, and I believed him. I was just wandering around after our fight, and then I came across this guy. He didn't finish the statement, but I had enough information to know what had happened. Our fight had trapped Naruto in a sea of negative feelings and emotions. I knew this because it was the same for me. However, unlike me, Naruto had a tail beast inside him to feed on these feelings of hatred, sadness, and betrayal. That, temporary as it may have been, increased the connection to the fox which then guided Naruto here. He might have thought he was wandering aimlessly, but his chakra had synced with Gaara's without him knowing. That was because Gaara was also a Jinwekirake. The two had been brought together by the connection they didn't even know they shared. This also explained the single tail and why it felt so similar to the fox despite being different. The why was irrelevant for now, despite having figured it out. What was more important was getting us both out of here. I wasn't about to engage in direct combat with the Jinwekirake of a foreign village and contestant in the exams. The number of reasons why that would be a bad idea was too long to list in the limited time I had. Too bad I wasn't given any kind of say in the matter. The reason I knew it was Gaara trapped inside that cocoon of sand with a tail growing out of it was because there had been a hole about the size of his face when I first arrived here. That hole had been constantly shrinking until it was no bigger than the size of an eye socket. It should have been impossible for a jutsu to come out from a hole of that size, especially one as massive as the one that did. In a split second, an arm the size of the tail emerged from the hole and began barreling towards us. The shingles of the roof were blown away, creating a ruckus loud enough to wake the entire block. Not that it would alert anyone in time to save us. It would be easy to dodge the attack by myself. I could just use the second ability of my Mangekyo Sharingan to slip through the attack and I would be fine. This wouldn't save Naruto, however, and I couldn't use both abilities at the same time, which means I couldn't just dump Naruto safely into the Kamui dimension either, not at the speed at which this thing was approaching. My jutsu would be too slow. There wasn't even enough time to form hand signs to launch a jutsu to counterattack. So I was just going to have to use a jutsu that didn't require hand signs, the Kufranbu. Unlike other fire release jutsu, this one was unique to me, a technique I had invented myself by combining my Yuja-born fire manipulation with the power of Kamui. I spit out a wave of pure fire that encased a massive area, while at the same time using Kamui to twist that fire as it was coming out, creating a vortex that drilled through anything in its path. My powerful fire jutsu collided with the massive sand arm of the tail beast. Our attacks immediately cancelled each other out, my fire-based jutsu being smothered by the layers of sand and the tip of that arm being burnt to a stubby crisp. It would regenerate soon enough, but that wasn't of consequence to me now. I didn't need to win, I just needed to grab Naruto and escape. That was victory enough for now. We're leaving. I don't even think Naruto fully grasped the sequence of events in the order in which they had taken place. From my arrival to now, less than 10 full seconds had passed. Catching him up to speed could come later, I decided. I reached down, grabbing him by the shoulder all while activating Kamui in one motion. Naruto had all the time to blink and the two of us were next to Rin, sitting in a pool of Hyde's blood that immediately soaked into Naruto's orange pants, dyeing them a terrible dark shade. Naruto. Rin threw herself onto him, wrapping her adopted son in a hug so tight it looked like she was trying to crush him. I didn't even need to ask about height. If Rin wasn't trying to heal him anymore after such a short span of time, then he was already gone. No matter how much she cared about Naruto, she wouldn't have abandoned the effort to save someone's life if they had been Saval's. What the foo? Naruto didn't even seem to realize what was happening right now. Not that he had been teleported or that his beloved big sister figure was holding onto him. The only thing he could do was stare at the blood that had stained his palms after I dropped us off in a pool of it. "Obito-senpai?" He looked up at me, tears threatening to fall from his eyes at any moment. He was confused and wanted answers. "It's all right, Naruto. You're safe." I had yet to remove my hand from his shoulder. A roar from several blocks over commanded all our attention. The tailed beast was retreating back into the cocoon, but it was screaming wildly as it did. For now it would really appear we had made it out of danger, but that didn't mean we could stick around here much longer either. If we did, too many questions were going to end up being asked. We're leaving now, I stated simply. Keeping one hand on Naruto's shoulder, I reached down with my other and grabbed onto Hyde's calf. Rin was still clinging to Naruto like her life depended on it, linking all four of us together. One instant we were in the darkness with only the moon to give us any light. The next, and we were directly in the middle of the lobby at the village's largest hospital, where Naruto and I first met upon my return. Screams suddenly cried out from all around us. The true extent of Hyde's injuries clear for anyone to see. Rin was on her feet in an instant, shouting orders and making demands. The immediate chaos around us was completely brought under control by her quick and authoritative actions. While Ring worked, I guided Naruto over to some chairs placed against the wall. Isn't that the proctor for the final exam? Naruto's eyes were nearly vacant, and I was surprised to hear he was capable of taking in any of his surroundings at all. I traced his gaze over to Hyde and realized in that moment that he was the one Naruto was talking about. Apparently he had been in charge of monitoring the fights, which meant he would have met Naruto during the preliminaries, although it looked like they were going to need a replacement now. "Naruto, I need you to listen to me," I said, using my most authoritative voice. For a second it didn't even look like he heard me, still staring at Hyde as he was loaded onto a stretcher to be taken away. Finally, he seemed to focus back in on me. If he was still angry from earlier, he was incapable of showing it right now. I would guess he was in shock. Ren is going to have to perform an emergency autopsy, so she's going to be busy for the next few hours. You understand what I'm saying? I asked. Several agonizing seconds passed, but he eventually nodded. Good. Ren isn't going to leave the hospital. That means you aren't going to either. Just sit here. If you need anything at all, even just someone to talk to, call one of the nurses, okay? Truthfully speaking, I didn't want to leave Naruto like this. He needed someone he knew and could trust to decompress with. This might very well be the first death of an ally he had ever witnessed. If we didn't handle that right, the trauma could mess with his psyche for years to come. "You're leaving?" Naruto asked, his little hand grabbing onto the cuff of my jacket sleeve as if asking me not to go. Our earlier fight was truly the last thing on his mind right now. I hated to disappoint him, but there was nothing I could do about it. "Naruto," I spoke his name gently, reaching a hand up and rubbing his blonde locks. "I have to tell Hokage-sama what happened. He needs to know immediately, or there might be more people put in danger. More innocent people could end up like the proctor if I don't go right now. You understand that, right? I have a job to do as a shinobi of the leaf." Naruto slowly nodded. "I understand." He was so completely unlike himself that it was tearing me up inside. Was this what Gay was talking about earlier when he said that he couldn't accept me as I was now? Had I become some hollow thing, incapable of being like my old self? "When I come back, you and I are going to talk about that fight we had, okay?" Bringing that up seemed to make some of the light return in Naruto's eyes. "I have a lot of things I need to say to you, but for now, just know that I'm sorry. I was wrong about most of what I said." "Most?" Naruto asked, at least trying to sound joking about it. "Don't push it, brat." I ruffled his hair a little harder before standing up and taking a step back. "I'll see you, if not again tonight, then first thing in the morning at Rin's place. It's a promise, yeah?" Naruto nodded, looking at least a little more chipper than before. It wasn't much, but it was going to have to be enough for now. I activated my jutsu and the sight of Naruto distorted and twisted before vanishing completely as I once again changed locations, this time to the Hokage's place of residence. "I see." The third Hokage nodded as I finished recounting the events of what had just transpired. Several long and agonizing moments after that followed as he leaned back in his chair, taking a long drag on his pipe. He then let out the smoke, and my one eye followed it as it drifted to the ceiling and then spread out across the room, before finally disappearing. In consideration for me and the fact that I had just been involved in a fight, he had instructed me to take a chair and sit down across from him at his desk. I assumed it was just a courtesy, as it was only the two of us and no one was there to see me. Usually I would be required to stand at attention in front of my boss. I didn't think it was because he was expecting this meeting to go on for some time. Yet even though I had finished my report, it didn't seem like he had any intention of dismissing me for the moment. I didn't want to urge him to get a move on either, but I really wanted to get back to Naruto and Rin while there was still time tonight. If this meeting went on for too long, I was going to have to go over in the morning after all. Never mind, we should all be in bed already anyways. So tell me, Obito, what do you make of all this? He suddenly asked, snapping me from my thoughts. Sir, I couldn't help but ask back. I had already given him a report as accurately as I recalled it happened. Was he asking me to give it again, or I'm asking Obito that if you were in my position, what would be your plan of action? How would you handle this? He clarified, but that explanation only left me with more questions than answers. In your position? Are you asking me if I was the Hokage right now? What would I do? He couldn't possibly mean that, but there weren't many other interpretations when you considered the options. That's exactly what I mean, the Hokage said as if his patience was running thin, completely ignoring the fact it had been him doubling up until now. Right, I dragged out the end of my word, trying to buy myself even a couple seconds of time. I hadn't come here with the expectation I was going to have to think about things. It was supposed to be a just tell him what happened and then leave kind of thing. Of course, it wasn't like I didn't have thoughts of my own. For starters, it does seem suspicious that the hidden sand would bring a Jinwekari to the CHUNIN exams of a foreign village. Normally, they would have him take the exams when it was hosted within their own borders. Not to mention, the timing just seems to line up too well. Or Karishim targets the Sharingan, a Dotus capable of manipulating tail beasts, in the same exam that Sand brings their own. It's dubious at best. The Hokage nodded to what I was saying, still smoking his pipe the whole time. So you would say that I disqualify this Gaara? Am I understanding that correct? Well, no, not exactly. There were no easy solutions here as far as I could tell. Just because the timing looks suspicious doesn't mean there's any actual proof of a connection. Going by the state of Hyde's wounds, it would seem a food tenjutsu had caused them at first glance, but I need to wait for Rin's autopsy report to know for sure. If it was a food tenjutsu, however, that would make the likelihood that it had been a sand shinobi from the land of wine quite high, since I failed to catch the perpetrator. We again have no proof, but wanting us to suspect the sand might also just be one of our Karishim's schemes. If he can drive a wedge between us and our allies, it would only strengthen his position. This time the Hokage nodded, and I could have sworn I saw the ghost of a satisfied smile. So for the time being we can do nothing against the hidden sand village. If anything, it sounds to me like you will wish to strengthen ties. To this I could only nod. War was something I had seen enough of in my life. One of the reasons I had wanted to become Hokage was to be able to end them. Even if I didn't necessarily still aim for the title of Hokage itself, there was no way I would ever stop desiring an end to war. That still doesn't bring up the question of the hidden sound village itself. The Hokage continued, taking his pipe from his mouth and pointing it at me. What would you have me do about them? Unlike with the sand, we have actual proof that at the very least the Genin team infiltrated the exams under our Karishim's orders. Now he was asking me about questions no longer related to my report. This had involved Gaara and one unknown assailant. There was no proof it had been someone from the sound either, yet I was being questioned about it. There was no choice for me but to play along with his games for now. He was my boss after all. Let's assume the worst case scenario and the hidden sound village is here under Ortorishim's direct orders for some kind of invasion. Again, this was the actual worst-case scenario and not what I necessarily believed to be true. Or Karishim is originally a shinobi from our village, your own student no less. If we reveal he is the one behind the scenes of this new village, it just makes us look bad and weakens our standing. So again, it's more a matter of just heightening security and letting what will play out, at least until we can find any direct proof of their plans or a way to stop them. Even if this means running the risk of getting the other countries and shinobi villages involved in our war, the Hokage asked. 3 other countries will have their diplomats and leaders in attendance during the exams. You would ask that I put them in danger? No, that's not what I'm saying. I started to rise from my chair, voice climbing with me. I caught myself just in time, clearing my throat and sitting back down. My point is, we can't just go picking a fight, even if it looks like our Karishim is trying to start one with us. If we take his bait and strike first without proof or show discrimination against his shinobi who fought to be in these exams, then we're proving him right. Even if we save lives this way, we'll lose the moral battle, and I'm not sure, but that doesn't feel like Lord First's will of fire. You don't desire revenge for Gecko Height? Or at the very least to know who it was that killed your former classmate? Now that he asked that, I realized how numb to his death I had been until now, despite the fact that we used to see each other every day at the academy, that we had fought side by side in war together. His death in my mind had just been another one in the long list of them. I've seen where revenge gets you, most of all when it isn't you just seeking it. It was the only thing I could possibly say. That man had wanted revenge against me for not saving him after he had been the one to save me. My clan then wanted revenge against the village when they were blamed for the attack he caused to get that revenge. Their own search for revenge caused them to get wiped out from within. So yeah, I was pretty much over the whole revenge stick by this point in my life. I see, the Hokage said again, and I couldn't help but wonder if he was disappointed in me. Instead, he nodded a moment later as he came to some decision. I've made up my mind. It shall be you that escorts me on the day of the final exams. I'm sorry. What? I asked, his words confusing me slightly. I had a pretty good idea of what he was asking of me. But there was just such a gap from what we had been talking about to that statement just now, so of course my mind couldn't keep up. The day of the tournament I will be sitting at the highest seat in the stadium to observe the fights and give speeches, he said, starting from the most obvious. Next to me will be the village leaders of the other forest nations who have shinobi represented at this exam. This means the Kazekage of the Sand along with the heads of Rain, Waterfall, and Sound. Although no one knew who the head of the Hidden Sound truly was, it couldn't be possible or Kurishum himself would show up in person. All of us will have one guard allowed to stand by us at all times during the processions, the Hokage said, pointing at me again with his pipe. You will be that one I have by my side. I have use for your keen eye. If there is any sign of trouble during the exam, I want you by my side to help me deal with it. At the moment, there is no one I trust more in the village who has all the information about what is going on, right? I nodded, finally starting to understand this for what it really was. For a moment there, I had almost gotten my hopes up, so it was a good thing I kept my expectations in check. You just need me because I'm the only one that knows about the tail beast then. While it was true a few others such as Naruto and Rin knew, they couldn't be by his side for obvious reasons. Naruto because he was a genin fighting in the tournament, and Rin as Naruto's guardian. To my surprise though, the Hokage then shook his head. No, that's hardly it at all. I would also like you to get to meet some of the other leaders. My ears are starting to go in my old age, you see. I might need you to talk to them for this old man. He laughed at his own joke. Let's not even mention these darn eyes of mine. I can barely see the fights from so high. You'll need to be the one to judge the participants for me. See who is worthy of promotion or not. I might clear my throat. Not sure how to say it exactly. No, the problem was I knew exactly how to say it. I just didn't want to word it that way. But upon seeing no other choice, I said it plainly. It sounds to me like you're asking me to do your job, sir. The Hokage paused for a second, blinking several times. Then he burst out into laughter. Does it now? He asked, as if the thought had only just occurred to him. Well now, maybe that wouldn't be so bad actually. I've been thinking of retiring for a while now. Please do not joke about that, sir, I said, sounding more concerned than scolding. This village still needs you. I still needed him as well. For my whole life he had been the Hokage. It was him I saw in person and with his stone face up there on the Hokage monument. If he disappeared like Minato-sensei had, I don't know what I would do anymore. Well, let's not worry about such things as that for the time being, shall we? He must have noticed my distress because he gave a big smile as if to show how healthy he still was. All I'm really asking of you is what I would have anyone else do if they were standing up there with me. Try not to think too hard about it. I voiced my agreement and he then let out a loud yawn. Now then, I think it's time I get these old bones of mine to bed. Sorry to have kept you so long, Obito. No problem at all, sir. I jumped to my feet, taking a rigid stance in front of him. If that is all, I would take my leave first. Forgive my rudeness, I said, bowing to him as the words left my mouth. Give my regards to Naruto and Rin for me when you see them, as expected, but he knew exactly why I was in such a hurry to get out of there. With one final word of goodbye, I used Kamui to warp out of the office. Only the place I went wasn't the hospital. Instead, I once again returned back atop the stone ahead of the fourth Hokage, my former teacher, Minato-sensei. The wind chill had dropped even further since I had last been up here, and I found myself tugging at the zipper of my jacket to make sure it was pulled up as far as possible. I slowly walked to the edge of the rock, glancing over the ledge, and directly below, the Hokage Tower where I had just been was clearly visible. After that, I confirmed that there were no further signs of the tail beast from earlier. It looked like it had been taken under control for the time being. That was a good sign. I don't think the Sand intended for it to get out that they had brought a tail beast here with them, so it would have been impertinent to cover it up the moment they saw it begin to go rampant. To my knowledge, no one had seen us, but I hadn't been subtle with that flame attack. If anyone was watching, my fire would have lit up my whole face, not to mention Naruto. Neither one of us were exactly the type to easily blend into a crowd, so it wouldn't take much digging to find us if they wanted. This meant I was going to have to keep an even closer eye on Naruto than before. I needed to start watching my own back as well. As such, I had a feeling I was about to be making much greater use of my Sharingan for the remainder of the month. Speaking of Naruto, I turned my gaze back to the hospital. It would seem neither he nor Rin were located inside the building anymore, as I couldn't make out any sign of their unique chakra signature. That meant they must be on their way back home. If Rin was with him, there was nothing to worry about for the time being. She was strong and, more importantly, smart enough to realize that she needed to be on guard. After what had just happened, we couldn't be too careful anymore. For me, all these threats had just seemed like whispers in the wind, but no longer. With tonight's experience, I have felt for myself the terrible grip of the unseen hand moving in the shadows. This job never gets any easier, does it, Sensei? I don't know why, but I felt like speaking to the rock whose head I now stood on top of. Another chilly gust of wind caused me to think about going back down to a warmer altitude, but I decided to endure it a little longer. It had been a long time since Minato-sensei and I had a chat after all, so I sat down, getting as comfortable as I could on the cold rock. I've been hanging out with your son, you know. Although he certainly takes after you in the looks department, he got all your wife's terrible personality habits. I would appreciate it if you didn't tell her I said that though. That woman had been scary. Unlike Rin, she had a hell of a temper and wasn't above smacking you a good one if she felt you deserved it. Kakashi and I had both been on the bad end of that several times. Anyways, I'm trying my best to get along with him, to be a good teacher for him and to guide him. I think a lot about the things you used to do for me lately. I think you probably know this, but I wasn't really able to appreciate what an amazing teacher you had been at the time. Teaching Naruto made me realize how much of a pain in the ass I must have been. Yet you never showed it, not even once. Even when you were strict, I always remembered that you were fair. I'm not sure I've been able to live up to that. I sighed. We got in a pretty nasty fight today. Don't worry, I think he and I are going to be able to work it out. We kind of talked about it a little after. It's just that I don't know what to do. I was kind of hoping by talking to you now that I might be able to figure it out. You see, the thing is, it feels like everyone in the village is trying to push me into becoming Hokage ever since I came back. Rin, Kakashi, Itachi, Gay, Naruto, and now even the third himself. It felt like no matter where I turned, every sign was pointing to my face getting put up here alongside my teachers. I know you and I always used to talk about becoming Hokage one day. You would even humor me and say things like, we'll both become Hokage, and that made me really happy. Aside from Rin, you were the only other one to believe in me. So I know that you would tell me now that you want me to take the position, but it felt like something got caught in my throat. I reached up with my right hand, clutching at the cloth of my jacket right over my heart. Hey, Minato-sensei had choked back tears, touching the cold stone of his carving with my left hand. Anything to make him feel closer, to somehow get him to talk back to me. What in the hell am I supposed to do? Good morning, Obito, Rin greeted me, opening the door to her apartment to let me in. Unlike every previous time that I had come here, I was finally able to knock immediately upon arriving. None of that debating back and forth whether to go through with it or run away crap that had become customary. It wasn't a huge step by any means, and no one even knew about it but myself. But I was proud of the small growth all the same. Baby steps, those were important right now. Morning, Rin. I returned her greeting, stepping inside and taking my sandals off. Is everything okay after? I didn't finish the thought, but she no doubt knew what I was asking about. Although there was a lot to digest with what had happened last night, our former classmate, Gecko Height, was dead, murdered by an unknown assailant. I was never really close to him, and I don't believe Rin had been either, but he was still an ally of ours, one we used to go to school with every day. A man we had trusted our backs to on the battlefield. For him to be done and well within the borders of our own home, it was almost like some kind of bad joke. The problems didn't stop there. Rin, Naruto, and I had been witness to the hidden Sans Jinwekuric as he partially transformed, letting his tail beast out temporary though as it may have been. There was no telling how many others had seen it, but the more distressing possibility was if someone had seen us. We very well might have targets on our backs now, so we couldn't be too careful. Going by Rain's solemn manner at the moment, everything appeared fine, and no problems had arisen yet, thankfully. She smiled gently at me and nodded ever so briefly. I finished the initial autopsy fairly quickly. It's as you probably suspected, but a food tenjutsu was what caused those wounds that killed him. I left the more detailed autopsy to the night staff so I could hurry up and bring Naruto home. Sorry if we missed you when you came back. I shook my head to her apology. It's fine. You did the right thing. How is Naruto? I asked. He had been pretty shaken up when I left him. I was guessing he had gone into shock, but there was no real way for me to judge that on the little time I had spent with him. Rin was far more adept at diagnosing those types of things, which she had to be considering her profession. To my question, Rin could only smirk. See for yourself, she said. The two of us had walked into the kitchen as we were talking. Rin had prepared a mountain of food, possibly in an attempt to cheer Naruto up. Not that he looked to be in the need of any kind of boost. He was the same as always, and hauling anything and everything he could get his hands on. It didn't matter what it was. If it was within range of his grubby little hands, it was getting shoveled into his mouth. Ah, Obito-senpai. Gym morning. At least, I'm pretty sure that was what he said. It was kind of hard to tell with all the food in his mouth as he talked. Now that he had taken notice of me, however, his hands paused and he finished swallowing the rest of his food before continuing. Finally came around to apologize to me, huh? This little brat. I couldn't stop myself from chuckling awkwardly as I put out a chair and sat down opposite of him. It was a little cumbersome with the stack of food between us, but I wasn't looking to make the perfect apology anyways. Yeah, sorry it took me so long to come around. Well, I'm sorry for a lot of things, but that too. I started to try and get the words out of my mouth, but Naruto suddenly held a hand up to cut me off. I'll go first, if that's okay, he said, surprising me. Thing is, Nichan told me a little about it last night, and I guess I realized you got a lot going on too, you know? I shot Rin a look, but she only shrugged unapologetically. Part of me really wanted to know what exactly it was she told him, but most of me decided it was better I didn't know. So long as it got Naruto off my back, it was fine. Anyways, you already told me you were sorry last night, after you saved my ass too. It's kinda embarrassing to admit, but I just completely froze up against that guy, you know. That was one thing no one could blame Naruto for. It must have been an incredible shock to him, meeting another Jinwekuric from a different village. One that was as unstable as Gaara appeared to be no less. I could only imagine how upsetting that kind of stuff must be, and on a day I'd upset him plenty enough already. It's fine, I assured him. So you and I are good then? It would be really easy on me if that was the case. I know he must also want to go back to training, and I would admit it. I had kind of grown to enjoy watching over him as he improved too, despite having been so reluctant to start training him at the start. Of course, I would never admit any of this out loud. It was way too embarrassing, and I felt like I would lose some kind of game or bet if people found out I felt this way. Never mind the fact that Rin almost definitely already knew. Well, Naruto leaned back in his chair, placing both hands behind his head. I wouldn't go so far as to say you and I are good, you know. Figures it wouldn't be that easy. At least that's what I thought until the next thing Naruto said. Tell you what, you teach me that huge katenjutsu you used to fend off the sand monster, and I'll let you off the hook, deal? I couldn't help it. I laughed out loud, perhaps the hardest I had in a long time. What? You got a problem. Naruto jumped to his feet, slamming his hands on the table. It looked like he was legitimately angry for several seconds, but even he couldn't keep it up in the face of my continuous laughter. Before long, even he started giggling, although a little more awkwardly. I'll tell you what, Naruto, I said, finally managing to calm down at least a little. You ever master the ability to distort reality by opening a portal to an alternate dimension? You let me know. Then I'll teach you that jutsu I used last night. Short of that, I don't think he or anyone else for that matter was going to be learning that jutsu I had personally created. Maybe Kakashi could do it, but he was about it. Is that a yes? And the sarcasm of my comment flew completely over Naruto's head. Although I shouldn't have been surprised, This time, even Rin couldn't help but giggle at her adopted son. It's more of a someday kind of answer, really. I said, you never know. Naruto had the strongest of all the tail beasts soon inside of him. Who knew what kind of crazy things he might be capable of one day in the future? Never say never. For now, why don't you think of something else? I'll do my part to make it up to you. It just has to be within reason. I owe you that much, since yesterday was mostly my fault. Again with the mostly crap, but alright, Naruto grumbled, but at least appeared to be partially satisfied as he sat back down. Not like I got much choice. I need someone to train me, and I'll acknowledge it, you're strong, you know. I've never seen Kakashi-sensei use a jutsu nearly that powerful. Well, I would certainly hope not. Naruto didn't seem to realize it, but Chunin didn't simply throw around powerful jutsu because we could. He and I had been in a pretty desperate situation last night, which is why I resorted to such measures. I had no doubt Kakashi had a jutsu or a dozen of his own around that level. He was the famous copy ninja who had stolen over 1,000 jutsu after all. How about, Rin suggested, the two of you forget about the training for today? The look on Naruto's face immediately told us both what he thought of that idea, but she ignored him. Yesterday was pretty taxing on all of us, and I think we should decompress, so how about we go to one of the festivals being held in the village? There's all sorts of events in celebration of the exams, so we should be able to find plenty to do to keep us busy. What do you say? She looked at me. A festival, I couldn't say I looked forward to the idea of being in crowds of people. I used to love going to them as a kid, but I didn't really like the attention my scarred face got when we were in crowds of mostly civilians. Even so, I had to try and change it up at least a little. No, less of a change and more of going back to how I used to be. I suppose that might be a good idea. Naruto suddenly started snickering, a huge shit-eating grin covering his face from ear to ear. I just thought of how Obito-senpai can pay me back. I had the terrible feeling in my gut that I wasn't about to like where this is going. You have to pay for all my snacks at the festival today, you know, and no limit this time, Nichin. It's his punishment. Rin rolled her eyes but nodded and then flashed me an apologetic grin. Sorry, Obito, but do your best today, okay? She held up both fists as if to cheer me on. I can't possibly eat that much after going through all of this. I looked down at the mountain of food Naruto had already half cleared. If he could keep going after eating all of this, he wasn't human. I then also remember he did have a monster fox in his stomach. It wasn't possible that they helped him eat, right? I was wrong. So very wrong about how much Naruto was capable of eating. And now my poor wallet was the one paying the price. Takoyaki, Tiyaki, Okonomiyaki, Kashikoso's Tourniquet, Gyoza, Maki Dengo, fucking pie. There was no limit to the number of different assortments of snacks and food being served up at the various stalls, and Naruto needed to have all of it. It didn't matter if he wasn't finished with the thing I had only just bought for him. The moment he saw something else he wanted, and he just added that to the growing pile in his arms. When it got to the point he couldn't carry any more while eating at the same time, then Rin and I were left to pick up everything else. Delicious, Naruto explained, biting down on like 3 different types of meat skewered on sticks at once. I don't even think he knew what was going in his mouth anymore. So good, Nichin, you have to try this. He extended one of the half-eaten sticks in Rin's general direction. The two of us walked behind him, arms already full of his food, which we were absolutely forbidden under any circumstances to eat unless he offered something to us directly. Thank you, Naruto. Rin leaned forward, unable to grab the stick herself, and so just took a bite of it directly from Naruto's hand. Her eyes immediately lit up upon getting a taste. You're right, it is good. As you may have guessed by now, I hadn't been offered a single bite of anything yet, the vindictive little Turk. Not that I could say I didn't deserve it, which is why I was content to silently put up with it until now. Just went to show that despite his rather flowery words this morning, the kid did hold a grudge. I just hoped that with this we would finally be square. Oh, what's that? Naruto suddenly took off, something else having caught his eye deep among the crowds of people. We couldn't possibly chase after him, and so the two of us were temporarily left behind, although I had no doubt he would return soon. If it turned out to be something he wanted, then he was going to need my money after all. The 3 of us must have made quite the image. Rin and I with our arms packed full of food and Naruto adding more and more to the piles. It certainly garnered a lot of attention, and if for the first time in a long while I found I didn't mind so much. The thing was, this wasn't the typical negative attention I had gotten used to. Instead of the horrified grimaces people made when they saw my face, or the sneers of contempt when they saw either Jin or Karik, people looked at us and smiled. Some of them laughed even. It was kinda nice. This feeling. Here, Obito, Rin whispered, leaning towards me as she held up a piece of taiyaki. Quickly, well, he's gone. Her hushed urgency caused me to chuckle. I hate to think of what punishment was in store for us if we got caught, but there was no time to think about it. Ordinarily, I might have resisted the urge to eat anything, but the cacophony of delicious smells was too much, so screw it. I didn't even care how awkward it was to even successfully take the taiyaki from her. She couldn't exactly hold it very high with her arms full the way they were, and I couldn't get a hand free to take anything, so I just had to lean over, taking a bite of it at a time right out of Rin's hand. Damn good, I couldn't help but praise, savoring the delicious custard filling inside. It wasn't just the taste that made this the best damn taiyaki I ever had in my life. For starters, it had been forever since I had one. Then being subjected to all these delicious smells that I was forbidden from eating made the taboo of it taste all the more better. Let's not even talk about the fact that Rin was literally hand-feeding it to me. I could die and crumble into 1,000 tiny pieces right now, and I'm pretty sure I wouldn't mind. Nichin, Obito-senpai. I finished just in time too, Naruto calling out to us as Rin crumpled the wrapper up and hid it amidst the pile so he wouldn't notice. This way, hurry, I found Sakura-chan. It would appear it hadn't been more food he had seen in the crowd, but rather an acquaintance of his, Sakura-chan, as in his teammate, Haruno Sakura? I asked, looking over to Rin as the two of us followed after him. I had done a bit of my research when it was decided I would take on his training, so I knew at least enough about his team and mission accomplishments, although I had yet to meet the last member that comprised the Kakashi-led Squad 7. That's the one. Rin nodded, making a somewhat complicated expression. Before I could ask her what it was, she leaned a little closer again to whisper, Naruto has got kind of a thing for her, so no matter what you hear, just kinda play along, okay? Just what exactly was it that she thought I was going to hear? I didn't get to ask because we had caught up to Naruto and he was already pulling us along, the increased speed threatening to send all his food flying to the streets. Sakura-chan. Yet it would seem Naruto didn't care about his food anymore, the food I paid for, mind you. Instead, he was too busy trying to flag his teammate down. I almost wondered how he found her in this thicket of people in the first place before her conspicuous pink hair also caught my eye. Sakura's head perked up at hearing her name called, and she started scanning the crowd. Next to her was some blonde girl that looked vaguely familiar, but I couldn't say I recognized her. She was the one who spotted us first, tugging at Sakura's arm and pointing to us as we approached. Watching the barrage of emotions clearly flash across her face was almost comical, if not a little worrying that Bakunachi would wear her thoughts so visibly as she did. While looking for us, she had been curious as to who would be calling out for her, but not just that. It was also hopeful, as if she had been waiting for someone in particular. The moment her eyes fell on the familiar characteristics of Naruto, however, her face filled with disgust. It certainly looked that way, but it was quickly replaced by just standard disappointment. This wasn't much better, but compared to that brief second before, and it was a definite step in the right direction. After that though followed concern and anger. She took a step towards Naruto just as he was nearly upon her. An instant before it happened, I knew what was about to occur because I had seen that same look and stance in Naruto's mother before she did the exact same thing. Sakura-chan. Naruto never got any farther than that, a fist drilling into his cheek and sending him flying, along with all the food he had been holding, which went splashing into the crowds. So much for all my hard-earned money. You idiot, I've been trying to contact you for over a week now. Do you have any idea how worried I've been? Well, at least that punch had been won out of concern for her teammate. That kind of made it okay, I guess. Seemed counterproductive to me, but who was I to judge? I was still more devastated about all the snacks I had bought. Festival food wasn't cheap, damn it. Well, wait, Sakura-chan, calm down for a second. You know, Naruto was scooting backwards, still prone on the street pavement. Sakura meanwhile continued to stalk towards him, looking like she might slug him again. You want me to calm down after you, Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke-kun all just up and disappeared? Not a single one of you told me where you were going. Sakura bent down and grabbed him by the scruff of his jacket, hoisting him back to his feet. Unexpectedly strong considering her stature. I had to ask your sister at the hospital and she said you were going on some training trip. A what? I turned to Rin, who was suddenly not willing to meet my eyeline, or Naruto's for that matter. I was kind of starting to see what was going on here, however. Naruto was her adoptive son after all. It makes sense you might not take too kindly to the first girl he ended up developing a crush on, especially when as violent as Sakura appeared. Damn it, Naruto. Why did you have to pick someone so much like your mother? I also understood that this was what Rin meant when she was asking me to play along. She must have lied to Sakura about where Naruto was going to be so she wouldn't come checking at their home for him. Now I was the one who was going to have to end up authenticating that story. Not seeing much choice now, I sighed and walked up to the two of them as I resigned myself to doing what needed to be done. Why yo, I called out to them. Sakura whirled on me, nose still flaring and eyes drilling into my head as if asking who would dare interrupt her in the middle of her tirade. Of course, that angry look disappeared immediately the second she got a good look at my face. Sorry about this, I said. It would appear I've caused some kind of misunderstanding. I'm Yucha Obito, Kakashi's former teammate. He asked me to train Naruto for the exams. So for all the worry, I apologize. I inclined my head. It would seem I have been apologizing for a lot of things lately, although I'm pretty sure this one wasn't actually my fault. Yuja, Sakura whispered under her breath. When I looked back up, she quickly shook it off, probably hoping I didn't hear her. Oh no, what I meant to say is, my name is Haruno Sakura. Thank you for looking after Naruto. She dropped her teammate, who crumpled to a heap on the floor, bowing to me at a near 90-degree angle. I'm sure he's caused you all kinds of problems, but please continue to take care of him. Now I see. Her words were certainly proper and she acted docile in front of adults. This wasn't her true personality, however. No, when she slugged Naruto just now was far closer to her typical self than the suddenly picturesque girl in front of me was. No wonder Rin couldn't stand her. I don't think there was anything that pissed her off more than people who hid things, never mind to the degree in which Sakura hid her entire self behind this charade. All the same, that wasn't my problem and I wasn't looking to make waves here, so I just smiled and nodded back. Same here, please continue to care for Naruto as a teammate. He's lucky to have someone that cares for him as much as you do. As I finished speaking, Sakura stood back up straight and smiled sweetly at me, clearly buying into my words as I had also appeared to have bought into hers. With the pleasantries out of the way, Sakura seemed to have other thoughts now. There was a sudden blush on her face, as starting this way and that. It kind of reminded me of how all the girls used to act around Kakashi. Since you're also an Yuja and everything, I was just wondering, do you happen to know where Sasuke is at the moment? She ended up gazing at her feet as she finished her question. Meanwhile, Naruto sat cross-legged on the street, making a complicated expression back up at her. These kids really were just like we had been at that age, so much so it physically hurt to look at them. For his own safety, even I don't know where he is right now. I paused, debating how much more to tell her. For all her faults, she seemed like a smart girl. I had read her report on the encounter with Orokurishima and the sounds Chunin as well, so she wasn't completely out of the loop either. Even so, for her own sake, it was best to just keep things simple and put her mind at ease. You have nothing to worry about. Kakashi is with him. There's no one better that can keep Sasuke safe. I smiled at both her and Naruto. I know he had been worried this whole time too, so my words had been to reassure them both. Well, that's a bummer. The blonde girl Sakura had been with said as she took her place next to her friend. Here I was finally hoping we would get some good info on where Sasuke-kun is. It would appear like his brother before him and Kakashi during our time. Sasuke was the object of many a woman's affection. The girl then smiled at me, bowing as Sakura just had before. My name is Yamanaka Ino. I'm on Squad 10 under Sarutori Asumo-sensei. Pleased to meet you. I returned the greeting, now knowing why she seemed familiar as a member of the famed Yamanaka clan. The heiress no less. Naruto's class appeared to be full of all kinds of talented individuals. Looks like you've gotten introduced to everyone then, Obito. Rin walked up next to me and inclined her head to the two girls as well. Good to see you again, Ino-chan, Sakura-chan. She greeted the girls who only just now noticed she was here as well. After that she smiled at me gently, as thanking me for having covered for her story just now. I returned the smile back, just happy to be of use to her for once. How sweet, Ino said, looking back and forth between Naruto and us. Naruto, you've never introduced us to your sister's boyfriend. How come you never mentioned your other guardian was an Yuja boyfriend? Naruto asked, looking confused as he finally stood up, dusting the dirt from his pants. He then looked up at my quickly reddening face. Then at Rin, then back at me, before suddenly laughing. No, no, no. Obito-senpai and Nichin aren't like that, you know. That's so? Even Sakura looked like she wasn't quite convinced, looking at all the food Rin and I held suspiciously, as if it was somehow proof of anything. You do have to admit, the three of you kind of look like a family all together like this. I might have even believed they were your birth parents if I didn't know you. That's enough of that. I finally blurted out, not able to take it anymore. Seriously, these kids were going to give me a heart attack if they kept saying things like that. Rin wasn't helping, just standing there and giggling next to me, like she was enjoying some inside joke. Naruto, why don't you share some of this with Sakura-san and Ino-san? I dumped all the snacks I was holding into Naruto's still empty arms. He took it without complaint, but neither girl seemed like they wanted any of it. Fortunately for me, Ino already seemed interested in something else as her eyes landed on someone in the crowd. Speaking of juicy dating details, she smirked, standing on her toes and raising a hand over her head to be more easily seen. Asuma-sensei, Kurenai-sensei, over here. It would appear our little gathering was about to increase in number again. This time, it was two more former classmates of mine that approached us, Sarutori Asuma, one of the sons of the third Hokage himself, and Yuki Kurenai. Both of them had a student that would be fighting in the finals. It was Ino that had called them over, but as they approached, the first thing they seemed to notice was me. Oh, Obito, Asuma grinned at me, extending a hand for me to shake. I didn't know you were back. You should have said something. Obito-kun. Kurenai grinned at the same time, inclining her head. It's good to see you. Likewise you too. I grinned apologetically at them, but before I could say anything more on it, Ino butted back in. What the heck? You all already know each other. How boring, she lamented. Probably just disappointed she hadn't been able to get any kind of juicy drama out of the situation. Just because I wasn't able to provide her with any additional ammo didn't mean there wasn't any to be found. However, as she grinned at the two newcomers, so what's this? Asuma-sensei, you should have told me if you were dating Kurenai-sensei. I would have recommended some flowers. Why no, it's not like that. Asuma quickly tried to refute her, cheeks standing red. Finally, it wasn't just me at the end of these kinds of jokes. Although it was kind of looking like there was some tinge of truth to this one, even Kurenai blushing and looking away from everyone. No way, sensei, don't be like that. You'll make Kurenai-sensei sad. Eno's grin reminded me of the same one Chimera always made. You and Obito-san should be more happy, having two beautiful ladies to take on dates. Hey sensei, why don't you bring Obito-san to my family's shop sometime? I'll pick out the perfect bouquet for both of you. Figures I wasn't going to get out of this for long. I need a drink, Asuma grumbled, making eye contact with me out of the corner of his eye. He nodded his head towards a stall not far from us, and I was quick to nod back. No time like the present to run away. You want anything, Rin? I asked, but she shook her head. Kurenai was already helping her take some of the snacks I had bought earlier, and the two of them were splitting a bowl of takoyaki now. Kurenai-chan and I are going to catch up. You boys have fun. We'll be here when you get back. Rin smiled at me, before turning her attention back to Kurenai. The two of them were already giggling about something, but I had no interest in finding out about what. Boo. Don't run away. Eno shouted after Asuma and I as we quickly did just that and made our retreat. Too bad it didn't look like she was going anywhere either. Her Sakura and Naruto also gathered around Rin and Kurenai. I almost felt bad leaving Naruto with all the women, but he didn't seem to mind. I think he was just happy to be with his crush, Sakura. Sorry about that. She's a handful. Asuma started as we reached the stall. He ordered a can of beer and grabbed two plastic cups, splitting the can between us. We knocked our cups together before taking a sip. No worries, I said, shaking my head to his apology. I've been looking after Naruto in place of Kakashi for this past week, so I know a thing or two about handfuls myself. To make no mention of how much of a handful I had been as a kid. Yeah, that's so? Asuma asked, seemingly surprised by the news. No wonder you didn't have time to let anyone know you were back. He took another sip of his cup, the two of us now leaning against the side of the stall and looking back at the group we had just temporarily left. I probably don't need to tell you then that my own team's Shikamaru will be fighting in the tournament. I nodded to the question. If things went well enough in their first fights, Naruto and Shikamaru would be up against each other in the second round of the tournament. It was entirely possible our two students would end up duking it out. Although things like who won or lost were ultimately irrelevant in the CHUNIN exams, as your promotion was only based on performance, there was certainly a sense of competitive spirit that tournaments always seem to invoke in people. I wasn't immune to such things myself, and I had only been invested in Naruto for a week so far. Must be nice to have a kid actually excited to get in there and prove himself. Asuma sighed, pulling out a box of cigarettes. He offered me a stick, but I shook my head, settling for just the beer for the time being. That punk Shikamaru is so lazy, I wouldn't be surprised if he just ends up looking for the first chance to forfeit. I couldn't help but chuckle, remembering how Naruto had said something similar about his former classmate. Well, Naruto and I have our own problems, I admitted, taking another sip as I remembered our fight yesterday. It certainly isn't easy being a teacher, I'm realizing. I have respect for all of you who actually volunteered to do it, taking on genin teams and everything. I don't know if I could handle 3 of them. Naruto by himself is plenty. To this, Asuma could only laugh. Man, you said it. He agreed. I have no idea what I was thinking. After that, a brief but comfortable silence settled between us. It didn't last long as Asuma suddenly nudged me in the shoulder, making a face similar to the one his student had just been making earlier. So give me the details. You and Rin finally hooked up or what? You've been pining after her for years. He just had to wait until I was taking another sip of my cup to ask this. The sudden topic change causing me to choke on my beer and send me into a fit of coughs. Why do you have to keep telling people we're not like that? I shouted at him, but he only laughed. Look, I gave up on Rin a long time ago, okay? After she started dating Kakashi. Seriously, man. Asuma seemed genuinely surprised by this news. You know, those two only dated for like, what? Not even a year? It was so long ago I barely even remember. There was no real chemistry there and they both figured it out pretty quickly. That was your chance, although I don't think it's gone yet. Not many guys go looking to date a Jinwaikurik or a single mother. You have literally no competition. It's complicated, alright. I really couldn't tell him anything more than that. The reasons I shouldn't go out with Rin were long enough as it was, but that all just didn't mean anything in the face of one simple truth. Rin didn't see me that way. She never had. I was just her childhood friend and I think it was impossible for her to see me as anything more than that. Certainly, I used to misread the signs I felt like she was giving out when we were younger as romantic interest, but I knew enough now as an adult that it was just how Rin was. To this, Asuma just shrugged. Your loss. But seriously, you need to get some experience with women or something, or you're always going to end up like this. I really didn't want to hear that from him, after he got all flustered when his own student called him out for being on his own date. Before I could tell him just that, however, a large arm draped over either of our shoulders and Jiraiya's head popped up between us. Thank you, Asuma. I've been trying to tell him that this whole time, my master lamented with a booming voice. Maybe he'll finally listen, hearing it from someone his own age. Jiraiya-sama. Asuma dropped his cigarette in surprise, having barely gotten to take more than a couple inhales of it. I guess I should have figured with OBITO back that you would be too. He looked down sadly at his fallen cigarette, as if mourning a lost brother. I don't suppose you came to drink with us, master? I asked him, holding up the now mostly empty plastic cup. Or maybe? My one eye turned over to Naruto. None of them seemed to realize Jiraiya was here yet, but only Kurenai and Rin were likely to recognize him anyways. Jiraiya wasn't exactly in the village much, so it seemed highly unlikely any of the younger generation would realize who he was at a glance, although they no doubt had heard of him. This extended to even Naruto. Despite the fact that Minato-sensei had named Jiraiya his godfather, Naruto's own name came from the main character of Jiraiya's first published book. Yet despite that they had never met, I never questioned my master on this fact because honestly I understood even without needing to be told. He was surely facing his own kinds of guilt, in the same way I was. No, Jiraiya shook his head, tone turning rarely serious. I actually came because I have a favor to ask you, Obito. As he said that, Asuma seemed to realize the possible secretive nature of any kind of talk between my master and I, so he excused himself to rejoin the others. As he joined them, Rain took notice of Jiraiya. She shifted her position slightly, just enough to keep Naruto from accidentally glancing this way and seeing us together. You really should listen to Asuma, don't you think? Jiraiya grinned at me, also staring at Rin. She's grown into a fine woman. You'd be an even bigger idiot than I thought you were not to try and make another move on that. Get to the point, master. I growled at him, not looking to rehash this conversation yet again. Alright, jeez. Jiraiya held up his hands as if to ward off a wild animal. You were more fun drunk the other night, you know that? I didn't bother to inform him that was generally true with most people, instead staring at him until he would finally get serious again. Speaking of the other night, I think I finally found a lead on the red-haired man you saw. You did? I couldn't even mask my own surprise. I had given Jiraiya almost nothing to go on other than he had red hair and an intimidating presence. Yet with just that he had been able to get a lead on him. It just went to show, when my master got serious he could really do some amazing things. Here's the thing though, he's a powerful adversary, one I'm hoping I don't have to fight, but if it comes down to it, there's no guarantee these go well for me. Wait, what was my master saying? He was going to go take this guy on? But why? I had so many questions, but I also learned a long time ago, if Jiraiya wanted you to know, he would tell you. Well, I don't expect to get done in or anything, so don't worry about that. Kim must have noticed my concern, suddenly bursting into laughter to calm me even a little. That laughter ended almost as quickly as it began. So here's the deal. I might be gone for a while, so in my absence, I need you to hold on to something for me. Can I count on you to do that? I nodded without thinking, but in hindsight I probably should have known better than to do that because a moment later, great, come on out, Jiratora. The toad that contained the key to Naruto's seal came flying out from behind my master's back. I still don't agree with this, but it can't be helped, Jiratora said, looking me up and down. Of course, the two of us had met before and I had even put my fingerprints on his seal. But this, if something ever went wrong with Naruto's seal, Jiratora here was the only surefire way to fix it. It would enable even an amateur like me to do something about it if I had him in hand. That's because right now, despite his body being compact, he could elongate and unroll his stomach into a scroll. Minato-sensei himself placed this key onto that scroll, to now entrust it to me in case of an emergency. I also don't think this is such a good idea, I said, trying to take a couple steps away from Jiraiya and Jiratora while I still could. Thing is, to store Jiratora for use, there was only one method, and that was, well, you had to swallow him. Especially seeing as I was forbidden from a toad contract. This was the only way to ensure I could utilize him if it became a necessity. Now, don't be like that, Obito. Jiraiya grinned at me, but it wasn't a comforting sight. I hear you and Naruto have been getting along pretty well lately. Even had your first fight and already made up the day after. Could really hear everything that went on somehow. Part of me wondered if he hadn't planted some tadpoles on me or something. No, really. I'm going to pass. I took a couple steps further back. To this my master could only sigh. Well, can't be helped. For a moment I was foolish enough to believe that meant he was going to let me off the hook. That hope disappeared when his smile returned twice as large as before. I was going to do this the easy way, but you leave me no choice. That's okay. This is a festival after all. No better place for a show. Wait, what if there was no further time for questioning than that? Two loud pops and smoke appearing on either side of me. From the smoke, two adult human-sized toads appeared, a direct result of Jiraiya's summoning jutsu. But I didn't even see him prepare the jutsu. The loud noise and smoke from their arrival immediately drew a crowd, surrounding my master and me in a large semicircle. Ladies and gentlemen. Jiraiya had slipped on a pair of fake glasses with a mustache attached to them. In a split second I was distracted by the toads, not bothering to do anything more than that to hide his appearance. Watch closely now and be amazed. My lanky assistant is about to consume a whole toad alive and kicking. Several gasps and retches of disgust followed this proclamation. But he had their attention nonetheless. Not just unknown bypassers, but the entire group I had been with was watching now too. Ring waved at me, winking as if telling me to do my best, so none of them were coming to save me, it would seem. Now then, lad, open wide. Jiraiya walked around behind me, grabbing my jaw and pulling at my forehead to force my mouth open. Here I come. Jiratora didn't even give me a chance to do anything. Flying into my mouth the moment it was open, I thought about using my jutsu to escape, but with this many people watching the risk was too high. Very few people in the world knew about the power of my Mangekyo Sharingan, and I would like to keep it that way. So I could do nothing but suffer through the next several agonizing seconds as Jiratoro forced his way inside, struggling, kicking, and squirming the whole way. The feeling was indescribable. Having a living creature bigger than your head and covered in slime force its way down your throat, and it was something I never hoped I would have to do a second time in my life. Finally, it did end, leaving me gagging and coughing, collapsing to all fours in the process. I could also feel the chakra from the key synchronizing with my own, a brief sign of the seal appearing monetarily on my arm before disappearing. Ta! Jiraiya yelled and a round of applause broke out. Very confused applause, but applause nonetheless. People began to filter out, and the giant toads on either side of me vanished in a poof of smoke, along with my master. Just like that, and he was gone, on his way to possibly fight a dangerous foe. Was this really how he wanted us to part ways? Nice trick, Obito-senpai. Naruto ran up to me, still clapping and laughing at my expense. I don't really get it, and it was pretty weird, but that was really funny. I didn't know you did comedy stuff. Neither did I know just now. You are right there. Asuma extended a hand to help me to my feet, and I took it. You don't gonna throw it up or anything later, do ya? To the question, I merely shook my head, still not trusting my voice to work after having a toad slide down my gullet. Where did that guy you were with go? Sakura was looking around, but she would find no sign of Jiraiya now. He seemed kind of familiar, but apparently just contact with one of the Sannin was enough to give her a kind of sense for them. While it was true the general presence of Jiraiya and Ortorisham was vastly different, there was no denying they both gave off a similar aura in a sense. Well, let's not worry about that and continue to enjoy the festival, okay? Kurenai quickly changed the subject. Likely one of the few people to see through Jiraiya's disguise. What? You okay letting us tag along on your date? Inu apparently hadn't let up on that, and it would appear it still didn't embarrass the pair any less. Even so, the entire group was beginning to set out. So it looked like what had once started as just the three of us had turned into a rather large group. Here, Obito. Ring wrapped an arm through mine, smiling up at me. I'll help you walk for a bit, okay? Fortunately for us, we were behind the rest of them now, so no one could see the way in which she had just casually done that. Even if they were looking though, I couldn't help the way my own eye lingered on Rin a little longer than normal. Everyone's teasing and jokes kept circling in my head, and I found my eye glancing to Rin's pink kimono in particular. It was something she always wore, yet it was oddly appropriate for the festival at the same time. What? She asked, noticing my long stare. I finally averted my eye, glancing back at those ahead of us as we made to follow them. Nothing, I mumbled. Thanks is all. I couldn't deny this feeling welling up inside of me. The feeling that this was really nice. Was this what I could have had if I had remained in the leaf all this time? Rin walking by my side. Friends like Asuma and Kurenai to hang out with and drink beer, a younger generation to teach and have followed behind me like Naruto, Sakura, and Ino. Were these all things I had thrown away until now because I was running away? It all seemed so foreign to me now, yet here I was, little by little reclaiming myself. Today was finally it. The day of the final exam of the CHUNIN promotion exams was finally upon us. After our fight and subsequent reconciliation, Naruto and I had jumped right back into training the next day. He had already successfully performed the Fire Flower Jutsu before that, so from there it was just getting the Jutsu up to actual combat use levels of proficiency. This meant being able to perform the Jutsu under a multitude of scenarios and under any kind of pressure. It wasn't just us, but Gay and Lee had returned to help continue with that training. Naruto and I both apologized to them for the awkward scene we made after the last time, but neither of them really seemed to mind. Apparently students and teachers fought sometimes. They said it had happened to them before too, so not to worry about it. Honestly, hearing that even they weren't somehow above such things really helped. It made me realize I was just going through the same steps as everyone else. Having a Taijutsu master like they around helped immensely in getting Naruto's hand-to-hand combat up to snuff. I wasn't shabby at Taijutsu by any means, but I had no idea how to teach it, much less to someone who didn't have the Sharingan to incorporate into their fighting style. It was good practice for Lee too, who had been looking for a way to practice combat against numerous foes simultaneously, so it wasn't like it was just us getting something out of this. All in all, Kakashi had asked me to buff up Naruto's basics, and I could say pretty confidently that I had accomplished that over this past month. Now the two of us, plus Rin and Sakura, walked through a nostalgic training ground to meet with Kakashi and Sasuke before heading to the arena all together. Hey, I recognize this place, Naruto suddenly exclaimed, looking at the surrounding forest. This is where we took the belt test with Kakashi-sensei. I couldn't exactly hide my surprise to hear Naruto knew this place. So Kakashi actually made you guys take the bell test too? In all honesty, I thought he might not have made them go through it. Teamwork wasn't exactly a big thing for Kakashi back when we first became Chunin. He had always been a mission first priority kind of guy back then. I suppose deep down and even he had come to change. The belt test was supposedly the ultimate test of teamwork passed down from the third Hokage himself, who taught it to Master Jiraiya, who taught it to Minato-sensei, who would eventually share it with Kakashi, Rin, and I. Now it would appear Kakashi had passed it on to the next generation. Come to think of it, you did mention that you used to be on the same team as Kakashi-sensei. Sakura noted, just now seeming to remember that detail. She had been far more interested in the fact that I was a neutral like Sasuke when we were first introduced. What was he like when you were on a team? Good question, I wondered aloud, debating how best to describe him. In a word, like Sasuke. Rin answered before I could summarize my thoughts, although part of me wondered if the answer was to pick on Sakura, as she certainly seemed to get a kick out of the bitter expression the younger girl made upon hearing such an answer. After that, the familiar 3 stumps of wood came into view, and leaning against them was Kakashi, along with Sasuke. Naruto and Sakura shouted together, running to the teammate they hadn't seen in almost a month, although he seemed far less thrilled to see them, simply holding up a single arm in greeting. "You're late again, Obito," Kakashi meanwhile called out to me, pushing off the stump he had been leaning on to me as halfway. Although I guess it's a good thing Rin is with you, otherwise it might have been much worse. "Aren't you just early?" I asked, glancing up at the sky to verify that the sun wasn't even all that high yet. We were definitely not what I would call late, which just meant he was messing with me. As it was, we would make it the arena with plenty of time to spare. I think he just likes having to wait for you at this point. Rin teased, the 3 of us all able to share a good laugh together for the first time in what was literal years. As the 3 of us got caught up, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura did the same. Looking at them, and I was reminded again in how many ways the 3 of them were just like the 3 of us. Perhaps the biggest difference was they had been lucky enough to be born during a time of relative peace and stability. I just really hope for their sake that it remained this way for a while yet to come. If not forever. Sasuke seemed to notice me looking over at them and shared a nod in my direction. It was about the only greeting I got from him, but I couldn't say it was too surprising. He and I had never been close, and like with Naruto, he had been fairly young when I left the village with Master Jiraiya. At least he seemed to actually remember me. "So how was it, training Naruto, that is?" Kakashi asked, breaking me from my thoughts. He had been following my gaze over to his 3 students, and while it was hard to tell behind that mask of his, I was pretty sure he was giving me some kind of knowing smile. But I folded my arms and smirked confidently back at my long-term rival and friend. "Let's just say he might surprise you today during his match." "That so?" Kakashi asked, not appearing all that impressed by my claim. "Well, if that's really true, then I'll have to thank you later." "You'll have saved me quite a bit of trouble with that one." It was when Kakashi said that in which reality finally hit me. I wasn't going to be Naruto's instructor after this. This was only natural, of course. Kakashi was still his Jonin sensei, and I had simply been filling in temporarily to help for these exams. Yet somewhere along the way I have forgotten the simple truth. It really shouldn't have been anything to be disappointed about. Yet somehow I felt kind of empty. Like the whole reason I came back was being taken away from me. It had been the only thing I had really done this past month after all. Once these exams were over and Jiraiya returned from hunting down the red-haired man, it was very possible I was going to have to leave the village again. This was another obvious statement, and when I had first returned to the Leaf, it had been something I was only all but looking forward to. Yet now did I really want to leave again? After finally reconnecting with my old classmates, with Rin, "Hey, Obito," as always, Rin seemed to know what I was thinking, grabbing my elbow in her arm and smiling up at me. "You can keep coming around to have dinner with us. That offer to stay over whenever still stands too. Unlike before, when that offer had only caused me distress, it served to help still my heart this time. Hearing that my place here in the Leaf wasn't necessarily just going to disappear was exactly what I needed." I would have to think about what to say to Jiraiya, but for now I needed to focus on other things at the moment, such as the tournament and my role assisting the Hokage throughout it. Thank you, Rin. I smiled at her, letting her know I was genuinely thinking about her offer this time and not just trying to deflect like before. Even without words, she understood me, as expected of my childhood friend. Anyways, shall we go? Kakashi thankfully wasn't even paying attention to us, turning to go get his team to hurry them along. It was strange seeing him act like a teacher in the same way Minato-sensei used to do for us. Yet it also somehow felt right that things had turned out this way. He had been our captain once too, so it made sense he was the one to guide them. Also, he was right about us needing to get a move on. The six of us then set out to the tournament arena together, Interlip Tsumoki Nagato slowly opened his eyes. As he did, he briefly wondered if this was a dream. It certainly couldn't be reality. That was what anyone would think upon waking up to find that they were inside the stomach of some animal. Yet he had to accept this as reality. Jiraiya-sensei, huh? He wondered aloud. As he tried to move his arms and legs, he found them stuck to the walls, unable to get free. Oh, so it really is you, Nagato. The disembodied voice of his one-time teacher came from all around him. I must admit, you've come to faster than I expected, but that's okay. I have questions for you. Is this how you plan to question your old student? Nagato's voice was full of mirth. By knocking them out and trapping them inside one of your totes, try as he might, he couldn't remember how he got here in the first place. Just where had his old master even managed to attack him from and at what timing? The last thing he remembered was waking up the day of the tournament and setting out to meet with Yahiko and Conan. Although if he thought about it, maybe it shouldn't have been a surprise that Jiraiya had discovered him. It was because of that one-eyed Yuchu man. Nagato didn't know his name, but he had felt his gaze. It must have been him that reported to Jiraiya. Even if he hadn't known Nagato's true identity, of course his former teacher would realize it. You're right. It's not very polite of me now, is it? Jiraiya laughed, as if telling some kind of joke. He hadn't changed at all from the time he used to mentor them. Sorry, but I can't be too cautious, you know. Not until I figure out your motives. What are you doing in the Hidden Leaf, Nagato? No, before that. What are you doing alive? Nagato smirked, not the least bit worried despite his precarious situation. Why am I here, sensei? I was invited. He ignored Jiraiya's second question completely. I came to watch my student, a genin of the rain, fight in the Chunin exams. The leaf and rain are allies now, are we not? So it's only natural that we would be here in a show of support for that treaty. I see now. So that's what's going on in the Hidden Rain. Despite Nagato having said nothing about the current state of their village, Jiraiya had somehow gleaned some information from him. So I take it Hanzo is dead and you're in charge now? Close but wrong. Nagato chuckled to himself. If you really think I would be in charge, you really have forgotten about us, Sensei. No, there was someone far more capable of running the village than Nagato, and he would do everything he could to make sure that man stayed in power now that they have finally obtained peace, which is why he couldn't stay here. Really, then why don't we catch up for a while? You can remind me of some of the things it seems I've forgotten. Jiraiya finally showed himself, moaning out from the very wall across from Nagato. You and I can take as long as we need. No, that won't be necessary. The parts of the wall holding Nagato's hands and feet suddenly burst open, spraying hunks of innards and blood flying in every direction. What? Jiraiya yelled, jumping backwards. Nagato looked up, revealing his Rinnegan eyes, the eyes he had kept hidden until now at all costs. I'm not the same weakling as I was when you last left us, Sensei. Through pain, I've learned to use the true power of my eyes. And now he extended an open palm threateningly. It's time you learn a little about that pain. And as we walked through the streets of the Leaf Village, I got the sense that we were truly now in the calm before the storm. The festive atmosphere of this past month had slipped away overnight, replaced now by quiet anticipation. It was a palpable enough feeling to even affect Naruto, who along with Sasuke had grown rather sullen as we made our way. Only Sakura was doing her best to ignore it, trying numerous times to strike up a conversation with Sasuke to no avail. This continued our whole way to the tournament grounds. Although Sasuke finally perked up, Sakura looked relieved for a moment, as if she had finally gotten through to him, only for a single word to bring those expectations crashing back down. "Ni-san," Sasuke said, spotting his big brother among the crowds of people making their way into the arena. Itachi was waiting for him alongside Asumi. the two of them just to the right of the entrance. Upon seeing them, Sasuke went racing off, leaving the rest of us behind. Sakura lived to start chasing after him, but Kakashi put a hand on her shoulder, shaking his head when she looked up at him. "It's about time we went our separate ways. You can come sit with Rin and I if you want," he said, actually sounding oddly compassionate to her plight. I didn't know he had it in him. Sakura looked to consider his offer for several seconds before finally nodding and turning to Naruto. "Do your best," Sakura said, surprisingly her teammate. "I'm rooting for you too, so don't forget it." She reached forward, bumping his chest with her fist. "Sakura-chan," Naruto mumbled, seemingly in shock. That only lasted a minute before he broke out in a huge grin. "You got it. I'm gonna win this whole thing, you know." The laugh that followed was painfully forced, but it seemed to be enough to fool his teammate. "You take care of Hokuto-sama, Obito," Kakashi said to me as this all happened. I merely grumbled in agreement, reaching forward to shake his hand. It wasn't that I hated the idea of watching from what was essentially the best seat in the house. It was also an honor to be selected by the Hokage personally as his guard for this event. I guess I just also wanted to watch with my friends. To be able to cheer on Naruto and Sasuke all together. "I'll see the both of you after this is done." Rin was the last to say her goodbyes to us, rubbing Naruto's head affectionately and briefly taking my hand in hers. She seemed to linger an extra second longer too, before the three of them set out to join the crowds going into the spectator entrance of the arena. With that, it was just Naruto and I now. "Come on," I told him, nodding my head away from the crowds. "I'll walk you as far as the combatant entrance." Despite his earlier enthusiasm just now in front of Sakura, he couldn't maintain the confident facade any longer and merely nodded along to my suggestion. I didn't say anything more for several minutes, merely walking silently with him until we were significantly away from any crowds and out of earshot from any nosy passers-by. "I never expected you to be one for the jitters," I teased him, glancing down out of the corner of one eye for reaction. Even that only garnered a more subdued response, however, Naruto simply giving a dull shrug instead of throwing some kind of contrary remark back in my face. "All right," I sighed, crouching down in front of him and putting a hand on his shoulder. "What's up?" Being nervous before a battle is one thing, but for you to take it this far, something must really be getting under your skin. "It's just," Naruto started to say, but paused. I almost think he was embarrassed. I starting back and forth to make good and sure no one else was listening in. "What if I freeze up again? Like what happened with Gaara that night?" Now I got it. Despite that incident having been a couple weeks ago now, it really did have a lingering effect on him, which is something I couldn't really blame him for. Although I did have an idea how to help. "You're strong, so you won't freeze up again," I told him plainly, just like that and with confidence. As if I could look into the future and had already seen it with my own eye. "How can you be so sure?" Naruto yelled, still refusing to look at me and only staring at the ground. "That guy is just like me, you know. You and that guy are nothing alike," I said immediately, and with such force it shocked him. Naruto finally turned to look up at me, blue eyes shimmering with fear but also hope. "You're stronger than he is. I don't know what kind of tail beast he has inside him, but you have the strongest of them all sealed inside you, and you keep it at bay every single day. Well, he can't even control his own. From just that alone, I know you are the stronger between you two." It really was a lot more complicated than that, such as the type of seal used and the mental condition of the host playing important roles, but Naruto didn't need to hear any of that. What he needed was a boost. So I gave him the most encouraging smile I could. "If even all that isn't enough, just remember that I can teleport. I was able to save you last time and I didn't even know where you were. This time, I'll be watching, so fight without holding back. If for whatever reason that ends up not being enough, I'll bail you out. You're the future Hokage after all, and as your senior, I can't let anything happen to you." Naruto gaped, mouth opening and closing but no words came out. Even without words, however, I could see the light slowly return to his eyes and his sagging shoulders relaxed. Finally, he broke out in a smile to match my own, not a forced one this time. "Thanks, Obito-senpai." That was all he said, but it was enough. "That's more like it." I nodded once more to him and stood up. "Now let's go." The two of us then entered into the hallway leading him to the arena floor. As we reached the end, several other competitors came into view standing out in the view of the crowds. I also noticed another former classmate of mine, Shiranu Junma, standing among them. It would appear he was the proctor selected to replace Height. The arena itself was a fairly large grassy area, only a small pocket of trees planted around its outer edges. Tall walls surrounded the whole thing, and to our right, above those walls, were the audience stands, as expected, but the seats were filling up quickly, and even from here the full roar of people's casual chatter could be heard. No doubt all kinds of predictions and wagers were being made right now, as everyone began anticipating how the matches would go from here. Assuming everything went smoothly, of course. Above the stands was a building further. It was there I would be standing, on a balcony with 5 seats set out for the Hokage and the 4 leaders of the other villages who would be in attendance. As my one-eye wandered up to that area, I saw the Hokage himself enter onto said balcony. Looks like it's time for me to go. I mumbled under my breath. Naruto didn't seem to hear me, suddenly shouting for a friend he spotted hanging out around Gemma. I quickly glanced that way to see Asuma's student had already arrived. Poor guy must have been dragged here extra early by his teacher. It was good for Naruto though, who was already running to see him. At the very least, it would appear his energy and confidence were back. That much was a relief for me, because it meant I could go do my own duties without having to worry about his mental state. Glancing back and forth, I confirmed no one was looking before activating my Mangekyo Sharingan. The world twisted away, being replaced by the sight of the Hokage walking up to me. "Hokage-sama," I greeted him, bowing my head. While looking down, I took the chance to observe the stadium from a high vantage point. Naruto and the others were the size of miniature toys from up here. The whole arena looking more like a playset now. "Obito, so you've arrived." The Hokage greeted me casually, not the least bit surprised by my sudden appearance in front of him. Of course it hadn't been my intention to catch him by surprise, but very few people were used to me just popping up in front of them by tearing a hole in space-time. Yes, but before that, I said, looking behind the Hokage and his noticeably exposed back. "Why didn't you bring any guards with you? At the very least you could have waited for me at the Hokage Tower. I would have escorted you here had I known you planned to come otherwise unattended." My concern was met with a deep laughter. "There's no need for things like that." The Hokage waved it off and took his seat directly in the middle of the placed chairs. He lifted to move for his pipe but stopped himself. Either he didn't have it on him or was trying not to smoke in public. I wasn't sure, but he clearly seemed to miss it. "Besides, I recall your constant tardiness when you were a genin. If I had waited for you, we would have both been late. So to make up for that," he started bringing up unnecessary memories at my expense. "Why is that the only thing everyone seems to remember about me?" I grumbled, but couldn't help the small smirk. He ignored my rhetorical question, and so I took my spot directly to the back left of his chair. The two of us now in position to receive his guests. This would be my first time meeting any of the leaders, let alone another member of the Hokage. Whether I felt I was mentally prepared for it or not, however, they were here. With the Hokage having taken his seat and the games nearly about to begin, the other high-ranking guests were slowly ushered onto the balcony to be able to take their own seats. This started with the highest-ranking official from the lands, which meant one of the Hokage was next and would take the seat to the right of the Hokage. The only one of the 5 great nations we were currently in an alliance with was the Land of Wine, and so that meant the Kazekage of the Hidden Sand would be the only other one of the 5 in attendance. The 4th Kazekage, Rasa, approached us from the right. To his side was a man I recognized by the name of Baki. I knew him because he was the one officially signed on the records as being Gaara's Chunin sensei. Kazekage Dono, the Hokage rose from his seat, extending his hand to the chair next to him as a gesture to sit. "Thank you for taking the time to come all the way to our village. I do hope you'll enjoy the matches today," as expected of one of his title. But the conduct of his speech was of the utmost cordiality. "Likewise, Hokage-sama." The Kazekage returned the polite speech, taking his seat next to the Hokage, who then took his own. Baki and I merely nodded silently at one another, acknowledging each other's presence but also silently sizing the other up. Normally such niceties would end there, but the Kazekage himself seemed to take an interest in me, turning his head back to scrutinize my face for himself. "You are," he spoke, some form of realization seemingly dawning on him. I felt myself tense slightly under his hard gaze, waiting for whatever words might come next. Was it possible he had seen me that night? If my information was correct, Dara was his own flesh and blood son, and while it may have been in self-defense, it was an undeniable truth that I had attacked him with my strongest katanjutsu that night. My worries amounted to nothing, thankfully, as he continued. Certainly Yuta Obito, the one who gave the hero of Kanobi Bridge, Hata Kakashi, his sharing an eye. This was the unfortunate truth of my existence. I was more well known for the deeds performed by Kakashi, who used my left eye rather than any actual accomplishments of my own. It couldn't be helped, however. The fact that I could use Mokuton Jutsu and my awakened Nangekko Sharingan were closely guarded village secrets. That didn't mean it wasn't sometimes a little frustrating though. Even so, I couldn't allow this to show on my face, and so simply smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Haven't verified this information. The Kaizekage let out a low laugh. It would appear I'm being underestimated. If you were going to have a guard, would it not be better to have the copy ninja himself? The Kaizekage said, speaking directly to the third again. Of course, while you're still young, I can only imagine the strain an actual battle would put on you. For his part, the Hokage merely chuckled to himself. Neither he nor I could say anything directly to such insults of my ability. I don't plan to have to fight today or anymore for some time, but you would do well not to think so little of the original owner of the copy ninja's eye, or so I thought. But the Hokage's words were far more direct and aggressive than I expected him to be. Nothing more than that could be said, as the next guest was walking towards us from the left. After the Kaizekage, the other three village leaders all shared the same rank. So the order in which they would be brought out and sat was based on the length of time they had been in alliance with the Hidden Leaf. The Hidden Ring was our longest standing alliance, a treaty having been formed after the Second Shinobi World War. For a long time it was Hanzo the Salamander who had been the leader of the Hidden Ring. He was the man strong enough to fight my master and his two teammates to a stalemate single-handedly, and had been the one to give them their moniker. All present information gathered by Jiraiya and myself would have indicated that he was still the leader. Yet he was a younger man, perhaps the age Minato-sensei would be now, that approached us. Next to him was a woman of about the same age, a peculiar rose made of paper decorating her blue hair. "It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Yahiko and this is Conan." The man greeted us, bowing respectfully to the Hokage who had yet to rise from his chair. I apologize for the recent secrecy surrounding our village, but as perhaps you understand, transitions of power are not always easy. That was one way to word a likely Kuja edit. Still, this guy couldn't be no slouch to have potentially done in Hanzo. Another one to be careful of. Out of respect for the alliance, we have decided to finally show ourselves and hope we can continue relations as they used to be between our two villages. He seemed earnest enough. At the very least, his words were polite, and the fact they showed themselves at all implied some sense of normalcy had returned to the reign, and they were looking to once more come back out into the world. Although the appearance of that red-haired man still troubled me and lingered at the back of my mind, I never had heard from Jiraiya after he said he was going to take care of that personally. I just hoped everything was all right. Any kind of conflict between them could potentially ruin the effort this man called Yeviko was putting forward now. The Hokage for his part smiled. "I'm always open to a dialogue between villages. Now please, have a seat and let's all enjoy these matches together." He gestured for Yahiko to take a seat. The man nodded in appreciation and took his place to the left of the Hokage. Conan took up her spot behind him, and again she and I began to size one another up. I was starting to not like this, being the one directly in the center of this gathering. Having only my right eye made this especially troublesome, as I was essentially entirely blind to the left without obviously turning my head. The surprises kept coming, as to our right the leader of the hidden waterfall approached. Again, it was a different leader than what our information would suggest, but unlike with the case of Yahiko, it was a much older existence that had taken the role. One older than the third Hokage even, despite the fact that you wouldn't think so going by his appearance alone. "It has been a long time, Hirusuna." Kakuzu was greeted as if speaking with an old friend. Just behind him was the man who was supposed to be the leader, Shibuki, who had apparently stepped down for whatever reason and was now just a guard. Kakuzu's even the Hokage appeared surprised, which was quite rare for someone as veteran as himself. No one could fault him in this case. Kakuzus was supposedly a missing ninja according to the Bengo book and had been on the run from his village since before the third even took the position of Hokage. Yet here he was now, its supposed leader. No need to be so surprised. Kakuzus didn't wait to be offered a seat, merely taking his place next to the Kaizakanes. It turns out running a shinobi village is quite profitable, so I simply returned to the place I was meant to be. Waterfall has been suffering for manpower lately too, so they were all too glad to have me back. Isn't that right, Shibuki? He asked of his underling. Yes, Kakuzu-sama. Shibuki merely bowed his head in a docile manner. It was hard to tell for sure, but I got the distinct impression he was on the verge of tears. Still, it wasn't our place to say anything about the affairs of another village, and so the Hokage merely nodded in acceptance to his presence. He had come here peacefully so far. So despite being a former missing ninja, maybe he really had come to change his ways? Again, I felt that pressure I once had, just like before the Yuja incident. Something here wasn't quite right. There were too many unknown variables stacking up all at once and it made me uncomfortable. All of those variables were nothing in the face of the last one, however. The latest and most recent village to join our alliance that was being represented in these matches today, the Hidden Sound Village. A possible front for Torishom's schemes, or at the very least a village that had joined hands with the snake in some way. Their leader was the last to approach, once again from the left. A woman with long black hair, chubby cheeks, and the most off-putting smile I had ever seen approached us. Her purple eyes were like poison, her whole existence causing my skin to crawl and immediately putting me on guard. Despite being the most physically non-intimidating presence here, she was the one I was most weary of. Next to her was an incredibly pale white-haired man, 2 red dots just above his eyes being his otherwise most defining characteristic. Good day to you, my lords, the woman greeted us, voice dripping with honey. My name is Miyomi, the leader of the Hidden Sound Village, and this is my guard, Kimamaro. She gestured to the pale man. I would just like to take this opportunity to thank you all for allowing me to join in this alliance with you. I hope we can continue to help one another out from this point forward. She bowed deeply, black hair falling in front of her face to hide whatever nasty expression it was she was now making. No one, not even the Hokage, returned her greeting, merely continuing to stare at her and her guard as if sizing her up the same as I was doing. If the silence bothered her, she did not mind and simply took her seat next to Yahiko, the whole time smiling that sickly, forced smile. To my right, Conan also noticeably tensed up, having these newcomers being the closest to her and her master. My gaze must have caught her attention, because she silently turned back to me, and a quick nod of understanding was shared between us. Like it or not, I was left with slim pickings for actual allies up here, despite the fact we were all supposedly in an alliance. Among all these figures and despite being new faces themselves, Yahiko and Conan gave me the best impression. It was just a gut feeling, but if Jirai were here he would tell me to trust that instinct. Alright, the Hokage said, bringing my attention back to him as he rose from his seat and took a couple steps towards the railing at the edge of the balcony. Now that we're all here, shall we get started then? It was a rhetorical question, and he didn't wait for an answer from any of them, sucking in a deep breath and then booming out with a voice you wouldn't believe wasn't being amplified by some jutsu. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming out to the CHUNIN exams hosted today in the Hidden Leaf Village. It was incredible. The once constant ruckus from below was suddenly silenced. Every single person in attendance now gave the Hokage their complete and undivided attention. For a single man to have such power and just his voice alone, even now, time and again I was in awe of Saratori Hirusuna as a person. We shall now begin the main matches between the 8 contestants who passed the preliminary round. He continued. My sharing and I turned down to see all 8 of the young genin standing proudly in representation of their village. Naruto stood beside Shikamaru and Sasuke, Shino not far from them. It was this half of the group that made up the Leaf's representatives. To the other side was a single shinobi, each from the sand, rain, waterfall, and sound. Those 4 formed their kind of own group. Not that there was much choice. Individually, they were outnumbered by the Leaf Genin, which was also why the matches had been purposely set up with 1 Leaf Genin against one of the members from a foreign nation. Please enjoy the fight. The Hokage finished, returning to his seat. On the floor of the arena, Gemma began giving instructions to the 8 gathered genin. His back was turned to me, so it was impossible to read his lips from here, but it was no doubt standard information anyways, such as rules for the matches and where they would be directed while it wasn't their turn to fight and such. Finally, he seemed to finish and 6 of the CHUNIN began to shuffle their way off the field, leaving just behind Uzumaki, Naruto, and Ajishi, the 2 combatants of the official first match of the tournament. While our first strategy meeting had been interrupted by the arrival of Gay and Lee, the 2 of us had managed to finish going over his tactics for his fights at a later date. There was no fight would put in more work than this first one. Ajishi didn't seem to be a particularly powerful opponent compared to what he might have to face later, but she wasn't someone to just be underestimated either, especially considering she would also be taking this first round the most seriously. The very nature of the CHUNIN exams meant you had to put it all on the line in the opening bout. After all, winning and losing were ultimately irrelevant to whether or not you would receive a promotion or not. It was just about your performance, which meant this first fight might be your only chance to show your stuff to the higher-ups. Of course, there were also some things you shouldn't be showing off for everyone to see. For example, Naruto's status as a Jinwekirike wasn't something we exactly just wanted to flaunt. It was already possible he was being targeted as it was, so revealing such information was only going to increase the potential number of people after him for the tail beast within. Naruto hadn't been thrilled when Rin and I told him he shouldn't rely on its chakra if he absolutely didn't have to. Apparently Rin had been teaching him a little about how to pull it out and use it ever since he was younger. It was an area I didn't have much expertise in, despite having a Sharingan, so I passed on furthering such training myself. That was something better left to another Jinwekirike like Rin. Even without such power, I was confident in Naruto's ability to take this fight. He just had to do what he had been doing during our spars, use his head and think on the fly. So long as he was open to being able to adapt to the situation, he should be able to handle himself. Just like what a true Chunin would be expected of doing, Naruto and his opponent turned to face one another. Chema had already given them space and it looked like the start of the fight was free for the 2 of them to decide. Now it was just a matter of waiting for who would break first and attack. So that's Uzumaki Naruto, huh? Yahiko asked, leaning forward to better watch the fight. I've heard a lot about him this past month. My shoulders tensed, wondering exactly what it was he had heard. Even among the civilians of the village, Naruto's status as a Jinwekirike wasn't exactly a carefully guarded secret. To my knowledge, that secret had never left the village walls, as even they didn't speak about it. Seems he's not very popular and is considered a bit of a screw-up. I was actually reminded a bit of myself listening to them talk about him. I'm hoping he will be a good adversary for our Ajishi. It would seem that secret would continue to be safe for the moment too. I turned my eye from the yet-to-begin battle to once again study Yahiko. He claimed Naruto reminded him a bit of himself. That was a feeling I was also very familiar with at this point. Perhaps it was because I had somehow sensed that he and I were similar that I felt okay with trusting them a little. I couldn't say for sure, but it was a start at least. No matter what anyone says about him, the Hokage smiled, beaming down at Naruto with pride. Naruto is a splendid shinobi of the Hidden Leaf, and it is an honor to have him represent our village. Likewise, I am looking forward to how Ajishi will test him and push him to further himself. Yahiko nodded and said, I'm glad then, for Ajishi's first opponent to have been someone who overcame so much pain to earn that respect. I look forward to this match. There was something about his wording that slightly put me off, but I wasn't sure what it was. Maybe not the words themselves, but the tone. As if there was some undercurrent of hatred running through him. Hatred for what? I wasn't sure. I could tell now this guy was only showing us the surface. There was far more going on underneath than I had originally assumed. As soon as he finished speaking, the battle below began. So for now I pushed all other thoughts aside and turned my Sharingan eye back to the field. I had also been looking forward to this fight, so I wasn't about to miss a second of my student as he put it all on the line. Cat and Fire Flower Jutsu, Naruto yelled, forming the seals and opening the battle with the jutsu I had taught him. His voice was impossible to hear from all the way down there, but my Sharingan easily allowed me to lip read without a problem. Caper Shuriken Jutsu, Ajishi returned Naruto's ranged attack with one of her own, throwing a barrage of origami paper folded into the shape of shuriken throwing stars. I immediately studied this new jutsu, sharing and I breaking down the chakra molded into the paper. Like with the fire flower jutsu, it would appear she could manipulate the trajectory of the paper, and tucked inside the folded origami were explosive seals. It would have been a devastating jutsu, but Naruto seemed to realize how she was manipulating the shuriken, and so guided his own fire-encased shuriken to meet those. Each combatant had thrown out 10 projectiles. All 10 of them collided in the middle, the fire setting off the explosive seals that immediately covered the whole arena and temporarily blocked them both from view. With the fight temporarily unwatchable, I glanced at Conan once again while I could afford the opportunity. As I thought, the paper rose in her hair was emitting the same type of chakra frequency as the paper that Ajise had just used. It appeared to be some form of yang-type manipulation, but at that level it couldn't be easily taught. I imagined there were only a couple users of such a style in the whole world. As I reached this conclusion, Conan glanced over at me and smirked, not at all perturbed by the gaze of my Sharingan. That Katen Jutsu was a favorite of the Yuja during the Second War, she said, no doubt making the connection between my Sharingan and the jutsu that Naruto had just used. It would appear this is also a battle against our students. She readily admitted to being the one who taught Ajise that paper jutsu. So it would seem, I agreed with her, turning back to the field. There was no more need to study her jutsu, and I didn't want to risk missing anything further. All the same, I felt the competitive fire inside me burn just a little more brightly. Even more than before, I wanted Naruto to show the results of our training. Several more explosions ran out, kicking up further smoke and dust. Yet within it all I could make out several things. It would seem Naruto had already pulled out his clones and was sending them out en masse to surround the enemy. There was something else moving within the smoke that I couldn't make out, but they appeared quite large whatever they were, and they were halting the advance of Naruto and his clones. Finally, the smoke cleared enough to reveal over 100 Naruto clones and 3 giant animals made of origami. All 3 of them were easily the size of a small house. One was a bird, currently circling overhead. The second of them was a dog which was currently on the offensive, ripping through Naruto's clones like he was the one made of paper. The last one appeared to be a salamander, and for now it had just taken a defensive position, wrapping its body and tail around Ajise to protect her from any potential attacks. Katen Fire Flower Jutsu. Several of the clones unleashed a blaze of fireballs at the salamander. It was in this moment that the paper bird circling above flapped its wings, generating powerful gusts of wind that immediately put out the flames, exposing the shuriken hidden within. The tail of the paper salamander then slapped those shuriken away, making the attack all but worthless. As this went on, the paper dog continued to maul its way through the wall of Naruto's, just now taking out the ones that had unleashed the Katen Jutsu. It was a fearful combination, combining an aerial and ground-based offensive with a solid defense all at the same time. As it was, I didn't see how Naruto was going to get out of this without more firepower than what he was currently generating. He needed a bigger jutsu, or at the very least a distraction big enough to get within guard of that salamander. You ready to give up yet? Ajise seemed to realize Naruto was about to be beaten too. In your dreams, several of the Narutos shouted at the same time. They were immediately ripped apart by the paper dog. The whole display caused Ajise to let out a big sigh before glaring at whichever Naruto was closest to her. You leave shinobi are all the same, she spit out darkly. So carefree and happy-go-lucky. It honestly makes me sick, seeing you live the way you do after piggybacking off of the wealth of poor nations like mine. The hell are you talking about? Naruto asked, busy running around and preparing the seals for another Katen Jutsu, aiming to take down the paper dog this time. The moment he unleashed it and the paper bird immediately put the flames out again, the shuriken hit their mark and just stuck to it worthlessly. The origami creature incapable of feeling any pain. You seriously mean you don't know about how your village and others ravaged across our lands in the last couple wars? His ignorance on the matter only seemed to anger her further, Ajise leaning on the paper tail of the salamander to yell at him. Your careless actions made generations of my people suffer. Beats me, Naruto yelled, that clone barely dodging a swipe from the paper dog by rolling underneath it. He was then immediately crushed by a whip of its tail. If you really care so much about something like that, Bo, I'll work on making it up to you one day. Another nearby clone continued where the last had left off, jumping up on the back of the rampaging origami creature and stabbing at it with a kunai. How do you plan to do that? Achishi scoffed at the clone that was obliterated when the dog rolled over, crushing it along with a dozen other Narutos in the process. You can't even do anything against my origami beast jutsu. It'll be easy. Aside from a couple stranglers here and there was only one conglomerate of about 20 Narutos all stacked up together in one group left. I'm the man who is gonna become Hokage, you know. They all declared confidently and loud enough to even be heard by those of us in the upper balcony. I've had enough of your nonsense. In contrast, Ajizi seemed to be done with the conversation, whispering quietly to herself, the real you is obviously in that crowd. This battle ends now. The paper dog leapt in the air, coming crashing down on the 20 or so Narutos and flattening them out of existence. What? If the original had been there, the remaining Naruto clones should have also burst into smoke after taking such a devastating blow. Yet the 4 or so clones that had fanned out over the arena were still there, meaning it had to be assumed one of those 4 was the real Naruto. It doesn't matter, your situation hasn't changed. Ajizi thought as much at least. What she failed to see, however, that was clearly apparent from my angle, was the man-sized hole in the ground below where the paper dog had just belly flopped. The real Naruto was burrowing. I realized now why he had kept his clones so conspicuously gathered like that, as it had been to hide what the real one was doing. It had to be the original because there was no way a clone could withstand the effort needed to forcibly claw your way through the earth as Naruto had to be doing. All for the single purpose of getting between Ajizi and her paper salamander. Ajizi never realized her mistake. I still tracking the remaining visible Naruto as her faithful origami dog hunted them down. It destroyed 2 of them, leaving just 2 left, as it zeroed in on the 3rd one and wiped it out, leaving only the last one was when the real Naruto reached his destination. Wow, Ajizi must have heard him just seconds before he broke through, looking down too late. Naruto broke through the dirt, a confident smile splitting his mud-covered face and hands already in the tiger sign. Hidden Leaf's secret to Jutsu, he caught out the name of his technique, one I hadn't heard of before. Had Gaze secretly taught him some kind of forbidden Jutsu? Whatever I thought I was about to witness didn't prepare me for the disappointing truth. 1,000 years of death. The disappointment of watching my young student shoving his fingers up the butt of his female opponent. Ajizi screamed at the top of her lungs, jumping literally 15 meters into the air, either of her own volition to get away from the jutsu or just out of reflex. I had no idea which. Pruha! Tahiko broke out in a fit of laughter, unable to contain himself. Conan didn't seem to share in his humor, staring at me with such an intense gaze I thought I might be liquefied on the spot. Obito, is this what you've been teaching Naruto? Even the Hokage had to ask, pulling his ceremonial hat down so he didn't have to watch any further. Like hell I taught him that. I momentarily forgot my station and yelled out in indignation. That kind of technique is definitely Kakashi's work. I have nothing to do with this. Although I couldn't deny, going underneath the opponent in that way to get them like that had been exactly what he tried with me the day I decided he was ready to start learning strategy. Had I unknowingly influenced him to think like this, it would appear his attack isn't over. The Kaiserkichi, unlike the rest of us, hadn't turned his attention away from the battlefield. He knew he couldn't land the finishing blow coming up from below like that, so he's put her in a position where she can't guard anymore. The real conclusion is about to come. Katen Fireflower Jutsu, Naruto's clone yelled. It was just as the Kaiserkichi said, the last Naruto clone unleashing his jutsu and attacking the now exposed Ajizi who was suspended in the air. None of her origami creatures were close enough to save her, but they didn't need to be. The bird flapping its wings to extinguish the flames surrounding the shuriken. Only this time they didn't go out. What? Ajizi for the 2nd time didn't get to finish that exclamation. The flaming shuriken all burst into smoke, revealing 10 more Naruto clones that were flying right for her. It was at that moment I understood. Naruto hadn't actually used the fire flower jutsu. He merely made it look like he had, because he knew Ajizi was going to be focused on putting out those flames. This had cost her the valuable couple seconds needed to prepare a counterattack, and the shuriken had simply been Naruto clones that had used the transformation jutsu in order to get in close. Uzumaki, Naruto began calling out his name. With each syllable one of the clones striking Ajizi with a powerful blow. She managed to block the first couple, but was quickly overwhelmed by the pure numbers that had gotten close. Naruto barraged all the clones called together, delivering powerful kicks that sent Ajise flying to the ground below. It was a technique inspired by watching Lee unleash something similar on his own clones. While he couldn't produce the same power individually as Lee could, his clones together more than made up for that. Although he wasn't getting any points for his naming sense, Ajise hit the ground headfirst and was temporarily covered in a cloud of dust kicked up from the impact. All the Naruto clones weren't far behind, landing nimbly on their feet only seconds later. The real Naruto had been trapped in the tail of the salamander immediately after unleashing his surprise attack, but it along with the other two had frozen in place, waiting on standby for some kind of command from their caster. When none came, they reverted back to miniature size in bursts of smoke, the bird falling out of the sky. The original Naruto was freed and landed on his feet. He dismissed the rest of his clones and slowly began to approach where Ajise had landed. It looked like he wanted to call out to her, but as he approached, it became apparent that she was already out cold, likely from the moment her head hit the ground. Shenna also approached, bending down to inspect Ajise's condition. He then nodded to someone unseen, and a moment later several medical ninja with a stretcher began running out onto the field. As they came out, Gemma held up his hand, extending it towards my student. Winner Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto had won. Kid actually pulled off a rather splendid victory against his opponent during the opening match of the tournament. Well, mostly splendid, so long as you ignored that finger up the butt part of his final strategy. Now the crowds below us cheered for him, going absolutely wild for the display they had just seen. It truly had been an auspicious fight, packing in explosions, unique jutsu, and a clever trick to finish it all off. I don't think anyone had seen such a fight coming from the once detested outcast of the village, yet such things didn't seem to matter to anyone now. Every single person in the stands cheering for Naruto, solely for Naruto. He appeared stunned, merely looking up at the source of the noise as if trying to determine what it was. His mouth hung open and shoulders were slack in disbelief. Jimmy said something to him, briefly catching his attention before he once again looked back at the crowd with renewed focus. He seemed to be scanning for something, as finally darting up to the balcony I was standing on. It was hard to tell if he would see it or not, and I couldn't risk being too overt, but I extended a quick elbow-high thumbs up. The gesture must have reached him, because he broke out into a huge grin, returning my gesture with a peace sign. I won. He yelled, beginning to jump around and blow kisses into the crowd and bask in their praise. This must have been a completely foreign feeling for him, getting this kind of positive attention from the masses instead of the glares and spite he was used to. Yet that didn't stop him from absolutely reveling in it. This was a major step towards achieving his dream, receiving this kind of acknowledgement not just from his peers but the citizens he was employed to protect, and I couldn't be more proud of him. He had really used his head and weight in the battle, adapting on the fly to a tough situation, and quickly finding a solution. He must have begun digging almost immediately after those 3 origami animals had come out in order to be able to make it to her in the time that he had. This meant he had analyzed things and broken them down in seconds, playing out the possible scenarios if he didn't get within her guard. Despite how dumb he normally acted, that was the kind of out-of-the-box thinking of a true strategist. Such an unconventional tactic might have been impossible for someone less stubborn, but Naruto was just bullheaded enough for that kind of strategy to work. All in all, it was a good showing for him and his possible chances of being promoted to CHUNIN. What was important now was how he continued to respond to future opponents, since he was going to be moving on to the second round. On the other side of that coin was Ajise. While she had definitely shown off a powerful jutsu that she controlled well, there was no denying she had been outplayed this time. Even if the move that determined the outcome had been several fingers rammed up her rear, if anything, that probably only made it worse, not just for her but for those she was representing. Yahiko had broken out in laughter when it first happened, but I don't think anyone expected such a prank-like technique to end up leading to victory. So when I looked over at the pair of rain ninja, I must admit it was with no small amount of trepidation. In the end, that was unnecessary. Oh man, what a fight! Dahiko leaned back in his chair, a glum smile on his face. It's too bad, but looks like we're already out of this tournament. Still, that Naruto kid really was something. Digging through the ground like that must have been excruciatingly painful. yet he did it anyways. That's a kid right there that understands the price of victory. Wouldn't you say, Conan? He turned his head, looking back up at the woman assigned to guard him. In contrast to him, she looked far more dissatisfied by the outcome of the match. Yet upon hearing her leader's remarks, Conan's facial expression softened somewhat to the point that even she was capable of a small smile. Yes, I suppose you're right. She glanced once more in my general direction. You've instructed him well, she praised me directly. Come on, Conan, don't be so modest about it. Yahiko shook his head at her, smiling in my direction now, or more accurately, at the scars on my face. Very few people could look at them so directly, even shinobi, yet Yahiko seemed to find them almost fascinating. It would seem you have also seen quite a bit in your time. I bet there were a lot of painful moments for you too. His words brought up unpleasant flashes that I quickly squashed. It's made you strong, he said, as if realizing what had just happened inside my head. Naruto is the strong one, I corrected him. Unlike me, Naruto hadn't given up on his dreams, and I had come to believe he wouldn't no matter what. He's the one who thought of those drastic measures to win down there. I had nothing to do with that. In particular, that 1,000 years of death, as he so called it. Ajise was a good opponent for him. He never would have been backed into a corner like that if she hadn't been as strong as she was. These were my honest feelings. Ajise truly did have a powerful jutsu. The only thing was, I do admit, her view of Konoha and the larger nations does have me a little worried. That had been some real outrage she had been spitting at Naruto down there, not at him specifically, but at the whole system in general. For someone so young to have such extreme views of the greater political climate was well worrying to say the least. It implied that they still very much viewed themselves as at war with something. I knew this because I had been somewhat the same in my youth, although I had desired more of an end to the war than anything. Yes, Yahiko slowly nodded, turning his attention back down to the stadium floor. Ajise had now been loaded onto the stretcher, and the medical ninja were beginning to carry her off. I'm not sure what you heard her say. Unlike me, he hadn't been able to lip read from all the way up here, but I can kind of guess. All of us in the rain had a tough life after the wars. It's like we've been picking up the pieces ever since. This has left quite a few of us, myself included, with rather deep scars. When he turned back to me, his smile was no longer there, replaced by just melancholy. It is because of that pain that we are here now, in Konoha, to see if we can finally understand one another, he said. I wasn't sure I understood, but it kind of sounded to me like he meant they were testing us or something. More likely trying to determine if the alliance was worth preserving. I think watching Naruto and speaking with you has alleviated some of my doubts. While what he was saying was supposedly a good thing at face value, I still couldn't help but be uncomfortable by the logic used to get there. So long as we learned the same lessons from that pain, I replied, getting the feeling it was a response like that he was looking for. My hunch appeared to pay off as he gave a satisfied nod and once more looked forward. Although I couldn't say I believed in my own words, it felt too much like what that man had been trying to fill my head with. That was only going to make things worse, not better. Problems such as that were better left to the Hokage, however, not to me. Speaking of the Hokage though, the old man raised a hand, beckoning me forward. As I leaned into him, he whispered into my ear, very well handled, Obito. Maintaining a strong tie with the Hidden Rain is important, and you've appealed to their young leader wonderfully. Diplomacy and knowing when to use it is an excellent trait of any Hokage. I could say nothing to his words as I returned silently to a standing position. During that whole exchange he had been quiet, not speaking to the other leader as would normally be expected of him. Instead, he left that conversation to me and hadn't butted in, even though it would have been his right to. In fact, it could have possibly been contrived as more rude for him not to speak to them. Fortunately in this case, Yahiko didn't seem to mind. If anything, he appeared more interested in hearing what a young blood like himself had to say rather than the old people who he would view as responsible for the past wars. So for now, it was all good, but it still made me feel uncomfortable that the third was essentially leaving his job to me. It was time to put such concerns behind me as the next competitors made their way out onto the arena. Now that Ajise had been lifted out and Naruto had taken his place in the waiting area, Nara Shikamaru and Fu took their place, as with the match before, but Chima just seemed to take a step back and was prepared to let the two of them figure out when they wanted to go at each other. I had never met Shikamaru, but after everything I heard about him both from Naruto and his own sensei, there was no way he was going to be the one to make the first move. Hell, he might be inclined to just take a nap before actually starting the battle. This meant the honor of deciding when the match would officially begin went to Fu herself. Fu was still an enigma to me. I had already told Naruto during our strategy sessions, but she was the one he was going to have to most adapt for. That's because the fact of the matter is I had no idea what her real abilities might be. She was pushed through to the finals by two teammates who immediately dropped out when given the opportunity, which suggested she was here for a reason. But up until now, her powers didn't seem like anything noteworthy. Certainly unique, but not so much so that she absolutely needed to be in these finals. That was what I thought until now. With my sharing an eye, however, I finally got a good look at her chakra for myself, and it was immediately apparent why she would be considered so special. Most people only have one type of chakra flowing through them, and that color was unique to everyone. Naruto, for example, had what I would call a yellow like the sun kind of chakra signature. This Fukuro had a kind of natural mint green. However, the two of them also had one other chakra, one that was deep red and sinister in color. This chakra pattern was something I had seen only 3 times before in Naruto, Rin, and in that Garakid a couple weeks ago. In other words, she was a Jinwekurick. 4 Jinwekurick of 9 total were gathered here in this arena right now. There could be no possible way that was a coincidence. I didn't know where to look first, eventually glancing over at the waiting area for the combatants to make sure Sasuke was still there and safe. If Horikoshi was really targeting the tail beasts, it made sense that he would go after him first. To my relief, I found Itachi and Azumi were both inside the waiting box with them. It would appear they had been stationed there as some kind of guards in case someone did exactly as I now feared. For now, Sasuke and by extension Naruto were in no immediate danger, so next I turned to Miyumi and Kimimaro. As possible accomplices of Horikoshi, they were the next most suspicious. Upon arriving, however, they had both done nothing more than silently observe the happenings beneath them. Ignoring Kimimaro, whose facial expressions hadn't once changed since he arrived, Miyumi continued that same eerie smile that seemed permanently plastered onto her face. For now, there was nothing to gain from observing them, which just left Kakuzu's and Shibuki. The older entity was no doubt the mastermind behind bringing Fu out to this tournament. Even knowing that didn't help me. His face, like the Kazekage's, was completely covered, leaving only a tiny gap and the space around his eyes and brow for which to see through. Just because he didn't have any kind of tails didn't mean Shibuki was the same. The moment Fu had come out on the field, he began trembling. He was terrified of something. A Fu? There was at least precedent for that, as Jinwekurick were infamously disdained no matter which village they called home. I couldn't ask him directly, not with all the other villages here. Especially when I wasn't sure who to trust at the moment. However, I could definitely say now that the waterfall wasn't to be trusted. Kakuzu's return and subsequent leadership alone was a red flag, but the former leader having been reduced to this terrified state was the ultimate tell. There was something very wrong with the current state of the waterfall. That was as far as I got before a movement below caught my eye. I turned my attention back to the arena just as Fu unleashed the opening attack of the match. Scale Flashbang Jutsu. Fu exhaled a barrage of light-emitting powder, and when she clapped her hands together, she released the jutsu. Those thousands of particles all going off at once like a flashbang. I was forced to look away from the arena temporarily. Webbing Jutsu, Fu's attack didn't end there, next spitting out what looked like nets made of spider web. They covered a wide area, spreading out over most of the ground between herself and Shikimura. It should have been impossible for him to dodge such a wide-ranging technique, especially considering he had just been blinded by that earlier sensory attack. Yet he rolled out of the way anyway, somehow able to perceive Fu's webs regardless of the handicap. Or perhaps had he already closed his eyes in preparation for that jutsu? It had to be the case, as there was no way he could still be able to see otherwise right now. Shadow Paralysis Jutsu. Shikimura unleashed his own jutsu the second he stopped rolling, the signature technique of the Nara clan. The shadows at his feet bent and contorted, elongated as it extended towards Fu. If he caught her in that technique, he would have complete control of her movements. In other words, it would essentially be his win. Fu wasn't about to just sit by and let that happen. She unleashed another flurry of the light particles that flashed brightly. The light pushed back the shadows, eliminating them completely and rendering Shikamaru's jutsu obsolete. She then unleashed more of those webs. This was simply a battle of who could capture whom first, it would seem. Both combatants specialized in immobilizing their opponent. However, Fu's light attack was the perfect foil to Shikamaru's shadows, meaning he was at quite the disadvantage right off the bat here. He seemed to realize this too, abandoning the jutsu to once again dive out of the way. He must have been slow to close his eyes this time, as he didn't appear to quite know where he was sleeping. As he landed, one of his legs slipped, nearly sending him tumbling down into the hole Naruto had dug for himself earlier. Shikamaru let out a yelp of surprise, partially sliding into it and only just catching himself at the last second. It was his good luck, the near fall causing him to duck just under the web that would have captured him that moment. Otherwise, he had really put himself in a bad position now, something he also seemed to realize, immediately setting up his jutsu the moment he was out of the hole. Shadow paralysis jutsu, his shadow once again began to stretch and move. Scale flashbang jutsu, and those same shadows were once again obliterated by the light-emitting particles. From here, the match was as good as decided. It didn't seem like Shikamaru had any other tricks up his sleeve, and all he could do was simply jump around in an attempt not to get caught. Fu had him completely cornered, having already covered most of the area behind him in webs too. All she had to do was throw one more volley, and Shikamaru was all but guaranteed to be caught. Yet for some reason her next attack never came. She was just standing there rooted in place, impossible. But when did he... The closer I looked at it, the more it seemed to be the only possible explanation. He had caught her in his jutsu. Her face was clearly twisted in a strange snarl, body shaking as it attempted to move but couldn't. Hey, shadow paralysis success, Shikamaru grinned, having still been in the stance for his jutsu up until now. As he stood up, I finally saw it. It was the hole Naruto had made earlier. One end of it was behind Shikamaru from when he nearly fell into it, the other was behind Fu. Now I got it. When she had used that flashbang-like jutsu, it was true the shadows in front of her and in between the two of them had disappeared, but the shadows behind them would have only grown larger. He waited for that timing, when her shadow became so large that he couldn't possibly miss. Then by using the holes as a sort of bridge, he managed to trap her in the jutsu. All while it seemed like her jutsu was the perfect counter to his, it was actually that same technique that made the strategy viable. Not bad, I mumbled aloud, not able to contain my awe. Naruto's own tactic had been brilliant in that it required guts only someone like himself could pull off. This was a level even above that, turning his greatest disadvantage into the winning ticket. Damn, you really got me. Even Fu herself was impressed, chuckling all the while still trying to break free of his jutsu. Even in this situation, she wasn't about to give up, and she might not have to. It was like I told Naruto, but this jutsu put an incredible strain on the chakra of the user. If you had enough chakra, it was possible to just run out the clock. I figured something like that would work with Naruto due to his massive reserves of chakra, but that was also a distinct advantage Fu shared with him as a fellow Jinwekirik. The question now was, did Shikamaru have a way to take her down while she was trapped in his jutsu? He was going to have to do it fast too, because it already looked like his control on the jutsu was beginning to waver. No good, huh? Shikamaru sighed, raising his arm over his head, forcing Fu to do the same. Alright, I give up. Or he could just do that. While I couldn't say this outcome came as much of a shock to me, it sure seemed to have been for most of the others watching. This was going by the sudden silence that was immediately followed by shouts of malcontent. Many in the crowds beneath us went as far as to start chucking their food and beverages into the arena below. Shikamaru appeared oblivious to all of this, simply sighing as he released his jutsu and starting to stretch. Fu, for her part, just appeared to be in a state of shock, having not yet decided whether to be happy she won her match or mad it had ended in such a way. Just because she didn't, though, didn't also mean her village leader hadn't decided. What a worthless victory. Kakuzu was back, slamming his fist on the arm of his chair. Victory is victory, and there is value in that. The Kazekage responded coolly in comparison to the outrage being demonstrated by the one next to him. She would get a chance to redeem herself in the next round. That was right. Now that she had won, the next stage was going to be her against Naruto. Jinwekirik versus Jinwekirik. Not that either one of them was likely aware of this at the moment. Before that, there were still two more matches of the first round to be decided. Shikamaru and Fu were walking off the arena together, the former apparently getting an earful from the girl he just made a fool of. I almost felt bad for him, but he had kind of brought it on himself. From what I could tell, Fu didn't seem to be a bad person. It made me feel kind of sad that someone like her might be getting used by the likes of Kakuzuwas. At least for the moment, she could be like a more normal girl and interact with her peers. So, Obito, what do you think? The Hokage asked me, is Shikamaru ready for the promotion to Chunin? Again, it would seem he was asking me to weigh in on something that was ultimately his job. Although I guess giving my own to Ryo wouldn't hurt in this case. Those few short minutes were all we had to base his promotion on after all. Well, it's certainly troubling how fast he gave up after catching her, but I once again leaned forward to speak into the Hokage's ear as the two of us conversed. None of the other leaders appeared to notice. Everyone else engaged in their own conversation, but it was better to be cautious. I do ultimately think he made the right choice. He knew it was an unwinnable match. I was reminded of a fight Kakashi and I once had about the importance of cherishing your comrades versus completing the mission no matter the cost. His way of thinking seems to be in line with my own. I think he would place the lives of himself and his teammates first. A person like him is someone I would feel comfortable with having as captain of a squad. I see. The Hokage merely nodded along to my words, not offering any of his own input. Which at the very least probably meant he agreed with what it was I was saying. If he didn't, he would surely say something. Down below, as Shikamaru and Fu left the arena, Aburmi, Shino, and Dasu replaced them in it, all things considered, and it was a tough act they were going to be following up. While the fight before this hadn't necessarily been the most flashy, it certainly had gotten the people fired up in an unusual way. It also kind of put them in a bad mood, and you could feel the negative energy permeating all the way up here. I could only imagine what it must feel like to those two, having so many people already wound up looking down at you. Of course, as a member of the reclusive Aburmi clan, Shino likely wasn't one to mind unless his personality was outside the usual clan parameters. Just looking at him led me to believe that wasn't the case. Dosu, meanwhile, looked equally unaffected by all of it. Although it was hard to tell what was going on behind his mummified face, there was a lot to be wary of with this Dosu character. For starters, if the sound was to make some kind of move today, it would make sense that they would be waiting for some kind of signal from him. So I had to be especially wary during this battle. This was for Shino's sake too. If it looked like anything funny might happen, he would be the first casualty. I had to be prepared to jump down to him at any time. Even if it meant exposing the power of my Mangekyo Sharingan, like with the last couple fights, Gemma had taken to allowing the two to figure out for themselves when they would come at one another. However, unlike the previous two fights, this one began almost immediately. Dosu bent his body low, breaking into a sprint as he charged right at Shino. Despite this, Shino didn't attempt to move or guard in any way. Instead, he just stood there as Dosu swung at him. I'd read a little about the metallic contraption attached to Dosu's arm. It was some kind of sound manipulation device that when swung would distort sound waves in such a way as to cause a sense of unbalance and nausea. No doubt Shino had seen this attack in action already, so he knew how imperative it was that Dosu not get close to him. Yet he let him close the distance anyways. Most opponents would dodge the wild mimicker Dosu threw. It was when they dodged that his true attack would hit, the distorted sound waves attacking your sense of hearing directly. So in a way, the perfect counter to such an attack was simple when you thought about it. Just don't dodge the punch, which is exactly what Shino did, allowing Dosu's fist to clock him in the side of the head. Or should I say, that is what Shino's clone did. Shino had replaced himself at some point, possibly even before the match had started, with a butt clone of himself. The moment Dosu's fist socked him in the face, and the whole clone broke apart, turning back into thousands of tiny insects. Not just any insect, however, Kakachu, the special chakra-sucking bugs unique to the Aburmi clan. As this happened, the real Shino stepped out from behind a tree nearby the entrance they both would have used to get into the arena. Dosu was too busy curtly swatting away the insects that had latched onto him to notice. Many of them crawled their way inside his sound manipulation device, shocking the mechanisms that made it work. The rest simply began to drain his chakra. "You cheated," Dosu yelled out, giving up on swatting off the bugs and instead making a break for the real Shino. "Untrue," the original Shino said, adjusting his sunglasses. "Why is that?" Because the proctor himself already said it, there are no rules. You simply failed to realize I made a clone before the match had started. That is all that happened. What Shino said wasn't necessarily untrue, but it definitely was a dirty way to fight. If I had been his opponent, I would have been furious too. Just because it wasn't exactly ethical didn't mean Shino wasn't right. He was simply taking advantage of the rules, or in this case lack thereof. This was simply one truth of being a ninja. Dosu let out another vitriol scream, swinging wildly again at Shino just as he got in range. This time the original Shino did move, simply pulling a hand from his pocket and almost lazily catching the wild haymaker. Then with a simple jab he returned fire, blasting Dosu directly in the nose and sending him sprawling on his back. From there, Dosu attempted to rise back to his feet, but it was no good. The Kikachu had already sucked dry too much of his chakra, essentially draining him of any energy needed to move. He gave another gasp, trying to say something, but failing even that he collapsed once more and went still. Just like that, the match was over as quickly as it had begun. Winner, a Burmese Shino, Chunma announced. The applause that followed was much more subdued than before, the audience not even able to get the energy to be excited after such a quick and uneventful match. At least Shikamaru's had been interesting by comparison, and it had certainly gotten them fired up in a way. This was just sad. Especially for the hidden sound, as this was their first real showing of what they were capable of to an open world. It would be hard for them to get any kind of clientele like this. Not to mention it made me feel like an idiot for having been so worked up over what kind of signals or danger Dosu might pose while on the field. He had been out there for less than 2 whole minutes and had been promptly top-played in the first move without ever getting to do anything. Although their leader didn't seem to mind. Oh my, how embarrassing. Despite her words, Mumi just giggled uncontrollably, as if she really couldn't help but find it funny. Then again, that is to be expected of the mighty Hidden Leaf village. You truly do have the strongest shinobi, like they say. She turned her head, leaning down to smile at the Hokage. My village didn't even stand a chance. Even when you don't win, your ninja perform in such a way that it feels like we lost. The hell was that, bitch? Kakuzu's clearly realized the insult was thrown directly at him and Fu's performance in the last match. He looked to rise from his chair. In that instant, tensions from all the present ninja mounted, and I could feel the swelling of chakra. Kakuzu's was at one end and Mumi at the exact opposite other. So, if a fight between them broke out, it was likely to engulf us all. Again, I really hated the fact we were placed smack dab in the middle of this gathering. Despite this, the Hokage himself didn't even seem to feel any pressure at all, and I didn't sense any tension rising from him. Instead, he smiled casually and turned towards the aggressor. Now, Kakuzu's Dono, there's no need for us to resort to violence. I'm sure Miyame Dono meant no insult. She is simply young and new to the stage of politics. What do you say? Shall we forgive her for a simple slip of the tongue? For a second, it looked like Kakuzu was going to ignore the Hokage's words. Even he must have realized how bad an idea it would be to get involved in a fight here, of all places. So after several moments of consideration, his chakra simmered down and he slumped back into his chair. As you say, Hirusno, Kakuzu didn't bother with any of the honorifics. Of course, to someone of his age, even the third must appear young. There's no profit in getting involved with such a young village as theirs that lacks history. Even if he wasn't going to attack anymore, that didn't stop him from firing off one more shot. My apologies to Kakuzu-sama. Miyumi giggled as she spoke, making it hard for anyone to take her words as sincere. Truly, you're the epitome of compassion, Hokage-sama. It is no wonder a village as great as yours would accept such newcomers as my village. Again, for all the sweetness of her tone, I couldn't help but smell the poison leaking underneath the surface. There was some double meaning to everything she said, but I couldn't for the life of me figure out what it was she really wanted to be saying. No, the Hokage simply chuckled along with her, despite the fact he no doubt felt her venom too. We welcome all those who truly seek to build a greater future together. As expected of him, he had been able to calm Kakuzu before things escalated and now laughed amicably with the one who started it, all in only a couple words. It was good timing too. as Doso had just finished being lifted out of the stage on a stretcher, leaving the arena open for the next two combatants. Shino had already made his way back up to the waiting area. Sasuke had jumped down from the top, preferring to take the faster route instead of traveling down along with his opponent. Not that I could blame him. I wouldn't want to be in the same arena alone with the maniac. It was highly likely Kakashi had warned Sasuke of as much too. He had to know how dangerous Gaara was, even without knowing he was an unstable Jinwikaric. Despite the audience's growing disappointment after the last two matches, you could tell that the anticipation for this one was greater than anything that had come before. It wasn't too surprising. Sasuke was one of the last surviving Uchiha, and Gaara was already becoming a miniature celebrity for his brutal fighting style and the official records showing great promise. It wouldn't be underselling it to say this fight was the day's main attraction. Even so, I couldn't share in this excitement, not when one from my clan was about to go face to face against such an unstable child, one with a literal monster living inside his stomach. The images from that night flashed before my mind's eye again just as Gaara himself appeared, walking slowly out onto the arena. Despite the fact that he was only a genin, I had unleashed my strongest Katen Jutsu against him, all to no effect. That was the power of a tailed beast that I alone could never hope to stand against, yet we were somehow hoping that Sasuke could. Of course, if everything went well, Gaara should have no desire to unleash his tail beast. My concern was if he even had a choice. You know, the Kaizakage suddenly said, catching my attention. As I turned to regard him, I realized he had been staring back at me. My son tells me the other night he had been attacked by some unknown assailant. Apparently the fire produced in the attack was no small feat, something only a Jonin could be capable of, I imagined. There was no way. Had he seen me that night? Or could he be testing me to see if I would make a mistake and reveal myself? I swallowed my nerves, holding the Kaisake's gaze with my Sharingan. That so? I asked. Interesting. I heard from Naruto that he was attacked by a wave of sand. It would seem someone was targeting our shinobi before their matches. I feel like, after this is over, we can set up a joint inquiry to see if we can get to the bottom of those incidents. It was a bluff, of course. No doubt by saying that much I was also exposing myself. But I had to gamble on the possibility he didn't want that coming to light just as much as I did. For several tense moments, the Kaizakage held my gaze. It might be the longest anyone ever willingly looked straight into my Sharingan, yet he wasn't the least bit anxious about it at all. As expected of one of the Gokage, finally he turned away and refocused his gaze down below. No, that won't be necessary, he said, relenting. It would appear no harm befell either my son or your student, so I think we can put those incidents to rest for the time being. It will look like I pulled that off for now anyways. I couldn't help but wonder what he had hoped to accomplish by bringing it up now of all times, however. It truly felt like he had just been trying to gauge my reaction, but to what end? Down below, Sasuke suddenly leapt back as the fight began. Sand had already burst out from the guard on Gaara's back, but it didn't chase after him. It would appear it had simply come out as a defense measure for now. Even so, if Gaara wasn't going to be the first to attack, then Sasuke was. Pulling out two shuriken, Sasuke threw them at Gaara. The sand quickly reacted without a single seal of any kind, moving in front of Gaara and forming a type of poorly crafted sand clone that caught the shuriken. Sasuke wasn't far behind his shuriken, already charging straight for Gaara and his clone. A wave of sand burst from the clone in direct response to this charge. This didn't slow Sasuke for even a second, who jumped high in the air, leaping clear over the attacking sand. The clone aimed the recently caught shuriken and threw them at the airborne Uchiha. Unable to dodge, Sasuke threw his own, the projectiles colliding midair. The immediate danger out of the way, Sasuke fell towards the clone, spinning his body and unleashing a powerful kick that blew away the clone's arms. Sasuke landed on his hands, spinning around and coming to his feet in one fluid motion. He didn't stop there, continuing with his spin until he came back around, thrusting at the clone with his entire forearm. Unlike before, there wasn't enough power to completely blow through it, and sand began to creep around his arm, trapping him in place. The first instinct might be to panic, but Sasuke pushed that fear down and instead jabbed with his free arm, blasting through the clone's entire head and freeing himself. Now there was nothing between him and Gaara. Sasuke closed the remaining distance and spawned again. Just as he was centimeters from Gaara's face, sand faster than the eye could track popped from the gourd and formed a protective wall in front of its master. Gaara himself had yet to even blink, simply allowing the sand to defend him on his own. At this moment, Sasuke smirked, as if he had been waiting for this exact situation. He turned on his heel, suddenly disappearing from the spot he was standing in. Gaara didn't even have time to realize he was gone before Sasuke appeared behind him. Slamming his fist into Gaara's exposed cheek, the sand ninja was sent flying, the sand from his gourd forming a buffer that caught his fall and helped him back to his feet. While it looked like Sasuke's fist had connected, that actually appeared to not be the case. Gaara's face was cracked, sand falling from the hit area, a type of sand armor. Sasuke didn't appear worried, taking a battle stance I had recently seen because it was the same one Gei used. Kakashi must have used his Sharingan to mimic the movements and show Gei's fighting style to Sasuke, who then copied it with his own Sharingan. That was the only way he could possibly be using such perfect imagery of a stance he otherwise wouldn't have seen before now. Kakashi knew the only way through Gaara's first line of defense was speed, as expected of my rival. I bet this was just eating up Gei, however, knowing his style was being used like this. Now there was just getting through that sand armor. Sasuke smirked, beckoning Gaara forward with the hand he had extended. "Come," he said. When Gaara didn't move immediately, he frowned, body bracing for action. "If you won't, then I'll just come at you." He was off like a rocket, immediately closing the distance between them. Gaara's sand was too slow, unable to catch Sasuke as he simply breezed right around the side of it. Catching him from behind wasn't going to go so easily a second time, however, and the sand was already moving to intercept him from the rear as well. Sasuke wasn't just quick on his feet, but nimble as well. He twisted around the slower sand, easily getting by the thinning defense to unleash a powerful kick that connected with Gaara's lower chin. Gaara was once again sent flying, only to be caught and stood up by his hand. The armor had yet to break. Despite that, Sasuke once again stopped and resumed his stance. He must have understood that a single attack at a time wasn't enough to break the armor, so why? If I had to guess, I would say this was because it was a hastily done decision. There was no way Sasuke could work himself up to Lee's level of stamina in just a month, so even if he could temporarily match his speed, there was no way he could maintain it for long. The same could also likely be said about Gaara. That sand armory was exuding an incredibly high amount of Capra, which might be fine for a Chinwekuric to maintain, but even if it was Naruto, it wouldn't be something he could maintain for very long. That meant it was a last resort type of defense. As things stood, he couldn't just take it down. Now with Sasuke's burst of speed a potential risk, that meant this was going to be a battle of stamina. Although unlikely a long one, "I'll tear that armor right off you." Sasuke was on the offensive again. He was running circles around Gaara, looking for the slightest chink in the sand that surrounded and protected him. He must have seen one, jumping in and ducking under the spinning sand to land right in front of Gaara. He delivered another kick, catching Gaara by the strap of his gourd before he could fly back this time. Then he pulled Gaara forward, right into his rising knee. That was as far as he could go, unable to keep up a consecutive attack longer than those two simple blows. The sand around them closed in, and Sasuke was the one to leap away this time. Placing himself at a safe distance, Gaara collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. It would appear the sand armor had taken its toll on him. Sasuke, while certainly winded, appeared to be faring much better. He knew not to overexert himself with those attacks, and knowing his limit was what would allow him to continue to dominate this fight so long as nothing changed, something his opponent must have also realized. Gaara weaved a single hand seal. The sand around him rose up, encircling him inside a cocoon. An all too familiar-looking cocoon to me. It was this form in which I had first met him in. There was no way he couldn't possibly intend to unleash his tail beast here, right now. With this timing, Sasuke had no way of knowing the danger he was charging into, simply sprinting forward in an attempt to catch Gaara before he completely sealed himself away. Even with his new speed, he was too slow, punching at the solid sand covering the area Gaara's eye had just been looking out from. Spikes shot out from the sand, stabbing at the intruder, but Sasuke leapt back in time to avoid serious injury. Blood oozed from several open scratches he had received, but it would appear none of them had cut too deeply. he would be fine for now, and the sand wasn't pressing the attack. As it was, there was no way for Sasuke to get at his opponent either. This kind of situation would have been ideal for the strategy I came up with for Naruto. But there was no way Sasuke could ever sustain such an attack with his chakra levels. So then what was it Kakashi came up with for this scenario? Knowing him, it had to be something. Sasuke's Sharingan flared to life, activating for the first time since the match began. I noticed that he had achieved all 3 Tomo already. Despite his young age, he was even younger than I was when I first activated my own. Of course, the Yucha incident had been quite traumatic for someone as young as him, so he awakened it from a very early age in his life. He charged at the sand cocoon, throwing 3 kunai as he ran. The kunai struck at the shield from the front as Sasuke put on a burst of speed to hit it in the rear at the same time. Neither attack was any good, the kunai being knocked away, and Sasuke forced to retreat before the spikes emerging from the cocoon could spear him. He somersaulted into the air, coming down on top, but even that proved fruitless as his kick bounced off pointlessly. Sasuke was left with no choice but to retreat just outside of range of the cocoon's offensive zone. He looked to consider his options, but at the moment it really didn't seem like there was anything he could do. I don't think there was a genin alive in the village capable of getting through that shield as it was. What was more terrifying was what might emerge from it. This wasn't the time to just stand around and watch, but I couldn't just jump in right now either. If I'd interrupted things as they were, I would just be putting the village in trouble. Sasuke seemed to have an idea, and before I could decide what to do, he retreated to the wall of the arena, scaling more than halfway up by sticking to it with the chakra gathered beneath his feet. He then ran through several hand seals that I didn't recognize at first, but it was only when he took his stance and knew exactly what he was about to do. If it was that technique, then maybe there was a chance, one way or the other. We were about to find out. Chakra built up in the palm of Sasuke's hand to the point it became visible. Sparks of electricity danced, and tiny bolts of lightning began to fly off that chakra. The frequency at which it hummed became louder and louder, until I'm sure those in the crowd could hear it. The chakra pierced a hole in the wall just below where he was holding it, all without even thrusting it yet. That's how strong this technique was. He took off, running down the side of the wall, leaving a trail of broken cement as he went. So this was why Kakashi had really been upping his speed so much over the past month, not just to get around Garrett's defense, but to properly unleash this technique. Sasuke hit the ground without slowing down, and the chakra continued to build even now. The jutsu had become so loud even we could hear the chorus of 1,000 birds. Kakashi had become known as the copy ninja while using my eye, but this was his true legacy, the only technique he had ever created, and now he had passed it on to Sasuke. Chidori, Sasuke caught out the attack's name, dodging the sand spikes that attempted to ward him off. He thrust forward, the spear of electric chakra piercing Gaara's once impenetrable sand. Complete silence followed that strike, the sound of chirping birds disappearing as the attack deactivated. Whether or not it had been successful, it was too early to tell. Had Sasuke managed to pierce all the way through, or was even Kakashi's ultimate technique not enough to counter all that sand? I didn't have to wait for long to get my answer. My blood, a scream tore out from the cocoon, a blood-curdling pain scream that signaled the beginning of the conflict to follow. Gaara, the Kazekage called, leaping from his seat to land on the roof of the audience stands just below us. No one, including myself, had been able to move fast enough to stop him. It was too late to catch him now unless I unveiled the ability of Mangekyo Sharingan. When I weighed the risk of doing that against the danger Sasuke might be put in facing down a Jinwekuric and a Kage at the same time, there really was no choice. I had already failed so many of the Yacha clan. I wasn't about to allow harm to come to any more of them if I had the power to stop it. My Mangekyo Sharingan rolled to life, the world around me distorting and being replaced. The Kazekage skid to a halt, eyes widening as I appeared directly in front of him. He turned back around to check behind him, glancing up at where I had surely just been only moments before. Only I was no longer there next to the Hokage, I was here, in front of him. This was the undeniable truth, but he couldn't accept it. After all, the only one to be this fast before would have been, now that I think about it, You and Hata Kakashi were once students under the leaf's yellow flash, he surmised, looking back at me. It would seem he was under the misconception that my sensei's flying thunder Gajutsu and my Kamui were one and the same. A misconception I wasn't about to correct him on. It was more beneficial to me this way. Move out of my way, he demanded, staring me down but not daring to take a step forward. It's you that needs to return to his seat, Kazekage-sama, I responded, planting my feet more firmly in place. I understand that it is your son who is wounded, but even you must know that I cannot simply allow you to get involved just for that. If anything, it was ridiculous that he would attempt to save his son after all the people he had already killed during the course of these exams. Ridiculous and hypocritical. Not that I believed Sasuke posed any lethal danger to Gaara as it was to begin with. You fool, the Kaiser kid stabbed back at me, glowering beneath his ceremonial hat. If you were the one there that night, then you know why this is a bad thing to think you would assume a shinobi of my status would cry out for something as insubstantial as familial bonds. He had me there. I didn't know why Gaara transforming now of all times was a bad thing. It would appear the jig was up too and he had seen me there that night. Despite all this, I couldn't just allow him to go down there and do as he pleased. Family might not mean as much to you, but I'm not about to let you near Sasuke, who is like a little brother to me. I might have been exaggerating a little bit, but he was family nonetheless. Although I was taking a huge calculated risk here, standing up to one of the Gokuts like this and a supposed ally of ours no less, there is no value in shinobi like you. It looked like the Kazekage was done trading words, slowly raising his hands in preparation for whatever kind of jutsu it was he had prepared. I tensed my body, preparing my own jutsu just in case I needed to make a quick dodge. Before either of us could move, we sensed it down below us was the activation of a massive genjutsu, one large enough to capture the whole spectating audience. The chakra signatures of absolutely everyone went completely erratic, but from above it was impossible to tell what kind of genjutsu they were being put under. At that moment, I made the mistake of looking down to try and make sense of things somehow through my Sharingan. The second my attention was off him was the moment the Kazekage struck. It was as if he had been aware of the genjutsu, which in hindsight made sense. If he was in cahoots with whoever the caster was, he had no need to know what was happening. Unlike myself, who was completely in the dark, something which he took complete advantage of, I was left with no choice but to activate the ability of my Mangekyo Sharingan, the Kazekage's golden kunai slipping right through my eye socket where he had just stabbed at me. If he was surprised by my ability to become incorporeal, he didn't show it. Instead, he used it to his advantage, slipping completely through me and running past as if I wasn't even there. I caught up to him once, however, I could do it again. Only I never got the chance. Wayne Blade. Bucky created a cyclone of Wayne in the palm of his hand. Dance of the Camellia. Kimimaro pulled a piece of his bone from his shoulder, the white cartilage taking the shape of a long dagger. Waterfall cutting strike. Shibuki created a sword of pure water. All three of them attacked me at once, stabbing at me with their respective blades. If it was just Bucky, then I would have understood the Sand Ninja coming to the aid of his leader. But for Ninja from Sound and Waterfall to attack as well, my worst fears were being realized. All three of these villages having teamed up against us, none of their attacks met their marks. I had yet to deactivate my jutsu from earlier, and so they all just slipped right through me. It didn't stop there. The three of them had come at me in a pincer movement, placing one another in each other's crossfire. So it came down to a battle of skill and who could react first, a battle that Shibuki lost. He was cut down immediately by Kimimoro's bone sword and Bucky's blade of wind. As Shibuki's flesh was torn apart, I immediately recognized the pattern of the fatal wound, the one who had killed Hyde that night. It had been none other than Bucky. I had no time to make use of this information, nor was I about to let some petty need for revenge drive me to take him down. At the moment, I had far bigger things to worry about, such as the fact that in my haste to get between the Kazekage and Sasuke, I had unintentionally left the Hokage surrounded by enemies unattended. I hadn't seen when she moved, but Mayumi had taken up position behind the third, kunai positioned to his throat. She jumped for the roof, forcing him to go along with her. I began to activate the teleportation ability of my Mangekyo to go after them, but was a bit too slow. Katen searing my brain jutsu. Two masks attached by wires popped out from Kakuzu's back. The red mask unleashed a ball of pure fire right at me. If it was just that, at the speed it was traveling, I might have been in time to use Kamui. Futon Wang Pressure Jutsu. The second mask unleashed a bullet of Wang that enhanced the flames, increasing its speed and widening its reach simultaneously. There was no time for me to teleport, and I was forced to maintain my ability to remain incorporeal. If only I could use these techniques concurrently, it wouldn't be a problem, but Kamui only had the ability to use one or the other at a time. As I was engulfed in the flames, I took the opportunity to prepare Kakura for a separate jutsu. Just as the flames went out, I unleashed that molded Kakura. Mokubanshin no Jutsu, two clones of wood formed from the flesh of the Zetsu cells on my right arm. The wood bursting out tore through my jacket, shredding the material. Baki and Kimimaro had managed to jump out of the way in time, but Shibuki, who still might have been able to be saved, was burnt alive by his own leader. When the attack ended, he was nothing more than a burnt hunk of flesh barely recognizable as a former human. My wood clones jumped forward, one of them going for Baki and the other for Kimimaro. I hadn't molded them with much Kakura, so I didn't expect they would hold them off for long. A little bit of time was plenty. I needed to get to the Hokage and Mumi, whom Kakuzu was also now chasing after, likely to offer them cover support. Before that, however, my eye fell on the representatives of the only village not yet to attack me. Yahiko and Konin had taken up defensive positions back to back of one another. They were alone now on the balcony that had otherwise just served as a gathering of peace between the 5 villages. Yahiko must have felt my gaze, because no sooner did I look at him did he turn to regard me. "Is this what you meant earlier when you said you hoped that pain had taught us all the same lesson?" He called out to me, voice filled with mockery. He didn't appear surprised by this turn of events, yet I don't think they had anything to do with them. My instinct about them had been right. The hidden rain was not involved in this attack. No, it is not. I shook my head. And I'm truly sorry you got involved in this attack. I like to believe I meant those words. The Hokage needed my help, but before that I somehow got the feeling that this was even more important. I can take the 2 of you somewhere safe for the time being. You have no need to get involved any further in this conflict between the other villages. You think we'll let you?" Baki yelled, cutting down my wood cone with his sword. At the same moment, Kimimaro had just dispatched my other one. Both of them closed in on me from the sides. I had no more time to talk, already activating my jutsu to dodge their attacks. Only this time there was no need. Paper Shuriken Jutsu. Konan threw a volley of Paper Shuriken. Sudden Jetstream Jutsu. Yahiko inhaled before releasing a beam of water so precise it clearly cut through the roof tiles as it flew towards us. For a second I thought I was about to have to start evading their attacks too. Except I was wrong. Their jutsu aimed to intercept the 2 already attacking me, not myself. Baki and Kimimaro were forced to retreat, unable to close the gap between themselves and me. I again looked up at Yahiko. This time confused but grateful, he nodded me forward, up towards the rooftop where Kakuzu's Mumi and the Hokage had disappeared to. "Don't get the wrong idea," he said. "I simply want to see what kind of answer you're going to give me afterwards. So for now we'll cover you while you go do your job." "Thank you," I said. That short phrase was all I had time for. Baki and Kimimaro weren't about to just let me leave. Yahiko and Konan jumped down and I raced past them, leaving the now 4 clashing shinobi to my rear. I didn't turn around to see what was becoming of the battle. The only thing for me right now was forward. I jumped up, landing on the balcony I had just been at. Then with one more enhanced kick, I flew up to the roof where the Hokage and our enemies now were. The moment I cleared the edge and 4 different types of elemental jutsu flew at me, lighting, fire, wind, and water, all attempting to turn me into mere nothingness, as before. But the power of my doujus made me impervious to all these attacks and I stepped harmlessly past them. What kind of power? Kakuzu asked me the very thing I was now desiring to ask him. I knew he must have some kind of incredible ability to live as long as he had. But this it was far beyond expectations. 4 monsters composed of the wires I had seen earlier had sprouted from Kakuzu's back. Each one was unique in shape and wore a different type of mask. It had been those things that attacked me just now, unleashing all those different elements at once. Were they some kind of jutsu or entirely different beings with their own consciousness? Even my Sharingan couldn't figure it out. From inside those wires something shifted, and in the next moment 4 more bodies broke out from within them. For a second I thought the bodies had split apart further, but I realized that wasn't the case. 4 sound ninja had been hidden inside the wires, concealing their presence in Kakuzu's body the whole time. They leapt free in this moment to be around their leader, who stood at the pinnacle of the slanted roof, kunai still to the Hokage's throat. Above me, a squad of Enbu flew over my head. Kakuzu was too slow to react to them, still trying to figure out how I had been dodging his jutsu up until now. It would seem like even if I didn't move, they would be able to save the Hokage. They outnumbered the enemy now after all. Although numbers appeared not to matter to the sound ninja, the 4 of them had taken up positions in a rectangular pattern around Mimi and the Hokage, facing out and not towards any enemy in particular. Their chakra all flared at once, sizzling up as they prepared some joint jutsu. 4-point barrier, they shouted together, planting their hands on the roof tiles. 4 violet-colored pillars of light shot up from in front of them. Before those pillars formed horizontal lines that then connected. In a matter of moments, they had managed to trap Miyumi and the Hokage inside a purple barrier of some kind. Too fast for the Anbu to react, they all attempted to just brute force their way through the barrier. Every single one of them bounced off of it, catching fire as they were repelled and burned alive almost instantly. As it stood, the Hokage wasn't getting out and no one was getting in to help him. Well, almost no one. I could likely get through it with my jutsu without any kind of problem. The only issue was with Kakuzu's, who was in front of me. Dodging past him wouldn't pose a threat, but the problem was, what did I do about him after I busted the Hokage out of there? I might just be pulling him out of the frying pan and into the fire for all I knew. No, before that, wasn't this strange? What could Yumi, some unknown Kunachi, possibly stand to gain by trapping herself in a barrier with the strongest ninja of the entire Hidden Leaf village? It looked like her allies couldn't assist while maintaining the barrier, so it wasn't a number solution. She had to be insane to think she was a match for him one-on-one. That or she had faith in some really vulgar jutsu she would no doubt employ. Thinking about all this stuff and possible consequences would have to come later. For now, I needed to get through Kakuzu's and back up the 3rd. Fortunately for me, my own backup arrived just before I could move. Obito, Kakashi and Gei landed to either side of me, already posed for combat. What happened? Gei asked, glancing between me and the opponents in front of us, as well as the barrier behind him. I messed up. I admitted simply. I let them get between me and Hokage-sama. The sound ninja trapped him in a barrier with their leader, and Kakuzu's, the waterfall village head, is the one blocking our path. I don't know what kind of jutsu it is he's using, but he's capable of at least 4 types of elemental manipulation. Kakashi and Gei both glanced at me out of surprise before redoubling their attention in front of us. So what's the plan? Kakashi asked. It would seem the sound, sand, and waterfall have all teamed up. They put most of the audience to sleep with Genjutsu. That at least explained to me what happened earlier. We came to back you up as soon as we saw them take Hokage-sama, but he glanced once more at the barrier with his Sharingan eye. Should we combine powers and use that jutsu to take the barrier down, or? I shook my head. I don't think it will go down that easily. Even if we use that, no, I'm the only one that can probably get in and out of the barrier. Even the Anbu were repelled by it. I nodded to the still flaming bodies on the other side. Got it. So basically Gei folded his arms and pressure so powerful it shattered the roof tiles all around him, rolled off his body. We just need to handle this Kakuzu's guy. Will you rescue Hokage-sama? Not that Hokage-sama needs any rescuing, but yeah, basically that. I agreed to Gei's assessment. There were still too many gaps in my information, but for now I had to put everything going on behind me and below to the others. Kakashi and Gei were no doubt thinking the same thing. We had our first priority already laid out in front of us. The only thing left to do was move. Kakuzu seemed to be in agreement. He hadn't just been letting us talk out of the kindness of his heart. He was simply being cautious of my jutsu, no doubt using the time we had given him to try and figure out the properties and limits in which it operated. Without further testing my powers, he wasn't going to figure that out, and so the masks all went on the offensive at once. 4 more elemental attacks came flying at us. I chose to ignore them, pushing forward with the knowledge that none of them could hurt me so long as I stayed on the defensive. Kakashi and Kei weren't so lucky, but they didn't have to worry for the moment, as Kakuzu focused all the attacks solely on me. This was going to cost him, as he just underestimated the Leaf's infamous copy ninja and majestic green beast. What? Kakuzu didn't have time to even block as Gei flew past me, striking at his real body with a punch so powerful it could obliterate the whole building we were standing on. Kakashi, meanwhile, was already targeting the masks with jutsu that ran counter to the elements they seemed set to release. I ran straight forward, and through all of this, not a single attack from either side grazing me in the slightest. With Kakuzu now behind me, the only thing left to clear was the barrier. Once again, it really felt like I had taken the long way around to get where I needed to be, in this case next to the Hokage. I always did end up where I was going eventually, at least. As I expected, even the barrier was no hindrance to my Mangekyo Sharingan, and I slipped right through it like it hadn't even been there. "How did you?" Mumi yelled as soon as she took notice of me. The kunai still held up to the throat of the Hokage. He had yet to attempt to free himself from her grip. Although I had no doubt if he wanted it, he could have already. There was no need to make him do that for himself now that I was here. The momentary shock cost Mumi any kind of opportunity to counterattack. I crossed the remaining distance in the span of a second. "Hokage-sama," I shouted, jumping in the air and swinging my foot in a kick. He already knew what I was going for, not flinching in the slightest despite the fact that my foot was flying right for his face. "What are you?" Myomi never finished that exclamation. My foot catching her in the mouth and sending her flying backwards, she hit the tiles of the roof with a loud thump, body temporarily going limp. There was no way for her to have predicted the attack, as my foot slipped through the Hokage's head like he wasn't even there. The moment my foot had passed, I let go of the ability, maintaining my incorporate, allowing me to strike her. "Forgive me, Hokage-sama." I dropped to one knee and rested my forearm on the other as I prostrated myself before the one I was supposed to be protecting. "I made an error in judgment. I never should have left your side. No, Obito." He shook his head, not once taking his eye from the enemy. Mumi was beginning to stand, not looking like she took any damage from my kick at all. "You did well to make it in here and back me up. It was better that we played to the enemy's hand a little. It allowed me to realize what is really going on." "Sir?" I asked. Mumi was now on her feet and glaring at the two of us, so I'd also resumed standing, settling into a more defensive stance. I didn't know what kind of abilities this woman had, but she was confident enough to take on the Hokage by herself, so even if it was hubris, she couldn't just be some weakling. I needed to be ready to get the Hokage out of here at any moment, although it looked like he had no intention to leave himself. "That isn't just anyone, it is Orochimaru," he said undoubtedly. If anyone was to recognize his former student, no matter what form he had taken, it was going to be him. There was no more time for me to be surprised, and if you consider everything up until now, it made a certain amount of sense. Orochimaru was the centerpiece of this invasion, and it stood to reason that he would believe himself capable of taking on his former teacher. So if anything, many of the pieces now fell into place with this information. Mumi no, Orochimaru, still in the disguise of the person known as Mumi, if that was ever even a real person, began cackling. He reached up, grabbing at the chin and peeling back the feminine flesh to reveal pasty white skin, not much unlike the right side of my torso. The shape of his body contorted, the womanly curves taking the shape of a lanky old man. In mere moments, Orochimaru took the form of the man I remember him as back when he tried to kidnap me upon my return to the village in my youth. "At last you finally realized it was me, Sarutori-sensei," Orochimaru hissed ecstatically. "I was so hurt when you didn't even realize who I was back down there. So much so I thought about killing you there instead of following the plan." Despite saying such things, he didn't look wounded at all. Mere sarcasm, completely bereft of any respect he should have for the man who taught him everything he knew. His ignorance lit a furnace in my gut. I lost my sensei, the former Hokage, due to my actions. Was he about to commit the same mistake? "You've fallen to a new low, Orochimaru." I cursed at him, unable to believe this man used to be a former teammate of my current master. "It's no longer enough for you to target children like myself back then and Sasuke now. but you've widened your madness to encompass the whole village. As Oratorism turned to regard me, his eyes lacked any of the warmth they held while addressed his teacher. Silence, Obito. You, one so heavy with sins that have torn apart the village once before, have no right or reason to speak to me in such a manner. His words struck me like an arrow to the heart. My vision swam, and I thought for a moment I might collapse back down to my knees. Was he aware of what I had done? That shouldn't be possible. No one but that man and I should have any knowledge of the true events that unfolded that night, and that man was no more. Deaning it was only I. Furthermore, you insult the Hokage by barging in here and getting in our way. Or Karishim wasn't done with me yet. You think someone such as yourself can stand in the same arena as us? I, who was once a candidate for 4th Hokage, along with your sensei, the level of this battle is out of your league, Worm. He was right, of course. I had no business being here. If anything, I would only hold the third back in a real fight between these two. Yet despite this, it was the Hokage's turn to chuckle. Now, it would appear that your information-gathering skills have dulled my former student. The snake's sentence snarled, clearly taking the insult to his knowledge or lack thereof personally. You're looking at the man I have been considering for my replacement, the 5th Hokage. What? Or Karishima and I exclaimed together. His surprise was a given, considering he knew nothing of my true abilities up until now. I suspected that Jiraiya was to thank for keeping my training so under wraps these last few years, and he would know how to prevent his former teammate from discovering more about his own student. As for me, while it was true that it felt like many things were trying to push me back towards the idea of pursuing the position, to know I was already being considered for it was another matter entirely. And is it truly so surprising? The Hokage gave a satisfied smirk, although which one of us he was talking to I had no idea. Obito is the student of the 4th and he carries his ideals. Minato and I spoke about it often, but he also desired for Obito to one day have the position. It's for this reason that Jiraiya has taken on training Obito for the past 5 years. Also, he could return and fulfill that destiny. So then, even my master knew about this? No, rather than knew about. It would be more accurate to say he had been preparing me for it. It would seem you really have gone senile, you old fool. Or Karishim only appeared to be getting angrier by the minute. While he had at first seemed to be having so much fun before I arrived here, every sentence served to further foul his mood until it looked like now he might burst at any moment. If you truly think someone like him is worthy of the title, why don't we see how he stacks up against his predecessors? There was no way he couldn't possibly mean to, summoning Edo Tensei. It was exactly as I feared, or Karishim slamming his hands on the ground as he began the unholy summoning. 2 coffins popped out of the ground in front of him, the one on the left marked with Ankh and the one on the right marked with a character. There was only one possible thing that could be in these 2 coffins. The lids fell open, revealing the preserved corpses of the 1st and 2nd Hokage inside. Yet despite being corpses, they began to move, their creaking bodies walking them out of the coffins they lied in and making their way ever so slowly towards us. It's been a while, Saru. The 1st, Senua Hashirama, greeted the 3rd almost jovially, his tone completely unfit for the situation. As the legends about him suggested, he certainly was a carefree guy, to be chipper even in this circumstance, though it was beyond expectations. You've aged quite a bit. The 2nd, Senua Tabarama, in contrast seemed to be taking stock of the situation. This jutsu to revive the dead would have been his creation. As such, neither one of them seemed too surprised to have been brought back in such a horrific form. I never thought we would meet under such circumstances, the 3rd said. I could only imagine the kind of pain and suffering seeing his former predecessors in such a state could be doing to him. But as expected of the one who held the title of 3rd Hokage, he didn't let a single one of those expressions show. He knew that despite the fact these were the souls of his predecessors, they warmed themselves, or Karishim was no doubt suppressing their personalities and powers. If he didn't, there was no way he could control them. The 2nd, who created the jutsu aside, that was just the pure raw power of the 1st Hokage. It would appear even in this repressed state, their personalities slightly shine through. The coffins behind them toppled over, and the 2 former Hokage turned around, glancing back at the one audacious enough to summon them. So this is the one who managed to summon us, using my own jutsu? The 2nd questioned, folding his arms and giving Oratorism the once-over. He didn't look impressed, which spoke volumes for what his own true power could only be. I guess that means our opponent is the two of you. The first look from the third, as slowly trailing over towards me. Yeja? He asked, glancing directly into my sharing and eye without fear. If anything, it was the opposite, and I was the one that felt the extreme pressure under his gaze. That's right, and listen to this. Orkurishim took a couple steps towards his puppets, holding up kunai with special red tags attached to them. Sarutari Sensei is saying that this Yucha with cursed blood is to become the next Hokage. Unbelievable, isn't it? He stuck one of the kunai into the back of the first's neck. Someone from the same clan as Madara, who was ultimately responsible for your death, learned first. Doesn't that make your blood boil? Next, he stuck one of the kunai in the second's head. Why about you, Lord Second? He asked. No one hated the Yamcha more than you did. I bet you just can't stand the thought of one of them becoming Hokage. He cackled as he said those words, but neither of the predecessors responded. It would appear those kunai made them unable to. He was taking complete control of their emotions now and turning them into pure killing machines. Obito, get ready for battle. The third threw away his ceremonial gown and hat, revealing the battle armor underneath. It would appear he had been prepared for this outcome. Maybe not this specifically, but a battle breaking out today hadn't seemed out of the question when it began. Orkurishim formed a seal, molding his chakra to complete his jutsu. It was now or never, so I chose now. No, Hokage-sama. Get ready to run. I grabbed onto his shoulder, already activating Kamui before it was too late. The second was capable of the same flying thunder god jutsu as my teacher was. So if I didn't warp us out of here now, before the jutsu was complete and he went on the offensive, it would be too slow. This was to say nothing of the first, who possessed natural speed and power that would make him able to close this paltry distance in time without the need of any jutsu. Wah! Orkurishim had no idea of my Mangekyo Sharingan's second ability. True, he had seen me use it to get in front of the Kaise case earlier, but there was no way he could have known I could use it in this situation. Otherwise, I would have used it to get in here in the first place. But because I hadn't, he no doubt assumed it meant I couldn't for some reason, let alone take someone I was in contact with along with me when I warped, an assumption I was about to make him pay for. The world bent away, and a second later I was back in front of Kakuzua's, outside of the barrier where we had just been. Hokage-sama, Gei and Kakashi disengaged from Kakuzua's, jumping back to join us at our side. Kakuzua's didn't pursue them, instead staring in shock at the Hokage's sudden appearance. He then spun around, trying to make sense of what was happening in the barrier behind him. All he would see was Orkurishim, alone with his puppets. Obito, what have you done? The third predictably asked me. If we're outside the barrier, Orkurishim will turn my predecessors on the rest of the village. Everyone will get caught up in the battle with them. Forgive me, Hokage-sama. I inclined my head, but there was no actual apology in my tone. However, that is exactly the point. Even if you and I can take them by ourselves, and that is a big if, we should rely on the strength of everyone else. They surely would wish for the same. No one desires to see you fight your predecessors. That's too heartbreaking for anyone. Maybe I was speaking above my pay grade here, but Minato-sensei had always preached teamwork to us. I wasn't about to throw away his lessons now. I still do not really understand, but it is exactly as Obito says. Kei backed me up immediately. Please allow us to assist you, no matter what it is, Hokage-sama. Actually, let's first figure out what exactly it is we're dealing with. Kakashi wasn't as willing to throw himself into the unknown like Kei or myself. A trade that had saved us many times before. We need to trade information while we have the chance. Yes, you're right. The Hokage relented, not looking happy about it, but he seemed to have accepted our logic. At the very least, it was too late to do anything about it. I had already made the choice for him, which I felt was kind of fair since he had gone and made that earlier proclamation without me. Now we were even, as far as I was concerned. This Kakuzua's guy appears to be immortal, Kakashi started. At least partially so. Kei and I killed him twice each already, and yet he's still not going down. Instead, he ripped the hearts out from the burning ember outside the barrier. I suspect that's how he has stayed alive and moving those creatures, by replenishing the hearts we killed already. It would seem we were dealing with immortals no matter where we turned. He's not the only undead guy we're going up against anymore. I nodded to the barrier just as it came down. The four sound ninja leapt forward, landing next to Kakuzua's to back him up. or Karishim also approached us, walking slowly with his head down and band covering his eyes. Coming along with him were his two puppets. There it was hard to tell who was more surprised between Kakashi and Gay. Of course, I wasn't exactly over my own shock either, and I had seen them get summoned. The first and second took their place in the lineup of monsters before us. To make a quick head count, there was the seemingly immortal Kakuzu's and the four masks that had split from his body, the four sound ninja, or Karishim's personal henchmen, who had just cast a pretty high-level barrier jutsu before this. The revived first and second Hokage turned against the village they helped create, and leading them all was the snake Zenin, or Karishim himself. To say he didn't look happy was probably an understatement. "You Obito, you bastard!" He hissed at me, slit eyes so venomous I thought he might poison me with his stare alone. "Do you know how satisfying it is to hurt the person you once called master?" he asked, although I don't know how he expected me to be able to respond to such a twisted question. I prepared these two just for that purpose, but if you would steal that from me, then I'll just turn them on the village itself. Tch, I clicked my teeth, not believing him for a second. It was exactly as he said. I had plenty of sins I still needed to atone for. However, this definitely wasn't one of them. "You were going to turn them on the village no matter what. That's just the kind of sick freak you are," I said. Even I wasn't so pessimistic as to believe this could somehow also be my fault. "Perhaps you're right, but that will be for after you all die," or Tertium yelled. In response to that, the surge of chakra in front of us was so great that it washed over us like a tsunami. All 12 entities in front of us flared their chakra, preparing their jutsu at once. Even if we all prepared a defensive jutsu in time, it wouldn't be enough to withstand the attack they were preparing for us. Nature elements of every kind flew from the mouths of Kakuzua's monsters. The sound ninja each unleashed unique jutsu of their own that got instantly added to the mix and got lost in the shuffle. Or Karishim himself unleashed a large snake that barreled towards us. The first released his Fang Mokuten Jutsu, and the second a swift current of water so large it looked like a tidal wave. All of these numerous attacks pulled together, forming a single massive concoction with the sole purpose of wiping us out. Susanoo, none of those attacks accomplished their task, instead being blocked by the red shield of Itachi's Susanoo. "It would appear we made it," he said, letting out a breath of relief. Standing next to him and holding him around the waist was Shusi. No doubt the only reason Itachi had been here in time to use his ultimate shield was because Shusi had used his hyperspeed to raise them both here. "Sasuke?" I asked, knowing we only had a couple seconds before Karishim and the others realized what had happened. Itachi had been in the waiting area with the other tournament participants when everything started. Of course, the fact that he was here now could only mean Sasuke was safe. There was no other way he would abandon his brother. "Izumi is with him," Itachi said coolly, nodding in my general direction. His eyes never left the still continuing attack that battered his Susanoo. There was no way his shield would fall. His Susanoo had the Yaten no Kagome after all. Perhaps the strongest defensive jutsu in the world. Naruto and the other Leaf Chunin are under her protection as well. Just before we left, no Kara Rin had also joined them. That was good news. If Naruto and Rin were together, there wasn't anything to worry about in regards to the tail beasts. No sooner did I have that damning thought than the worst immediately happened. The complete forms of the One Tail and Seven Tails emerged. It was the natural continuation of things if you thought about it logically. This must have been why our Tertium would have sought to team up with the Sand and Waterfall specifically. This was also why Fu and Gaara had been pushed through to the final round. It was also likely the reason he sought Sasuke, but that would appear to not have gone his way. Even without him, the two-tailed beasts could inflict massive damage in a short amount of time. Even just being unleashed like this, the two massive monsters crumbled half the standing arena wall. Once they started rampaging, there was no way to know where the catastrophe would end. More than our Karishim, more than the former Hokage, these two were the biggest single threat to the village right now. And there was only one way to stop them. "Obito, go to Naruto, now." The third-ordered voice leaving no room for question. Like it or not, he was right. I didn't want to leave my allies here fighting against these odds, but if Itachi and Shusi were here now, I could at least go with the confidence that they would see something done. Only a tail beast was a match for another tail beast. And Jiraiya had given me the key to Naruto's seal just weeks before this, almost like he knew this was going to happen. I had to get to his side now along with Rin. I nodded to Kakashi, silently promising him I would look after his student. Then the world around me bent away as I activated Kamui. Just like that, I left the battle behind. Or Karashon, the previous Hokage, all those other monsters posing as humans. In a split second, it was no longer any of my business. Nissan, Izumi threw her arms around me, wrapping me in a tight hug before I was even able to take in my surroundings. The easiest chakra signature for me to locate was my little sister's. More so than Naruto's, even more so than even Rin's, it was Izumi I could always find no matter what. I think it was because of how desperately I hunted for her in order to save her life during the Uchiha incident. I had never really forgotten her chakra signature after that, and without even really trying, I could be by her side in an instant. No matter where in the world I was, Izumi, I breathed a sigh of relief, inhaling the scent of her shampoo as I returned the hug. It wasn't something I was aware of, but I don't think I even had a moment to breathe before now. Things kept happening one after the other. That was far from over, but just holding my little sister in my arms allowed some of that tension to dissipate, even if just a little. Obito-senpai, Naruto's voice is what finally brought me back to reality, and I took stock of the situation. We were in a hallway. If I had to guess, it would be the one connecting the arena floor to the waiting room above us. A smart place to hole up, as they only had to guard the front and rear, making it easily defensible. I did a quick head count. Aside from Izumi in my arms and Naruto who had called out to me, there was Rin who was guarding the far end. Shino, Shikamaru, and Sasuke were all gathered in the middle, next to Naruto who had taken a couple steps towards Izumi and I. The entire ground trembled and shook, no doubt with every step taken by the tail beasts only just outside. The ceiling above us began to creak and crack, and I was reminded of what had already become of half the walls here. We need to get outside. This place might collapse at any moment, I ordered. Putting them out in the open under the threat of possible projectile attack wasn't a great choice, but it was better than possibly getting them all crushed to death. As it was, there weren't many good choices left to us, just bad or worse, right? Asumi nodded, finally pulling away from me and turning to the gathered genin. You heard him. Let's go. With a chorus of agreements from most of them and grumbling complaints from Shikamaru, the four genin set out towards the entrance to the arena grounds, following behind Izumi who led the way. As they moved, I reached forward and grabbed Naruto by the sleeve to hold him slightly back. Sasuke also turned when he noticed his teammate lagging behind, but I nodded him forward silently. He leapt for a moment like he wanted to say something, but Rin rested a hand on his back, gently pushing him towards the others. What's up, Obito-senpai? Naruto asked. For the moment, I only shook my head. There would be time to explain it to him later, but I needed to get him out of earshot of the others. Naruto's generation didn't necessarily know about the nine-tailed demon fox or the fact that it was sealed inside him. Despite that, they were probably about to find out pretty soon here. All the same, I didn't want them to overhear me telling him about it until we made our move. For now, I just needed him and Rin close to me. I'm glad you're okay, Rin said. She must have also realized at least somewhat what was happening outside. Even so, she hadn't been able to abandon Naruto. Or maybe she knew it was coming. She certainly hadn't been surprised by my sudden appearance. Likewise, I said to her, reaching forward and grabbing her forearm briefly, just enough to let her know I meant my words. Anything more intimate than that would have to come for later. We had a mission to do now, and couldn't waste time with pleasantries, no matter how nice it would be to do just that right about now. Izumi had crouched down at the entrance, holding a hand out behind her as she peeked out and scanned for any immediate threats. Not finding any, she waved us forward, directing the genin over to a piece of collapsed wall to take up a defensive position amongst the rubble. Shikamaru and Shino went first. No attacks coming. The moment Sasuke started to follow them, however, a barrage of kunai came flying from above. Sasuke! Izumi yelled in warning, already throwing a set of her own kunai to deflect the encroaching projectiles. Several loud clangs echoed, every single one of her weapons meeting their mark. Before the discarded blades even hit the ground, she was in front of Sasuke, a single kunai held up as she glared at where the attack came from. Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Shino all formed a protective circle. their backs all facing one another and forming a perfect defense with no blind spots. I had to admit, even for Chunin, they knew how to handle themselves and look out for one another. I figured it wasn't going to be that easy. An Anbu member wearing a cap mask flew down from above, landing not far from them. No, not a true member of the Embu, just someone that had killed one of their members and then stolen their uniform to disguise themselves. I was wondering where Sasuke was until now. Seriously, you're making my job hard for me. He pulled back his mask, revealing himself. Kabuto, I said. He wasn't someone I knew personally. Kakashi had caught him once already trying to take Sasuke after the events in the Forest of Death and had informed me that he was another subordinate of Orikurishomi. Apparently a high-ranking one to be trusted with such a task. Leave him to us, Asumi shouted, nodding at Rin, Naruto and I. She didn't just say herself, but us was the exact word she used. Apparently, even she knew this wasn't an opponent she could fight while having to protect the genin to her back. They were going to have to contribute and earn their keep. That was just the kind of situation this was. You have something else to take care of, right? The tail beast continued to rampage in the background, getting further away now from the arena and closer to the more metropolitan areas of the village. She was exactly right. Time was running out for us if we were going to save as many lives as we could, so I nodded to her, sending Kabuto one last glare before I prepared Kamui. No need to look at me like that. Kabuto just laughed, pushing up his glasses with one hand and waving farewell to us with the other. I'm not crazy enough to think it can take two adult members of the Yucha clan at the same time. Looks like luck is on my side and you have other business to attend to. Kick his ass, Izumi. It wasn't I but Ring that said this line. Apparently it wasn't just me that was rubbed the wrong way by this jerk and his confident know-it-all smirk. Hey, you got it. Asumi's own smirk was the last thing I saw before I teleported the three of us away. I had no doubt they would all be fine. Kabuto may have thought he was getting lucky because I was leaving, but he was definitely underestimating Sasuke and the others in that case. A hard lesson he was about to learn. Whoa. Naruto let out a loud yell, nearly slipping from the top of the tree I had teleported us to. We were in the middle of one of the village's numerous dense forests now, standing at the top of the tallest tree in the surrounding area. The tournament arena and this rampaging tail beast were a considerable distance away. At least they were for humans of our insignificant size. For something much bigger than us, however, it wouldn't be far at all. The hell is that? Naruto finally seemed to notice the rampaging tail beast, having gotten a grip on his footing and being able to take in our surroundings. That is our mission, I said glumly, doing my best to grin out at Naruto. It was strained at best, but I succeeded at least a little. You should be happy. Consider this an S-rank mission you're about to help us with. You can't be serious. Rin gripped my shoulder, pulling my attention to her. I could tell with just a glance how worried she was. Not for herself, but for her adoptive son, who I was about to put in harm's way. Not just against the enemy, but against the thing inside him too. He's not ready. If you need someone to fight the tail beast, then can you plan to take them both by yourself? I asked her, dead serious. Even she couldn't respond to that, knowing the truth of how impossible it was. She only had the three tails sealed inside her, and even if she was the perfect Jinwikuric that could freely control it, she was no match for the combined might of the one tail and seven tails together. Jiraiya gave me the key to Naruto's seal for this reason. We need to unleash the nine tails if we hope to save as many people as possible. Aren't you just going to put more people in danger? Rin retorted, shouting out at me. I've tried to help him reason with nine tails from inside his mind, and I'm telling you it can't be done. It's angry, so very angry. She looked down as if in defeat. You wouldn't possibly understand, but that fox is the very embodiment of human hatred. We have to try, I told her, begging her to see my reason. Why would my master have trusted me with this key if not to use it? He must have believed I could do something about nine tails, such as with my Sharingan, and I'm telling you, it won't work. Rin cut me off. You will be overcome by its hatred if you try to sink to it with your Sharingan. Only someone equally evil could possibly hope to control it. Try as I might. Those words just now shook me, and I felt the confidence I had been falsely putting forth in a bravado crack and crumble. It was exactly as that man had said. Only someone who had cursed humanity could hope to understand the nine tails. Then what are we supposed to do? I bit at my lower lip, trying to think of another way. Maybe I should go back for Kakashi. It was true if we were together we could use that and it might give us some kind of a chance. The problem was how long could we maintain the jutsu? It was almost definitely not enough to defeat a tail beast. It's too early to decide whether or not we can do it. Naruto suddenly shouted, surprising us both. Don't give up before we've even tried. I'm the man who is going to become Hokage and Obito is my senpai who is walking the path ahead of me. The three of us together we can definitely talk to Nine Tails and make him agree to help us. Naruto, I whispered in awe. That was an avenue I hadn't even considered. Asked the Nine Tails willingly for its cooperation. That was so outside the realm of possibility, I had been incapable of considering it. Yet Naruto believed it could be done. In the same way he believed he could become Hokage. No, in the same way he believed we could become Hokage. Is it worth a shot? I asked, turning once again to Rin. She was the Jinchuji here, and it had been her up until this point overseeing all matters in regards to Naruto's seal. If anyone knew whether or not it was possible, it was her. That's Rin started to say and stopped. She closed her eyes as if to think. Only it wasn't like she was thinking at all but rather communicating. That's right, she was asking the three tails. It wasn't just Rin, it was the two of them that formed the pair that created a perfect Jinwikaric. Such a thing wouldn't be possible if she didn't have some form of trust with the tail beast inside of her. When she next opened her eyes, she nodded her head. We can try, she said. It wasn't what I would call confident, but there was at least hope. With her permission, there was only one thing left to do. I nodded to Naruto, looking back down at him and into his blue eyes. You ready? I asked him, activating my Sharingan eye in preparation for entering his men's space. This would be the first time I had ever used it for such a purpose, but I had a fairly good idea of what it was I had to do. It was just like casting a genjutsu, only instead of an illusion, I was going to plant my consciousness inside Naruto's. At least that was how I understood it to work. Let's do it. In contrast to the two of us, Naruto was the picture of confidence. He truly believed we could do it. He was its Jinwikaric after all. Maybe he knew something about the fox that we didn't. I could only hope so and try to believe in that confidence of his, because ready or not this was happening. I was about to meet with the nine-tailed demon fox, the tail beast that killed my sensei and made Naruto an orphan. It was the first time I ever went inside someone else's mind space before. I couldn't really say what it was that I was expecting to find upon entering such a place. I'll say I didn't expect it to be anything like what Naruto's ended up being, however. It was dark and hard to see. My eye took several seconds to adjust to the dim lighting. When I finally could see, I found myself in some kind of sewer system. Pipes ran around the walls and ceilings of the long hallway I now stood in. At least, I think it was a long hallway. I couldn't see far enough in either direction to determine anything like actual length. I just got the feeling there was a lot of empty space in either direction. The other thing that gave it a sewer-like appearance was the ankle-deep water just below my feet. As I gazed down at it, my own reflection looked back up at me. My appearance was unchanged from how I looked on the outside, so it would appear I had projected the real me inside this space. That was a good sign as it meant the jutsu was a success and I wasn't just in some imitation or worse, a genjutsu. Now the only thing was where did I go from here? I had no idea how to proceed and was completely lost in the dark. I could just start walking, but what if this place turned out to be some kind of labyrinth? I had heard from the extraction forces like Ibiki from my class, but the more experienced the ninja, the more difficult it was to navigate inside their thoughts. Worst case scenario, I might get attacked by something in here designed to defend against intruders. No sooner did I have that thought and the sound of footsteps atop the water came from behind me. I spun around, raising my arms in a defensive taijutsu stance. Was I even capable of ninjutsu inside such a place? I had no idea, but it was entirely possible I was going to be put in a situation where I was going to find out. Ah, there you are, Obito-senpai. Naruto called out to me, dispelling all those worries. Huh? He asked, taking notice of my combat stance. You okay? There shouldn't be anyone here but us well and him. That could only mean the Nine Tails. Anyways, he should be in his cage. Come on, I'll take you to him. Naruto walked past me, seemingly guiding the way. You know your way around here? I asked, giving a slight jog to catch up. Part of me was still on guard in case this was some clever trap. Not Naruto at all, but something that looked like him, designed to trick me and let me into a place I could be ambushed. The likelihood of such a scenario seemed small, but I wasn't taking any chances. I was still new to this after all. Yeah, Naruto shrugged as if it wasn't a big deal. Nichan and I used to come in here a lot. Apparently it's important I speak with Nine Tails as much as I can, even if he only ends up hating me for bugging him during his naps. She said any kind of relationship with him, even one where I'm just hated, is important. Those feelings might one day change and all the hatred will turn to affection, or something like that. I don't really get it myself. It certainly sounded like Rin knew a lot. I said, although I wasn't really sure I did. One thing Rin and I never really talked about was her tail beast or her status as a Jinwekaric she became when during my time away from the village, stuck in that place while I healed. She had been kidnapped by the Hidden Mist and had the three tails forcibly placed inside her. Kakashi and I saved her and fled and knew we could link up with Minato-sensei. Rin explained to him the truth of what happened and that the Mist planned to detonate her seal when she was inside the borders of our home. A kind of remote bomb in the form of a tail beast. Minato-sensei and his wife were no slouches when it came to seals, and so they had been able to tweak it to prevent such a thing from happening. Then we went home together. We were different, changed from before the war. But the four of us were home, and most importantly, we were together for a time, until that man came back into my life and ripped Nine Tails from Naruto's mother during his birth. The unsealed Nine Tails rampaged across the Hidden Leaf, much like how the One Tail and Seven Tails were doing now. The very same Nine Tails we were here to speak with, hoping to ask him to help us save the village he once tried to destroy. "Alright, we're here," Naruto suddenly said. At first I didn't know what he meant by here, as it looked no different than everywhere else in this damn place. In just a second I knew what he meant, as the hallway opened up to a wide room, one big enough for a tail beast to freely run around in. The water too went from ankle deep to a depth beyond my sight. On the other side of us was a gate, easily visible by its large size. Light itself seemed to emit off the bars. Behind the gate, however, was pure darkness, darker than night itself. It was impossible to make out anything in there, yet I knew what it was on the other side of that gate. No, that seal, that's what it really was, a seal. Even if you couldn't see what was on the other side, you could feel its presence, its malice. There was a soft wind batting at our faces and waving our hair. That was its breath. It appeared to be snoring. I couldn't help but think of that. The image of the terrifying Nine Tails snoring peacefully away as it took a nap. As impossible as this sounded, it would appear that was exactly what was happening. "Oh, you stupid fox," Naruto yelled, not at all terrified of what he was insulting. He also seemed to forget we were here to ask it for a favor, so it might be in our best interest to be nice to it. "Wake up, damn you. It's time for your walk." Naruto stopped just in front of the gate, placing his hands on his hips and standing proudly. There was no fear at all, not for the thing that so many others trembled at the mere name of. Within the cage there was movement. It was subtle, but even small movements for something so large were going to cause ripples. In this case literally, the water at our feet also rippling out from inside the cage. Finally I was able to see it, several tails as they whacked back and forth in the darkness. Along with one blood-red eye looking straight at us, Naruto the fox growled, sounding annoyed at having its nap interrupted. "And this is the YouTube rat?" It would appear that Nine Tails had some recollection of me, either from its time in Kushina's seal or otherwise. I had no idea. How much was the Nine Tails even able to peep into the outside life of its host to begin with? I realized how little I knew about it and the way it lived until now. Something I was going to have to change in the future if we survived this. "His name is Obito-senpai," Naruto corrected, reaching up and patting me on the back with enough force to stumble me a step forward, which was also a step closer to the cage than I wanted to be. "And he's got a favor to ask you. So listen up." "A favor?" Nine Tails asked, before then letting out a bark that I think was supposed to be laughter. "Alright then, let's hear it. Just know that whatever it is you have to say, I refuse." Especially to someone that shares the same blood as that Madara. That was about the expected response. I couldn't say I blamed him either. That man was responsible for a lot of my grief too, after all. Even so, I had to try. Not that I was even sure how to begin. Could I just talk to it? That was what Naruto had been doing until now, but he was its Jinwekaric. Was it fine for me to do the same? Confused, I ended up looking down at Naruto as if hoping for some kind of answer. He just looked at me as if I had gone daft and gestured forward, urging me to use my words through none of his own. I cleared my throat, although not by any conscious means. Then I began lamely. So, it's not really a favor per Southeast, more of a request really. The thing is, well, I guess I should start with why we're here in the first place. My one eye danced all over the place, refusing to look at the one I was even addressing. So, one tail and seven tails are kind of outside making a mess of the village, and we were just wondering if you could help stop it. In the end, I don't know why that came out as more of a question. I really had no idea how to talk to this thing. Nine Tails rolled over, turning his eye away from the two of us, typical of humans, only desiring my power when you can't solve things for yourselves. Then after I've cleaned up your mess, you'll just stick me right back in here like nothing ever happened. So predictable I should eat you now for having wasted my time. Now leave so I may return to my nap. As frustrating as it was, I couldn't deny anything about what he just said, except the eating me part. I wasn't exactly a fan of that. As for everything else, he was exactly right. We only wanted him because we couldn't fight other tail beasts on our own. Then, after everything was done, I would use this key in my arm to put him right back in here. That had been the plan down to the letter. I could see how such a thing wouldn't sit well with him. Just because I accepted his logic didn't mean Naruto was about to let it go. "Listen here, you lazy jerk," he shouted, stalking up to the gate and slamming his fist against one of the bars. I thought for a second about pulling him back. Those bars weren't exactly close together, maybe enough to keep a giant monster fox inside, but a human could slip in easily enough, and I bet his claws could poke out just as easily. Naruto didn't seem afraid of anything like that and just continued shouting. "You owe me rent, you hear?" He made up ridiculous-sounding excuses on the spot as if it was obvious. "I come down here time and again to talk to your ass, and the only thing you're ever interested in is about when I'm gonna let you out of here. Well, here's your chance, and you're just gonna say no because you're too lazy to get off your fat ass? Make up your mind, you know. You've got some nerve." Naruto Nine Tails turned back to regard its jailer. I thought for a moment it might really attack, but then, how long are we talking about here? I'm going to need quite a bit of time, you see. I haven't been able to stretch these legs in over a decade now. That wasn't what happened at all. If anything, it sounded like maybe it was coming around to us. Maybe Rin had been onto something when she said that just talking to it was important. "Hey, you're not the one who gets to make demands here." Naruto grinned confidently, not at all caring about what it was he was negotiating with. "Consider yourself lucky that you're finally getting out for a bit at all. Everything after that is for Obito-senpai to decide, you know. Don't forget, he's got the Sharingan. If he wanted, he wouldn't even have to ask. We're being considerate for you here. Don't forget that." The Nine Tails clicked its teeth, glaring directly at me again. "Go ahead then. Use your Sharingan. Do whatever the hell you want. It's going to take at least that much to get me to come out." It felt like we were so close. Naruto almost had him convinced, but Nine Tails was pulling back now, and I think that was my fault. Not me specifically, but my Yucha ancestry. If we could just push him a little further, now. "Don't be like that, Nine Tails," a new voice said, one I didn't recognize. It came from all around us yet at the same time from nowhere. Before I could look for it, the water behind us shifted as something massive emerged from below the surface. A giant turtle, three tails swinging in the air visibly behind it. "Rin?" I couldn't contain my surprise, spotting my teammate and Crush sitting cross-legged atop its head as if it was natural. "Hey there," she waved down at us, smiling without a care in the world. "Sorry we're late. It always takes a while to get both of us in here together." So this was something they had done before. I never imagined the tail beasts could enter the mind space like this, let alone have them talk to one another. Was it possible they all knew one another? The new tail beast looked down at me as if discovering some new specimen. Unlike with the Nine Tails, there was no cage between me and the three tails, a fact which made me more nervous than I was willing to admit. "Nice to finally meet you, Obito." The one of the three tails smiled at me. The tail beast far more polite than I expected possible from a mass of pure chakra given shape. "I've heard so much about you from Rin. I was really looking forward to getting to meet you for myself." There was a slight pause as he looked me up and down again. "I see," he said, as if realizing something. "So this is the kind of man that Rin is." "Oh, asobo." Rin cut it off, calling it by some strange name. I always assumed their names were just the number of tails they had. Was this some name she had given it by herself, or did they all have names? If you're all just here to goof around, then piss off already. The nine tails roared from behind me, the loud yell causing me to jump and once again put my attention back towards it. The fact that I had even for a moment turned my exposed back on the nine tails was proof of how much I dropped my guard since coming here. Ninetales Isoba spoke to the giant fox as if it was a disappointed sibling. Help us out here, would you? The humans have asked too nicely. Everything rested on this one-tailed beast asking another to help us. I ain't helping no one. Do whatever the hell you want, Three Tails. Nine Tails once again turned its back to us, tails flickering in obvious agitation. Then don't think of it as helping. Isoba tried another angle, slowly swimming closer to the cage as it appealed to Nine Tails. They already told you, right? One tail is out there going crazy and doing as he pleases again. You and him never got along, right? You can put him in his place and I'll figure something out about seven tails. That sounds good to you, doesn't it? This time, and against all odds, the nine tails made a noise that sounded like genuine interest. I do hate that damn Tanuki. Might even lift my mood to smack him a good one and remind him who's boss. It's been several centuries since the last time I put him in his place. There was a pause. For a moment I almost thought the fox had gone back to sleep, as it made a grunt of consideration that could be mistaken for a snore. But then the nine tails rolled around, sharp white teeth grinning down at us and red eyes full of life. All right, it agreed. Let's do this. Maybe a little too easily. Yahoo! Naruto jumped in the air, throwing his arms over his head. I don't really get it, but thank you. It was all I could say, first inclining my head to Nine Tails and then to Isobo. Heh, think nothing of it. Isobo waved me off, the movement of its arm alone enough to create rolling tides that moved us around. Nine Tails has always been a bit of a stunner. You just gotta make him help in a way that doesn't hurt his pride. I can hear you, Three Tails. Nine Tails growled at the turtle and for a moment I thought he might resent his help. A second later, however, he looked down at me. Let's get to this already. You have a way to let me out of here, don't you? Yes, I nodded several times in quick succession, glancing down at my exposed white arm. As I channeled chakra into it, the design for the key to Naruto's seal appeared. The moment of truth was upon us. We were trusting our future and the future of the village to the Nine Tails who once almost destroyed it. I just hoped we weren't making a mistake. Let's begin. The change was instantaneous. There were two massive surges of chakra so powerful I thought I was going to be lifted into the sky, which for a minute is exactly what I thought had happened. The world below me shrunk away. The tallest trees in the area flattened as two massive monsters were released out onto the world. Beneath my feet was the orange fur of the nine-tailed demon fox, and to our left was Isobo, the three-tailed turtle. Rin and Naruto were nowhere to be seen, the two having been completely enveloped by the tail beasts as if they had swapped places with them. Naruto, I called out, looking beneath me as if I could find some sign of him amongst all the orange fur. The red eyes of the nine tails glanced upwards to find me atop its head. Naruto can't hear you, it said, speaking directly to me. Unlike with Three Tails and his Jinwekuric, Naruto and I haven't truly shared our chakra. You simply swapped out my chakra for his. It's not a perfect fusion like what they have. So then I looked over at the form of Isobo. It must have seen me looking, because its one eye smiled in my direction. I'm here, Obito. Rin's voice called out to me from Isobo, as if she was actually the tail beast herself. We both are. Isobo spoke for himself a second later, confirming to me that they could swap control at any given moment. Truly, they were the perfect Jinwekuric combo. I had been on missions with Rin after she had become a Jinwekuric before, but she didn't have this kind of control over it back then, only able to produce a red chakra cloak at the time. To think she had come this far since then. Oh, Obito was it? Nine Tails called for my attention, and I once again looked back down at it. From atop its head, making eye contact was kind of awkward, but it was doable. If you and I are going to fight together, we need to link too. I don't like it, but think you're sharing in with me, and certainly, if I remember right, you can use the Hashirama Brat's jutsu. If you connect that to my flesh as well, you and I should be able to achieve synergy at about their level. You got it. I don't know when Nine Tails would suddenly be so cooperative, but I wasn't about to complain. Maybe just getting some fresh air had really put him in a good mood. Regardless of what it was, I did as he told me immediately, reflecting my Sharingan in his eye, giving him a Sharingan eye of his own. What then grew out from my right arm, the branch snaking down and planting itself into Ninetales' flesh beneath the fur. There was a sudden pulse and I thought my brain might explode. After a moment it settled and I felt Ninetales' thoughts begin to merge with my own. Our Kakras world, merging together and becoming one single entity. I wasn't a Jinwekaric, but I think this was the closest possible feeling one could have to being like one. You ready? Ninetales asked directly into my brain. I nodded, giving him the all clear. Even without that, he could feel my ambition through our link. The two of us might as well have been of one mind. Our eyes settled onto the two rampaging tail beasts ahead of us. They hadn't taken notice of us yet, but they were about to. Let's go. Ninetales and my voice overlapped, forming one single harmony. All right, Isobel and Rin's voice did the same. They tucked into a ball, head shrinking beneath its shell and tails wrapping around itself. The ground rumbled, trees and dirt were flung about as the ball began to roll in place, the rotational velocity increasing with every turn. Then just like that they were off, tearing across the earth and destroying the land in their wake. Not to be outdone, Ninetales took off running after them. Every thundering footfall caused miniature quakes. The wildlife below brutally flattened. His 9 tails swung wildly behind us, slapping away trees as if they were twigs and sending trunks of wood flying high into the air. Despite the size of these tail beasts, they were unexpectedly fast. No, perhaps it was because they were so large that they were this fast. The terrain flew by like a blur. I could barely keep up with where we were going, having to rely on Ninetales' senses to just keep track of it all. Even the ability to teleport great distances instantly couldn't possibly prepare me for this. They were two completely different types of speed after all, and in a matter of moments we arrived at our destination. The 1-tail and 7-tails had already made it to one of the numerous pockets of residences scattered throughout the forests of our village. Just by merely moving through them, the two could cause massive damage. Never mind that they were actively seeking to cause as much destruction as possible on their way. In order to minimize the damage ourselves, we had to get them away from the townsfolk and into the forest. Ring knew this already without anything having to be said. The 7-tails was some kind of giant horned beetle. Its 7 tails, the wings it was using to now hover over the buildings of the village. The air pressure along from its movement was enough to topple whole structures and kick up dust storms that suffocated hundreds. Isoba aimed for that one, leaping in the air while still rotating dozens of times per second. I don't even think the 7-tails knew what hit it. The force of the collision sent them both careering, and they crashed down in the forest on the opposite end. Even still, such a shockwave sent more structures crumbling down. What? The 1-tail turned towards the two collapsed tail beasts, completely unaware of 9-tail's presence, until a moment later, when 9-tail snagged him by his single golden tail. Long time no see, huh? You damn tanuki! 9-tails grinned widely, hefting with all his might and pulling 1-tail up by the tail. He proceeded to laugh as he spun around, dragging his old nemesis along for the ride. You fucking fox bastard! 1-tail let out a yelp of surprise as he was lifted into the air, thrown completely over 9-tail's head and hurtled towards his companion. Just as 7-tails was beginning to recover and fly back up, 1-tail collided with him, and the both of them were sent crashing once more into the forest. A storm of dirt and tree hunks rained down in every direction. The entire landscape changed in an instant. 9-tails leapt over the town, causing no more structure damage as he and I landed next to a Isobel. Now that we've got your attention, let's do this. He continued to laugh, clearly enjoying the feeling of being let out and allowed to go on a rampage after so long. As planned, leave 7-tails to me. Isobel once again began to rev up, preparing to launch another spinning tackle. Although it seemed unlikely, the same trick would work twice now that the enemy was aware of us. Lucky me. 7-tails spoke now too, knocking 1-tail off of it and taking once more to the skies. I didn't want to have to deal with 9-tails. It would appear that even among the tail beasts, 9-tails wasn't something to be messed with, although I think it was making a big mistake if it thought it had gotten lucky in any regard. Don't underestimate me just because we have less tails. Isoba yelled, taking off after 7-tails. As it approached, 2 of the tails broke free from the rotating ball, looking like drills as they elongated and lashed out at 7-tails. Bring it on! 7-tails knocked one of the tails away with the horn on its head. but was unable to do anything about the second which drilled into its torso. There was a cry of something akin to pain, and it was once again sent crashing down. As Soba was on it a second later, and the entirety of the village shook with the force of their collision. That was as far as I could pay attention to their unfolding battle. Nine Tails and I had our own problem to deal with, and it had stumbled back to its feet. Don't think this is going to go like before. One Tail sneered, glaring us down. The look in its eyes was absolutely venomous. Whatever kind of history the two-tailed beast had, it was far from good. Although in contrast to One Tail's hostility, Nine Tails seemed absolutely overjoyed for this rematch. You mean exactly like it has been every time? Nine Tails smirked back, confidence rolling off his fur to the point that even without a direct link, I was pretty sure I would be able to feel it. Three Tails had just made a point about the number of tails not exactly equaling more power, but from pure intimidation factor alone, I would bet Nine Tails walking out on top every time. I'll wipe that smirk off your damn face. One Tail's stomach inflated and his arms stretched out wide. He slammed down on his stomach, forcing all the air inside him out in the form of a condensed mass. The air bullet tore through the forest, ripping up whatever remaining trees were still rooted. The remaining soil and earth itself was torn asunder, all from the power of a merely enhanced exhale of air. Tail beasts were truly no joke. We need to dodge. Nine Tails didn't say this aloud, but I felt him feel this through our link. His body went to move, but on pure instinct my will clashed with his and we ended up locked in place. The small section of the village was still directly behind us. If we got out of the way, it was going to get caught up in that attack, something I couldn't allow. Goo! Our lack of symmetry ended up costing us, Nine Tails wanting to dodge and me willingness to block. In the end we did neither, just eating the full force of the attack head on. Nine Tails was blasted backwards and sent falling onto his back. For a moment I feared I would be crushed, but he turned his head to the side at the last second, saving me from an instant and gruesome death. Ha ha ha, got you, I got you, ya bastard. The One Tail whooped, jumping up and down and throwing his hands in the air as he celebrated a single direct blow. Oh, Obito, you damn rat! Nine Tails roared, rolling over and getting back to his feet. Don't get in my way. Leave this fight to me. For the moment, One Tail was too busy patting itself on the back, giving us a brief chance to collect ourselves. If I leave it to you, the village is going to get wiped out, I retorted, rubbing at my chest. Even though I hadn't been hit directly, I felt the full brunt of that last attack. It would seem Nine Tails and I were sharing even a sense of pain, so if I let him get beat up like just now, it was going to negatively impact me as well. Listen, we need to agree on how to fight. No big attacks, and keep him from shooting off anything destructive into the village. This whole thing is pointless if we cause more damage than we're trying to prevent. You're persistent, you know that, Nine Tails grumbled. That was all the time we had for idle chatter, One Tail inflating his stomach and letting out another bullet of air. But fine, if I didn't have a couple handicaps, this wouldn't be any fun anyways. He and I finally sensed up our feelings, raising our arms together and swatting at the ball of air, battering it aside and sending it scattering into worthless wisps. I think I was beginning to understand a little about what Isoba meant when he said you had to convince Nine Tails in a way that didn't hurt his pride now too. It was difficult for me, who had had nearly all his pride ripped up root and stem, but somehow being linked to Nine Tails helped me remember a little about my past self, about how proudly I would declare myself the future Hokage, how I would never let Kakashi take the lead, viewing it as somehow losing. All these things that I lost were coming rushing back to me. No time for sentimentality. Nine Tails must have felt my emotions running back to me too, because he quickly berated me for them. Let's go. We took off, stomping on the ground as we closed the distance back to One Tail. He started to inflate his stomach again, but we weren't having him unleash another one of those attacks. Nine Tails' claws lashed out in a jab, connecting right with the partially inflated gut. One Tail spit out the partially inhaled air skywards where it dissipated uselessly. As he stumbled back, Nine Tails didn't press the attack. Instead, he was looking down at the claw he just attacked with, and I could feel the sense that something was wrong. "What's up?" I asked, not wanting to give the enemy even a moment to collect itself. However, this was an opponent Nine Tails knew well, and if he thought something was amiss, it would be unwise to make use of his knowledge. "I thought it was my imagination earlier," But One Tail is heavy, Nine Tails noted. He had pretty effortlessly thrown him overhead earlier, but that had just been my misunderstanding. It wasn't effortless at all. Nine Tails had strained every muscle to perform such a maneuver, and he was really starting to feel the effects of that now. What he had falsely assumed as muscle atrophy from being sealed for so long was actually a difference in weight between the One Tail he knew and the one we were fighting now. You just now figured it out. One Tail let out a howl of laughter. I know it's been a couple centuries, but you don't even remember how I looked. You're as blind as you are stupid. The red eyes of the Nine Tails narrowed and he growled. Now I see you sized up with some human brat yourself. It was at that moment that I saw a figure standing atop One Tail's head in the same way I was atop Nine Tails. Relatively speaking, the two tail beasts were close enough to feel one another's breath. But from a human perspective, we were merely insects in size, and the distance between us was massive, so it was no wonder I hadn't noticed him until now. The fourth Kazekage, he had coated One Tail in golden dust that he could manipulate using his Kakigenkai, enhancing the weight and destructive power of the tail beasts. So not only was I already inhibiting Nine Tails with rules and restrictions, but One Tail had gotten a massive buff in power. What had once seemed like a surefire victory was becoming more and more skeptical. Don't think this makes a difference. Nine Tails roared in defiance, his confidence blowing away my unease. It was exactly as he said. Even if the specifics of the battle had changed slightly, what we had to do was still the same. The two of us would beat the two of them. That was all there was to it. I don't like being controlled by a human, but if it's to beat your ass, I'll allow it this once. One Tail hollered back, the two tail beasts practically screaming over one another as they closed the distance between themselves. Both of them swung their massive arms, generating torrents of destructive wind. My ribs lit up like they were on fire. The unnaturally heavy fist of One Tail drilling into Nine Tail's side. Meanwhile, the demon fox bashed One Tail with a wild haymaker that clopped him in the cheek. The sound of the impact was loud enough to echo off the Hokage monument, reverberating through the whole village. It didn't end there. The two massive beasts shaking off the mighty blows that would have killed hundreds of men and swung again then again. Strategy and tactics were completely tossed aside. The two mad monsters engaging in a simple slugfest. Every blow shook my bones down to the molecule, and I thought any moment I might throw up from the pain. Damn it, Nine Tails dodged One Tail's next swing, leaping backwards and landing a short distance away. His breathing was ragged, and I could feel the external damage pulsating in near every part of his body. If the battle had continued for much longer as it had been going, we would have lost. The armor of gold surrounding One Tail made his punches powerful, but it also made him damn near invulnerable. Nine Tails was just hurting himself more trying to punch through that than he was doing any real damage. If I could just use the Beijo Dama, absolutely not. I cut him off. I knew what attack he was referring to, the strongest technique known to the tail beasts. Minato Sensei had been trying to create that very technique for human use while he was alive. While it was true something like that would instantly turn the tide in our favor, the risk to the village of using such an attack was too large. I know that already. Nine Tails cursed at me. Physical attacks aren't going to cut it. We either need something more powerful or we need to separate the two of them. I finished the thought for him, my sharing and I focusing on the Kazekage riding atop One Tail's head. I'll get in close and grab him. Use that opportunity to fling yourself over there and engage the other human. Nine Tails didn't give me any more warning than that, charging forward to meet One Tail's own rush head-on. One Tail raised one of his arms, swinging at Nine Tails with a powerful right hook. Nine Tails ducked under it, raising both claws and leaping forward in a tackle. He hit One Tail with the full force of his entire weight, and the two tail beasts were sent crashing onto the forest floor. The jolt of their collision was the moment I had to make use of, and in that exact second I released the appendage of wood connecting Nine Tails and I together. Letting the forces of physics enact themselves on my body sent me flying farther than I could ever hope to jump on my own, and I took immediate control of my flight to guide myself towards One Tail's head. I don't think the Kazekage even saw me coming, still dazed from the whiplash of having One Tail forcibly knocked onto his back. This placed him standing horizontally atop One Tail's prone form and parallel to the ground. In other words, the ideal condition for me to knock him loose. Goo! I hit him in a tackle and both of us let out loud grunts as our bodies collided. Just as planned, he wasn't able to remain anchored and we began to fall together to the forest floor below. The moment I hit him and I attempted to activate Kamui, it was a cheap move, but I didn't have to win an outright battle with the Kazekage. All I had to do was remove him from the equation temporarily, and that should be the same as victory. However, Kamui didn't activate. Instead, the vision of my Sharingan eye distorted, and a brief flash of pain caused me to grunt. This brief moment of weakness was all it took for the Kazekage to gain his bearings. You again? How many times will you continue to get in my way? Rasa drilled an elbow into my back and my grip loosened enough for him to kick himself loose. We both performed quick flips, landing on the hard earth. He didn't waste another second, raising both hands as an indication to unleash his magnetic abilities. Goldust began pulling off of one tail, but only enough to cover a small, barely noticeable section of the entire armor. Going by the look of shock on his face, it would appear he had intended for more than that himself. "What are you doing, Shikaku?" Kid turned to look at the tail beast behind him, which had just kicked 9 tails off of him and was stumbling back to his own feet. "You're not the one in control here, you damn human. I'm finally about to beat this damn fox, and you think I'm going to give up my advantage just because you got careless? It's not happening," Shikaku yelled back, not paying any more attention to us than that, as it once again charged at 9 tails. From the ground, the thundery footfall seemed only all the more devastating. I wasn't sure how, but it seemed that one tail had managed to take control of the Kazukage's gold dust and was restricting him from it now. Rasa had only managed to grab enough to create a thick dome around himself the same way Gaara had been hiding behind. This wasn't something to celebrate, however. While it was true I had gotten a handicap in this fight, the same could also be said for my opponent. Rin had warned me that seasoning my Sharingan to the 9 tails wouldn't work if we weren't on the same wavelength. And while the connection had made us stronger while fighting together, it was only a hindrance now that we were separate and I was incapable of using my Mangekyo. As it was, there was no way for me to undo the connection amidst this currently unfolding madness. The two-tailed beasts continued to clash, otherwise unconcerned for the two of us left on the ground. What had once been beautiful forests was now nothing more than flat earth and dirt. Not exactly an ideal situation for a fight between ninja, and we were both a little too close to the rampaging monsters for my taste, one way or the other. This was going to have to be a quick and decisive fight. Neither of us were in a situation where we could afford to drag things out. I raised my hands, beginning to form a hand seal as Rasa turned back to me. In contrast to my battle-ready stance, he folded his arms and tilted his head back as if to look down on me. "You seriously intend to try and fight me? I would have thought you understood your value better than that," he jeered. It was exactly as he said. He wasn't just any opponent. He was a member of the Gokage. As the title implied, something granted to only 5 people in the whole ninja world. Yet unlike before, that didn't bother me. I think maybe the 9 tails confidence was still influencing me. Or maybe I was still riding high from being reminded of all my past brazenness. Either way, I wasn't about to be bullied out of this fight before it even began. I know exactly what my value is for the first time. I think I can see it more clearly than I have been able to in a long time. I flew through the hand seals, Moku Banjin no Jutsu, a clone of what materialized out from my arm, splitting apart from me and taking a battle-ready stance of its own. The Kazekage corked a non-existent eyebrow and made a small hum of interest, maybe even acknowledgement. "Now I see, so this is where your misplaced confidence stems from. While it may be true you share the same power as the first Hokage, do not for a second believe it places you on the same level as him, let alone myself." It was true, my technique was nowhere near the level of the man whose cells coursed through the artificial flesh composing my right side. In the past I would have almost definitely condemned my own weakness and inferiority, but right now that wasn't what was happening at all. This couldn't just be the confidence provided by 9 tails. No, it had to be something more than that. I closed my one eye and inhaled sharply, tasting the war-torn battlefield all around me. In my mind's eye, I saw one thing, my idiotic blonde student smiling brightly, hiking a thumb at himself as he stood below the visage of his father carved into the wall. "I'm gonna become Hokage, you know, greater than my father or any Hokage that came before me." I could hear him saying, but it wasn't just his voice. I heard myself in there too, not the current me, but one from a long time ago. What is a failure of and yet you hope to accomplish by standing against me? You, who are only recognizable for the eye you gave to your friend. Rasha had yet to move as I opened my eye back up. The only movement was from the golden dust he had managed to rip from Shikoku as it swirled around him, waiting to form a protective shield at any given moment. I'm the senpai of the future Hokage, you know. My bold claim seemed to take him aback and his mouth opened slightly as if to ask what the hell that even meant. Something about that made me laugh and I felt all that confidence I had within my youth swell inside me. In that one moment, I was the 12-year-old me again, the Obito that used to point brightly at himself with his own thumb and smile with all the boldness of someone with a dream to strive for. As if to honor that, I mimicked that pose from my youth, glancing over at the Hokage monument while I did, specifically at my sensei, who had managed to achieve our shared dream. It means there's no way in hell I'm going to lose to you, because I'm already an existence above the Hokage. Such nonsense. Rasa unfolded his arms, face twisting in unrestrained frustration. My words had finally gotten to him and he was ready to acknowledge me as an opponent. The golden dust at his feet whirled and rose, as if reacting to its master's anger. Looking at this battle from the outside, this matchup wasn't much different from the one that had been interrupted as Sharingan warrior versus an absolute defense. The difference here was we weren't genuine fighting for spectacle. This was a war between veteran shinobi, and that meant the entire scope was on a whole other level. I glanced sideways at my clone and we nodded to one another. We took off running, sprinting straight for the Kaiser cage. I closed in from the right, came from the left. The tumult of my Sharingan whirled as I pictured my guy's fighting style and mimicked it. Every muscle in my body contorting to match the flawless form he had spent his entire life perfecting. While still slower than the instant teleportation of my Kamui, this speed was nothing to be disappointed in. Leaf whirlwind. I jumped in the air, delivering a powerful spinning kick aimed at the side of the Kaiser cage's head. In ordinary circumstances, this was a blow that would destroy a standing structure, never mind what it would do to a fragile human skull. Despite this, golden dust was in my path faster than I could blink, my foot crashing into the protective barrier. The Chakra-enhanced gold buffered my blow, barely bending despite its destructive power. My clone was met with similar resistance. As expected of the strongest shinobi from the hidden sand, a shadow above us caused both the Kaiser cage and I to glance up just in time to see a giant orange claw coming down over our heads. Nine tails. Watch it, I yelled, jumping sideways and barely out of the way in time. Simply touching down caused the ground to quake, and I was nearly thrown aloft if not for Kakra to anchor me. I can't watch you and deal with this at the same time. You watch it, brat. Ninetales shouted back, launching himself forward and once again tackling Shikoku. The two tailed beasts roared and continued their epic match just over top where I was having my own. A gust of wind flew through the area strong enough to batter both tail beasts. Seven tails, Shikoku and Nine Tails roared at the same time. The giant horned insect tail beast flew overhead, racing through the skies as if the key of them. You ain't getting away from us that easy. A soba was hot on its tails, the turtle having compacted itself into a ball again that raced across the earth, sending hunks of trees and dirt flying in every conceivable direction. While riding atop Nine Tails, the debris from its movement hadn't been a problem, but I was on the ground now and a tidal wave of tattered forest was flying right at me. You have got to be kidding me, I dismayed. Of all the times to not be able to use Kamui, this was probably the worst. Mokuden Deep Forest Emergence Jutsu. I pumped as much Chakra as I could into the jutsu, sweat dotting my forehead as I felt the strain take hold. Little saplings and roots began sprouting out from the recently trampled earth surrounding me. In a matter of moments, those saplings transformed into full trees, and I was enveloped in a deep pocket forest that acted as a buffer against the wall of debris. Flakes of gold dust scattered throughout the forest I just created, spread so thinly I could barely notice it if not for the slight shimmering they gave in the light. No doubt it was probing for me and acting as eyes for the Kasa cage. I pressed my back to the trunk of the nearest tree, slipping a handful of shuriken into both hands. It wouldn't take long for the Kasa cage to find me, so I needed to ascertain his location as quickly as possible. I had also lost sight of my clone in the chaos, but it should have moved on to the next step of the plan already. It wouldn't be in time to help me track Rasa, but I had other options for that. In fact, it was only too easy to track him as he walked boldly into my forest. I knew he must have been confident in his ability to take me in a fight, but I was starting to think he was underestimating me a little too much. His defenses were seriously no joke, and this was coming from someone that was pretty confident in their own defensive game, which may have been exactly my problem. Between Kakashi and I, he had always been the one with the stronger offensive. Even the Sharingan I gave to him allowed him to use Kamui at a range, unlike my own, which was basically only good for dodging and capture. Normally, I didn't really have many complaints about our respective roles, but right now I really wish I had his analytical mind to think of a way to breach the seemingly impervious defense. Looks like I was going to have to fall back to that after all, which meant I was going to need to stall for a little more time yet. I broke away from the tree, spinning to where I believed the Kaiser cage to be. In a matter of seconds, he would know where I was. With my right hand I threw one volley of shuriken and then immediately followed that volley up with one from the left. My own shuriken collided into one another, altering their course and allowing me to aim for Rasa without even having to expose myself to him. At the same time, a stream of gold dust came flying at me from the side. I took to the branches above, barely dodging the writhing, snake-like compact gold. Jumping from branch to branch, I circled the expected location of the Kaiser cage, catching brief glimpses of his white and blue robe. Behind me, I heard the whizzing of shuriken and spun around, drawing a kunai and deflecting my own weapons which had been caught and returned to me. Two exact replicas of Rasa landed on the branches where I had just been. Both of them were clones made almost entirely of gold dust. It would appear Rasa had been getting creative with his magnetic capabilities and was mixing the golden dust with the soil around us to essentially give himself more to work with. While I'm sure it slightly dulled the quality of his jutsu, it also meant I had more to watch out for than I previously hoped. Don't think creating territory to give you a home field advantage is going to be enough to close the gap in power between us. One of the clones taunted me, "Captain Great Fireball Jutsu." My response was a giant fireball. They both jumped away, but the heat from the flame slightly melted the golden dust, chittling their movements and allowing me to close the distance. With a swift kick, I sent one of them crashing into the other and they both fell into my fireball and were turned into molten gold. I fell through the brush, landing in a small clearing directly in front of the true form of the Kaiser cage. He continued to stand there with his arms folded, more of the golden dust floating around him as always. I could tell with my Sharingan that he had also taken the time to cover himself in a layer of golden armor, similar to Gaara's sand armor, so physical blows weren't going to hurt him. I needed something that could hit him through that armor and I had just the jutsu, but to make the most use of it, I was going to need to buy my clone a little more time still. Are you ready to finish this battle? It was my turn to try and taunt him a little. You've been fighting pretty defensively. Have I got you on the ropes that badly? The Kaiser cage snorted as if what I said was funny. This is an invasion and I have bigger things to deal with than you. Which means there is little value in wasting my chakra when I will need it for what is to come, such as for taking control of Shokaku. By all means, feel free to continue wasting your own reserves as you have been. He had me there. While it was true that flame techniques didn't take a lot out of me, the same couldn't be said about wood style. I could still fight, but the number of large techniques I could unleash was pretty much spent. One more thing, the Kaiser cage continued, cutting me off from my thoughts. I don't know what you're buying time for, but it won't work. This fight is already mine. The gold dust around him sprung to life threateningly. He was about to attack and without Kamui I had no chance to defend. Looks like this was it. I inhaled deeply, shouting at the top of my lungs and praying my clone could hear me. It's now or never. My shout must have reached, because a moment later and the memories of my clone came rushing to me, along with the special chakra he had been gathering for me. It wasn't much, probably only enough to last for 30 or so seconds, but I was going to make full use of it. The way I saw the world changed, the wildlife around me came into focus. I could feel the energy of the plants I had just given life to. Their very life force radiated and gave off a visible aura. You, Rasa stared at me with wide eyes and a slack jaw. This is sage energy? He took in my slightly altered appearance and correctly surmised my sudden boost in power. Oh, I'm impressed you can recognize it. I confirmed his suspicions. The white setsu cells of my body had begun sprouting small saplings and miniature trees, giving the right side of my body the appearance of a miniature bonsai garden. It wasn't exactly a stylistic choice, and it was by no means practical. The Zetsu cells of my body just reacted this way to the intake of natural energy. That wasn't likely what tipped Russ off, however. No, the other telltale mark was the symbols that had shown up around my open Sharingan eye. This was the same type of Sage Mode used by the first Hokage after all, so anyone that knew he gained these markings when utilizing Sage Mode would recognize them. How the fourth Kazekage of all people knew about that I had no idea, but he seemed like the type of person that liked to be informed. No doubt he had his sources. Master Jiraiya could also use Sage Mode, as could Minato Sensei, but theirs was a little different from mine. They were taught by the toads through their usage of a special natural oil. I lacked the toad contract, but I had this connection to Mokuden like the first had, so it took some finicking. But my master had managed to crack the trick to teaching me about natural energy. Not that I was very good at gathering it. You had to remain completely still to successfully mold natural energy and merge it with your own chakra. No doubt something my clone found very difficult with all the chaos happening right now. This amount should be sufficient, at least enough for me to make use of the other technique my master taught me. To be honest, I don't like to show this off to just anyone, but you are one of the Hokage, so I'll make an exception this time. What I said just now was only a half-truth. The reality was that I didn't use Sage Mode often because it conflicted with Kamui. I was incapable of shifting natural energy into the pocket dimension, effectively making my Mangekyou useless while in Sage Mode. Since I was already in a situation where I couldn't use it, however, this is impossible. The Kazekage seemed to realize he was in trouble now that I had just brought out my hidden trump card. I don't think he was even aware of it as he took a step back. As his physical body retreated, the golden dust around him abandoned all defense and switched to a purely offensive base. A storm of golden bullets flew at me. I charged into that storm head-on, using the combination of my Sharingan and Sage senses to read the incoming trajectories. Ordinarily, this would be the equivalent to dodging rain, but by combining my two enhanced senses, even something like this became possible. I was almost as untouchable as if I had Kamui. In my right hand, chakra began to swell and swirl. There was a loud humming as the chakra formed into a ball of spiraling energy. It can be that jutsu. Rasa realized only too late what it was I was planning. The remaining golden dust at his side took the form of a lance. The dust compacted, solidifying and giving the lance solid form. The moment the Kazakege's hand took up the weapon, Wayne Affinity Chakra traveled through it, causing strange blue markings to appear along the handle and a pulse of energy to flow out. I could tell just looking at it, this was the Kazakege's ultimate attack. A spear made of pure gold and enhanced with the power of divine wind. It required him to sacrifice all defense, but in exchange he gained a weapon that could pierce through anything. Whether he knew it or not, this was undoubtedly the correct course of action. Since I could blast through his defenses now with just simple blows while using natural energy, the only option left for him was to attack, and if it was this attack, there was no guarantee I would be the one to come out on top. Two shinobi who prided themselves on defense had just thrown their specialty away, resting everything on a single powerful blow. I took one final step, planting my foot firmly in the ground and pushing into it with all my might. The once peaceful humming of the technique was now whirling violently. The blue glow illuminated everything around us, dyeing the entire stage a similar hue. My right hand reached out, striking at the Kazekage as he came in range. Rasa grit his teeth, turning his previous retreat into a last-ditch charge. His foot planted just next to mine, the spear thrust forward, aiming for my heart. As our attacks passed one another, we gave mighty shouts, unveiling the name of our respective jutsu. Kamiari, Rasenjin. Without fail, the spear's aim should have rung true. He aimed at my heart, and with the power of some divine wind guiding it, there was no way for him to miss. This was an unavoidable fact. In this exchange of blows, I could only die. As if to cheat this fate, the rotational power of my race engine pulled at the spear like a vortex, altering its course and turning the tip of the blade ever so slightly. It wasn't much, and a moment later the blade still pierced me, but what it struck was the artificial half of my torso, a hunk of flesh made up only of a creature known as Zetsu. There were no organs to be pierced, which is what this attack was, a thrust to pierce through any defense. That made the radius of damage small. Deadly if it had hit my heart, but inconsequential to what had ultimately been struck. His attack had failed, and mine was about to land. The whirling blue sage chakra tore through Rasa's golden armor and tattered his ceremonial robes. For a split second, time seemed to stand still as reality took a moment to catch up. Then there was a small explosion of energy, and Rasa was sent flying backwards. His back collided with the thick trunk of the nearest tree, and he slid down to a crumpled heap at its base. I gasped for breath, still standing with my right hand held up in the position it had been as I sent the cage flying. It was almost as if the truth of what had just happened hadn't settled in yet, as I stared at my extended hand at where the race engine had just been, at where I had struck the winning blow. That was right, I won. I had beaten the cage in straight one-on-one combat. Neither one of us were at full power, and he had underestimated me up until the end, but in the ninja world, none of those things mattered. His people needed him, and he wasn't there to lead them anymore. That meant this was a bigger victory than just beating one shinobi. I couldn't help but let out a small laugh, partly out of disbelief, part exhilaration. The sage energy coursing through me dissipated, and the plants growing from my right side withered and crumbled. The markings around my face also faded. My clone hadn't been given a lot of time to gather much natural energy, but it had been enough, barely. The spear of gold also crumbled apart, leaving a gaping hole in my body. Despite not having any vital organs to be punctured, it still hurt like hell having the hunk of flesh keeping me alive damaged in such a way. Yet through the pain, I was able to continue smiling. That was how exhilarating this feeling of success was. However, now wasn't the time to revel in my victory. Because this was only one battle in the middle of war, I had more battles to fight yet, so I stilled my beating heart and calmly walked over to the unconscious form of the cage. Grabbing him by the scruff of his robes, I lifted him up and pushed him back into the tree. He sunk into the bark as I manipulated it with the Mokutan element until only his face was visible. Now he was completely incapable of moving so much a single centimeter, and so long as I channeled chakra into the wood he would be incapable of using any jutsu. The moment I finished that and the ground gave a tremor unlike anything that had come before. While it was true the ground hadn't stopped shaking from the moment the tail beasts were unleashed, this one in particular felt really bad. I quickly sprinted to the edge of the forest I had created, bracing for whatever it is I might see. Damn it, only to be relieved by the sight of a defeated and shrinking Shikoku. The golden dust that had been protecting him was broken and scattered, a direct result of the cage being defeated. I did not know. The tail beast continued to curse his fortunes until he was all but gone, leaving only an unconscious Gara behind. Nine Tails, meanwhile, tilted his back as he let out a powerful and victorious roar. Tension still coursed through my veins, but with the thrill of the two battles temporarily ended, I could focus once again on the connection Nine Tails and I shared. He seemed to feel for it at the same time, and together we disentangled our interweaving chakra. There was still no time for rest. A sudden shout drawing our attention. Nine Tails, if you ain't too busy, I could use a hand. A Sobo had dug itself into the ground, its three tails wrapped around the flying seven tails, who was attempting to wiggle itself free. Nine Tails snorted, out of amusement or some kind of feeling of superiority. I couldn't be sure, but probably both. His cheeks inflated, and just before I could scold him to not use the Beijudama, he unleashed a torrent of flames. The rolling heat wave washed over me with enough force to send me to my butt. All humidity in the air was vaporized, and the leaves of the small forest I created began to instantly wilt. The screams of agony from the seven tails actually made me feel sorry for it. I wasn't even coming into direct contact with these flames, and it was affecting me and my surroundings this much. To even try and imagine what the insect-like creature was experiencing. It had the desired effect, the seven tails beginning to shrink now too as it retreated back inside its Jinwekarik. I almost think it was a willful decision, rather than having fallen unconscious and reverting naturally. It would just rather hide in its human host rather than be subjected to more of that. As that tail beast reverted, Isoba did as well. All three of our battles were over. It would appear I had made the right choice in taking an offensive position against the cage, despite that not usually being my style. Defeating him had been the key to a cascade of quick victories, and with the tail beast's problem resolved, we could turn our attention to the other areas of the village that no doubt needed assistance. For now, however, I was going to take a quick breather as I waited for Rin. something which didn't take nearly as long as I would have expected or hoped. "Obito," Rin called, sprinting across the broken terrain in my direction. On her back was the unconscious form of the seven-tails Jinwekirek Fu. I nodded her over the Gara's prone form and hopped to my weary feet to make my way there, the two of us arriving at about the same time. "You're okay," I smiled at her, just relieved to see she appeared completely uninjured from the previous battle. "What about Isobo?" I struggled for a moment whether or not to call a tail beast so casually by its given name. "He's a little worse for wear, but he'll be okay with a little rest." Rin laid food down next to Gara, before pausing unnaturally. I recognized it now as her stopping to communicate internally with her tail beast. "Kay says thanks for the concern." She then passed on the message. I could only grunt, more surprised by the fact he was able to hear me. Although I guess it shouldn't have been too much of a shock. After all, Rin had been able to do the same from within his soba, so it made sense the reverse would be true. "So what should we do with them?" Rin asked, nodding down at the two unconscious Jinwekirek that laid side by side. Her expression was complicated and for good reason. We had essentially just captured two powerful weapons of war and had them at our complete mercy. "For now, I'll put them in the Kamui dimension where they can't cause any more harm," I said, bending down and finding I could once again activate my Dotus. Both of them were immediately sucked inside the vortex with my eye at the center and disappeared from this realm. "Afterwards, we can let you talk to them, find out what really happened." There's no guarantee they willingly let their tail beasts out. Gara sighed. We literally had no information on Fu and what her relationship with her village or her tail beast was. For all we knew, she had been completely in the dark about this whole thing. I wouldn't put anything past Kakuzu's, who I suspected only returned to his village in the first place to take part in this invasion. So for now I would like to assume Fu was somehow innocent. Rin nodded immediately. "Thank you," she whispered. Her expression was still mixed, looking simultaneously like she might cry and yet relieved all at the same time. I could only imagine what it was like for a Jinwekirek to see another like them used in such a way. Heartbreaking was the only word that immediately came to mind. That just leaves I turned my attention up to the giant demon fox that was looming over us now. Once he was back in his seal, that would put an official end to the tail beast's threat of this invasion. As if he felt my gaze on him, he looked back down at me, leering over us with his large red irises. "If you think I'm going back in the seal willingly, you have another thing coming, you brat." It was as I feared. This was the real reason he agreed so quickly and had only argued with us enough to make it seem like he was hesitant to be released. He knew once we let him out, we had no way of putting him back peacefully without his cooperation. If we had more time to plan this out, we could have figured out fail-safes for this kind of situation. As it was, we may have just traded in one monster for another. Before any further argument could be had on the matter, something falling from the sky caught my attention. I didn't have any time to react, and Nine Tails didn't even see it coming. A giant torii gate made wood slam down on one of his tails. What? Then following in quick succession, gate after gate pinned his tails to the earth. Before he could even react, larger gates then pushed him down at the torso until one final gate caught his neck. "This can't be, you don't have this kind of power." Nine Tails seemed to be under the misconception that this was somehow my doing. However, he was exactly right that I couldn't use Mokutenjutsu of this level. There was only one person who could. If Senyu Hashirama was here though, what was happening to the others over there? Senyu Hashirama landed in front of Rin and I. The resurrected first Hokage had just pinned down Nine Tails for us, stopping him before he could go on another village-destroying rampage. However, just because he did that didn't mean he was on our side. No, he had been revived by Orchirisham with the purpose of destroying the village himself, so it stood to reason that if he was here now, it was to further that aim. In the legends, he was supposedly capable of controlling Nine Tails too, so it had to be assumed that was his true aim in reining it in. Hashirama, the pinned Nine Tails, roared. Although it was hard to tell if it was in anger or surprise, I had no doubt there was quite a bit of built-up resentment regarding the first Hokage, who had been the first to ever put a tail beast inside a human, thus creating the Jinwekirek system as we know it today. He sure is a rowdy one, huh? He must be in a good mood. Hashirama didn't even glance at Nine Tails, instead staring directly at Rin and I while laughing loudly and full of energy. "What is going on?" I asked. There was no way the first could be capable of such speech and personality. I watched it as Urkarisham placed the seal into his skull specifically to suppress such things, turning him into a mindless killing machine along with his younger brother. Hashirama responded to my question by making a complicated expression, tilting his head and folding his arms. It's kind of hard to explain, so I'll skip all the complicated bits. Basically, I am no longer a bad guy, or something like that. Of course, I like to think I've always been one of the good guys. It's just that I was revived to be bad, depending on your perspective, I suppose. He went silent and nodded happily to himself as if that explanation solved everything. Hell, he looked proud even. I don't think he had any idea that his poorly strung together words left us more confused than anything. Did you understand any of that? Ring whispered to me, having otherwise gone completely still. Unlike me, she hadn't even seen our predecessors get revived, so she was even more behind on the uptake than I was. Having said that, not a word, I replied bluntly. It kind of felt like he was trying to tell us he wasn't our enemy anymore. But there were so many steps removed to get to that point that I truly didn't know what to make of it. On the one hand, it seemed like it could be a tactic for buying time. On the other, someone as powerful as the first shouldn't need to resort to such things. So it seemed like he might be genuine, if only incomprehensible. Ha ha ha, the first laughed dryly and awkwardly, rubbing the back of his head and inclining himself ever so slightly in an apologetic bow. Like I said, I never really was good at all the complicated stuff. That's why I always needed me. A new person finished that train of thought, speaking from directly behind us. It took every fiber of self-restraint for me not to yell out loud and stab behind me with the kunai. Not that I was likely to hit my mark even if I was. The second Hokage standing behind us with both hands on his hips and shaking his head slowly at his brother. I figured this was going to happen, so I came to check things out, but it's worse than I thought. Aniki, you finish up with the 9 tails while I explain the situation. Okay, the first agreed readily enough, but his previous cheer and optimism were all but gone, as his shoulders slumped and he let out a long sigh. I could have figured out how to explain it if you just gave me a few more minutes, he grumbled. Huh? The second snapped loudly, appearing far more like the big brother in my eyes. Hashirama quickly uttered a string of apologies before dashing off to the still restrained tail beast. That's what I thought. Tobirama clicked his teeth. Black Iris is finally turning his attention to Rin and myself. It would appear I'm in the debt of not just one but 2 Yuja today, he remarked. I'm sorry. I asked him to clarify. It was more or less obvious by this point that they were no longer enemies, but there were still too many blanks in what had happened between the time I last saw them and now. Never mind that not even all that much time had passed. Of course, in that same amount of time I had unleashed a tail beast and clashed with the Kazakage, so these were moving pretty quickly all around it would seem. I believe his name was Shusei? Tobirama looked purposefully at my Mangekyo Sharingan. He used the genjutsu he called the Kotomotsukaishi to break me free from the curse that Urkarisham had bound us under. As the creator of Edo Tensei, it was child's play for me to then undo the restrictions also placed on my brother. With our personalities and full power restored, we quickly brought things to a conclusion over there. So you have nothing to worry about. Your friends and Saru are safe for now. Finally, everything was becoming clear. It was ironic, really. The trump card Urkarisham had prepared ended up being his biggest downfall and would likely lead to a swift conclusion to this little invasion. Having the power of 3 Hokage on our side, 2 of them essentially immortal, was certainly uplifting to say the least. As soon as we had things wrapped up over there, we came to back you up here, but it seems that for the most part you have things under control. Tobirama nodded over to 9 Tails, or rather what was left of the tail beast as it was being forcibly withdrawn back into Naruto's seal. It was incredible. Even without the key sealed in my arm and the first was able to repress the monster fox so effortlessly. It truly was completely different from me. Actually, you guys really saved us just now, I admitted in contrast to the second's praise. I really didn't know what I was going to do about 9 Tails until you and your brother showed up. It's entirely possible I had made a huge mistake and only caused more problems for the village. So really, thank you. I inclined my head towards Tobirama. As I spoke, Rin ran off towards an unconscious Naruto. There didn't look to be any kind of external wounds, but we had no idea what kind of side effects there might be to completely unleashing 9 tails like we had. The fox had admitted himself that they didn't have a perfect link, but just what exactly did that mean in the greater scheme of things? Either way, Gara and Fu had technically been in the same boat and both of them just appeared out for the time being, so it stood to reason Naruto was much the same. Tobirama regarded me silently for several seconds and I almost got the impression he was sizing me up. If he was, it would seem I didn't pass whatever internal metrics he was grading me on. Because he then let out a disappointed sigh. You certainly seem different from what I imagined you as. Seriously? What is Saru thinking, considering you for the position of fifth? In that moment, I remember what the third had so boldly declared not just in front of our Tertium, but the predecessors and myself included. I felt my face heat up as I quickly tried to mutter an apology. And no, I'm sure that was just a misunderstanding. There's no way he is actually considering me. It was just mind games with his student or something. If anything, this only seemed to upset the second more, who stomped on the ground strongly enough to cause small cracks to appear in the earth beneath his feet. Are you really in Yeche? He yelled at me. Show some spine, damn you. And to think, you also have some of my brother's cells attached to you. He paused, looking at the small forest I had recreated over the previously destroyed terrain. It was you that rode the 9 tails into battle, was it not? He asked, voice softer and almost apologetic this time. And you who defeated the Kaisekage manipulating the one tail. Both of these are feats worthy of anyone who is one day to take the title of Hokage. Don't devalue your own accomplishments so readily, or no one will ever be willing to take you seriously. I mumbled an agreement just out of instinct, but that seemed to trigger his anger again, and his face once again contorted into that stern expression so much like the one carved into the Hokage monument. Don't think this means that I acknowledge you, he shouted. I was against Madara becoming Hokage back then, and I'm against one of his descendants becoming Hokage now. Never mind that you have my brother's jutsu. Tobirama, that's enough of that. Hashirama returned, this time the one hollering out and acting like the proper older brother. The second glared at his brother, but respectfully obeyed his order all the same. Certainly a complicated siblinger these two had. Sorry about that. Please don't pay him any mind. The first addressed me directly now, smiling in that awkward way that was simultaneously trying to apologize and also put me at ease. My little brother doesn't want to admit it because of his pride, but he's actually quite interested in you. Not many people have both Yuja ancestry and the Mokuton Jutsu after all. No, it's quite alright, I said quickly, trying to ignore his praise. He's right after all. Someone like me becoming Hokage, I mean, there are just so many others more deserving of that honor. Off the top of my head, I could name several people. Kakashi, Shusi, or even my master, Jiraiya. There were so many more capable candidates. It was the first's turn to frown as he looked over at me. It would appear I wasn't a disappointment to just one, but both of the previous Hokage. Come with us, he said. There is something I would like you to see, a side that is very special to me. You can't be serious. Tobirama scoffed, but a single glare from his big brother silenced any further complaints he had. Fine. Instead he relented with those simple words. It's the same as always, and you'll do what you want. Never mind that it's me that has to be the one to make sure you get there. Ha ha ha. Harsh as always. It was hard to tell if Hashirama was laughing or weeping at his younger brother's harsh criticisms. The fact that he was able to simultaneously seem like he was doing both was even more astounding when you thought about it. Nevertheless, he bounced back quickly enough, grinning at me as he pointed over to the Hokage monument. I hear from Saru that you're pretty fast. Why don't we see who is faster between you and my brother? You mean? It took me a couple seconds to figure out what he was implying, but it fairly quickly became evident he was asking me to have a race with the second Hokage, a man capable of using the same Flying Thunder God technique as my own teacher. Before I could answer, my eye immediately darted over to Rin and Naruto, the former having lifted her adopted son into her lap as she evaluated his physical condition. The first seemed to follow my gaze, making a small noise of realization. Bring them with us. When the three of you are ready, just give us the all clear and we'll begin. It was becoming very apparent to me why the second was so tired around his brother and his antics. Of course, like his younger brother, there was no way for me to just refuse the request. So with a reluctant sigh, I started to jog over to the Tujin Weperek. Even if he said he was going to give us time, there was no way I could keep the previous Hokage waiting. Never mind that I wasn't even sure we had time for this. There was still an invasion going on, although all the enemy leaders had more or less been dealt with if what the second said was true. which meant we probably had a little bit of time if the only thing left was mop-up duty, so I should be able to give Naruto a proper glance over with that time. I was pretty worried about him, despite the fact that my head was jumbled up with a dozen other things at the moment. "So how is he?" I asked Rin as I approached the two of them up close, and I could see now that Naruto's skin was burnt and red pretty much all over. It didn't look life-threatening, but more like he had just been out in the sun too long without any kind of sunscreen. That was only his external injuries though, and while that appeared superficial at best, I had no idea if we had just majorly screwed up his seal or, even worse, his chakra network. Rin must have noticed my worries because she gave a gentle smile and patted the ground next to her. "He's fine. As you can see, a little burned, but that appears to be the worst of it. Nothing abnormal with his chakra except that it's pretty much spent, which might be a first for him. Otherwise he's just mentally exhausted, and so he appears to be asleep." It was good to know it wasn't something like a coma. That's a relief. I crouched down next to Rin where she had just indicated, and before I was even aware of it myself I was running a hand through Naruto's blonde locks. This kid really is nuts to willingly go through with the transformation. Despite not knowing what might happen, I was the last one that should be saying that. The whole thing having been my idea, yet Naruto hadn't hesitated for even a second and instead went all in on the plan. Truly his mother's kid. "You can say that again," Rin huffed, looking simultaneously worried as his guardian, yet proud of him for his bravery. She truly was just like his older sister in everything but blood, just like someone else I know. She then mumbled, glancing sideways at me. It was hard to tell if she was condemning me or complimenting me, so all I could do was awkwardly laugh. "Yeah, well, it all usually works out for types like us. It did this time too," I said, feeling more like my past self than I had in a long time. I don't think the current usual me would have been able to say a line like that, but somehow it felt natural as the words left my mouth, as if this was how I was supposed to be. "The heck?" Rin giggled, trying to stifle her own laughter. "I'll get mad, you know." Despite saying that, she didn't seem angry at all, if perhaps a bit exasperated. "You know it's always me that has to look after you boys when you overdo it, right? So for my sake too, try and be a little less reckless maybe." Just now when her words reminded me of the second and what he had said to his brother, was I more like the first than I thought? And not just because I had his souls, because this was how I had always been as a kid. What a terrifying thought that was. Thinking about them caused me to glance in their direction. Hashirama saw me looking immediately and waved back at us, hands swinging exaggerated over his head with a huge smile splitting his face. The second merely sighed and pretended he couldn't see it by looking the other way. Despite this, they stood side by side, the younger brother resting his hand on the elder's shoulder so they could move at a moment's notice. "So the previous Hokage, huh?" Rin asked, having followed my gaze. "I would say that's pretty insane, but compared to what we just did, I can't say anything is too surprising at the moment." "No kidding," I couldn't help but silently agree. A triple invasion, tail beasts, undead Hokage, and Orkarisham at the center of it all. This had been one hell of a day already, and it wasn't even over yet. "Yeah," I mumbled, still not entirely sure I believed that they were real myself. Never mind, I had actually been around when they were brought back. "They said they want to show me something. So sorry about this, but I'm gonna have to bring you and Naruto along. Can't just leave you two in the middle of the village after all." I knew Rin would be fine, but I wasn't exactly sure it was a good idea to be moving Naruto through dimensions in his present condition. Despite my worries, Rin shook her head. "It should be okay. So long as we're just moving a little bit." I almost wonder if a part of me had been hoping she would refuse, because if she had it would give me a reason to as well. I didn't even know what it was the first wanted to show me, but I was terrified that it would be the final crack that would tear down this wall I had been guarding for the past 5 years of my life. "Alright, hold on then." Instead, I could only sigh as I placed a hand on her shoulder. I then nodded to the two brothers. A moment later they were gone, teleporting to the top of the Hokage monument. I activated Kamui at the same moment, the world distorting and getting sucked away before being replaced by a view of the village from above. "You really are fast." Hashirama laughed loudly, placing both hands on his hips and throwing his long hair back. "Did you see that, Tobirama? Saru wasn't joking about his talents. As fast as you are, with the same Mokuden Jutsu as myself, and finally a Nyuja that isn't following in Madara's curse of hatred. He's a perfect candidate for the 5th Hokage, don't you think?" Which, it would appear, I still had yet to earn the respect of the second. despite his brother's over-the-top praises just now. If it was a race, then I still beat him here, that or he was just sulking. That certainly seemed to be the case as he crossed his arms and turned away from me. Perhaps he was just upset that his brother was complimenting Yacha so much. Yeah, that had to be it, 'cause there was no way that he was jealous of me. Pushing that aside for the moment, I began to walk over to the two of them. So, what is it you wanted to show me? We were standing now atop the head of the first Hokage, something which seemed to please the man himself immensely. He turned, looking down over the village and spreading his arms wide as if to encapsulate it all. This is it, he proclaimed, voice booming with pride, although I think the image was somewhat ruined as I looked over the war-torn landscape below us. The area where the tailed beasts had just clashed was painfully obvious, the entire landscape having been completely reshaped. There were no more forests in that plot of land, just freshly dug up dirt and rocks. Meanwhile, fire and smoke dotted the numerous populated areas. A section of the wall that guarded the village had been torn down, appearing to have been run down by some giant summoned monstrosity, although whatever had caused it was nowhere to be seen. What's more, the sound of conflict could still be heard. Kunai clashed, metal on metal reverberated out and reached us up here. The occasional elemental jutsu was visible, some of the more powerful shinobi clearly throwing around their weight. That all being said, it really did look like the chaos was winding down. If anything, it was only a small handful of the perpetrators who didn't yet seem to be aware that the fight was already lost. Even from up here, and I could see the enemy had all but mostly surrendered. No doubt word of their losses had destroyed morale, and the will to fight was gone to all but the most bloodthirsty. Right, I deadpanned, not really understanding what was so great about this sight at the moment. I had come here many times, and while I could normally appreciate the majesty of our village, there seemed to be a lot less to appreciate at the moment. You don't get it? Hashirama's arm sagged, and his head fell dramatically, his once enthusiastic voice clearly conveying his dismay at not having his message be received. As if anyone could understand what you're trying to say considering the current circumstances, Tobirama yelled, at least appearing to understand my plight. Of course, his harsh words only seemed to deepen his brother's depression, as the first sank to his knees and buried his face between them. Seriously, the second continued to groan aloud. He pointed down at the village, turning to glare at me as if this whole thing was my fault. You gave your life to protect the Lee, did you not? He yelled, his voice causing me to immediately straighten my posture and stand at attention. Yes, of course, I replied without thinking. Not that there was anything to think about. It went without saying that I would give my life for the village if I thought it would make a difference. If my life could maintain its existence for even a second longer, then I would gladly throw myself into the jaws of death. And why is that? Tobirama asked me. Is it because your clan is down there? Would you give your life so the Yucha can continue to flourish under the protection of the village? Now that I thought about it, the previous generation of Hokage likely had no idea about the Yucha incident, and as such had no way of knowing what our clan had been reduced down to. Not that there was any time to inform him about this now, and even if the clan had been as it was, it's not like my answer would change. No, that's not it. I shook my head, glancing towards the Chunin exam arena, at the place where Itachi Shusi Kakashi Gate, the third Hokage, and so many other of my trusted comrades were. This village is my home. I struggled to find the words to describe what the village truly meant to me. It wasn't that I didn't know what was important about it, but rather there were too many important things here to condense it down into just a few simple words. Nevertheless, I had to try, not just because I was born here or because my family is here, but my whole history, everything that came before me, all the things I'm hoping will come after. I glanced backwards at Rin and Naruto, at the woman I loved as she watched over her adopted son, my student. She was looking back at me, our eyes meeting briefly. The village itself is my family, I guess. Just like how Rin had taken in and protected our teacher's son, I too wanted to be able to do that for everyone here in the village. That was what Minato-sensei taught me. This was the true meaning of Hokage. I suppose when I heard him say that, it had left an impression on the young me, a boy that had never known his own parents because their lives had been claimed by war when I was still a baby. So the idea of having a whole village for a family, it just sounded really nice. So you understand, after all, the first had bounced back, listening to my answers, seeming to have once again renewed his spirits. What an exhausting guy to be around. He smiled at me. but this time not that exaggerated goofball-like smile of before, but one that was warm and heartfelt. My dream for the title of Hokage has nothing to do with power or lineage. The only thing that matters in the end is the heart. You and every single person down there that risked their lives today for the village, any single one of you is worthy of the title. I opened my mouth but no words came out. Any single thought I had died on the tip of my tongue as a million different reasons to reject him flew across my mind, yet in the end I could say nothing to such a simple sentiment. Was the title of Hokage really something that easy to him? I had spent my whole life building it up in my head as some grand, ultimate prize. But to the man that created the position, it was something anyone was worthy of. Tobirama let out a long sigh. If only reality were that easy, Aniki. He smiled, for perhaps the first time since I met him. It was a smile completely unlike his brother's, nostalgic and full of melancholy. For only one person can be Hokage during any given generation, so it's not enough to say anyone with the right heart can take the position. Having said that, he turned once more to look at me, and his stern frown once again returned. The Hokage is a position that you do not get to choose for yourself. My brother attempted to reject it and wanted Madara to have it. I too was unsure of taking the hat after my exceptional brother was the one to wear it before me. Saru was prepared to sacrifice himself for the mission when I gave him the role. He paused and let out another deep sigh. It would seem every person that ever ended up becoming Hokage didn't think of themselves as the one for the role. You're the same, are you not? That's while it was true I still didn't think myself capable of the role. The second's words suddenly reminded me of something Itachi recently said to me, about how the Hokage is someone acknowledged by everyone, and the only one known to acknowledge me was myself. His words echoed once again in my mind, as crystal clear as the day he said them. Perhaps you are as my brother says. The second lifted his arm, extending a single finger that pointed solely at me, the perfect candidate for the fifth Hokage. It would seem that impossible had just happened. The Yucha-hating second Hokage acknowledges someone like me as a potential successor. Why? I asked, not of him in particular. It would be more accurate to say I was questioning the universe itself. Why was it that everyone seemed so intent on trying to tell me I should take the position? Why did everyone wait until I had already given up to decide I was worthy? Never mind that none of them knew of my greatest sin against the village. In response to my question, the first let out another loud burst of laughter. You really are an interesting guy, you know that. He was the last person I wanted to hear that from. Tobirama just told you why, didn't he? And maybe it's true that I'm sometimes a little naive, but I don't think that means I'm wrong either. The title of Hokage is something for anyone that calls this village their home. I clenched my fists, turning away from the previous Hokage, but instead I found myself once again looking over the village. The sounds of the battle were all but gone now. The invasion was good and over, our forces having come out on top. We were victorious thanks to the efforts of every single shinobi here, myself included. Was this really okay, for someone like me to watch over the village? To not be the one looking up at the Hokage monument, but instead staring across the land of fire. Would my one sharing and I be enough to intimidate the enemy? Was the promise I made to Rin and Minato-sensei something I was allowed to wish for again? Everything around me had already given me the answer to this question. It was fine. I wasn't some unredeemable villain. Certainly I had made mistakes along the way, but it seemed like every Hokage that came before me also felt this way. It was fine not to be perfect, because the Hokage wasn't perfect to begin with. Something I don't think I ever realized until just now. Become a splendid Hokage, Yucha Obito, Hashirama said as he looked over the same view as I did. What was it his eyes saw when looking at the village below him? I couldn't help but wonder, had the village turned out how he wanted? Were there things he wished he had done better? No. That was exactly the point of everything they said until now. Of course there were things he wished had gone better. If there wasn't, then he wouldn't have become Hokage in the first place. Well then, he continued, a tone of finality in his voice. With everything wrapped up, it would seem it's time for us to go. Indeed, Tobirama agreed promptly, before I even had a chance to understand what they were talking about. Give our regards to Saru, would you? It was only when they both looked at me again that I knew this was their way of saying goodbye. They were going to undo the Edo Tensei and the thing binding their souls to the mortal plane. I thought about calling out to them, telling them not to go just yet. It felt like there were a million more things I wanted to ask them. There was still so much they could do for the village. The invasion had only just ended after all. What's more, They were asking me to say goodbye to their student and successor, when I'm sure he would want to hear those words directly. Yet despite all this, I knew they were making the right decision. In the first place, they weren't supposed to be here. Doing as much as they had already was more than we could rightfully ask for. Cleaning up the village was a job for the living, not a couple zombies that have conveniently been brought back to our realm, never mind the original intent behind their twisted revival. Yes, so I said the only thing I could, allowing them to leave on their own terms. Thank you for everything. I'm sure my words carried with them the weight of the whole village. At least that's what it felt like. A white light had enveloped both Hokage, their outer skin beginning to crumble and fall apart as if dust, rather than human flesh. The two of them continued to watch over the village until the very end, and I looked down at it with them. In a matter of moments they were gone, and the one watching the village from atop the first head was only myself. In the absence of all noise, the gentle breeze sounded more like a torrential gale. It tousled my short black hair and rustled the leaves of every tree for leagues within my sight. I swallowed the lump building in the back of my throat, taking in the breathtaking sight that every Hokage gazed upon. It truly was majestic. What was this weight on my shoulders? Was it the burden that every Hokage realized they would have to bear when they took on the role? To know that they were the one responsible for all the lives located directly below these cliffs, yet despite this weight now placed upon my shoulders, it felt like the one in my heart was slowly beginning to lift. That was because I wasn't alone, not truly, both when it came to the duties I might inherit or physically atop this rock. You okay? Rin asked as she took her place beside me. For the moment she had left Naruto to rest behind us. Not that the blonde knuckly had seemed to mind. His peaceful snores audible from here. I was envious of him really, as a nap sounded really good about now, if only as an escape from this conversation. I'm fine, I lied, although I'm not sure why I bothered. Rin could see when I wasn't telling the truth from a mile away. Never mind that I still had some external injuries from the previous battle. But that wasn't what was truly bothering me, and she knew that because that wasn't what she had been asking about. Yeah, I mean, of course you are, Rin said. Despite seeing through my lie, she crossed her arms behind her back and stretched her neck to look up at me, beaming with a smile of childlike innocence. I mean, why wouldn't you be? Lord First and Lord Second just acknowledge you as the rightful successor for the Hokage. That promise you made to me, you can keep it. You can actually do it. Rin, my lip trembled as I looked back down at her. Her brown eyes sparkled back up at me, assuring me that I could tell her anything. She was the first one that truly believed in me, the one that hadn't laughed at me or told me it was impossible. Despite the fact that she had no reason to believe I could do it, she truly had accepted that I could reach this place. Why is that? I asked her. What made you think I could become Hokage? She tilted her head, as if my question was strange. Yet her smile didn't diminish in the slightest, and she spoke as confidently as I once had been able to. Isn't it obvious? I believed in you because you were serious. You truly believed you could become the Hokage. No one else I met before had been able to do that. Everyone respected the Hokage, but not like you did. You didn't see the Hokage as some kind of superior but as a goal. It was almost like I could see the reflection in her eyes. She was recalling the scene of me as I first proclaimed myself the Hokage, and I could see how I looked from her eyes. That brightly smiling dopey kid that pointed at himself and declared without a doubt in his mind that he could become Hokage. You know, OBITO, she giggled at me as if we just shared some kind of inside joke. I'd always thought that when you said that you were really cool. I was taken aback. How could I not be? To hear Rin say that I of all people was somehow cool? Not Hata Kakashi, but the drop out of our class, Yuja Obito, was somehow the cool one. Rin, there was another pause as I stumbled on my words. What was it I even wanted to say right now? The goal was right in front of my eyes. I had been stumbling in the dark for how many years now, but in the end I had finally managed to reach my destination. The words of everyone propelled me forward, offering me the encouragement needed to take those last final steps. All the previous Hokage, my team, my clan, my former classmates, and the future generation walking behind me, every single one of them had acknowledged me. The only thing left, Rin asked, prompting me to say what it was we both knew I had been wanting to say for a long time now. I felt my breath hitch, my voice getting caught in the back of my throat. Yet despite this I pushed through anyways and finally made the declaration I hadn't been able to in years. I want to become the Hokage after all. My shout echoed off the cliff behind us and reverberated into the village. I was finally able to say it again. The Yucha Obito that had a dream worth chasing was finally back, and the Rin that had been cheering me on from the beginning was still by my side. Yep, she pumped both fists and tears gathered in the corners of her eyes as she continued to smile at me. Go for it, Obito. Become the greatest Hokage this village has ever seen. It's a promise. Yeah, agreed. I promised one that I would definitely make good on this time. That should have been the end. However, in that moment I allowed myself to forget one thing, the shadow of that man which still loomed over me. And he wasn't about to let me forget. Madara may have been dead, but his will had still been pulling at strings for a long time now, just waiting for me to finally drop my guard, to finally think it was okay to be happy again. I'm glad to hear that. Yahiko called out to us from above, standing on top of the cliff that the Hokage monument had been etched into. If that's the case, I will go ahead and consider you already the Hokage for this conversation, and we can discuss the next steps accordingly. Rin and I spun around, neither one of us having detected their presence until now. Just how in the world had he managed to conceal himself from us, two sensory-type ninja, while also being within earshot of our conversation? I might have even asked him that, but a million other things also flew through my mind in the same second as I took in the sight of Yahiko standing above us. Next to him was Konan, and in her arms the corpse of Ajise, no doubt killed during the invasion. But even that barely registered, merely being stored into the back of my mind as an afterthought, because there was one other person with them, my master, Jiraiya. Yahiko was holding on to him by his mane of long white hair, that alone being the only thing supporting my barely conscious master. His face bloated and bruised, beaten into the point of neon red sighted, and stuck in his back was no less than a dozen black rods, several of which were located directly in his spinal column. His legs were incapable of supporting himself, kept only aloft by Yahiko, who tugged roughly at his hair. Master, my voice cut off as I barely managed to catch myself. But it was too late. I had just given the nature of our relationship away with that single word, and Yahiko hadn't missed it. His reaction was similar to my own, displaying clear shock at my unintended proclamation. Master, you say? He let out a small bark of ironic laughter. Well now, isn't that interesting? So you're Jiraiya-sensei's latest attempt at finding a child of prophecy then, are you? Now I see. No wonder I felt like we had so much in common. Jiraiya-sensei? Like Yahiko's own surprise, I was just now starting to connect the dots about his relationship to my master. I had heard before that Jiraiya had taken on training 3 orphans from the Hidden Rain, but he had told me himself that they had died a long time ago. Yet it would appear that wasn't true at all, and those very students of his were here in front of me now. That's right, Yahiko confirmed. Like you, we were once students of Jiraiya until he abandoned us to die, that is. The spite in his voice was unmistakable, and his emotions momentarily got the better of him as he tightened his grip on Jiraiya's hair. My master let out a gasp, the pain momentarily returning his consciousness. Oh, sorry. Yahiko looked momentarily shocked, but then a moment later let out a laugh as if he made a simple slip. His composure returned and he once more looked down at me. Now then, where were we? You were talking about what to do next. Rin saw the opportunity to interject herself into the conversation, gesturing to me as she said the next words. With Obito acting as the Hokage, you wanted to discuss how to move forward. So what exactly is it that you're intending? Her eyes continued to dance between the two of them atop the cliff and Naruto, who was still sleeping peacefully about halfway between us. Yes, thank you for reminding me. Yahiko smiled at Rin as if genuinely grateful to her. You could almost mistake his demeanor as actually peaceful, if not for him holding on to the beaten and bloody form of my master. So, Obito, from one leader of a village to another, can you look me in the eye and still tell me that we're capable of understanding one another? I'm not Hokage yet, Yahiko, I shouted back at him, taking a hesitant step forward. This seemed to put Konan on edge, who raised several fingers in indication to unleash a preemptive strike. I held my hands up, trying to show I meant no immediate harm. In the first place, let's not talk as 2 leaders, but how about as 2 students of Jiraiya? I didn't really know a lot about Yahiko, only having talked with him a little during the matches before. However, even during the brief interaction, I could tell he had a strong sense of justice. If I only tried to talk to him as a representative of the Leaf, a village that had caused the Rain much pain in the past, then this conversation wasn't going to go anywhere. I had to appeal to him from a more neutral ground, one where we could both see eye to eye. Yahiko smirked, as if already able to see what I was thinking. "So I wasn't wrong about you after all," he declared, coming to some conclusion of his own making. "Scars tell a lot about a shinobi, don't you think so, Obito?" He once again was focusing on the wounds I had received when a stone had crushed half my body. At the same time, his hand reached over his heart, hovering over some wound I couldn't possibly see. "How much pain must you have had to endure? I would wager it's even greater than ours. Yahiko," Conan suddenly scolded, her words pulling him back from whatever tangent it was he had been about to go down. He looked shocked, her yell seemingly snapping him back to his senses. The longer this conversation went on, the more I started to suspect how truly unhinged Yahiko actually was. "Right, sorry." Yahiko laughed at himself, running a hand through his spiky orange hair. "Here's the thing, Obito." His smile slipped, and his demeanor once again changed completely, taking on the form of some businessman with a sales pitch. "I told you when we first arrived that we were here to see if we can finally understand each other, and I'm afraid that it appears your village has failed our evaluation. Damn it, it would seem I planned to talk to him as two individuals hadn't gotten through to him after all. I already knew that the moment this became about villages that we were going to lose any kind of common ground. There was too much history there, and this invasion didn't exactly paint any of us in a good light." "What kind of evaluation are you even using?" For now I had to try and buy some kind of time, so I tried switching tactics. "Perhaps it's something we could sit down and talk about in detail? Because I'm sure you must have misunderstood a few things." "Is that so?" Yahiko sneered, anger briefly flashing for the briefest of moments. "What part am I misunderstanding here?" He gestured to the corpse of Ajisi in Conan's arms. "The part where our student was murdered in a three-pronged invasion against your village? An invasion instigated by Orikirishum, a former member of your own village, no less. Or perhaps I'm misunderstanding the part where you unleashed tail beasts and resurrected Hokage to fight in this unholy crusade of yours? The depravity of your village, it's only grown worse since the previous war, wouldn't you say? Orikirishum may have been from the Leaf originally, but he is no longer representative of one of us." I shouted in vain. It was becoming more and more apparent that Yahiko had already made up his mind on this matter. Whatever he had decided, there was very little I could do to change it now, especially since he had witnessed me being the one to unleash the Nine Tails and say goodbye to the Edo Tensei versions of the previous Hokage. "So in the end you would attempt to dodge responsibility for the actions of your village too?" Yahiko sighed as if disappointed and shook his head. "Well, I cannot say I'm surprised. After all, if you were really to become Hokage, then our clash would have been inevitable either way. Your village has grown too powerful and conceited, so it's time you were all reminded of something that you seem to have forgotten." "And what is that?" Rin asked, Kakra flaring dangerously. At any moment she might unleash her tail beast. She was hardly the aggressive type, but with Naruto at risk of getting caught in the crossfire, she couldn't afford to be indecisive now. Battle was looking more and more inevitable. I readied my Mangekyo, prepared to use it to grab Naruto and then Juma. I was going to have to count on Rin's offensive abilities to keep them busy enough to buy me time in that case. Yet the man in front of us did not appear threatened at all. No, he barely even seemed to register us anymore. Instead, thinking about something far away from here. Pain. Yahiko said this one word purposefully and with intent. His eyes then gazed to the sky above us, and he raised his arms as if calling upon God. "The one to remind you of the sensation will not be me, however. No, the one to cast judgment shall be him." Rin and I whirled around, following Yahiko's gaze up to the sky, and there floating above us all, approximately above the center of the village, was a lone figure. It was only when I saw this shape did everything begin to click into place for me. I only hated that it took me this long to connect the dots. In the first place, wasn't it weird that Yahiko was the one holding on to the beaten form of my master? The last time I had seen him, he had left to go chasing after the red-haired man, a man I had myself identified as being from the rain no less. If Chua had truly found this man and tried to attack him, then Yahiko's anger was only all the more justified as we had been the ones to initiate the first strike. That was how he could go from aiding me in battle earlier to condemning me now. Because the one floating above the village, the one that had defeated Jiraiya in one-on-one combat, was the red-haired man himself. My Sharingan focused on him, and I finally got a look at his eyes purple with concentric circles. That by itself made them unique. But that wasn't all. No, it was the sinister chakra resonating from them that truly tipped me off. This was what I had sensed that night when I first saw him. These weren't his eyes but another's. The moment this realization hit me was the same moment he unleashed his attack. There was a surge of chakra and a shift in gravity. The center of the village collapsed in on itself, as if something massive had fallen upon it. The destruction didn't stop there, spreading out and encompassing nearly the whole village. My one eye almost mistook it for an illusion, for there was no immediate sound. That came only after, the destruction hitting Rain and I like a shockwave. The terrible cacophony of death and mayhem assaulted our eardrums as the wind carried with it a gust of dirt and debris that completely hid the remains of the village from me. Just like that, and the village hidden in the leaves was no more. There was no warning to everyone below that their end was coming, just as they were celebrating a victory no less. The gap between the casualness of it and the cruel reality was so massive that my brain couldn't even comprehend it. Like the whole thing was just some bad joke. In a matter of seconds, this one man with red hair had managed to do what our Tarishan was incapable of doing after years of groundwork and preparation, or so it would seem at first glance anyways. He had reduced most of the village to a simple crater, flattening all standing structures and pushing the debris up to the outskirts of where it gathered like a mountain of trash. There was no way even a fraction of the village had survived this assault just now. At least there wouldn't have been if Rin and Isobe didn't have anything to say about it. The moment the red-haired man had unleashed his jutsu, they had also unleashed their own. Red chakra completely enveloped Rin, the sinister aura taking the approximate shape of Isobe, three tails whipping wildly behind my childhood friend. The chakra boiled and bubbles burst within it. Rin let out a shout that I at first took for pain but realized only a moment later it was exertion. Whatever it was she was trying to do, I had no idea, but that applied to the enemy as well. Paper Shuriken Jutsu, Sudon Jetstream Jutsu, Konan and Yahiko both abandoned the people they had been holding, casting their bodies aside as they formed the seals and unleashed their jutsu. A burst of water and a barrage of paper projectiles closed in on Rin's back. Mokuten Wood Wall Jutsu. Neither attack got close, a thick barrier of interlocking wood barricading Rin and myself in. The moment I unleashed my jutsu and my vision wavered, I slipped down to one knee and let out a pain gasp. My chakra, it was nearly spent. I'd been running all over the place with Kamui and throwing around my strongest techniques from the moment this invasion started, so I shouldn't be surprised, but the true extent of what I had done today was only just now starting to catch up with me. Rin wasn't very much better, collapsing down to her hands and knees, breathing as ragged as if she had just sprinted a marathon. The chakra cloak around her flickered and began to waver, looking at any moment like it might give out. Whatever it was she had done, it had been enough to nearly drain all the chakra of a tailed beast. Down below, amidst all the rubble and debris, I saw movement, not just in one section but around the whole ring that made up the edge of the freshly formed crater. From among the wreckage there were hundreds, no, thousands of people pushing their way to the surface. Covering every single one of them was the same red chakra cloak that was also wrapped around Rin. When did you even have the time to? I wasn't even sure if what I was seeing was possible. What Rin had done was give out a piece of Isobe's chakra to nearly every single person in the entire village. Then she utilized a phenomenon that scholars commonly refer to as the shadow clone principle. Basically, even if you split up your chakra, as long as you keep a little bit of that separated chakra there without letting it be extinguished, when you then start to infuse chakra to regain control, all the other dispersed chakra pieces also begin resonating. So when Rin resonated with her tail beast cloak and called out to all those other dispersed flames of chakra, they all gained a protective layer of chakra as well, effectively saving the lives of anyone she had given that chakra to. I've been placing a small piece of Isobe's chakra. Rin could only form a couple words at a time between gasps for air, inside every single person that I've ever healed. For the past 5 years now I've been doing this. 5 years, I shouted. The thing was, even in that amount of time, the fact that she had gotten to this many people was incredible. I always knew because of our exchange letters that she worked double shifts and even made house calls to the elderly, but had that all been with this purpose in mind, just on the off chance she would one day be able to save them like this? Unlike me, who ran away from the village, she had been here this whole time, thinking of a way to protect them all. This was on top of raising Naruto no less, Sudden Jetstream Jutsu. There was no more time for surprise than that, as Yahiko's jutsu tore through the wooden barrier I had created. He and Conan had leapt down from the cliff above and were falling towards us, prepared to finish us while we were both in our weakened states. They never got close. Rin gave one last yell, the copper tails behind her whipping dramatically and generated a gust of burning hot wind. The tail caught our aggressors, halting and reversing their advance. With two loud grunts they were blown out of sight, but I imagine not for long. That attack by Rin just now hadn't been meant to harm them, but by as time, no matter how little, albeit the last remaining remnants of Rin's chakra cloak faded away. "Take care of Naruto for me." That was the last thing she said, her consciousness failing with the cloak. She collapsed completely, not even able to catch herself as her face hit the hard rock below. In exchange for saving everyone and buying me a chance to get to her adopted son, Rin had spent every bit of chakra she and Isobu had. "Yeah, leave it to me," I promised. There was no way I could let her down. In the first place, this wasn't a battle in the strictest terms. I only had to grab my allies and run. That was the only win condition I needed to clear. And while I didn't have the chakra to use any more wood techniques, my Mangecho wasn't nearly as taxing on my reserves. I turned to Naruto, who was still sleeping peacefully while blissfully unaware of everything that had happened since he'd gone under. Just how much was today going to try and take from us? Despite unleashing the tail beasts and the previous Hokage, our village would still get reduced to this state. This was because the Rain Trio had been smart and waited until we dropped our guard, hitting us while we were blind and had already spent our trump cards. No, not the hidden rain, but just the one man. Before I could move to grab Naruto, there was a crash, and then standing between my student and I was the one that was responsible for everything, the red-haired man. "You?" he asked, apparently recognizing me from that night when we sat next to each other at the ramen stall. There was a brief moment where the both of us froze up, and in that split second the two of us analyzed our options. "Nagato!" Yahiko shouted from behind, stumbling back to the edge of the cliff. "Don't give him time to do anything. He's got some kind of Ikuken ninjutsu." It would appear that the chick was up for me. The red-haired man that I now knew as Nagato turned in reaction to Yahiko's shout, and in that moment in which he was distracted I attacked. Bakuf Ranbu. I unleashed as much fire as my current chakra levels allow for, twisting that fire as it came out with Komugi and turning it into a destructive torrent capable of drilling through anything in its path. I still didn't know how powerful this Nagato character was, but if those eyes truly did once belong to the man, then I couldn't afford to hold back. Besides that, there was no way he wasn't exhausted after unleashing that jutsu to crush the village just now. It didn't matter how strong you were. That kind of technique had to be draining for the user, so anything I did would be fine, just as long as I could get him to back off and give me space to get to Naruto. This is what I mistakenly believed. "Kakido!" Nagato shouted over the roar of my flames. The torrential blasts failed to do any damage at all, instead getting smaller and smaller, as Nagato appeared to catch it with his hand. My Sharingan immediately realized what was happening, able to see as the chakra that had fueled my attack was absorbed. So not only had my jutsu failed to do anything, but I was in fact helping restore his previously spent chakra. Nagato wasn't done yet either. In the same movement that he was absorbing my chakra, with one hand he formed a seal with the other. Shirado! It was hard to describe what happened next. Two mechanical arms sprouted out from Nagato's right shoulder. These mechanical pieces were made of all kinds of components and technology I didn't recognize. I would even go as far to say it was beyond anything we were capable of creating with our current knowledge. One of those arms unleashed a barrage of missiles right at me. I activated Komugi, simply allowing the missiles to fly past me and harmlessly into the sky behind where they exploded. If no one knew we were here before, they would now after a display like that, and I would have reinforcements in a matter of minutes, if I could make it that long. For at the same time one of his arms had been targeting me, the other one had aimed at Rin. This arm had taken the shape of a cannon, but what it discharged wasn't any kind of physical artillery. No, it was some kind of lightning or maybe even just pure chakra. My Sharingan couldn't even distinguish what the energy beam was made of, but I didn't need to know what it was to know it was dangerous. Rin had no chakra to protect her, and if that beam hit, then that would be it for her. She would die. I had seconds to do something, or the person that just saved everyone was going to be killed. Any more wood-style techniques were beyond the little chakra I had left, but I still had my Sharingan. The only problem was I couldn't use it to save both of us. Either I used the vortex power of my eye to absorb Rin and dump her safely into the alternate dimension, thus leaving myself vulnerable, or I saved myself and allowed Rin to die. My jutsu activated before the thought process behind all this was even complete. The world bent away and Rin was dragged into Kamui. It wasn't quite fast enough. The beam collided into me just as Rin disappeared completely, but before I could cancel out the technique, there was an explosion and a blinding flash. What happened next, I wasn't quite sure. My body flew like a ragdoll through the air and the whole world spun around several dozen times a second. Then it all came to a sudden halt, the blue sky above me becoming the only thing visible. For a moment, I thought I might be dead. The taste of copper in my mouth and dull headache quickly squashed that notion. I grumbled, rolling off my back and onto my stomach. The hard rock beneath me felt warm and inviting, asking me to just let everything go and fall asleep against it. I couldn't do that just yet though. Not with Naruto and Jiraiya still out here. They were in danger and I had to save them. You really are awesome, you know that? Tohiko asked me, his feet coming down to land just in front of my face. You and I really might have been able to understand each other if you hadn't been born in the leaf and me in the rain. For perhaps the first time, I think I heard some form of regret in his tone. As it was impossible for me to turn my head up to see what kind of face he was making. Either way, I respect you, OBITO, and it's because I have respect for you that I'm going to allow you to live. Those words just now, it was like he was saying them to justify the action to himself. Those were words for his own sake, not for mine. He began to walk away, his footsteps growing smaller and smaller as my consciousness wavered. That being said, we can no longer allow your village to have control of the Jinwei-Karik. Nine Tails is especially dangerous, so you'll have to understand that we'll be taking him with us. Naruto, I called out to my student, my voice barely over a whisper. Even just that much exertion was more energy than I had to spare, and blackness creeped in at the edges of my vision. What should we do with Jiraiya-sensei? Nagato asked, for someone as powerful as him to not be the one in charge. Just how strong was Yahiko? No, I got the feeling this wasn't a matter of power between the two of them. I also couldn't hope to understand their complicated relationship, not without knowing about their past. Let him live with the pain you've given him. He nor anyone else in the village is in any shape to come after us now anyways. I could barely see it as Yahiko bent down and picked up the still sleeping form of Naruto. As he crouched into my vision, I could tell though, the conflicted emotions running across his face. Yahiko was the man in charge, but I got the feeling he wasn't actually the one on top here. There was too much inconsistency about him and the way he had been acting. I would have thought he had split personality caused by some kind of trauma going by our earlier conversation, but there was another, simpler explanation, one I knew all too well. It couldn't have been Jiraiya that set them on this path. But there was one other I could think of. If he really had found a way to continue manipulating things from beyond the grate, then it made sense even. And if anyone could do it, it would have been that man. Yet his hold over them wasn't perfect. Or Jiraiya and I would be dead already. The three of them were still standing on the edge, and all it would take was that one push to send them over. Hell, if it hadn't been for Rin just now saving the lives of everyone, and they would have become unredeemable. As it was, there was still a chance. If I had just tried to talk to them more, no. If I tried right now, I might still be able to stop things before they went any further. Because I might be the only one able to do it. No words left my mouth, and instead I gave a ragged cough, blood spitting out and dyeing the rock beneath my cheeks red. It's a miracle he's alive. Conan noted, looking down at me. He took a direct blow from Nagato's attack, and yet it looks like he's actually recovering. She didn't know about the Zetsu cells, which were the cause of my miraculous healing abilities. Yet even those have limits, and I was far beyond them already. My life wasn't in danger so long as I was left alone. But I wasn't making any final stands here either. I knew that, and yet I tried to rise anyways. It didn't work, and my body merely lay there, like a puppet with its strings cut. "I'm sorry," there was a whisper just above me. The red-haired man apologized, but what he was apologizing for I could only guess. For flattening the village? For harming our teacher? Or was it don't I pushed myself beyond my limits, turning my one Sharingan eye up to look into his two purple eyes? "Don't let Madara control you," these were the last and only words I was able to say. The effort to force them out alone taking all the energy I had left. They seemed to have a profound effect. The red-haired man recoiling and taking several steps away from me. "Nagato," Yahiko called out to his friend, concern evident. "Everything alright?" "It's fine." Nagato turned away from me, walking over to rejoin his teammates. "Let's hurry back to the raid." With Naruto in Yahiko's arms and the corpse of Ajise and Conan's, the three ninja prepared to depart, leaving me here to black out, unable to do anything or save anyone. Summoning Jutsu, Nagato summoned a giant lizard, this creature also somehow possessing the Rinnegan. The three rain ninja jumped inside its mouth as the lizard began to vanish, blending in with the surroundings. That was when I realized it was a chameleon. So this was how they planned to escape, yet knowing that changed nothing. Just when it finally felt like I wanted to become Hokage again and I was reminded of how powerless I truly was. What a joke. I would have laughed if my consciousness hadn't already almost all but faded. Exactly like the Nine Tails attack and the Yucha incident, it would seem no matter how many times I tried to leave it behind, my past would come back to haunt me. Again and again he kept showing himself in front of me. With my last thoughts I cursed the man that once saved my life, Yucha Madara. My slow descent into hell began a long time ago now. If I had to pick an exact time then yeah, it would be from the moment I had awoken my Sharingan on that fateful mission. Rin had been captured by Hidden Rock Shinobi, and after a heated debate about it, Kakashi and I had put the mission on hold in order to save her life. Because to me, my comrades were more important than the mission. Kakashi may not have agreed with me, but he came to help anyway. And the reward he got for that was his left eye gouged out by the blade of an enemy. Despite his injury, the two of us were able to complete our objective. We successfully saved Rin from the hands of the enemy rock ninja, only for their remaining member to cause a cave-in. Kakashi was hit in his new blind spot by a piece of falling rock, and in the heat of the moment I threw him out of the way. I was pinned beneath the falling stone. The entire right side of my body had been crushed, but my left was still intact. Knowing my life was already over, I offered my left eye to Kakashi, who had just lost his coming into a battle I insisted he be a part of in the first place. Using my freshly awakened Sharingan, Kakashi and Rin escaped, and he would go on to be regarded as the hero of Canopy Bridge and a Sharingan warrior, and I was dead. At least, I should have died as the rest of the cave fell in around me and buried my body completely. Maybe things would have worked out better for everyone if that had been the case. Regardless of things such as that, against all odds I had somehow managed to survive. The details were still kind of unclear. Had my Mangekyo awakened prematurely? Or was it some side effect of my Kakra nature? To this day I still have no idea, but survive I did, only to wake up in that nightmare, under the care of that man, Yucha Madara. Even now just thinking of his name was like calling out a curse to me. Despite the fact that I should be grateful to him as the benefactor that saved my life, there was no gratitude towards him to be found within my heart. This was because until the end he tried only to manipulate me. This is why I mentioned it would be better if I had died, because at least then I wouldn't have been a tool for his evil machinations, but I'm getting a little ahead of myself. That's right, if I had to tell things in order, I should start from the time I still felt something akin to gratitude for the Shinigami, because that was what I originally saw him as, a Grim Reaper come to take away the dead souls of young Yucha children. Little did I know at the time he was a relic of a near-forgotten past, a corpse himself, clinging onto life by means barely within mortal understanding. He called it the Ghetto Muzzle. It was a husk of a creature, was the amalgamation of all the tail beasts in a single being. But just because it was a dried-up rotting carcass didn't mean it wasn't without purpose. It was keeping Madara alive after all, if only barely. From that statue also came the zombie-like creatures known as Setsu. That's right, the same Setsu that had been attached to me. It was this that gave me wit techniques, but more importantly had kept me alive, all at the whim of my gracious host Madara. Of course, he didn't do this for charity and had been upfront about such right from the beginning. Yeah, I had no idea how high a price he would demand until much later. I was still young and unbearably naive at the time. My head was full of only one thing: getting back to Rin. Perhaps if I hadn't been so single-mindedly stupid focused on that, then things would have been different. Instead, I spent most of my free time in that place working on rehabilitation. During that time, I guess you could say I became friends with one of the Zetsu. He was a unique fellow. I called him Swirly because of the shape of his face, but the others all called him Toby. It's from Toby that I learned all about my host, the man himself spending almost all his time sleeping. No, he hadn't been sleeping but manipulating things from the shadows. It just looked to me like he was sleeping because I still didn't understand anything about the world or the true extent of his power. I just assumed he was a barely aware old man clinging to life. Madara had awoken those cursed eyes Rinnegan on the verge of his death, and it was these eyes that allowed him to summon the Ghetto Mazo. That had only been the first part of his master plan, however, and he wasn't in condition to continue the rest, so he gave his eyes to someone. At the time, I still had no idea who. There was a lot I had no idea about. What I did understand from what Toby said is that the final step was the ultimate Genjutsu Mugen Tsukuti, an eternal dream for all of humanity. In Madara's words, a perfect world without war or strife or suffering. Just a peaceful sleep for all to enjoy. Absolute insanity. That's what I thought it was. I don't even know if what he was talking about was possible, but Toby seemed to believe it was, as did the Madara that was clinging to life. To accomplish this, they still needed many things. For some reason, one of those things was me. Toby took a massive gamble and confessed to me the truth of what Madara was doing, what he was hoping for. He intended to manipulate me by showing me true hell, and to start, he was going to have Rin killed. Upon discovering this, Toby and I hatched a plan to escape from that place. Using the unique structure of Toby's body, I was able to ride inside him and essentially pilot him like some kind of combat suit. As a Zetsu, Toby was able to move through the earth, and so we used that to our advantage to slip out of the room I had been locked in. Then, with Toby's help, I infiltrated the hidden mist. At this point, he and I split up. He became the distraction, and I moved to save Rin. It wasn't in time to stop her from forcibly becoming the Three-Tails Jinwekirek, but she was at least alive. Rin at first assumed I was some kind of genjutsu or enemy manipulation. I don't think she trusted me even as we fled together, but then she had little choice at the time considering her dire circumstances. While we tried to get out, we also ran into Kakashi, who had been trying to get in. It was only when the two of us used our Sharingan in tandem that I was able to prove to both of them that I was the real genuine article, not some fake, but the real OBITO that had returned from the dead to be by their side. Toby's distraction was good, probably a little too good in hindsight. The three of us together managed to escape from the mist without any kind of pursuers. When we sat down to talk, however, is when we ran into a different kind of trouble. Rin wasn't just any ordinary Jinwekirek, she was a kind of bomb. Her seal set to detonate when she reached certain geographical coordinates. The three tails would be released inside of our home, and she would be killed from the forced unsealing, taking with her the lives of so many of the people she had sworn to give her life to protect. Her solution was to die, but cooler heads won out as we had the time to sit down and calmly discuss a solution, such as letting our sensei's wife, a Chinkuruchi and known seal expert, take a look at it first. That decided, the next step was discussing what happened to me. This is where I made my first mistake. I told them about Toby but not Madara. I kept his existence a secret by only giving a half-truth, because even if Madara had intended to kill Rin, he had still saved my life, so I mistakenly believed that by not telling them about him that I was somehow making us even. My second mistake was then returning to home at all. If I truly loved the village, I should have stayed away from it. Again, I'm getting ahead of myself. Before all that, we ran into Minato-sensei not too long after. Like Kakashi, he had also been somewhere else on a separate mission when he heard the news and came running as soon as he could. As planned, he caught on his wife and Kushina was able to properly adjust Rin's seal, so we returned to the village hailed as heroes is what I would like to say happened. The reality was much the opposite. Rin and I were both met with distrust and skepticism. For Rin, it was because she was now the Jinwekirek of a foreign-tailed beast, which the many made her a traitor. As for me, Well, it was more complicated than that. In my absence from the village, my grandmother, my only living family, had died. The news of my death had been too much for her heart, so even if indirectly, I had been responsible for her death. As for the rest of my clan, well, they banished me. Apparently, giving out my sharing then when I thought I was going to die was something that they frowned upon. So for that crime, I lost both my clan and my home. Not for long, anyways. Minato Sensei and Kushina were pretty quick to take me in. It's also thanks to them that I managed to avoid any kind of harsh interrogations or deep mind dives from the leave torture and interrogation forces. It was already pretty much decided at the time that Minato Sensei was going to become the fourth Hokage, and so he used that way to protect me. Considering what happened, this only makes me feel even more guilty about having lied to them. Yet even if most of them agreed to back off and believe my story, there were still those that wanted to know the secrets to my new body, or Kurishima of the Sannin and Danzo of Root teamed up to kidnap me, desiring my Setsu cells and perhaps more importantly, the knowledge of where they came from. Their plan was only momentarily successful and it was Master Jiraiya that came to my rescue. This was our first major interaction, and it wouldn't be wrong to say this was where his interest in me began. Orikirishima escaped from the village as his other illicit experiments came to light, but Danzo somehow managed to slip away and hold on to power for a little while longer. Of course, it wouldn't be the last time my path crossed with either man, as you already know. During this time is also when I got to know Izumi. I don't even remember when we first met, but she had taken an interest in me because we were the same, Yucha, that didn't have a place in the clan compound. At first, I was weary of her, but over time I eventually came to view her as a little sister. Things were nice for a time. I was living with Minato Sensei and Kushina, who were now expecting the birth of their own child. Kakashi and Rin started dating, which helped her get over the distrust she was experiencing from the other villagers. We were all together and we were moving on little steps at a time, until my past mistakes came back to haunt me for the first time. That was the night of Naruto's birth. The first sign that something was amiss was the odd chill in the air. That was the calm before the storm, as the nine tails appeared as if a maelstrom, bringing about the same destruction as an act of nature. Only this was no coincidence or random event. A Jinwekarik's seal is weakest during childbirth. However, the number of people that knew Kushina's expected due date was on that day it could be counted using the fingers between both hands. I didn't know what to do, but I hatched a bet and went to the one place I thought might give me a chance to get involved. My bet paid off and I caught Minato Sensei just as he teleported into the nursery Kushina and I had prepared together for the baby Naruto. In his hands was his dying wife, for no Jinwikari could survive having their tail beads removed. Until the end though, Kushina truly was amazing, able to hold on for as long as she did. Minato Sensei placed her next to their sleeping newborn, and together he teleported himself and I atop his head carved into the side of the mountain. It was there that Minato Sensei revealed what I had feared. The one to attack them was Madara, and he had been piloting Toby the same way I had once used him to go save Rin. That was how he infiltrated the village undetected, using Toby's ability to slip through the earth. All of these were things I had knowledge of, and had I told someone, maybe they could have taken precautions against this. There was no time for me to weep or to apologize to my sensei, however. For the nine tails had made it to the village, Minato Sensei teleported his attack away and moved us deep into the mountains where it was less likely to cause more harm to the village. It was here that Madara appeared before me again. I declared my intent to be the one to deal with him, and despite having no reason to trust me anymore, Minato Sensei left that battle to me as he went to deal with the nine tails. It was here that I learned the truth about being a shinobi and realized how much of a child I had been before that. I thought Madara was angry at me and doing this out of revenge. No, he was anything but angry, and it would be more accurate to say he was thankful. For he had been using the Setsu cells he placed inside me to gather information on the village, and it was while monitoring this information that he found out about Kushina's expected childbirth. That's right, the one that made all of this possible. The death of Kushina and all those the nine tails would attack was me, if I had just told the truth earlier. If I hadn't been such a noble idiot, thinking that by not telling anyone about Madara that I was somehow returning the favor to him for saving my life. Now he was telling me it was fine, because the information I had given him was more than enough in exchange. This revelation is what awoke my Mangekyo Sharingan. If that ability hadn't awoken when it had, I probably would have died too, because it was only thanks to my new power that I survived the fight against Madara as long as I had. That's right, I was only able to survive, because even in his weakened state and having forcibly taken control of Toby, Madara was way too powerful an opponent for me. However, the Ghetto Mozo had been the thing keeping Madara alive. In exchange for disconnecting from that, he had switched to running on Toby's life force, and the battle between us turned into one of attrition. Would I be able to utilize my freshly awakened Mangekyo long enough to survive Madara's skillful assault? Or would I slip up and get killed before he ran out of time? A battle that I won as Madara used up all of his and Toby's remaining life force. Toby wilted away into nothing, leaving behind the decrepit form of the old withered Yucha. Even as Madara died, however, he left me with one final message, a reminder that things weren't over, because he had left two things behind. His eyes and his will, and he assured me that one day those things would allow him and I to meet again. Something I really hoped would never happen. After our fight, I threw Madara's corpse into Kamui for safekeeping and used my new ability to join with Minato inside the barrier he threw up for his fight against the Nine Tails. Only by that time everything was already over. Naruto had been made the new Jinwekurick and both my teacher and his wife were dead. All because of me. Everything was all my fault. Naruto became an orphan. Kakashi and Rin broke up, neither one able to find a healthy way to cope with the death of our teacher. The Yucha incident that followed only happened because the Yucha were persecuted for the Nine Tails attack, and now Madara returned to torment me further, this time in the form of his successor, Nagato, who had his original eyes, just like he had promised. How many more lives were my mistakes going to continue to cost me? For how much longer was I going to allow this to continue? If I didn't put an end to this, how could I ever stand proud one day as Hokage? Obito, wake up. Kakashi's voice pulled me from my dream. No, my miserable recollection. I let out a groan, my senses returning bit by bit as I collected my consciousness. Damn, was I sore. Just about every part of my body ached. Even my eyelid felt heavy, opening ever so slowly as the visage of Kakashi looking down from above me came into focus. Damn it, Obito, now isn't the time for you to oversleep. Kakashi pulled at my body, lifting me into a sitting position. As he did, it became apparent that I was no longer on top of the Hokage monument. When I had been knocked out, it was only early afternoon, the sun high in the bright blue sky, but now it was beginning to sink below the horizon, dyeing everything in orange. The ominous lighting cast dark shadows over the devastated structures. Much of the debris around us had been brushed away and an emergency shelter constructed. Many of the injured appeared to have been brought here, myself included. However, most of their wounds were far more serious than mine. These must have been the people Rin either hadn't gotten to over the past 5 years to part her chakra with, or they were foreigners. For it hadn't just been Leaf Shinobi and citizens in the village, but all kinds of spectators and even the invaders were all caught up in the attack along with us. I saw the headbands of Taki, Suna, and Naruto Ninja-like all be treated with whatever medical equipment that could be salvaged, regardless of the fact that they had just been our enemies. Now was the time for us to band together, which in a way had been what I think Yahiko wanted. Not that I could agree with their methods. The Kaisa cage, I wondered aloud. He had been trapped inside my Mokuton Jutsu, and while our fight had taken place near the edge of the village, he's alive and in custody, along with Orokarishum and Kakuzua's. Kakashi answered, snapping his fingers in front of my face to draw my attention back to him. Now we don't have time for that. Come on, Naruto, I said with a start. The moment Kakashi mentioned not having time is when it dawned on me. He was exactly right. We didn't have any time and needed to send a force to save him right away. Did they even know he had been taken? Kakashi, Naruto was, we know already, Rin told us. Kakashi hoisted me to my feet and started helping me to limp along. Whatever was going on, he seemed to be anxious and in a hurry. But not about Naruto. I thought to ask why, but there was another question on my mind first. But I threw Rin into the Kamiway dimension to be safe, is what I meant to say. I pulled her out, along with those other two Jinwikurick you had in there. Kakashi interrupted. patting his covered left eye. I've been working on controlling Komiwi too, you know. Although like you, it comes with a pretty hefty toll when I use it. We made our way out of the shabby shelter and into the open street, if you could even call it that. Practically the whole village had been gathered in this one spot, and every single available hand was on deck. Cleanup, search and rescue crews, food distribution, and all kinds of other emergency task forces had been created while I slept. Not just the ninja, but even our civilians were being made to help. Rather, it looked like they had thrown themselves willingly into the workload. Every single person was fired up in a way I don't think I had seen in a long time. I said in response to Kakashi's earlier comment, "And where are we going?" It didn't seem like there was anything I could do to help at the moment. If anything, what I needed was a medical ninja to get me back to 100% as soon as possible. That way I could set out in pursuit of those that had taken Naruto. If I left now, I might still be able to catch them so long as they were in Kuni. If they made it back to the land of borders, then I wouldn't be able to chase them with Kamui, as I had never entered the country before and as such had no markings there to link to. It took me a couple seconds to realize Kakashi still hadn't answered me and seemed hesitant to do so. Now that I thought about it, his whole demeanor was just plain off. He kept telling me we needed to hurry, but he was making no indication as to why. In the first place, if there was nothing for me to even be doing, why had I been forcibly woken up in the first place, rather than allowed to heal and rest? Something was very wrong here. "Kakashi?" I asked again, fear straining at my vocal cords. This finally seemed to get through to him, and we slowed to a stop. He seemed to glance around, as if making sure no one was listening in on our conversation. Never mind, they were all too busy doing their own things to pay attention to us. It was only after we stopped I also realized where in the village we ever were. The Hokage Tower, or what was left of it, was the building directly in front of us. It had been reduced down to a single floor, but compared to everything else, it was about the only structure that was still even remotely standing at this point. Two large men stood outside, no doubt members of the Akimichi clan, selected for their robust builds to guard the most important place in the village. Even before Kakashi said anything, I began to fear the worst, as there was only one reason he would have brought me here while being so secretive behind where we were coming. Hokage-sama, Kakashi confirmed my fears, his own voice heavy and sounding as if he didn't believe it himself. "He isn't going to make it." I pulled Rin out of Kamui because she had the best chance of anyone at saving him. But her chakra reserves are too low and his injuries, they're too severe, but that's how. This didn't make sense to me. Rin had given everyone she had ever healed in the past 5 years a piece of her chakra. You mean to tell me in all the village, one of the only people she failed to get to was the most important person? Someone that should be protected above all others? It's not Rin's fault. Kakashi already knew what I was thinking and swiftly put an end to those thoughts. Hokage-sama had his own special ambush guard and medical squad. Even if they knew what Ring was doing, there's no way it would have been approved to place a piece of tail beast chakra inside the Hokage. Old suspicions and all that, he was right, of course. That didn't make it any easier to accept that the Hokage was dying, all because people still couldn't trust the Jinwekirake after everything she had done for them. That's not all, Kakashi continued, clenching his fist and staring at our feet. Whatever happened, he was also blaming himself. Or Kurishima took advantage of the chaos to make one last strike and stabbed Hokage-sama with the sword of Kusakiya. I'm afraid that blow is what's turning out to be the most fatal. We were able to subdue him after, but it was too late by that point. Damn it, I cursed. Too many emotions bubbling to the surface all at once. Just what the hell was I supposed to even say or do in this situation? The village had been flattened. Naruto was kidnapped. The third was dying. Madara's eyes had been rediscovered in the hands of our enemy. There were too many things I had to do all at once, and I had no idea how to organize it all in my head. "Obito, you need to focus." Kakashi shook me in his arms, pulling me back to reality. "You must have figured it out by now, right? There's a reason I forced you awake despite the condition you're in. Do you understand?" He asked me like the answer was obvious, but I could only stare at him in silence. Of course I had no idea. There was no way this could just be to say goodbye. So many people deserved to have that honor. There was no reason to select me individually. Kakashi seemed to sense my confusion, or more likely just saw it in the dumb blank look on my face. He closed his one visible eye and sighed as he once again began to help me lean forward. Only once we were on the move again did he drop the bombshell that in hindsight I really should have known was coming. His calling for you specifically, Obito, Kakashi deadpending. In ordinary circumstances he should have passed on already, but he's holding on to life with everything he's got because there's something he needs you to hear. No, no, no. There was no way this was happening. Not right now of all times. Not in the middle of all this. Yet there was no other explanation. And regardless of my wishes, things kept moving forward and I was already along for the ride. The two guards didn't so much as hesitate to let us through. In fact, they only seemed to straighten out their posture as we passed. I could just barely hear their hushed whispers behind me after Kakashi and I entered the only standing floor of the Hokage Tower. In ordinary circumstances, this would have been the reception room for any important business you might have with the Hokage. Be that as a ninja to accept a mission or a client to submit one, but now it was being used for nothing of the sort. Instead, it had been turned into a gathering place for all the most important figures of our generation. Master, the first one to catch my eye, having been seated right next to the entrance, was Jiraiya. He was conscious now and better than when I have last seen him, not much but better. The black rods were still jutting out of his back and he had a team of medics behind him, seemingly to inspect the rods and determine if they were safe to remove. Judging by how deeply they were wedged into his back, I imagined taking them out would only result in expediting his death. Yo, Obito. He held up a hand and smiled despite his busted lips. You look like shit, he joked, looking far worse than me. He had numerous machines hooked up to him, running all kinds of other tests, and his exposed upper body was littered in bruises and barely healed wounds. Yet despite all this he managed to sound this chipper, so I had to imagine it meant he was going to pull through somehow. Speak for yourself. I tried to laugh at his dry humor, but I couldn't even force that. Not here, not with the heavy atmosphere permeating the rest of the room. The moment Kakashi and I had entered, and every single eye in the room had turned to look at me. The tension was thick and I could tell they were all sizing me up. I was by no means an unknown quantity in the village, but there was no doubt every single person here was now being forced to evaluate me by different standards than they had been using before. Sorry, Junai-sama, let's save it for after. Even the usually stoic Kakashi seemed to feel the pressure and he wasn't even the one it was focused on. Yeah, my bad, Jiraiya agreed, closing his eyes to lean back and allow his medical team to continue their work on him. It would appear he had already made peace with his sensei and there was nothing left for him or the Hokage to say to one another. So with that, Kakashi and I once more began to limp forward. Slowly but surely we made our way through the crowd of exceptional ninja, every single one of them parting as we passed by to let us through and making a path that led to the Hokage. The Hugonora, Akimichi Yamanaka, Aburani Sarutori, Inuzuka, the head of all these clans and more, along with the top Chunin of the village, had all been called upon. Not a single one of them made a sound. Finally we came to him. Sarutori Hiruzuno was laid out on top of a makeshift bed. Like Jiraiya, he had numerous machines hooked up to him and Rin stood over his barely breathing form. Sweat dotted her forehead as she continued to expunge what little chakra she had left. Anything to keep him alive just a couple seconds more, Rin. It shouldn't have been my priority right now, but I had to apologize to her for failing to save Naruto after she trusted me with her adopted son. She left everything to me and I only let her down. Yet the moment I started to say anything, she shook her head. Through the tears in her brown eyes, I could see her fight to show me her resolve. To let me know that despite how badly her heart was hurting right now, that she didn't blame me for what had happened. She knew I had given it my best. That was what Rin always said to me, even when I couldn't believe it myself. Like with everything else, any further talk would have to come for later. The Hokage gave a ragged cough, his whole body heaving as if he was going into a seizure. Rin's chakra flared a little more brightly as she attempted to bring his condition back under control. For a moment I feared the worst, as it seemed like this fit might be the thing to take him before he got to say his final words. Yet there's a miracle in Rin's talent as a medic. He managed to pull through for a little while more. Ah, Obito. He creaked one eye open, his lips parting in a strained smile. So like you to be late, really? I asked him, tears beginning to build in my right eye. You're going to start our last conversation by bringing that up again? You know, the only reason I was ever late was because I was busy helping old people like yourself, right? For some reason, I got carried away and returned his joke with one of my own, as if I really was the old me again. This seemed to please him, however, and he let out a cackling laugh that I almost mistook for another fit of coughs. I heard from Ring that you talked to my predecessors. It seems they already told you everything I wanted to say. His voice was whizzing now, every breath he took becoming more thin. It would seem any moment now might really be it. Yeah, I nodded, but hesitated for a second longer. Was this really okay? I felt the last strings of doubt continuing to cling to my mind, like a thick spider's web that just wouldn't allow me to disentangle myself completely. As I looked up from the Hokage and Irene, she smiled at me again and nodded as if to tell me it was okay. So I inhaled deeply and prepared myself for what it was to come. I'm ready, I told him with as much confidence as I could muster. Good, good. The Hokage barely whispered. He gave another cough as if to clear his throat, reaching deep into himself to summon whatever strength it was he had left. Is everyone here then? He asked. All the clan heads and the top CHUNIN, just as he requested, Hokage-sama. It was Itachi that answered, stepping forward as representative of the Uchiha clan. He looked over at me and also nodded his approval, no doubt knowing himself what was coming. Then it is time. The Hokage no longer seemed to see anything. His eyes were open but they stared vacantly at the ceiling. It was like he was cutting off every other sense he had and putting everything he had left into his voice alone, all for his last official proclamation as the third Hokage, the man that had served his village longer than any other shinobi in our history. I hereby declare in front of you all, as my last command as the Hokage, that Uchiha OBITO henceforth is to be the fifth Hokage. His voice was as loud and full of charge as he could be, which wasn't much, and yet every single person in the room felt the full pressure of his words. It was something everyone here knew was coming, and yet the weight in which he made this proclamation sunk into our very core. Following those words and the rise and fall of his chest ceased completely. Ring kept attempting to heal him a couple seconds longer, but her chakra too faded. Her work done, she was no longer able to support herself and collapsed against the bed that she had been standing over. Asumi was by her side a moment later, lifting Rin to her feet and supporting her in the same way Kakashi was still holding me. Sarutobi Hirusuno was dead, and in his place I had become the Hokage. I had been standing closest to Hirusuno along with Kakashi, and I could feel every other eye on my back once again. They were all waiting for me to say something, to follow up the third's last words with my first words as the fifth. There was nothing to it. I had so many things I needed to do before this, but that list had only just gotten longer with all the responsibilities I'd just inherited. Yet this was no time to be weak, not in front of everyone when they were expecting me to be their leader. So I pushed myself off Kakashi, unslinging my arm from his shoulder and standing up straight with my own strength. He let me go, knowing this was something I needed to do for myself. As he stepped away from me, he pulled the Hokage's ceremonial hat off a table that had been placed next to the third's resting place. He then turned to me, offering the hat. With trembling hands I took it and then turned to face all those who were now expecting so much of me. I saw in their individual eyes a myriad of conflicting opinions and emotions. Distrust, doubt, and uncertainty appeared to be in the majority. Yet that wasn't all there was. Kakashi and Rin took their place beside me. My old team still had my back, ready to follow me into the depths of hell if that's where my path as Hokage would take us. Asumi, my little sister, was with them as the one supporting my childhood friend. Itachi may have been the head of a clan without any real power, but his opinion still meant the world to me, and he was the one to tell me to take this role as atonement. The path to fixing the bridge between clan and village could begin now that we had taken the roles we were burdened to have. My gate gave me a thumbs up and a bright smile that was only marred by the almost comic amount of tears that stained his whole face. Standing next to him was Hirusune's own son, Asuma, who nodded at me in his own way of approval. My master sat in the back with his eyes closed, but a knowing smile splitting his face. To properly do my job as the Hokage, I was going to need far more support than just that, but it was as good a start as I could ask for. Everything from here on out depended on my performance in the role that had been entrusted to me by the man I had respected most. I looked down at the hat, stroking the hand-woven material with my fingers and feeling the unexpected weight of it. Then I returned my one eye back to all those who looked at me with distrust and malcontent. Simple words from one single speech wasn't going to win them over, so what I said right now didn't have to be deep or profound. The only thing I needed was to speak to them from my heart. Becoming the Hokage, I said, voice coming out softer than I intended. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I started again louder this time and with as much authority as I had. This was my dream for as long as I could remember. Minato-sensei, the Yanadem Hokage, and I used to talk about this all the time. He believed in me, as did the third, even when I wasn't able to believe in myself. I couldn't help myself. Finding my eye drawn to Rin beside me, she took my hand in hers, giving a slight squeeze and filling me with the courage to continue. In the same way I know many of you all don't believe in me now. I can't promise everything is going to go smoothly, and I'm probably going to make some mistakes. But even so, I hope I can count on your support, even more so in times of crisis like what we're in right now. Having said that, I inclined my head and bowed in front of everyone that was before. I'm in your care. I finished. There was no immediate response at first. Just as I was beginning to fear my words hadn't reached them, I heard the sound of shuffling. At first just one or two people as they shifted little at a time. But then it would seem the rest all moved as one, and when I lifted my head to look up, every single shinobi in my presence had dropped down to one knee, one forearm resting on the other knee, as they bowed their heads in respect to me. The fifth Hokage. Then as one they all called out in agreement, accepting me as the one chosen by my predecessors. Not just the third, but the first and second as well. My breath caught in my throat, and it felt like my heart might stop at any given moment. Yet through it all I felt the warmth of Rin's hand as it continued to hold mine. These weren't going to be easy, but I had a path to move forward now. However, there was another person I still had to give the news to before I could really feel like I had rightfully taken the position. There is one other thing. I began lamely as everyone rose back to their feet. But before any other conversation could begin, everyone regarded me curiously, wondering what more it was I could possibly say. I know this is sudden, but Tsumoki Naruto, most of you probably know him as the Nine-Tails Jinwikari, was taken by ninja from the Hidden Rain and the man that did this to the village. So my first act as Hokage is to go and bring him back. Following my bombshell statement was a moment of silence. Before all hell broke loose as a million different opinions assaulted my ears at once, Interlude Yusumoki Naruto found himself awoken by the crackling of a nearby campfire. With his senses dulled, it took him several moments to fully collect his thoughts and realize just what exactly his current predicament was. The last thing he remembered was Obito using the key to unlock the seal of the nine-tailed fox. Everything after that was blank. The only thing obvious to him now was that he was no longer in the leaf. It wasn't the scenery that told him this. The only light provided was from a nearby campfire, which illuminated three figures he didn't recognize. No, it was because he could no longer smell the forests that were natural to his home. Instead, he was assaulted by odors of damp rock and moss. You damn fox, he called out in his thoughts. There was no answer. This wasn't exactly unusual, as the Nine-Tails spent most of the time napping. Ever since Rin had taught him to communicate with the fox, he usually spent the beginning of every conversation just waking it up. Yet something about the silence that greeted Naruto this time was different. It was almost like there was something inhibiting their connection. It was as he came to this conclusion that he realized one other disturbing truth. He couldn't feel his chakra, like all of it had been drained from him completely. As he was now, there would be no way for him to perform any jutsu even if he could somehow wiggle his hands free enough to perform the hand seals. Unable to get free, he began focusing all his attention to his ears, willing himself to hear what it was his captors were talking about. The voices of those around him didn't seem to realize he was awake yet, but he had little hope to believe they were allies. After all, allies wouldn't have his arms and legs bound together like he was some wild hawk. Are we really sure we should be stopping? Conan asked, glancing back and forth between her two teammates. Nagato's expression was impossible to read behind his blandness and usual frown, nor did he offer any insight into his own thoughts. It's about time we finally get some answers. Yahiko replied, but it was impossible to tell who he was speaking towards. As far as Naruto could tell, there were only the three of them around the campfire. Although he couldn't discount the presence of something further into the darkness, yet there was only silence that greeted them. Now you decide to get shy on us, Yahiko snarled impatiently, reaching up and grabbing his cloak as if he meant to tear it off. We did what you said, didn't we? We went to the leaf to see for ourselves if things have changed, and well, you were right, so we grabbed the Nine-Tails kid like promised, but that's as far as we go unless you give us the rest of the details. There was another moment of silence, and in that moment Yahiko began to pull at his cloak. The moment he did was when the long-awaited answer finally came. Do not misunderstand, the voice that answered him was deep and grave. It could only have belonged to something human, yet there was nothing remotely human about it at the same time, simply a mere imitation, lacking any of the soul or nuance that could be conveyed by the real deal. The information provided to you is all in accordance with the constant shifting of conditions. It is impossible to read the future, even for us. The voice continued to speak, the source coming from nowhere and yet everywhere at once. Madara laid out many plans before his demise, and each of his plans have numerous contingencies. Rest assured, no matter how today played out, we would have been able to proceed. All paths eventually lead a united world. United in pain? Nagato asked, not even trying to disguise how bitter he was. How much more pain do we have to cause before we reach the end? You mean to tell me crushing the village and leaving all those bodies behind wasn't enough? United in a single dream for all. I answered, although none of them truly understood what it was that it meant. Or perhaps you have forgotten the pain that was caused to all of you, when all your other comrades died at Hanzo's hands, or when the moment it said that and Yahiko gave a lurch, he dropped to his knees, falling from the rock he had been sitting on and clutching at his chest. Sweat dotted his forehead, and he gave a ragged gasp, as if all the air had suddenly been sucked from his lungs. Yahiko! Conan and Nagato were on their feet a second later, but there was nothing either of them could do and they knew it. Yahiko's spasms lasted only a moment longer, but it was enough. As the distress subsided, the cloak around Yahiko's body fell away and his bare chest was exposed. Naruto gasped, completely forgetting himself and that he had been trying to feign sleep. Yet he didn't even care, for this was no way he could have kept his composure. Yahiko's chest had a terrible scar, as if a fist had punched through him, a wound that had never truly healed, leaving him with a massive hole, and in that hole where his heart should be was a black mass, not just any mass but one with a face, big yellow eyes and a razor-sharp smile. Damn it, Kuro! Yahiko gasped for breath, lungs desperately struggling for oxygen. We get it already, okay? He didn't say it out loud, but Naruto knew exactly what he meant. With a wound like that, Yahiko should be dead. The fact that he wasn't, there was only one possible explanation. This thing, whatever the hell it was keeping him alive. Understanding that alone, Naruto knew he had just gotten a valuable piece of information that he had to pass on. No matter what, he had to let someone know about this thing. Looks like our guest is awake. Too bad the jeep was up for him. The terrifying, soulless yellow eyes of the face looking directly at him. As Yahiko rose to his feet, turning towards him, Naruto felt a fire of defiance burning in his stomach. Perhaps simply a reaction to fight down the rising fear, or otherwise he didn't care. If you all think Obito-senpai is gonna let things go as you please, you got another thing coming, you know. He shouted as loud as he could, but his voice was hoarse and it was strained at best. He's gonna come get me, and he's gonna kick your asses doing it. If possible, the wide smile of the thing that Yahiko had called Kuro only grew wider. We're counting on that, it promised, for your death is going to be what finally pushes him over the edge. And well, I can't say that didn't go about as I expected. I collapsed in exhaustion onto a wooden chair, finally able to relax for a moment after kicking out everybody but those closest to me. The only ones left aside from me now were Jiraiya, Kakashi, Rin, Gei, Itachi, and Izumi. Everyone here had a right to hear the conversation that was about to follow from here on out. Jiraiya had information it needed in order to take on his former students. Kakashi, Rin, and Gei were going to be my team for the top secret mission. I just barely managed to convince everyone what's happening. The amount of resistance I had met was heavy, the conversation taking us far too long into the night. In the end, this had been the best compromise we could come up with. The force we sent to retrieve Naruto couldn't be too large, not with every hand on deck needed right now in the village. The invasion seemed to be over for the moment, but who knew what else might come at us while we were already weakened. Of course, that hadn't been a problem. No, convincing them to let the Hokage and the only other Jinwekirake of the village go right into the den of the enemy had been a major point of contention. Honestly, it was kind of hard to argue against their point. However, I had information about the enemy that no one else did, so it had to be me. And if I was going, it was only natural Kakashi should be with me as the other bearer of my Sharingan. Our true power came out when together after all. There were jutsu we could only use when together, and unlike me, everyone trusted Kakashi's calm and analytical mind while out in the field. If it looked like we were in over our heads, it would be Kakashi's call to pull us out. Anything to make sure that I, as the Hokage, came back to the village alive, gay, not to be left behind while his two rivals charged into battle, was quick to volunteer himself to join us. He had worked with us as a team in the past, and no one could deny that he was one of the strongest shonen in the village. On top of that, he was perhaps the best taijutsu expert in the world, and I learned from my last encounter with him. But ninjutsu didn't work on Nagato. So it wasn't an exaggeration to say Gay might even be the linchpin for this entire mission. Rin was the tougher cell, and at first even I had been against it, but how was I supposed to reasonably tell her she couldn't come on the mission that was to rescue her adopted son when I had just as much right to be prohibited from it? Not to mention bringing a medical ninja was fundamental in a mission such as this, and there was no one better or with as much firepower as Rin. So while it hadn't been easy, we had been able to argue the value of having her on the mission. All in all, it was a pretty big gamble we were taking. We were bringing the smallest force possible with the highest probable chance of success, but if things went wrong, then it went without saying that the strategic value of those losses in this operation was going to be a huge detriment to the Leaf. In the end, this also wasn't exactly a mission of logic, but one that was guided by emotion and a need to save someone dear to us, which pretty much went against every single rule of what it meant to be a ninja. Certainly we could argue that there was strategic value in attempting to save the Nine-Tails Jinwikarik, the host of the strongest tail beast in existence. But everyone here knew that wasn't what was really driving us forward. This was about as personal as it got, and not just because Naruto was close to all of us. Which is where Itachi and Izumi came into all this. Like me, they were Yucha, and as such they needed to hear what I had to say about the true nature of my relationship to Nagato. That and there was no one more capable of analyzing things rationally than Itachi. Then there was Izumi, who as my little sister had the best chance of anybody being able to top me down. They had basically been allowed to stay from the other clan heads with the expectation of perhaps talking me out of the suicide mission. Seriously, Izumi groaned as she plopped down next to me. And after you actually managed to give a decent sounding speech against all odds too. What the heck did she mean by against all odds? You just had to go and mess it all up with that little curveball at the end, didn't you? She continued to complain. I must admit, Itachi sat down opposite us. Even I was taken aback by your sudden proclamation. I knew you had gotten close to Naruto over this past month, but this timing is about as ill-conceived as it could be. Coming from Itachi, and I might have agreed, if not for the ridiculous shit I knew he would go through if this had been his little brother. I guess he and I were more alike than either of us had realized. Naruto is the son of our sensei after all. Kakashi was the only one to not take a seat, leaning against the wall next to the door and keeping an eye out to make sure no one else decided to eavesdrop on our private conversation. Letting anything happen to him, that's something we absolutely cannot allow. This was perhaps the first time I ever heard him say something like this in regards to Naruto. I knew he must have felt his own share of responsibility, but he had done a pretty good job of not showing that until now. You have my full support in this endeavor, they shouted at the top of his lungs, apparently having not gotten the memo that this wasn't exactly a conversation we wanted others listening in on. Naruto is a fine young man and has been an excellent sparring partner for my lead this past month. I would do whatever it is I can to make sure we succeed and that Lord Fifth returns with his head held high. Please don't call me that, at death pending. Never mind the fact I have only been Hokage for a couple hours now, but I don't think I was ever going to get used to being addressed in any kind of formal manner, even more so when it was coming from my peers. Anyways, for now what we need is to gather information and make a plan. Rin was perhaps the most conflicted of us all right now. There was no doubt she wanted to leave right this moment, but that went against every instinct she had that came from her years of experience as a medical ninja. She knew as well as I did that we were actually the two holding this whole mission back. We both needed at least another day to fully recover, but by that point the enemy would have no doubt easily crossed beyond where I could follow with Kamui. By the time we caught up they would already be in their village, which meant this was going to turn into an infiltration mission. Well, if it's information you want then I guess I had better start. Jiraiya was the only one of us not to move from the spot he was in. Although it would be more accurate to say he could no longer move on his own, those rods in his back they had crippled him beyond the point that medical ninjutsu could be used to recover his mobility. He would live, but would never walk again, something he seemed to be taking in stride so far, never mind the implications this was going to have for his expansive spy network that had been invaluable to the village until now. He was no longer able to move as freely as he once did, and his successor me had just become hawkish, meaning I wasn't exactly free to just up and leave the village whenever I wanted. Just another problem I was going to have to add to my increasingly growing backlog of issues. For now, we had to focus on the matter at hand, which was filling in the blanks on the past of those three rain ninja. They said that you used to be their teacher, Rin asked. Unlike me, she had never even heard that Jiraiya had once taken in 3 disciples from another village. In the first place, I don't think it was something he went around telling many people. What with considering that some might view it as treason and all. However, what he had told me about them was that they were already dead. He also failed to mention that one of them had the Rinnegan. Not that I was in a position to be casting stones. That's right. I was their teacher once, however, when I first met those 3. And so Jiraiya's own tale of his hidden mistake began to unfold. Yahiko, Nagato, and Kanan had appeared before the Sannin, just 3 hungry war orphans looking for something to eat. Jiraiya took pity on them and gave them food and decided to take them in for a while after Orkarisham had threatened to kill them. Yahiko demanded to be taught ninjutsu, but my master initially refused. It was only when a certain incident occurred and Nagato's Rinnegan were revealed that Jiraiya agreed to teach them. For Jiraiya had received a prophecy that he would one day take on a student that would change the world. Believing that student to be Nagato, he trained them. However, the Leaf was involved in a war at the time, so he only spent as long as until they were able to defend themselves before he left them to their own devices. In the years that followed, he did keep tabs on them from time to time, but always kept his distance. Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan became big shots within their country, raising a force to rival even the Hidden Rain. However, his sources one day informed him that the organization they had formed had been wiped out and their revolution was a failure. This was what led him to believe he had been wrong about Nagato. It was around this time that he had also come to meet me. A ninja child capable of Mokuton Jutsu. So Jiraiya did his best to put the past behind him and instead took me in as his disciple, believing that maybe if it hadn't been Nagato, then perhaps I could be the one he had been looking for. That was all it should have been, until I had met Nagato at the ramen stall earlier this month and Jiraiya learned that they might actually be alive. That was when all our stories began to intersect, resulting in the devastation that unfolded today. Why would you train someone like that? Assuming was the one that asked, most of us still in sharp silence as we absorbed all the information we had just received. I mean, he had the Rinnegan, you know? Jiraiya tried to defend himself, holding up his hands as if to place a barrier between us and him. The very same eyes as the sage of the 6 paths who created all ninjutsu and put the moon in the sky. If anyone was going to be the child of prophecy I was after, then it had to have been him. Or so I thought, but then should you not have kept a closer eye on him? Itachi pointed out, not missing a chance to poke a hole in my master's logic. Would it not have been better even to bring them to the Leaf? Theft. Jiraiya scoffed at the suggestion as if it was nonsense. Their parents were killed by Leaf shinobi. What makes you think they were going to come here willingly? And I would think you should understand, Itachi. You saw the horror of the Third Great Shinobi War, even if only on a single battlefield. I didn't exactly have the time to babysit them, no, but you did train 3 war orphans that already had anti-Leaf sentiments. Even Kakashi was getting in on the action of finding fault with what Jiraiya had done, one of whom had the greatest, most powerful dokus in ninja history. So you can kind of see how it looks pretty damning when he comes back and drops a tactical gravity bomb that wipes out our village and kills our Hokage, right? You brats don't think I realized that I made a mistake. Jiraiya huffed, getting red in the face as he gestured to his own back. Look at what he did to me when I tried to stop him. I paid a nasty price for dropping the ball on this one, but what was I supposed to do? The Sage of the 6 Paths was practically a god that founded ninjutsu as we know it. I just thought maybe Nagato could do the same. You're being awfully quiet about this, Obito, Rin noted, having quit paying attention to Jiraiya and instead having taken notice of me as I interlocked my fingers and leaned forward. Like always, she was able to read me like an open book. She realized I was putting the pieces together in my mind, combining what I learned from Jiraiya's story and fitting it into my own narrative. That's because my master did make a mistake, but it's not the one you all seem to think it was. I stated, choosing my words carefully and after much deliberation. What do you mean? Jiraiya asked, looking both betrayed that even I would accuse him of wrongdoing. Yet he couldn't fight down the curiosity that my mysterious statement had generated. I'm saying that you mistakenly assumed Nagato's eyes to be the same Rinnegan that once belonged to the Sage of the Six Paths and made all your decisions based on that incorrect information. There was a beat, just a brief pause as I prepared myself to finally reveal my own secret. However, had you known that the eyes once belonged to Yucha Madara, then I'm willing to bet you would not have acted as you had, Yucha Madara? Itachi started and Izumi finished that disgusting name. Just hearing it again leaving a bad taste in my mouth. Having it only uttered twice changed the entire atmosphere in the room, things growing much more tense and the temperature dropping several degrees. I don't understand. Jiraiya blinked several times, and I could see the gears in his brain turning a mile a minute. The thought process of an experienced novelist allowed him to come up with dozens of scenarios a minute, each one more preposterous than the last, yet no matter what he thought of, nothing would prepare him for what I was about to say next. I told them all about the recollection I just had after coming to meet Nagato and being knocked unconscious by his attack. The lies I told Kakashi and Rin came to light. The truth of our clan's demise became known to Itachi and Izumi. The reason the fourth Hokage had left his son an orphan was plain for them all to see. It had all been my fault. I prepared myself for the same criticisms that my master had just received. No, I was prepared for far harsher punishment than that. Yet none of it came, as they all sat in silence for longer than they had after listening to Jiraiya's tale. Until finally, if Yucha Madara is really the one behind everything up until now, then so much begins to make sense, Itachi mused, rubbing his chin as he stared at the ground in deep contemplation. The Nine Tails Attack Yucha Incident. This Nagato character suddenly appearing, everything merely a prelude to his final goal, the Mugen Tsukuyoji. That's all the more reason why we need to go and save Naruto as soon as possible. Rin appeared to only be psyching herself up more for what to do. If we delay too long, then we're only giving him a chance to get closer to that objective. Yash, a mission not just to save the leaf, but the entire world. He randomly started doing jumping jacks, as if that was going to somehow help him be any more prepared than he already was. Saying we're saving the whole world is a bit of a stretch. Kakashi's sweat dropped, but couldn't help himself from chuckling. After all, it sounds like Madara is still dead and the enemy mission is far from near its final stages. Either way, it doesn't seem like there's any talking you out of it if the mission has these kinds of stakes. Izumi sighed, patting me on the shoulder. Jeez, Nissan, you should have said something earlier. I don't understand, I mumbled. Why weren't they angry at me? If anything, they were treating this whole thing like it wasn't somehow my fault. Haven't you been blaming yourself enough this whole time? Rin asked, her brown eyes staring at me gently. Sure, it's frustrating to know that you've been bottling this up all along, just letting the guilt eat at you and tear you up on the inside. But we all know you didn't mean for any of this to happen, and we don't trust you any less either. Unlike me, at least you own up to your mistake, you know? Jiraiya crossed his arms and nodded to himself. If anything, I should be the one taking lessons from you in this case. Do not believe for a moment that it is a coincidence that Yucha Madara allowed you to leave that cave when you did. Itachi assured me, having already analyzed things this deeply despite just hearing my story. He no doubt counted on you acting as you did, and had you tried to tell, who knows what kind of countermeasures he might have had in place for that. Exactly. Izumi swung her arm, slapping me hard in the back, before then freezing up. I just realized, is it okay for me to do that now that you're Hokage? She asked, tilting her head and glancing around at everyone for confirmation. So long as it's just us, I don't see the problem, Kakashi shrugged, smiling at me from under his mask. It's not like he feels like much of a Hokage yet anyways. Jerk, I grumbled under my breath, before a relieved chuckle immediately followed my insult. What the hell was going on here? In the face of everything that happened and despite not knowing what might be waiting for us, we somehow were all able to just chat casually about such grand-scale things like they were nothing. We hadn't even gotten into the real meat of our countermeasures against the Rinnegan yet. Not to mention there were all kinds of other things that still needed to be prepared. Yet for just this moment, I thought maybe it was okay to laugh a little bit and allow myself to relax. The great burden of my heavy secret had finally been lifted after all, and I had managed to keep my promise to Rain too. So many things had been taken from me today, but in exchange for those losses I have also gained some things. Yet all of those things that I had gained today, I didn't feel like I could truly celebrate them. Not until after I saved Naruto. Kamui in a word is well pretty damn powerful. It's not often that I like to praise myself anymore, but even I have a hard time denying all the merits provided to me after unlocking my Mangekyou Sharingan and gaining access to this alternate dimension. From within the collapsed space-time dimension of Kamui itself, I can travel nearly anywhere in the world near instantaneously. The only caveat is that I have to have seen the location before with my Sharingan eye. This normally isn't much of a big deal, as over the past 5 years I have been to quite a few countries and explored a great many places. Being a spy under the direct tutelage of my master, Jiraiya, certainly had its perks, and expanding the scope of where I could be at any given moment had been one of them. All that being said, one country I had never set foot in was the one home to the village hidden in the rain. It was a country that was kind of on the road to everywhere, sharing borders with 3 of the 5 great nations along with a couple more minor ones on top of that. This was both the country's greatest blessing and its greatest curse. During the Second War, it had become a hotbed for battles and skirmishes fought between the warring nations, and the land itself was fraught with strife. The village hidden in the rain was constantly on the brink of collapse if not for the leader at the time, Hanzo. Or so I've heard, from both Jiraiya and Minato-sensei, because the war I had fought in was the third, and in that war the leaf had brokered a kind of stalemate with the rain. We didn't enter their country, and in return they prevented other nations from cutting through as a way to flank our troops. Then, after the war, entering was almost expressly prohibited, and earning an entry visa was beyond strict. That wasn't to say Jiraiya didn't have his sources within the country, but he had always taken care of those contacts personally. I never really thought much of it at the time, just assuming it was because the area itself was still in a difficult political position, and an amateur like myself was better off keeping his nose out of it. Now, however, I suspect it was because he had been keeping an eye on those 3 students he had once trained. So one of the first orders of business had been getting away into the country. Jiraiya arranged it for us while we recovered. Rin and I haven't needed the most time to get back in shape to begin with. As soon as we had our way in, however, we set out. This was a race against time. It had to be assumed they meant to extract the 9 tails from Naruto, and with the Rinnegan, there was a frighteningly real possibility we wouldn't be in time no matter how quickly we set out. Kamui was able to get me to the border of the country in the blink of an eye, but from there we had to proceed on foot, or rather, I was the one that had to go on foot. The others simply waited in Kamui, preserving their strength for the time being while I raced across the countryside alone. This was also an infiltration mission after all, so moving quickly and with the fewest possible members was core. Strictly speaking, I could have brought along far more members than the team we ultimately decided upon, since it would be easy for me to store nearly the whole village inside Kamui and then dispense them after I successfully infiltrated. If our village hadn't been under the condition it was, and that would have even been a viable strategy. Unfortunately, we had to keep the village as well equipped as possible. Not only was a follow-up invasion a very real possibility, what with another village possibly looking to take advantage of our current vulnerability, but we also had many prisoners of war, included amongst them Orikharashum and the former Kazekage. We couldn't just leave them unguarded, which required having powerful members remain behind to ensure they didn't get loose. It was technically my job now as Hokage to take care of such things, yet I left it all behind in order to come and save my student. Even after I inherited the mantle, and it felt like I was running away from it, not that now was the time for such thoughts, for I was already in the Rain Village. The village architecture was incredibly unlike that of the Leaf. We lived in a village surrounded by forests at the foot of a mountain. There was land for leagues in every direction, and we had made the most use of the land, continually expanding further and further as the population grew. The Rain had no such luxury. Their village had been built on top of a large lake. Instead of sprawling outwards, they instead had built from the bottom up. Tall Gothic skyscrapers towered as high as the dark gray clouds, as if striking back at the source of the never-ending rain that plagued the country. Finding a lone kid in this place, it was going to be like finding a needle in a haystack. At least it would have been under ordinary circumstances. Locating Naruto's unique chakra signature with my Sharingan proved to pose no challenge at all, and within moments of entering the village I was making my way to the top of the tallest building in the very center. It was here I believed my student to be. The closer to the top I got, the more my impatience began to grow, and by the time I was near the pinnacle of the building, I threw away stealth entirely. With a mighty leap, I flew for the top and activated Kamuri one more time, the purpose not to draw anything in, but to let my team out. Kakashi, Rin, and Gei landed on the rooftop, the three of them standing back to back. Ordinarily it was impossible to see what transpired on the outside while within the Kamui dimension. Kakashi was the only exception to this, and if he concentrated hard enough, he could see what I was seeing and vice versa. There was no explainable science behind this phenomenon, but we knew it had to do with the connection created when he received my Sharingan. Even so, they were operating under the same information that I had. The scary thing was, I hadn't seen any sign of the enemy the whole way here. Certainly, I had been stealthy up until the final stretch, but there should have been some signs of life between entering the village and now. Perhaps that was a poor choice of words, because the moment I thought them, I saw the form of someone just barely clinging to life. Naruto, Rin shouted, running to her adopted son, who was lying face up in the center of the rooftop. His orange jacket had been ripped wide open, and the fishnet armor beneath was broken apart. His seal wasn't there. We were too late. They had already extracted the 9 tails. As Rin leaned over him, she immediately began applying her medical ninjutsu, but we all knew it was ultimately pointless. She could extend his life for a time, but there was no saving him. Not unless we need to find Nagato, I said, turning to Kakashi and Gei. They both nodded to me, immediately understanding my meaning. Nagato was the one that had the Rinnegan, so it stood to reason any kind of extraction was done with him as the catalyst. Although I'm sure it was likely he had many others to help him. Otherwise he never would have been able to extract the 9 tails so quickly. However, he was the only one we needed to capture. If we did, maybe there was a chance we could take back the 9 tails and place it in Naruto to save his life. It was a long shot, and I had no idea if it would even work. Minato-sensei had opted to put the 9 tails in newborn Naruto rather than back in his wife, so at the very least he didn't think he would. However, I wasn't about to just give up on him if there was even a chance it might. You don't need to look for me. I'm right here. Nagato appeared as if out of thin air. Floating next to him were Yahiko and Konan. All 3 of Jiraiya's students having come to greet us. I described them as floating, but that wasn't actually the case. I could vaguely see it now. The same chameleon that they had used to escape unseen. That was also how they managed to hide from us until just now. You arrived faster than we thought you would, Yahiko admitted, stepping down from the invisible chameleon and onto the same rooftop as us. Is that really okay? Your village must be in peril after the state we left it in. I'm surprised you managed to get permission from that old man to come so quickly. Or did you perhaps come against orders? He looked at our small numbers, drawing the natural conclusion that we had snuck out of the village to pursue them. Watch yourself. Gei was the one that spoke, rare anger radiating off his whole body. He had also grown close to Naruto over the past month, teaching him Taijutsu and watching his own student Lee form a fast bond with my protege. That wasn't his only bone to pick, however. This is the 5th Hokage you're speaking with now. Gei declared my new title for them all to hear, gesturing at me magnanimous. Why, see. Yahiko appeared taken aback, the gears in his head turning a mile a minute as he processed Gei's proclamation and all the implications that came with it. So the old man didn't make it, then he mumbled, and although you couldn't call his tone overjoyed, it was far from repentful. It made sense in a lot of ways. Sarutori Hirusuno would have been the Hokage for both of the great ninja wars that ravaged this land and their people. He no doubt saw the 3rd as directly responsible for a lot of the grief they had suffered until now. All the same, I don't think Yahiko had expected him to perish from Nagato's attack. These 3 weren't inherently evil from what I could tell, despite what they had done. Does that mean you've come to talk to us once again as the true representative of your people? Yahiko asked me. The last time we had spoken, I had tried to avoid speaking to him as a Hokage, despite being acknowledged by my predecessors. Things were different now. Maybe I could reach them. However, no, I said, closing my eye and shaking my head. We're past the point of that. If it had just been the village, I might have been able to forgive them. Rin had saved most of the people, and I knew these three had to be manipulated by Madara in some way. Their sin against the village was similar to mine, so to hate them for it would just be hypocritical. What I couldn't forgive them for was putting my student in mortal peril by ripping his tail beast from him. There was only one path forward for us now. Kakashi, I ordered. There was no need for me to say more than that. He and I had been a team for a long time now, and we each had one eye that made the set. That was why he knew exactly what I was asking him to do. Kamui, Kakashi's eye transformed into the shape of the same Mongeto Sharingan I had. Unlike me, who could only pull in people and objects I was directly in contact with, he could hit them at a range. His target Nagato, the red-haired man, started to bend, the very matter around him being distorted as he was pulled into a different space-time dimension. In only seconds he would be trapped there. There didn't need to be a big battle here. After we had Nagato, we could just go somewhere else and force him to give up the 9 tails. It was too bad that a couple seconds for the jutsu to go off was a couple seconds too long. Sheer Tensei, Nagato blasted us all back with the very power of gravity itself. The Kamui that had been pulling him in was interrupted. Kakashi, Kei, Rin, Naruto, and I were all sent flying backwards and over the side of the building. We entered freefall, rapidly descending towards the lower decks and lake below that made up the base of Hidden Rain. Rin, I shouted as we fell. Give me Naruto and I'll put him in the Kamui dimension. There was no way he could fight in the situation, and we couldn't risk any further harm coming to him. To my surprise, Rin shook her head at my suggestion. If I stop healing him, he'll die, she shouted back. That being the only way to communicate over the wind racing past us. This was worse than I thought. Yahiko had even said we were faster than expected, but did that mean they had intended for me to find Naruto's corpse? But why? What did they hope to gain by antagonizing me that far? Something wasn't right with all this, but I lacked the final piece to put it together. What's the plan then? Kakashi asked just as we landed on the lake below. The climb back up wouldn't be easy. The enemy had the high ground now, and this was their home territory. And just because we hadn't seen anyone on the way and didn't mean this place wasn't swarming with the enemy. This was a shinobi village after all. However, we also had massive firepower on our side. If it came down to it, we could reduce their village to ash if we had to in order to get what we wanted, which was something they no doubt wanted to avoid. That was probably why we weren't being overrun at this very moment. Yahiko had likely issued a village-wide stand-down order. This was a fight between my team and his. No one else had to get harmed in our battle. Same as before, I said, cracking my neck with the tilt of the head. We captured Nagato by any means necessary. Now isn't the time for morality. This was also payback for flattening our village. OBITO. Rin caught me just before I could use Kamui to teleport back to the top. I turned to see her waving me over. Naruto is conscious, she cried, and I was by their side a moment later. What took you so long, senpai? Naruto asked, having to strain himself to talk. He cracked open a single blow eye, grinning up at me through the obvious pain. Seriously, even you. I had to ask him, amazed that even in this situation he could find it in him to joke. All the same, where did he even learn about me having always been late? That was a long time ago, and it had been much more timely since he and I started hanging out. I heard from Bushy-Brow sensing Naruto gave a ragged cough, and I thought to tell him to stop talking. Yet I knew it was fruitless and he would continue anyways. So you became fifth, huh? He grinned at me through the pain. That's awesome, you know. Yeah. I agreed, reaching down and rubbing his blonde head. It is pretty awesome. If only my heart was in it while I said that. Considering the circumstances, I just couldn't be happy about it. My predecessor had to die for me to take the role, and now the one I hoped would one day be my successor was also on death's door. It was like all the unfairness of the world was gathering around me. There's something I need you all to hear. Naruto continued to talk, and for a moment my heart stopped. That sounded like he meant to give us his last words, as if he had already resolved himself to death, something completely unlike him. That Dahiko guy, he continued, going in a way I hadn't expected. There's something there in his chest. They called it Kuro, and it had a face. Whatever the hell it is, it's keeping him alive and seems to be calling all the shots. Naruto had lasted this long in order to pass on this information to us, forcing himself to live in order to relay it. You're a true shinobi, Naruto. Kay praised him for the same reason I had just been thinking. Even in times like this, he had thought to prioritize getting information to his allies, and act like that alone would be enough to earn him the rank of chunin. Good work, Naruto. Kakashi also praised his student before turning back to me. Any idea what it is? He asked me. I never heard of anything called Kuro before, but I put a finger on my chin and considered it for a moment. It sounds like it's keeping Yahiko alive in the same way that Tobi's Setsu cells were used to save me, so it's probably safe to think of it as some kind of black Setsu. Madara also told me his will was out there. Black Setsu must have been what he was talking about. This was the piece of information I had been missing. The puppet master behind Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan's actions. Hang in there, Naruto. I gave him one last assurance, hoping he wouldn't pass on now that he had lived long enough to give us that information. We'll get Nine Tails back to you soon. What we had to do first still hadn't changed. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan may have been used in the same way I was, but they were still our enemies so long as Black Setsu was in play. Once we saved Naruto, we could take our time and figure out how to deal with the problem of Black Setsu. I turned, looking up towards the building where our enemy waited. Gay and Kakashi followed my gaze, all three of us preparing for battle. They knew as well as I did that even with this additional complication, we couldn't afford to hold back. Nagato was strong certainly, but Yahiko and Konan were also students of Jiraiya. They weren't opponents to underestimate. Summoning jutsu, Nagato's voice reached us from all the way at the top of the building, as if he was an actual god speaking through the clouds. It would appear the trio had gotten tired of waiting for us to make our way back up there, or maybe it had just taken that long to prepare the chakra necessary for the jutsu, because what Nagato summoned was massive and something I knew all too well, the Kedomozo. It was this thing that had once been keeping Madara alive, a strange humanoid husk with 9 eyes and a mountain for a back. Tobi had told me this thing was once a being known as the 10 Tails, a being even beyond the 9 Tails. Rather, the 9 Tails and all the other tail beasts used to be a part of it. Something proved to us further as the Gedo Mazo opened its mouth to let out a terrible strange roar. From its gaping mouth there was a golden chain, and appearing like a maelstrom on the end of that chain was a rampaging demon fox. They had unleashed the 9 Tails against us, in the same way we had used it to fight for us on behalf of our village. They were doing the same to make it fight for the sake of their own. There was no reasoning with the 9 Tails, even if it was in control. I doubt it wanted to be put back in his prison. Not that you could call him free. The chain running through his back was a clear indication of that. His eyes weren't the usual red either, instead having taken the shape of the Rinnegan, signifying his possession. Nagato was the one in control here. Asobo, Rin shouted as the 9 Tails lunged at us. She transformed into the 3-tailed turtle. The only way to fight a tail beast being another tail beast. That was the same logic we had used to fight the 1 Tail and 7 Tails. However, we all knew the 9 Tails was in a league of his own. Asoba wasn't enough to take him on by himself. Not to mention, Rin still had to focus on healing Naruto while she fought. I could barely see Naruto tucked snugly in between the shell of Asobo where he would be safe. Rin's healing chakra flowing into him, even now. 7th gate of wonder open, Gay shouted, blue vapor erupting off his body. He had jumped straight to opening the highest gate he could without killing himself. Although he was going to be pretty sore after everything was said and done, it was going to take at least that much to stand even a fraction of a chance in this battle. He was gone in a blue blur, flying up with a powerful jump to help Asoba battle the 9 Tails. Kakashi and I shared a glance, nodding at one another. It was finally time for us to unleash that jutsu, our ultimate trump card that would let us have a fighting chance. We stood side by side, our twin Mangekyo Sharingan spinning to life in perfect sync. Susanoo, our voices overlapped, a deep blue armor covering the both of us. The armor looked like that of a giant tengu that wouldn't lose to the Gedo muzzle and size. As our Susanoo rose to its full height, the lake below became a distant sight. Powerful wings flapped on its back to carry us even farther. On its hip was a katana, and as if one mind, Kakashi and I willed our Susanoo to draw that blade. We joined the battle. The three tails, a small man with the power of the Hachiman, and a perfect Susanoo taking on the nine tails. Our two sides crashed, the nine tails swinging his powerful arms, creating twisting winds and turning the falling rain into a torrential downpour. Our power was equal in strength. The three tails' tail, Gei's fist, and our Susanoo blade had just as much an effect on the weather. When those two sides clashed, it was like there was a crack of lightning, a bright flash followed by the ear-shattering boom of thunder. This was no ordinary thunderclap, however. Windows shattered, the lake raged, and entire buildings fell. This was in the heart of the rain after all, and none of us were holding back. The powerful surge of energy from our collision was so great that it reached the dark rain clouds above, splitting them wide open and allowing the sun to shine on the village for the first time in who knew how long. The tall building the rain trio had been on top of had been the closest and suffered the most damage. The entire structure collapsing in on itself after our clash disintegrated the foundation. With my Sharingan, I could see it as Conan took to the sky, using wings made of paper and making her look like an angel. Nagato summoned a giant bird with the Rinnegan, Yahiko and him standing on it just outside the range of battle. They seemed to realize wisely that this battle was something to better avoid, only interfering if there was something of an actual opening. I thought about going for him still. If we could just trap him in Kamui and force him into undoing the possession, we might have a chance at stopping Nine Tails. Forget about Nagato for a minute. Kakashi chided me. Our goal had always been to take the Nine Tails and they brought him out to us. If we can just capture him, what Kakashi said was true. Our goal was putting the fox back in Naruto's seal. That wasn't something we could do while it was rampaging and under the control of another person, however. We had to subdue the Nine Tails first, a task that sounded impossible even just thinking about it. However, what if we didn't really have to? Susanoo took to the sky, flying over the battle to get a bird's eye view. They're still linked by the chain and noticed aloud, the plan already forming as I said it. The Gedo Musou and Nine Tails hadn't actually disconnected from one another. This meant the statue was technically being powered by having extracted the Nine Tails from Naruto. Otherwise, it wouldn't even be able to move, and instead it would be in the more decrepit state I had seen it in when it had been keeping Madara alive. So if we sever the chain, we might be able to free the Nine Tails from its control. Kakashi finished the thought. The two massive monsters were in what was a kind of parasitic relationship. The Gedo Musou couldn't move without Nine Tails, but it also needed the Nine Tails' power to maintain its influence on the fox. At least that was the working theory. There was only one way to find out. As Nine Tails and the Three Tails continued to clash, Gei engaged the Gedo Musou. Meanwhile, Kakashi and I prepared our ace in the hole. Susanoo sheathed its blade and held up both hands, generating chakra into them. That chakra took the shape of several shuriken and the exact shape as our Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui Shuriken, Kakashi and I shouted together. Susanoo went to throw the shuriken, but it was at that exact moment that the bird Nagato and Yahiko were flying on made its move. It swooped down, smashing into our Susanoo and throwing off its aim. 6 shuriken flew through the air in several directions. The first one hit a building, immediately wiping it out from our reality. As the name implied, the Kamui Shuriken was a ranged version of our Mangekyo's primary power, and anything that came into contact with one of the shuriken was immediately transported from our world into the Kamui realm. The other thrown shuriken hit random parts of the village, wiping out further infrastructure and even taking part of the lake before more water came rushing back to fill in the space left behind. Only one shuriken met its original mark. That was enough. It hit the chain connecting the Gedo Musou and Nine Tails, warping away several links and severing the connection between them. The Rinnegan eyes on the Nine Tails flickered and then disappeared, replaced by his usual slit red irises. I thought there might be a moment where he stopped attacking to get its bearings, but that didn't happen at all. He swung at his elbow, knocking him and rearing backwards while his tails whipped wildly, batting at both Gei and the now weakened Gedo Musou. Nothing around him was safe, and it seemed his attacks only became more aggressive and frenzied now that he was free. There wasn't more time to observe any further. Kakashi gave a lurch from next to me, his Sharingan eye beginning to bleed. Unlike me, Kakashi couldn't maintain continued use of the Mangekyo, and every time we used Susanoo, it only made him slightly more blind. We had already achieved our primary objective anyway, so I cut the technique and Susanoo began to disappear. Without the wing armor to keep us afloat, Kakashi and I fell towards the bird that had just rammed us, landing on it directly in front of Yahiko and Nagato. They seemed to be caught off guard by the sudden cancellation of our jutsu, both given a jolt at our sudden landing. I didn't waste a chance, leaping at Nagato with a hand extended. Sudden jet stream jutsu, Yahiko attempted to intercept me, firing a jettison of water from his mouth. Kakashi had my back, using his normal Sharingan to predict and copy Yahiko's jutsu, sending the same one back to intercept. Their jutsu clashed, splashing water harmless on Nagato and I. Nagato never had the opportunity to do anything. It would seem he had been trying to cast a jutsu to re-establish his control on the Nine Tails. That cost him the chance to counter me. However, I snapped him by the arm and worked us both into the Kamiwi dimension. Interlude Nusumoki Nagato and Yuja Obito fell into the Kamiwi dimension with two hard thoughts, neither one landing on their feet. Chirna Tensei, Nagato had finally finished gathering his chakra again, blasting Obito off him and sending him flying across the large floating block they were now on. Summoning the Geto Mozo had taken a huge strain on his chakra. Then Obito and Kakashi had forcefully overrode the connection of the sealed Nine Tails, which caught him off guard and disrupted his chakra further. This was what allowed Obito to get the jump on him just now, against an opponent like Obito too. All it took was a single touch for the battle to be decided. Nagato was possibly trapped here now. If Obito wanted, he could leave him behind in this pocket dimension where he would be of no help to his friends. Nagato stumbled to his feet to get a look at his surroundings. He had no idea where exactly this was, but one thing was obvious: this wasn't their world, but somewhere else entirely. How did he know this? Well, for starters, their world wasn't a pitch-black void that seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions. Gravity didn't seem to be much of a thing here, large white blocks of varying sizes floating sporadically throughout the dimensional pocket. These blocks also appeared to be the only light source inside the otherwise pitch blackness of the new world. It was obvious this was Obito's world too, several of the blocks having miniature gardens and forests grown on them. These gardens had their own chakra system, signifying they had been cultivated by the Mokuten Jutsu. Within those forests he also saw the clones of Obito. They were sitting cross-legged, as closed and in deep concentration. Nagato recognized the stance as something his master, Jiraiya, used to do. In the same way that Jiraiya could gather natural energy after studying the Toads, Obito had learned to harness it through the power of his Mokuten. The Waisetsu cells of his clones had sprouted many bonsai gardens, reacting naturally to the natural energy coursing through them, and it looked like their legs had grown roots that anchored them to the ground. Nagato didn't care about these things though. What he wanted was a way out. He knew now this wasn't their world, but he wondered if there was a door or something he could use. Finally, just you and me, the original Obito said, drawing Nagato's attention back to him. He had stood back up but hadn't yet taken a defensive stance. It would appear that despite what he said earlier, that he still intended to try and talk things out. Otherwise he would have already left him behind in this dimension. Do you have time for this, Hokage? Nagato asked him. Uzumaki Naruto is still dying. If you don't seal the Nine Tails back in him soon, he'll really die. Now then, what choice would Obito make? Nagato wondered. Did he want to continue down this path of killing each other, or did he want to find a way to end it? You and I both know I can't possibly seal the Nine Tails while also having to deal with you and your team, Obito replied. He was a cautious one, and also appeared to be under the assumption Nagato could escape this place if Obito left him alone here, that or there was some danger involved with leaving him unsupervised in this dimension. Either way, Obito couldn't risk going back out into the real world while Nagato was still a threat. So then you mean to deal with me first? Nagato raised his hands to form a seal, ready for Obito's attack to come at any moment. Or perhaps you mean to take my Rinnegan and use it for yourself? They both knew what his eyes truly were was the possession of Madara himself. If it comes to that, Obito didn't bother denying it. He was different from when they had met in the leaf. He was no longer trying to pacify their anger, but instead unleashing his own. It was all too understandable. His commanding officer had been killed, his student was dying, and he had been thrust into a position of power where he had to consider what was good for the whole village. He couldn't afford to hold back. Then why aren't you prepared for battle? Nagato noticed that Obito still had raised a single hand. His words and his actions right now were a complete contradiction of each other. almost like he himself was still conflicted about what it was he wanted to do here. You and I are both victims of Madara, Obito admitted, his voice small. Inside of Kamui he might as well have been shouting for the weight. Even whispers echoed around inside the empty space. I know about the Black Setsu too. He's holding Yahiko hostage, isn't he? You don't have to worry. He can hear you inside Kamui. If we were ever going to reach an understanding, this is it, our last chance. How? Nagato started to ask how Obito knew about Kuro, but he stopped short. Naruto, he realized on his own. Even in this situation, he was surprised the young genin had the wherewithal to prioritize getting information to his comrades. Yahiko really did see something in the both of you, Nagato admitted. Under different circumstances, I think we could have gotten along. You're going to give up without even trying. Obito pressed him, but Nagato shook his head. It's too late for us. Nagato wanted to laugh at his own pitifulness. You spent time with Madara and experienced his darkness firsthand, just like we did. That's why I would think you know there's no point. We can't fight against his plan. Just accept it and join us, or stand aside. The end result is the same either way. You know I can't do that, Obito sighed, finally raising his hands and settling into a combat stance. I'm the fifth Hokage. There are too many things I have to protect now to just let a dead man like Madara get his way. All I want is to keep Yahiko and Conan safe. Nagato extended his open palm. Bensho Tenin, he shouted, activating his jutsu and beginning the battle. Obito was lifted into the air and drawn towards him. In that same moment, Nagato prepared his other jutsu. He would use the ninjendo to grab Obito's soul and rip it from his body. This wouldn't kill him, meaning Nagato should then be able to take control of Obito's soulless body and use the Mangekyo Sharingan to escape this Kamui dimension. He had to hurry back to Yahiko and Conan's side. The Nine Tails was free from his control and likely to rampage throughout their entire village. It was his duty as their god to save them. Nagato never managed to make physical contact with Obito. Mere centimeters from colliding into each other, Obito threw a punch. And without even actually striking him, Nagato felt something hit his chest. He was knocked backwards, colliding with the wall of a nearby block. What? Nagato coughed, blood flying from his mouth and staining the ground at his feet. He looked up and saw that Obito had entered the same sage mode his clones had just been in. Bonsai trees had sprouted from the Zetsu half of his body, and his open eye had a small mark around it now. One of the clones from earlier was gone, having been dismissed, and the natural energy it was absorbing transferring to the original. That was how he had been able to hit him without even coming into physical contact, utilizing the power of natural energy to strike for him. This battle isn't going to go how you think it is, Obito said confidently and full of assurance, standing there with his fist still extended. Sage mode wasn't a technique he used normally, except in situations where he already couldn't use Kamui, such as situations exactly like this, where the battle took place in his pocket dimension. That was why he had two clones in here already, gathering natural energy from the Mokuton trees he had planted here years ago. When he first discovered the Kamui dimension, this place had been blank and barren. It was only after he began filling it with things from the outside world and his personal garden that it developed its own brand of natural energy. Inside Kamui, his victory was almost certainly assured. However, if any opponent stood a chance against him, then it was the man that held Madara's size. Interesting, Nagato admitted, finding himself somehow able to get more into the mood for this fight. Both of them were the students of Jiraiya and Madara. Whereas Obito had decided to follow Jiraiya's path, Nagato had instead given in to Madara's nihilism. What's more, neither was aiming to take the other's life. Nagato needed Obito alive to escape this place, and Obito needed Nagato alive to save Naruto. Let's see how you plan to capture me then. It was like a fight to see which path was right. Nagato didn't form any seals. Instead, he accessed the power of his Shirado, unleashing futuristic mechanical arms that sprouted from his shoulders. He had 6 arms now, giving him the appearance of an ancient deity. His new limbs opened to reveal all kinds of hidden compartments. He unleashed a barrage of missiles, a technology not yet known to ninja, the Kufuranbu. In response, Obito unleashed his own personal fire technique. The twisting torrent of flames consumed every missile that flew at him. Those missiles detonated upon contact with the flames, shaking the whole pocket dimension and covering Nagato's vision in smoke. He didn't need to see to know where Obito was coming from. There was a whirling hum of energy from directly above, a blue light cutting through the smoke. Race engine. Obito burst through the smoke, swinging at Nagato with Juma's signature technique, a jutsu he had never taught the Rain Trio how to use. Nagato dodged out of the way with a tuck and roll, the race engine hitting the block he had been standing against and creating a massive crater, summoning jutsu. Nagato placed his hand on the ground mid-roll and called forth a rhinoceros summon. The wild beast roared and charged right at Obito, with the natural energy flowing through Obito and making him stronger. It was as easy for him to stop the charging rhino as holding up a single hand. He caught the rhino by the horn and halted its charge completely. The two stood there for several moments in a stalemate, pushing against one another without being able to gain any ground. Then with a grunt of exertion, Obito reached forward with his other hand and gripped the horn with both. With a mighty heave that consumed the majority of his natural energy, he sent the rhino flying. Obito watched as the rhino sailed through the air above him, momentarily taking his eyes off Nagato. The rhino fell down several blocks away, creating another shockwave when it hit the ground. It was in that same moment that the mechanical appendages of Nagato's Shirato wrapped around him like a boa constrictor, squeezing like it was trying to force his innards out through his eyes and mouth. Enough, Obito grunted, channeling the last of his sage energy and flexing with enough force to rip free from his bonds. The broken mechanical wires fell around him, littering a path directly to Nagato. At the same time, the bonsai trees growing on his setsu cells wilted and the mark around his eye faded. Unlike Jiraiya, Obito couldn't maintain Sage Mode for long, which was why he often aimed to finish things in a single blow like he had done against the Kaiseki. Nagato was an opponent even above the Gokuji. However, he had the eyes of Madara, a terrible legend that many living today still feared and only spoke of in hushed whispers. Obito knew a single charge of Sage Mode wasn't going to be enough. That was why he had been laying the foundations for his true secret technique, Bansho Tenin. Nagato didn't miss the chance, once again drawing Obito in the moment his Sage Mode had fallen. This time for sure he would grab him with Ninjendo and take his soul. Yet like before, the moment Obito was centimeters away, he struck Nagato without the need for physical contact. Again, Nagato gave another cough of blood, hitting the ground and rolling to a stop. He turned to see Obito had dismissed the second claw now. He was once more in Sage Mode, but this would be the last time. If Obito didn't win the battle before this charge ran out, then Nagato was assured of his victory. Yet for some reason he didn't press the advantage. The clock was ticking on his Sage Mode, but instead of rushing head in, he stood straight up and relaxed his stance. "Hey Nagato," he said slowly, looking at him as if out of pity. "Why don't we stop this after all?" he asked. "Neither of us really want this, isn't that right? You just want to protect your village and I just want to protect mine. So why is it that those two things have to contradict each other when they're ultimately the same goal?" "You know why?" Nagato grunted, struggling back to his feet. He had no actual desire to talk to Obito, but he wasn't about to let this chance go either. Every second they chatted was a step closer to his victory. "Madara won't let us go, not us and not you either. This is all part of his plan." To that statement, Obito could only shake his head. "Madara is dead," Obito said. He would know, since he had been there when he passed on. "We don't need to let some zombie dictate our future for us. Let's decide for ourselves." This was the kind of Hokage that Obito wanted to be. In his youth, he had thought he wanted to end everything by being the most powerful. Then he was lost for a long time, led astray by Madara and the curse he left him with. After talking with his predecessors, Obito finally felt like he had found his way again. That was why it was his duty to lead Nagato to the same revelation. No, not just Nagato, but all three of the Rain Trio. They were still being manipulated by Madara in the same way Obito had been for so long. He was the only one that could possibly reach them now. Nagato hesitated. It was as Obito said, neither he nor his teammates wanted to go through with this. However, they had experienced the consequences of trying to defy Madara once before. That was how Yahiko ended up with that hole in his chest, forced to rely on Black Setsu for survival. "How can we go back now?" he asked him, not sure how Obito could be in a position to offer them forgiveness. "I flattened your village. The third Hokage died because of my actions. Naruto is dying as we talk. Rin protected most of the village, Obito said, taking a cautious step forward. Yes, some people did die, but you were being coerced into action. My mistakes also cost the lives of my comrades, including the fourth Hokage. He paused, his voice wavering and emotions nearly getting the best of him. Yet he pushed on. I've made the exact same mistakes as you, but if we hurry now, then we can still save Naruto. There was a mighty roar. The rhinoceros from before charged back onto the block they were standing on, ramming into Obito from the side and cutting him off. Just a little bit more and he might have been able to sway Nagato. Yet witnessing him get caught off guard just now only further sealed the truth in Nagato's mind. There was no escape from Madara. It really is too late for us, Nagato whispered to himself, tracking the rhinoceros with his eyes. A moment later it disappeared in a burst of smoke, Obito having struck a critical sage-enhanced blow on it. He tried to remain standing but ended up collapsing to his knees, still trying to recover from the unexpected charging blow. Katen Dragonfire Jutsu. Nagato used one set of hands to form the seals for the fire jutsu, breathing out a stream of burning hot flames. Futon Gil Palm Jutsu. With the mechanical hands he created earlier, he also weaved the seals for wind style at the same time, unleashing a powerful gust to enhance his fire. Mokuten Wood Wall Jutsu. Obito slammed his hand on the ground, creating a wall of trees that hid him from view and blocked the powerful wing fire jutsu combination. Smoke once again filled the battlefield, obscuring Nagato's vision. Like before, he didn't need to see to know where Obito was coming from. There was a whirling hum of energy from directly above, a blue light cutting through the smoke. Rasenjun, Obito burst through the smoke, swinging at Nagato, who dodged out of the way with a tuck and roll, the Rasenjun hitting the ground and creating a massive crater. That Rasenjun had been the last of Obito's sage energy. The bonsai trees growing on his Zetsu cells wilted and the mark around his eye faded. There was no path forward for him to victory anymore. Bensho Tenin, Nagato rolled to his feet, pulling Obito to him once again with the power of gravity. He never managed to make physical contact, mere centimeters from colliding into each other. Obito threw a punch, and without even physically striking him, Nagato felt something hit his chest. He was knocked backwards, colliding with the wall of a nearby block. Impossible. Nagato gave another cough of blood. He hadn't seen Obito create any more Mokuten clones. There was no way for him to gather natural energy, not while having to constantly move. So then why? How was Obito in Sage mode right now? Obito stood up straight, looking down at Nagato. His Sage mode was slightly different this time. He had the bonsai trees growing on his white Zetsu cells, but the darkened mark had appeared around both eyes this time. Ordinarily, it should only appear around one. For a split second, Nagato thought he saw Obito's other eye was open. He blinked and the image was gone, however. Yet in that moment, Nagato realized what had happened. It can't be, he whispered to himself in disbelief. But when did you have the time to? His question trailed off. He knew it was pointless. Obito was a member of the Uchiha clan, and while he may not have been as renowned for it as Itachi or Shusei, all it took was a single glance with his Sharingan eye. Nagato was trapped in Genjutsu. Interlude and my formerly sealed left eye was open. Well, I say it was opened, but the truth was I couldn't actually see out of it. The light had already gone out, rendering me blind on that side. The Sharingan was all but useless now, but it wasn't exactly the great tragedy it sounded like. I had plenty of Sharingan eyes after all. After the Yacha incident, there was a lot of talk about what to do with the Sharingan of all our fallen clan members. In the end, Itachi and the others agreed that their eyes would be safest with me. I could store them here in the Kamui dimension, out of the reach of anyone that sought to use them. To the rest of the world, we pretended to destroy them, but just in case, I held onto them for safekeeping, which was good for situations just like this. I always kept one of those Sharingan in my left eye, but I normally had it sealed shut. The use of these Sharingan was for one purpose and only one. The Forbidden Twin Jutsu as a Nagi and as enemy. It was the latter of the two, as enemy, that Nagato was trapped in now. Inside B as enemy, he was trapped in an eternal loop battling against the Genjutsu version of me. Even now, that version of me was no doubt trying to talk Nagato down, to make him give up on Madara's plan. If Nagato did that, he could break free from the Genjutsu. Short of that, however, he would be trapped in it forever. As enemy worked by copying two identical moments shared by both the caster and victim of the genjutsu. I guess you call those moments in this case, it had been striking him at the moment I activated Sage mode. That was the start and the end of the loop. You also had to fill in a B image and C as well. B had been the smoke obscuring our vision. C was then the humming sound of my res engine. Those were the conditions I used to form the loop. Because those moments didn't need to be purely visual cues, but any of our five senses, I could use his enemy without ever actually revealing my hidden left eye. It was only after the light from it faded in exchange for using the jutsu that the seal was released and I could open that blind eye. The only concern was how long Nagato would remain trapped in the loop. I had the impression he wasn't fully on board with Madara's plan from the very beginning. The more I talked to him, the more I knew that hunch to be true. All he truly cared about was Yuriko and CHUNIN. If they were safe, he would do anything. That was why he had fallen to Black Setsu's manipulations, who had taken Yuriko hostage. However, if his resolve to Madara was weak, that meant he would likely break out sooner rather than later. Before that happened, I had a decision to make. Did I rip out Nagato's eyes here and now, or did I trust him to help me when he came out of the genjutsu? Now that my left eye was useless, it would be smarter to take one of Nagato's Rinnegan and use it for myself. If I did that, even the mighty Nine Tails would be easy to tame. In the world of shinobi, my decision should have been a no-brainer. The only right answer was to take Nagato's eyes. In the first place, they weren't even his. These were Madara's eyes. They should be destroyed. If I didn't have need for them right now, then I wouldn't even be hesitating about what to do with them at all. Yet for some reason, I couldn't bring myself to do it. No, I already knew the reason. The Rinnegan, these eyes might have been Madara's and they were a key component in his Moon's Eye plan. But Nagato had been with these eyes since he was a child. These eyes had been what saved their lives, and why Jiraiya agreed to train him. The Rinnegan were a symbol for the Rain Village, a chance at the peace they so desperately desired. It was an unfortunate truth in our world, but power was the ultimate deterrent. No one would dare trespass through these lands if someone with the power of the Rinnegan was defending them. Did I have the right to take that from these people? In the end, I couldn't bring myself to do that after all, especially not to people being used by Madara in the same way I had been. Damn it, I cursed, walking up to the Nagato that was standing still in front of me, staring blankly ahead. There had to be a way to control the Nine Tails and seal him back into Naruto without taking the eyes from Nagato. Once I did that, we could figure out how to deal with Black Setsu. Placing a hand on Nagato's shoulder, I began to transport the both of us back into the real world. At the time, I had no idea the hell that was awaiting us on the other side. If there had been a hell that Madara had wanted to show me, then I'm pretty sure this is what it must have looked like. The Nine Tails continued to rampage. The village hidden in the rain burned. The skyscrapers had been toppled. The lake ran red with blood, and everything was on fire, burning with the intensity of a hellish inferno. The sky was blotted out, not by rain clouds, but smoke. Thunder rumbled in the distant sky. Brief flashes of white lightning occasionally illuminating the black and orange ruins of the once Gothic village. I stood silent for several moments, just taken in this destruction, unable to believe it. I thought perhaps it was I who was trapped in the genjutsu, not just Nagato, who stood listlessly next to me. He hadn't escaped from the enemy yet, and I don't think he should ever wonder if this was all that awaited him, his precious village being ravaged. No, this was reality. The heavy smell of smoke and death in the air, nearly sending me into fits of coughs, the rumble of thunder and roar of the Nine Tails shaking me to the bone, the feeling of ashes raining down on my skin and the heat of the flames. No one could possibly replicate this in a genjutsu. This kind of hell could only exist in our reality. This scene was so shocking to me, so utterly terrible, that it took me several crucial moments to realize that something else with this picture was terribly wrong, something I should have noticed immediately. Where was everyone? Kakashi, Rin, Naruto, even Yahiko and CHUNIN were nowhere in sight. At the very least, a Sobo should have been impossible to miss. The others could have been fighting somewhere where I couldn't see them, but not a giant three-tailed turtle. My heart sank as I looked down into the lake and saw dozens of bodies floating in the blood-filled stormy waters. It looked to me like they were the bodies of the citizens and ninja of the village. Where they had been hiding during the course of the battle, I had no idea. but wherever it was, it hadn't been safe enough. Yet I didn't see any faces I recognized immediately amongst the bodies, and as heartless as this is to say, at the moment that filled me with relief. For it meant my team might still be alive. I had to find them. The Ninetales continued to rampage on the outskirts of the village, but it was clear he didn't see me or even seem to care. He was just lashing out seemingly randomly. There wasn't any opponent that could see him fighting to crush. It was just blind, unbridled rage. Was this how much he hated being in prison all that time? I didn't know it. I didn't have the time to wonder. The only important thing to know was that he didn't have any interest in me for the time being, which meant I could look for the others in peace. To start with, I focused on my connection with Kakashi. Since he also had one of my Sharingan eyes, I should be able to see what he was seeing if I focused hard enough. My blind left eye squinted, static filling its vision momentarily. Then a picture came in. It was unfocused and something was off, but there was just enough to give me a general direction of where to go. I stumbled through the debris and devastation, tripping over corpses and rubble in equal quantities. It would have been faster to jump over all the destruction, but I was trying not to catch the fox's attention, and I couldn't trust the structural integrity of anything left over. Even the ground was compromised, parts of it sinking beneath the tumultuous waves. Using the unfocused vision of my left eye as a guide also further served to confuse my balance, but it did serve as a decent enough marker. I walked until I could get the images to match up, eventually stumbling into my own vision. It was a strange sensation being able to see myself with my own eye. Of course, this was technically Kakashi's vision I was looking at, not my own. However, even though I could see myself with his eye, I couldn't see him with my own. Why? What was going on here that he wouldn't be visible? I got my answer a couple moments later, the terrible heart-wrenching truth forcing me to my knees. The reason the vision had seemed off was because it was sideways and looking up, and I couldn't find Kakashi because I was looking for someone that should be walking around like I was. But what I should have been looking for was a corpse, because that was what he had become, a corpse to join all the others here in the village. Kakashi, my voice was hoarse, vocal cords too strained to even properly whisper that single name. I forced my legs to work, my knees sore from having dropped down to them. It wasn't so much of a walk, but a crawl in which I approached my best friend, picking him up in my arms and resting his head on my lap. What in the hell had happened in the brief time since I went into the Kamui dimension to fight Nagato? There wasn't enough time for this kind of carnage to have taken place. Kakashi was the strongest shinobi I had ever known. For him to be killed in this place was just inconceivable. None of us were supposed to die on this mission. It was supposed to be a simple get in and get out. So how did this happen? Had I been arrogant? I knew there was a risk involved in bringing such a small team so deep into hostile territory. It was why there had been such resistance from all the others in the village. Yet even though I thought I knew the risks, I never actually expected things to go like this. Until now we had always been lucky after all. Even when I had died, it didn't really stick and it came back stronger than ever, with wood style and a new Sharingan. This time though Kakashi was dead in my arms. He wasn't buried under rubble in a place where I couldn't verify his condition. No, he was here, his body growing colder by the second, lifeless eyes staring back up at me, one of them my own. As I stared at my own eye, I got an idea. Could I somehow see what had happened? Kakashi and I had used our strange connection to share what we were seeing in the present, but never the past. It would be like looking at a memory. Just because I had never done it before didn't mean it was impossible. The Sharingan wasn't an ordinary eye after all, so I concentrated, channeling Kakrat into our connection, willing it to show me what had happened while I was inside Kamui. I wasn't aware it was working until several seconds of the past flashed by. It wasn't like watching something in real time. It would be more accurate to call it a broken recording, the images stuttering and lagging sometimes, but the content was mostly understandable. It was also brief. The clash that truly decided everything was the Nine Tails and Three Tails launching their ultimate attacks at one another. The power of two Beiju Dama colliding had been what caused all this destruction. Kakashi, Konin, Yahiko, and Gei were all caught up in it. I watched from there as Kakashi laid there gasping for breath, all the strength in his body gone and unable to move. Konin had fallen from the sky, her entire paper body burning as she crashed into the lake like a meteor. It looked like she had gone down protecting Yahiko, but it was in vain. Certainly she saved him from the Beiju Dama, but he had always been living on borrowed time. The entity known as Black Setsu saw this as his opportunity to cast his host aside, crawling out from the hole in Yahiko's chest and leaving him to die. They erupted in a burst of red steam, having opened the eighth and final gate. Did he do it because he had seen Kakashi go down? I have no way to know what he was thinking, but the sight of him charging the Nine Tails bull covered in that red aura will be burned into my mind forever. The clash between them was incredible, and if anyone had ever come close to putting down the fox, it was Maige in the end. Even that was no match for the strongest tail beast, however, and he too disappeared in a blaze of glory. The last line of defense against the rampaging beast was his own brother, Isobo. There was no audio since I was only seeing things through Kakashi's eye, but I imagined the turtle pleading with his enraged sibling. It was all to no avail. Even injured, the Nine Tails was too powerful an entity for the giant turtle, and with another Bijudama his shell was split wide open. That was the end. Kakashi breathed his last breath several seconds after Isobu disappeared. With that, I confirmed the fate of Koen, Yahiko, Kei, Kakashi, and Isobu. However, what about Rin and Naruto? Had Isobu managed to protect them? It was with great reluctance that I lowered Kakashi's head back to the ground, sliding his eyes closed as I did. I did not take the Sharingan that was originally mine. It was his from the moment I gifted it to him, and I would never take it back, even if he no longer had a need for it. Then I went looking for where I had seen Isobe go down. As I walked through the village, it took me several minutes to realize I wasn't stumbling or tripping over corpses anymore. I didn't realize why until I looked down at my own feet to see I was walking through everyone as if I was a phantom. Subconsciously, I must have activated my Mangekyo Sharingan. It might have been possible for me to stop shifting through people if I concentrated, but at this point I just didn't care anymore. No matter how disrespectful to their bodies it might have been, I was just numb to it all. The death, the destruction, all of it. There was only one thing left for me now. Before long I found it, the place where Isobo had fallen. And there Obito Rin called out to me, her body propped up against the mostly destroyed wall. Rin, I cried, running to her the moment I realized she was alive. If you could even call her alive at this point. She was hanging on by a thread, a pool of blood beneath her. I didn't care about that at all, dropping to my knees with enough force to splash the thick red liquid and taking the love of my life in my arms. Rin, I repeated weakly, realizing how close to death she was. Sorry, Obito. Rin smiled at me, her normally radiant white teeth stained red. Her eyes looked heavy and unfocused. It was a miracle she could see me at all. She shouldn't have had any strength in her body left. But against all odds she lifted her arms, hands coming up to hold my cheeks. With her fingers she wiped away the tears. I didn't even realize I was crying. Naruto? I asked, but I already knew the answer even before she shook her head. He and Isobo are both gone and I'm not much farther behind. Her breath shuddered. It wasn't her injuries that were killing her. A medical ninja as skilled as Rin would have been able to save herself even from this. However, if Isobe had been killed, then that was it. She wouldn't survive losing her tail beast. That's just how it was. Obito, I gotta tell you something before I joined them. Every word sounded like it hurt, yet she forced herself to keep talking anyways. Rin, I thought about telling her to stop trying to talk. However, my own words were cut off as something wet and tasting like iron pressed against my lips. Rin's whole face occupied my vision. With all the remaining strength she had left, she had pulled herself up and kissed me. It only lasted for a second before her strength gave out and she fell back. I caught her, supporting the full weight of her body with my arms. I'm sorry that was so late, Rin said with a laugh. Or it might have been a cough. I didn't even know anymore. I couldn't think of anything. I realized after you left with Jiraiya-sama that I loved you. Kakashi told me he realized it as far back as when he and I dated. I was just too stupid to see it back then. And when you came back, I was afraid you had moved on. She gave a cough, blood flying from her mouth and landing on my cheek. Now you're the Hokujin. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Obito, I'm sorry. Don't apologize. I said. It was like my mouth was on autopilot. I didn't even have to think about what I was going to say. I had thought of this imaginary moment so many times I didn't even need to think about it. There's never been a moment I didn't love you. From the moment we met, I've loved you. The last thing I thought as those boulders were crushing me was I never told you. I choked on my words, repressing a sob that threatened to shake my whole body. I see, Rin smiled at me one last time. Guess we were both pretty stupid about it. She could say that again, however she wouldn't. Rin would never say anything again. For those words had come with her last breath. She went still in my arms, as if she had been clinging to life long enough for me to find her. Now that she had given her confession, she was gone. If that was how it was going to be, I wish I had never heard it at all. I can't accept this, I whispered. That thought kept repeating inside my mind like a mantra. There was no way in hell I could accept this. Rin, Kakashi, Gay, Naruto, why did this happen? Why now of all times? Just after I found my way back to the Hokage, I was finally on the right path. So why was this happening now? Madara, this was all his design. It was exactly as Nagato had said. He wouldn't let me go. Why was that? Why did he need me? Hey, Black Setsu, I said, rising to my feet with Rin still in my arms. I lifted her up, holding her corpse bridal style. You're there, aren't you? I asked, looking into the shadows. I've got questions for you, so get out here. The neutrality in my voice didn't convey the intense rage burning in the pit of my stomach. No matter how much I yelled and screamed, nothing would be enough to convey this rage. Oh, you know about me already then. Black Setsu appeared from the shadows I was staring at. He was a pitch-black being. His shape was humanoid, but you couldn't possibly call him human. He was more like the shadows themselves. The only colors were his eyes and teeth. His eyes were dull yellow and teeth crystal white. It must have been Naruto. Those razor-sharp teeth moved as he talked, but the shit-eating smile he had didn't disappear. Shut up, I commanded. He wasn't the one asking the questions here. Why me? What in the hell is so important about me that you couldn't just leave me alone? Something about my question must have been funny, because instead of answering me right away, Black Setsu snickered instead. Nothing, it said nonchalantly. You were just unlucky enough to have fallen into Madara's lair. That's all there was to it. For that simple reason, Madara ruined my whole life. My sensei, his wife, the third Hokage, my best friend, my student, and so many others all had their lives taken because I was unlucky? What a sick fucking joke. You really think I'll go along with the Muasai plan after this hell you put me through? I seethed, having to speak through my teeth. It felt like every particle of my being was on fire. At any moment I might just explode into literal flames. What choice do you have? Setsu asked me pointedly. Rin, Kakashi, Naruto, all of them exist inside the dream world. The only way for you to be happy now is in there. Besides, we're not the one that took all those lives. The Nine Tails killed most of them. You're the one that keeps setting it loose. I shelled, not falling for his semantic arguments. How do you expect me to get behind this dream world plan? Asked the Hokage. The village is counting on me to defend it. My little sister, Esumi, is waiting for me to come home. I choked back the tears, my emotions becoming more and more of a jumbled mess. What village? Black Setsu asked me. It's in ruins, remember? And your sister, wouldn't she also be happier in the dream world? Both her parents would be alive and you could be her real brother, not some fake family that you two made out of convenience. You don't know what you're talking about, I faltered now. It couldn't be true. Did Black Setsu have a point? Wouldn't me be happier inside the dream world? If you're the Hokage, isn't it your job to do what's best for the village? Black Setsu must have sensed my weakness, pressing the advantage. Just because many of them survived, how many of them do you think are happy? Their lives are in ruin, many of them lost loved ones, and another village attack isn't a matter of if but when. The dream world can save them from all that pain and suffering. Your enemies too in the dream world, they will never be able to harm anyone again. Isn't this what you desired, Obito? A world without war. You are the only one that can create it. That's I struggle with myself. What was the point of becoming Hokage? Hadn't it been to end all wars with my great power? I had seen hell these past 5 years working under Jiraiya, witnessing the never-ending conflicts happening at every corner of the continent. Normal means weren't enough to stop it. I already knew that. The only way to keep my promise to Rain was to do something no human could do. There was no point to being Hokage without Rain to be there by my side, without Naruto to one day take over for me. But in the dream world that could happen one day. What Black Setsu was saying wasn't wrong. Come on, Obito. Setsu extended his hand towards me. Let's finally fulfill your destiny. Become the Hokage you were always meant to be. You're not wrong. I turned away from Black Setsu and placed Rin's corpse gently on the ground. This is the ultimate shortcut. I gently rubbed her hair, feeling it one last time in this reality. That's right, a shortcut. Black Setsu snickered as if we were sharing some kind of inside joke. Why take the long, hard path after you realize it's path with the bodies of your fallen comrades? This is your chance to ensure there's no more corpses while also taking back everything you lost. Sounds like a good deal, yeah? With that, he finally finished his sales pitch. Yeah, this reality truly is hell, I agreed. When I turned to face Black Setsu, I resolved myself for what it was and knew I had to do. But that doesn't mean I'm going to turn my back on it, I said, voice full of strong determination. My words caused Black Setsu to frown. Sheer intensity, neither one of us had the chance to do anything. There was a blast of gravity, but it wasn't directed at me. No, it was only in the direction of Black Setsu. What? He shouted, being blasted through the wall and outwards into the lake where he disappeared below the water. I turned away from where Setsu had vanished from sight, looking at Nagato as he approached me. You finally escaped this enemy, I said as a way of greeting. Like me, Nagato's face was stained with freshly dried tears. I had no doubt he had already verified the corpses of his allies too. Never mind, this whole village was now littered with the bodies of those he was sworn to protect. I thought for a moment you were going to accept Kuro's offers, Nagato admitted, stopping by my side. He and I were both facing the same direction now, looking right towards the rampaging nine-tailed demon fox. What I want is the Hokage isn't a shortcut, I said simply, although I'm sure that didn't really answer his unasked question. It was something I couldn't explain to just anyone. It was a lesson I had learned from all the Hokage that came before me, and the one person I had hoped would come after me. They all laid down their lives for the village, to undo all their hard work to put everyone in a dream. It would be the ultimate betrayal of everything they stood for. Black Setsu's plan was close. It might have even worked. The only problem was that they waited until I had become Hokage to enact this stage. No, it would be more accurate to say that the mechanisms it put in place are what led me to becoming Hokage. The very things it did to push me towards the Moon's Eye plan is what ultimately allowed me to refute it in the end. I don't really get it, but I'm glad to see you managed to hold on to yourself. Nagato smirked sideways at me. If you had gone for Madara's plan after trapping me in the genjutsu that I couldn't escape from until I learned to reject it, irony doesn't even begin to describe it. In the distance, the fox continued to roar, bringing our attention back to it. Now let's stop the nine tails, he declared. It was only allowed to rampage like this because Kakashi and I had severed Nagato's connection to it. As it was, there was no way for me to bring it under control without first exhausting him of energy. And it would seem Nagato was in a similar boat, which left no road for us but to fight it. It's already pretty injured. I hadn't realized it before, but the demon fox had a noticeable limp. He didn't seem to be causing much damage anymore either. His fire breath attack had stopped and his movements in general were sluggish. Getting hit by both the 8 gates and another tail beast bomb must have really taken its toll. One good hit should be all we need. I don't suppose you got anything. Nagato nodded, but the look on his face was far from one of confidence. I got something that should be able to trap it, he said, trailing off as he appeared to consider how to finish. But I don't know if it will really act as a finisher. Got it? I dropped to my butt, crossing my legs and assuming a meditative stance. In that case, you'll be the sap. After you trap it, I'll follow up with my jutsu. This wasn't going to be any old technique. It was finally time for me to test my ultimate surefire kill jutsu. I had never actually used it in a combat situation before, having only mastered it just before returning to the village. Feels weird to be teaming up with you. Nagato clapped his hands together, channeling huge amounts of chakra to prepare his part of the plan. We were enemies just minutes ago. The air around him began to swirl, his chakra spiking. The powerful energy seemed to draw the fox's attention. It wasn't aware of us yet, but it would be soon. It's not really all that strange, I replied, my eyes closed in concentration as I gathered natural energy. We were both tools of Madara, but more importantly than that, we're students of Jiraiya. The only difference we have is the country we grew up in. I could see the natural energy around us now and sensed the nine tails as it turned towards us. It seemed to know we were here now. Perhaps you're right, Nagato agreed thoughtfully. He took a couple steps forward, holding up his palm and letting go of his jutsu. I couldn't see it with my eyes, but I could feel it. A little black orb with incredible power stored inside. Chugaku Tensei. The black orb flew into the sky where it acted as a powerful gravity well. The things it picked up at first were small. Broken debris, small rocks, things like that. The more it drew in, the larger it got and the more powerful it became. Within seconds it was lifting up whole buildings. Large trees from the forest outside the lake and even the ground beneath them were ripped up. The water of the lake wasn't even spared, being drawn into the growing moon-like structure. Finally, even the nine tails was picked up. It gave another weakened roar, seemingly forgetting about us as it turned its full attention on the technique that was threatening to trap it. Of course, it wasn't just going to stand there and let itself get sucked into the sky. It opened its mouth, letting out a couple bursts of its infamous Beijutoma. However, it was clear the attack lacked the firepower it usually had. The bombs glanced off the side of the small moon, barely even putting a dent in it. As this happened, I finished gathering the required natural energy. I stood up, more trees growing out of my right side to signify my transformation into sage mode. I held my pale right hand over my hand, fingers spread wide open and palm facing up. Two of the trees turned into wooden arms and began rotating the chakra. I added my natural Yacha-born fire element to the mix, and within seconds there was a loud whirring noise as my jutsu began to form. What is this? Nakato had to shout to be heard over the sound of my jutsu and his own. This is the legacy of the fourth Hokage, I answered. The complete version of the jutsu my teacher had never completed. It was in a way representative of every part of me. I could only properly utilize this technique by combining the first Hokage's Sage mode with my Yucha-born fire elemental manipulation. It took two wooden arms in addition to the one holding it in order to properly maintain the jutsu, otherwise the whole thing would just fall apart. Only after obtaining all these things could I complete the fourth Hokage's technique. It was an incredibly flashy though, drawing the nine tails' attention even as it was being pulled into the small moon. It looked down at us, letting out another roar. That roar was immediately followed by a Beijutoma. It didn't matter that its techniques were significantly weakened. That was still a death sentence if it hit us, and I couldn't afford to use Kamui while channeling the technique. Otherwise, I risked it falling apart. Leave it to me. Just keep preparing your jutsu. Nakato leapt in the path of the Beijutoma before I could protest. He raised his arms, catching the blast with his bare hands. He began absorbing the chakra from it, and I remember when he had done the same thing to my fire jutsu. However, the nine tails wasn't done. Unleashing a second bomb that flew into the first, there was an explosion, and Nagato was sent flying over my head. I couldn't turn around and see if he was okay, but I just had to believe he absorbed enough to weaken the blast to a point he could survive. The important thing was he had bought me the time I needed. Captain Raisin's urines. My technique was boiling hot, steam rolling off the edge of the spinning blades. The center of the race engine was burning red, pulsating like a bomb. I wound up throwing the technique with all my might and sending it flying. It arched through the sky beautifully, leaving a trail of steam as it cut through the air. Thanks to Nagato's gravity well, I didn't even need to aim it either. It too got caught in the technique, being drawn on a direct collision course with the nine tails. The fox gave one last roar of defiance before my attack hit it. That roar then turned into howls of pain. The Katon Raisin's Hiran's first hit with razor-sharp blades so hot that they could melt through solid steel. Then came the bang, literally. The blades cut an opening and then the cinder exploded, unleashing a point-blank detonation that was guaranteed to incinerate anything. Case in point, even Nagato's Chibaku Tensei couldn't handle the powerful blast. The center gravity well being disintegrated and the jutsu falling apart. All the gathered debris fell into the ocean, creating a miniature island of floating junk. Raining down with it was the beaten and battered form of a nine tails barely hanging to consciousness. Not wanting to give it a chance to recover, I used Kamui to teleport next to the fallen beast. I was in front of its eye a moment later, my Sharingan spinning wildly. We connected, the same way we had been to fight against the Kaiser Cage and Shakaku. Just like that time, this meant our senses were completely shared. I felt the nine tails' agony, rage, anger, and sadness in the maelstrom of feelings. This one stood out to me the most. I collapsed to one knee, overwhelmed by his exorbitant grief. "Wait, you," I gasped, unable to contain my surprise and sorrow. "You damn idiot," I cursed. "This couldn't be." There was no way this was possible. I thought the nine tails was rampaging as payback for all the time we had it imprisoned. Only that wasn't the case at all. Certainly, it used to hate its prison. But that had all changed several years ago when Rinmate Naruto started talk to it. In the end, you liked Naruto. Even the demon fox hadn't been able to resist the natural charisma of the blonde idiot. It had every right to hate him, but it couldn't bring itself to. That was why it was lashing out and destroying the whole Rain village, killing everyone in it. because they had taken from it the only friend it had ever had. I saw all the memories Naruto and the Nine Tails shared. Every time Naruto came in to complain about Sasuke, talk about Ramen, or even ask about his mother, little by little, without even realizing it himself, the fox began to look forward to those visits, because at least this way it wasn't so lonely. For the first time, it felt like someone actually treated it like a comrade, not some tool. I saw it too, as the fox began to open up, and the moment it shared with Naruto one word that it had never told another person ever. The Nine Tails glared at me, as if forbidding me from saying that word, yet I ignored it, throwing my head back and yelling at the top of my lungs. Kurama, I called his true name. Whatever fight the beast seemed to have left in him died with that single word. He gave a shuddering breath, what might have even been a sob, and went lax. I stood in silence for several seconds, panting for breath after my shout. Kurama slowly opened his eye, looking at me sadly. All the rage and anger was gone now, just the melancholy remaining. Naruto didn't deserve this, Kurama said, speaking directly into my mind. I could only rub the orange fur near what I think was his cheek in what I hoped was a comforting gesture. It was unthinkable before now that I would ever even think about willingly petting the fox, yet knowing his name somehow made us feel closer. No one deserved what happened here today, I responded, turning around just as Nagato landed in front of me. He didn't seem injured from the earlier blast, which was a relief. Like it or not, the only ones left were Kurama, Nagato, and I didn't want to lose anyone else today. What we had lost already was beyond grief. We did it then. Nagato said, not daring to take another step closer to the giant fox. It was probably for the best. Kurama was satiated for the moment, but I don't think he was going to appreciate having the one that killed Naruto coming up to touch him. Of course, Kurama had also returned the favor and killed Nagato's team. Mine too, actually. Yeah, we did it, I agreed, my voice heavy. There was no joy to be found in anything that happened today. Even the small victory we managed to take just now was a Pyrrhic one. Everything here had gone wrong, no matter which side you were on. There were no winners here. Why the genjutsu? Nagato asked me suddenly. Huh? I looked at him blankly, not understanding the question. You could have killed me. He clarified. At the very least it would have been easy to take my eyes. You didn't know what was happening in the outside world yet. So why didn't you kill me and take my eyes? I flattened your village, killing the third Hokage. And it was me that pulled the Nine Tails from his seal, which killed Naruto. How were you able to forgive me for all that? I debated how best to answer him. For a second, I'd even thought about lying. In the end, however, I decided to just give the simple honest truth. I didn't forgive you, I said with a shrug. I was just tired of it all. Madara and his plans have been following me like a curse ever since I woke up in that cave of his, but I'm the Hokage now. So I decided to not be manipulated by him anymore, and I thought maybe you wanted the same chance. That's all, I see. Nagato mumbled, appearing to mull my answer around in his head for a minute. Then he asked, what now? Of course, I had no idea. Not that I could say that. I'll go back to the leaf, I said, patting Kurama once again. I'll need to find him a new Jinwekuric host, if he even wants one. I turned to look imploringly into the fox's red eye, but he closed it, refusing to meet my gaze and pretending to sleep. Well, I could figure that one out later. The village needs to be repaired for starters. I trailed off, looking at the state of the rain in the distance. What about you? I asked. That depends, Nagato said cryptically, his Rinnegan eyes studying me as if looking for some kind of answer. What about your team? That was the most difficult thing he could possibly ask me. I mean, what can I do? I asked him, clenching my fist and looking down at the floating rubble we stood upon. Kurama only killed them because he was angry about Naruto. You only took Kurama from Naruto because Madara was manipulating you. And Madara only started to manipulate you that way because of decisions I made over a decade ago. But I'd already decided to quit hating myself for those decisions. So where does that leave me? It was a cop-out of an answer and I knew it, but aside from grieving for them, what else was there for me to do anymore? That's right, you can't do anything, Nagato said, but his words weren't hostile. Far from it. He said it as if he just had a realization. You left me these Rinnegan eyes, not knowing what they can do. He turned away from me, taking several steps towards his village. Nagato? I asked him, not understanding what was suddenly going on. Obito, he replied. I'm not doing this to be a savior or to ask for your forgiveness. I'm simply following the example you set and breaking away from Madara's influence. Nothing more than that. He raised his hands, forming the seal of the snake. An explosive amount of chakra burst out from him as he prepared some unknown jutsu. That's Kurama mumbled, turning my attention towards him. You know what this is? I asked. No answer came, and I turned back to Nagato. His red hair was beginning to turn white from the roots. Whatever this was, it was eating at his lifespan. If he kept channeling his chakra in this way, he would die. Something I and one other weren't prepared to let happen. You think I'll let you? Black Setsu reappeared, jumping up from the water below, clinging onto Nagato like a parasite. If it's come down to this, then I'll just have to use you to revive Madara. And all the chaos going on around us, Nagato and I had dropped our guard. We both assumed Black Setsu wouldn't show himself before us again. After all, that was the way he had operated until now. He wasn't a fighter, but a schemer. However, his schemes were nearly spent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown himself like this. This was his final gambit, Madara's revival. Like hell, I yelled, jumping at both of them. I still had no idea what exactly was going on. But there was no way I could allow Black Setsu to accomplish that goal. I had gone through way too much to just have that bastard come back into the picture now. Get off of him. I roared, grabbing onto the darkness that was Black Setsu. My normal arm slipped right off him, but the white Setsu cells of my right hand managed to cling to Black Setsu. What? This appeared to be a miscalculation on his part, as even he didn't know that was possible. Black Setsu had wrapped around Nagato like a second skin, covering half of his body. He stretched like latex, clinging stubbornly to his host as he tried to override the jutsu and tune it to his own needs. I pulled with all my might, ripping Black Setsu clean off and throwing him onto the rubble we stood on. Mokujin cutting spirit jutsu, the same arm that threw him to the ground, produced a spear of wood that stabbed right through his chest, pinning him in place. Damn you, Obito. Black Setsu squirmed in place. Even a stake to the heart wasn't enough to kill this bastard. That was just fine, cause I wanted him to suffer more anyways. Bakuf Ranbu. I exhaled, unleashing searing orange flames and twisting them with the power of Kamui. Black Setsu's curses turned into screams. His limbs flailed like snakes, nothing of his actual body visible under the searing flames that coated him now. He screamed and screamed, but still the flames didn't go out, until eventually his screaming stopped and his body disintegrated. To think it would end like this. Black Setsu's soft voice was carried away in the wind along with his ashes. I curse you, Yacha Obito. Usamoki Nagato, one day you will surely regret this. The last of him disappeared, the supposed will of Madara gone for good. The nightmare of Madara was finally over. At the same time, Nagato finished his jutsu. His hair was completely white now, blood running down his chin from some incredible exertion. Behind us something rose out of the water. It was a long face, its appearance not like any human. For a moment I was afraid it was another thing like Black Setsu come to fight us. Instead, it opened its mouth wide and strange green orbs began to fly out, scattering over our heads and racing towards the rain village. Rin-Tensei Rebirth, Kurama finally answered my earlier question. Those orbs you see are the souls of everyone that died here today. Well, most everyone. The fox looked at Nagato skeptically with his slip red eye. Do not worry, Nagato said with a laugh, his voice much weaker than before. I revived everyone, including your lead companions and even the three tails. The Rinnegan can do that? I asked, although the truth of what was being said hadn't quite sunk in yet. It was just too unbelievable. My mind was blank, not daring to hope. There are limits, Nagato admitted. I can only cover the people here in this area, so I'm afraid the third Hokage and anyone that died in the leaf are gone. He coughed, hacking up far more blood than could be healthy. It also costs the user their life. Kurama added, the former contempt now gone. The look in his eye was complicated. It wasn't quite gratitude, but it was probably the closest emotion I could place the expression to. Nagato, I whispered, my own emotions a convoluted mess. Of course, I wanted my team alive more than anything else in this world. However, to know it meant losing the ally I just fought beside. Together we had just finally vanquished what was left of Madara. I already told you, I'm just following your example. Nagato turned back to me, a huge satisfied grin splitting his face. It was the first time I ever saw him smile. Also, I know it's probably awkward to ask for a favor now of all times, but please get along with Yahiko and Conan. They mean well, even if they're a little rough around the edges. Yeah, I nodded. Tears started to brim in my right eye. I promise, that was the least I could do. Life was beginning to stir in the ruins of the hidden rain. the people walked out from the village, being guided this way by something I couldn't see. Then I realized what it was. Nagato cast in golden light. No, not just Nagato, but the whole area he and I were standing in was bathed in the warm rays of the sun. The Chewbacca Tetsu hadn't just taken in things from below, but the clouds above as well. This left a giant blue hole in the black and gray sky directly above us. That was what drew the people to us. Nagato, Yahiko and Conan were among them. Conan flew over the crowds of their people, her paper wings carrying her like an angel reborn. She also created a path for her people below, floating paper strong enough to support the weight of those that couldn't water walk, acting as a bridge to us. Yahiko jumped down from Conan's arms, standing defensively between me and his friend. He was shirtless, a noticeable scar where black Setsu used to live, yet he was otherwise fine, going by the fire in his eyes alone. "What did you do to Nagato?" he accused me, but I didn't have it in me to blame him. Kurama wasn't quite as nice, letting out a deep low growl. It was bluster of course, but Yahiko didn't know that. He recoiled half a step, nearly bumping into the friend he came to defend. At that same moment, Nagato lost the strength to stand, crumbling to the ground like a puppet with his strings cut. Nagato, Conan landed next to him, Yahiko spinning around and crouching to lift him up. Yahiko, Conan, Nagato addressed the both of them, smiling weakly up at his two teammates. "Let's stop all this fighting now. Kuro is gone, Obito killed him. We're free." "But Nagato, Yahiko started to say. "I made this choice of my own accord." Nagato cut him off. His eyes traveled over to me, and they followed his gaze. "Obito and I worked together and we ended things. Please don't start the cycle of hatred back up. It will only tame my sacrifice. I only want peace between our villages." His voice was getting weaker and weaker, to the point that I almost couldn't hear him. "We'll try, Nagato," Conan answered, running her hand through his now white hair. His words seemed to have the desired effect, because when they next looked at me, the hostility was almost all but gone. There was just more grief. I nodded to them solemnly, silently conveying that we could talk later. Nagato deserved his last moments to be with them. Besides, I had my own reunion coming up. "Obito," Gay shouted, arriving on the scene first. Despite having opened all 8 gates earlier, there wasn't a single sign of fatigue on him. In fact, he appeared more youthful than ever. He ran up to me, comical tears running down his face as he took me into a bone-crushing hug. "I thought I was dead," he wailed, yet somehow managed to laugh at the same time. "You were," I barely managed to say, his hug crushing my lungs. If this didn't let up soon, I was going to be the one to die. "All right, Gay, I think that's enough," Kakashi said from behind him, appearing out of seemingly thin air. "Don't kill our Hokage before he even gets a chance to do the job." He placed a hand on his eternal rival's shoulder, which seemed to do the trick. "Oh crap, that's right." Gay dropped me, as if I had turned into a hot potato. "Please forgive me for my insolence, Lord Fifth." He fell to his knees before me, bowing his head and clapping his hands together. "Please don't call me that," I said between coughs, trying to get air back into my lungs. There was definitely no way I was going to get used to such formality, especially in the exaggerated way Gay went about it. Ignoring him for the moment though, I nodded to Kakashi. "Hey," I said, trying to sound cool about it. No reason for him to know I started crying when I found his corpse. "Looks like you pulled off another miracle." Kakashi smiled at me from beneath the mask. "Not just bringing yourself back from the dead anymore, but everyone else too." If we were being technical, I had never actually died, even if everyone thought I had for a while. There was one other correction I had to make. "Nagato was the one that saved you all," I said, nodding to the dying white-haired man. Kakashi and Gay both turned to acknowledge him silently before once again looking back at me. "So what now then?" Kakashi asked. Ever the practical member of the team, I knew what he was really asking. Did we punish the Rain Village? This all started because they attacked us in the first place. All the same, I had already made up my mind on the matter. "Nothing," I said with a shake of the head. "It's over. Both sides have suffered enough. We may have lost our former Hokage, but I had the feeling the loss of Nagato was going to be an even greater blow to their village. If anything, we would come out of this better than they would. If there's anything we should focus on, it's Obito-senpai." Naruto called out to us, running atop the water while waving exaggerated. Rin was just behind him, the two of them coming together. As they approached us, I couldn't help but glance back at Kurama to see his reaction. Predictably, he had closed his eye, either pretending to sleep or not to care. The big stundo. Their timing was perfect, for we needed to decide what to do with Naruto and Kurama, but I suppose that could wait a moment, my student running right up and tackling me in a hug. Thankfully, he didn't have Gaia's strength, or I might have really died this time. You did it, Naruto laughed, bubbling with so much energy it was hard to believe he was dead just a couple minutes ago. Of course I did, I said, reaching down to rub his head. I'm the fifth Hokage after all. That was all he needed to know. No reason to let him know how close everything had been to ending for us all. One small mistake was all it would have taken, or if my strength of character had been just a little weaker. So cool, Naruto grinned as he stepped away. A moment later his smile slipped as he looked behind me and at the giant orange fox. So what do we do with him? He asked. His emotions were impossible to read, but I had to imagine they were beyond complicated. Kurama was the reason for Naruto's terrible treatment by most of the village for the majority of his life. This was his chance to be free from that, to start his life, not as a Jinwikari host but as his own person. If it were me in his position, I would probably jump at the chance. However, their relationship was also deeper than I originally thought too. That's up to you, and I paused, unsure how to address the fox out loud. The 9 tails, I finished awkwardly. Kurama is fine already. To my surprise, the fox uttered this from behind me, still not willing to look at any of us. Kurama, you told them your name? Naruto asked, clearly stunned by this revelation. In response, the fox simply let out a huff of indignation. I thought about correcting Naruto's misunderstanding and telling him that I saw it in a memory, but I got the impression that would just piss Kurama off more. So I let it go. What do you want to do, Naruto? I asked my student that question instead. I felt bad about it, but this wasn't a decision we could put off. I needed to know their feelings on the matter now. Do you really even need to ask? Naruto responded, puffing out his chest with pride and hiking a thumb at himself. Kurama is my responsibility. I'm taking him back, whether he likes it or not. Yet again, he continued to surprise me. Just how much resolve did it have to take to proclaim that so boldly? Kurama? I asked, turning back to look at the fox. Naruto had just said whether he wanted it or not, but I still felt the need to clarify. The truth was, I'd already knew it wasn't necessary. I had seen one other memory. Kurama had refused to be put back in the seal when we let him out to fight Chikatsu, but that was actually just to keep up appearances. He had planned to fall to my jutsu and slink back into the seal on his own. The chance just never came because the first Hokage had interrupted. You heard him, didn't you? Kurama snapped at me. The brat said whether I wanted or not, so I don't got much choice now, do I? Just like how Asobu had said, but Kurama couldn't be honest about it. I got the feeling Naruto also knew this and so had worded it the way he had to save face for his companion. All the same, it seemed that both of them were in agreement. Alright then, I said, holding out my arm and activating the key to Naruto's seal that had been inscripted on the toad I swallowed. I guess that's decided then. I walked up to the fox, Naruto following behind me. Wait a second, Kurama said, causing us both to stop. However, he wasn't looking at us anymore and instead over at Rin. Tell Asobu sorry, he grumbled, the words barely intelligible. It caused Rin to chuckle and she waved the apology off. He already knows, she said. We all knew. Kurama had just been upset by Naruto's death. It was a surprisingly human emotion from something most people thought of as a natural occurrence. My attention drawn to Rin momentarily caused us to lock eyes, our cheeks turning red as we remember what happened just before her death. We also had a lot to talk about, but that was going to have to come later. I had to focus on this right now. Ready? I asked, shaking my head to clear my thoughts. I placed one hand on the soft orange fur of Kurama and the other over Naruto's navel. Yep, Naruto nodded, grinning toothily at the fox. Kurama merely grunted in response, but I took that as the all clear. Channeling my chakra, I prepared the key that I had been entrusted with. Then everything went white. Naruto, Kurama, and I were standing on a blank canvas. There was absolutely nothing in this world except us. What's that supposed to happen? Naruto asked. I could only shake my head, not sure how to answer. I had just been hoping the key would do everything for me. I didn't have the same seal knowledge as my teacher. If Minato-sensei were here, he would know what to do. Don't worry, it's all working as intended. As if my thoughts had turned into reality, a familiar voice answered Naruto's question. But that shouldn't be possible. It was like miracles kept stacking up on top of each other, one after the other. Fourth Hokage, it was Kurama that recovered from their shock first, turning around to glare at the man standing behind us. Minato-sensei was exactly as I remember him, having not aged a day. Which made sense considering he was dead. Yet here he was, to the surprise of us all. Surprise, and in Kurama's case, anger. While it was true he had grown to like Naruto, Minato-sensei was responsible for putting him back in a human prison. I thought Kurama might attack him, but someone else raced forward before he could do that. "Dad!" Naruto yelled, throwing himself full-on into the fort, hugging him even more tightly than he had me earlier. Not that I could blame him for that, as it was taking all my willpower not to run over and embrace my former teacher. Unlike Naruto, there was one big thing holding me back, however. Minato-sensei died because of me. I didn't have the right to embrace him now, no matter how much I wanted to. I didn't even know if he wanted to see me here. However it was he came to be here in the first place. "Long time no see, Obito." Minato-sensei greeted me like none of that mattered. "I heard you became Hokage, congratulations." He beamed at me full of pride. "Minato-sensei," my voice cracked, tears welling in my eyes. Why, how was he able to praise me, after everything that I had done? Before that, how did he know about such things in the first place? "I placed a bit of my chakra in Naruto's seal before I passed on," he explained, "just in case I ever needed to repair the seal like now. Thanks to that, I've been able to see everything that happened. So I know about your conversation with our predecessors, and I know things have finally wrapped up with Madara. You did well, Obito, but you did nothing you have to apologize to me for." Minato cut me off. The sometimes strict teacher I remember returning for that brief second. It was replaced a moment later with his usual smile. "If anyone was going to succeed me as Hokage, I wanted it to be you, Obito. Accomplish everything it was we used to talk about doing with the title. If you want to make it up to me, that's what you need to do." It was some strange fate that brought us together again, I felt. With this, I had met with and received the acknowledgement of all four of my predecessors. Despite all my flaws and the mistakes I had made, they all accepted me as their successor. In the face of all that, there was only one thing I could say. "Okay," I said, closing both eyes and flashing the biggest grin I could. I'm sure I looked kind of pathetic with the tears staining my cheeks, but it was the happiest I had truly felt in a long time. "I'm glad," Minato smiled back at me. "It's true that look suits you best after all. You never did fit the brooding Yucha stereotype." He said with a small chuckle before then flashing an apologetic smile. "I don't have much time in here, so if it's alright with you, I'd like some time with my son. There's still a lot I would like to say to him." After saying that, he looked down at Naruto, who was also looking back up at him expectantly. "Of course," I said. "In truth, I wanted to spend more time with him too. But Naruto deserved this moment far more than I did." So I smiled at them both, wishing to part with my sensei on good terms. "Goodbye, Minato-sensei. See you on the other side, Naruto." "Goodbye, Obito," Minato-sensei responded, the finality definite. When I blinked, he was gone, and I was back in our world. "You okay?" Kakashi asked me, noticing the sudden tears on my cheeks. Rin and Gei had gathered around Naruto and I. Kurama was no longer here, already back in Naruto's seal, which was still glowing red with having been recently repaired. "Yeah," I said, feeling the most okay I had in a long time. "I just talked with Minato-sensei. I told them what happened inside the seal, explaining it as best I could." "That's incredible," Rin whispered after I finished, smiling down at her adopted son. She of all people knew how much this moment must mean to him. His eyes were still closed, but the huge grin on his face conveyed the obvious emotion he was feeling right now. I wondered what kind of things he and his father were talking about, as expected of Minato-sensei. Even Kakashi was unable to hide how impressed he was. I'm sure he and Rin wanted to talk with him one last time too. He had been taken from us so suddenly that none of us had gotten the chance to have any last words. It wasn't fair that it was only me that got to talk to him. "You're thinking too hard about it," Kakashi said. Having read my expression, Rin and I are at peace with it. If anyone deserved the chance to talk with him, it was you. You're his successor after all, exactly. Rin agreed, twisting her arms behind her back and bending down to grin up at me. "Besides, I'm sure Naruto will tell us all about it later." She giggled in giddy anticipation. "It's all he's gonna talk about for the next month." Kakashi, on the other hand, seemed to be dreading having to hear it over and over again. So wonderful, a youthful reunion between father and son. Gia was weeping again, his tears looking more like waterfalls than something a human could produce. An awkward voice cut in. All four of us turning to see Yahiko had approached us. Sorry to interrupt, but I've got something to share. Nagato's last wish. It would seem that while I had been sealing Kurama back into Naruto that Nagato had passed on. As Yahiko talked to us, Konan had turned to their gathered people and was addressing them now, flying above them with her paper wings. What makes you think we're under the obligation to hear those words? Kakashi asked Yahiko cautiously, if not with outright hostility. Kakashi, it's okay, I ordered. It was strange to think that I was the one actually in charge here. But Kakashi was one to respect the chain of command and so nodded reluctantly to my words. You really do have a mysterious ability, Yahiko said as if realizing it for himself. I turned back to him, tilting my head in confusion. Nagato and I both thought when talking to you, but we really felt like there was a chance that our villages could understand each other. He smiled apologetically, clearly regretting everything that happened. It's not some ability, I refuted him. I'm just practicing what my teachers and predecessors taught me. It really was as simple as that. I just didn't want to repeat the mistakes of my past. The mistakes Madara had wanted me to make. Doing that cost you the vision in your left eye, right? Yahiko asked, looking at the blind eye that had been sealed when we last met. What he said was exactly right, but what he didn't know was that I had plenty of Sharingan to replace it. I almost thought about telling him that secret. However, he had a bigger surprise in store for me. Nagato wanted you to have his Rinnegan as a replacement. Well, the left eye in any case, then there's no way I can accept that. I quickly shook my head, waving my arms exaggerated. After all, it once belonged to Madara. Something I didn't say out loud. It was Nagato's final request. Yahiko insisted, one eye here in the rain, one with the leaf. It will be the symbol of our reconciliation, and will also serve to make sure both Rinnegan are kept separate as a precaution. This is both our apology and a promise for the future. Please accept it. He stepped closer to me, taking one of my hands and clasping it in both of his. His stern glare showed his unwavering determination. I can transplant it, Rin said, cutting off any further protests I might have had. In reality, it would be more accurate to say she was just speeding things along. Everyone here already knew there was no way I could refuse this gift, especially not after Yahiko had put it in such clear terms what this represented. The two of them went off together to Nagato's corpse to take the eye that would in a few moments become mine. Well, it's not a bad deal, Kakashi said, resting his elbow on my shoulder. As the Hokage, it would benefit you to use both eyes instead of always keeping one of them sealed. This is also the Rinnegan from the legends. That's bound to serve as a good deterrent, which we need now more than ever. It really was annoying how correct his analysis was all the damn time. They used to be Madara's eyes, you know. I asked him. Even I knew that argument was weak at this point. All the more reason to accept them. They pumped his fist, eyes alight with tiny flames. What better way to challenge your past self than to overcome your longtime tormentor? He was really fired up now, and I never knew how to handle him when he got this passionate. Yeah, fortunately for me, Kakashi always had it covered. Come on, Gay. Let's leave Rin to concentrate. He led his eternal rival away just as Rin returned with the eye. Yahiko wasn't with her, still crouched over the corpse of his friend. I'm sure he was also conflicted about this, but he couldn't say anything, seeing as it was his best friend's final request. Sit down over there for me, would you? Rin pointed me to a hunk of debris I could sit on, and I complied with her request. She stood over me, hands awash in a green glow as she used her medical ninjutsu to remove my blind eye and then replace it with Nagato's Rinnegan. Any pain or discomfort? She asked. No, I said, having to remind myself not to shake my head while she worked. As always, her medical skill was top-notch, and it didn't even feel like anything was happening until she finished putting the new eye inside my socket. I blinked several times, my vision adjusting to seeing with both eyes. It had been literal years since my left eye wasn't sealed or blind. What's more, I could already feel the power of the Rinnegan flowing through me. I didn't really know anything about its abilities outside of what I had seen Nagato use, but I could already tell it was going to be a major asset to my arsenal, assuming I could master it, that is. All done, Rin peered into my new Rinnegan, making sure it properly dilated. With a satisfied nod she stepped back and the two of us stared at one another in silence. It was just us now. Kakashi and they were busy with whatever it was they were doing. Naruto was talking to his dad inside Kurama's seal. Yahiko and Conan were still consulting their constituents. If there was ever time to have that conversation, then it was now. Yeah, I started lamely. What was it I even wanted to say? I probably should have thought of that earlier, but there was just too much going on. I didn't have a single second to think about personal things until this moment. Erin agreed, brown eyes drifting to her feet. She pushed back her hazelnut hair, tucking a strand behind her ears. I know this timing probably isn't good for you. I mean, you just became Hokage and everything. It wasn't my intention to put more on your plate. I cut her off, drawing her eyes back to me. Somehow, seeing her just as nervous about it as I was set my heart at ease. After we get back, let's go on a date, I said. When we could go and where, I still didn't know. I was going to be busy as the Hokage and most of the date spots had been destroyed, but I didn't care about that. Anywhere we went was fine, so long as we made the time to go together. We had waited long enough to get this far after all. Rin looked surprised for a second. It was only that split second though, before it was replaced by that radiant smile I loved so much. Yeah, she agreed. Maybe it wasn't a huge step by any means, but it was an important one for us. Wait, what? A sudden shout made both of us jump, neither having realized that Naruto was now standing right next to us. He must have finished talking with his dad and had come back to his senses just in time to hear the end of our conversation. "You two are dating," he yelled, loud enough for everyone around us to hear. After that, there was no calming Gay down who came flying at us with shouts of congratulations. Even Kakashi couldn't possibly control him anymore. Yahiko and Conan came back to give their own congratulations, making it even more impossible to clear up the misunderstanding. Well, it wasn't like it was a misunderstanding per Southeast, but we were still figuring it out ourselves. That also turned out to be the best chance to bid our farewells. Everyone was ready to go now that Naruto was back with us. Shaking hands with both Yahiko and Conan, we somehow parted as comrades. There was still a mountain of things to figure out and a list of things a mile long to sort back and leave, yet somehow I felt like we were going to get through it. Linking hands, Naruto, Kakashi, Gay, Rin, and I all used Kamui to go home. By some miracle, things here had turned out alright, and now my job as the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village could truly begin. 6 months had passed since that fateful day in which I became Hokage. It felt like it had flashed by in the blink of an eye, to the point I couldn't even believe as much happened in the time that it had. Just looking out over the village from atop the repaired Hokage Tower was proof of how far we had managed to come. The village hidden in the leaves didn't really feel like it deserved that title after Nagato turned it into a crater, so the very first thing we had to do was restore the land. Our strongest Doton users shifted the earth until most of it was level. From there, it was up to me to repupital the forests by using my Mokuten Jutsu. That had taken a lot of energy over many weeks to accomplish. Accomplish it I did, however. The final touch to restoring our natural habitat had been filling in the rivers and lakes, a task set to our best Sutan users. While we had been doing that, the rest of the village had worked on rebuilding all the structures that had been destroyed. The Leaf Ones had many old, traditional buildings that had been there from the time of the first Hokage. In order to honor our history, some of them had been restored to their previous glory, such as the Hokage Tower and the Academy, for example. However, most of the village received a more modern look. It seemed to be what the people wanted, and I didn't have any notes on the issue. What was important was that the people of the village were alive and happy. Despite the tragedy we suffered, it was pretty safe to say that most of them were. In 6 short months, with everyone's combined efforts, the village was back to its former glory. No, it was even greater than that. From our darkest hour to heights we have never been before. I'm certain this was also part of the first Hokage's Well of Fire. Speaking of which, there was one other change I turned around, the white and red robes rustling with the movement. Tipping the brim of the Hokage hat so I could properly see, I glanced up at the Hokage monument. 5 faces were carved into the mountain now, my visage joining them alongside my former teacher. The sculptor had even gone as far as to inscribe my Sharingan and Rinnegan into the mountain, showing his immense skill at the craft. It was still a strange feeling to see my likeness up there, staring out across the Hidden Leaf Village, yet I couldn't say I hated it, even if it was a little embarrassing. However, it had been my dream since I was a little kid and now it was a reality. My promise to Rin and Minato sensei had been fulfilled. Hokichi-sama, a voice called behind me. Another thing I hadn't gotten used to yet was everyone referring to me by my title. It wasn't like I could tell them to stop either, so despite the discomfort I felt every time I heard it, I did my best to smile the awkwardness away. That grin on my face, I turned to the four CHUNIN that had come up to the roof of the Hokage Tower to find me. The dignitaries from the foreign countries are all gathered in the meeting room. Just like you asked, Naruto spoke for them. Although it was obvious to them all he would rather not be the one to have to do it, that was his role as the one in charge of this mission. He also had the honor of escorting the most important dignitaries, those from the sand. Good job, Shikamura. I nodded to him, before then glancing at the others. Any problems? I asked them all. None here, Uzumaki Naruto said with a shrug. He had been the one tasked with escorting the rain delegates. He had volunteered to guide them through the village himself, apparently having something to say to them. Against my better judgment, I allowed it. Thankfully it seemed my fears were unfounded. All good. Yucha Sasuke had his hands in his pockets, standing aloof to the side. He was way too cool about it, despite the fact he had the most difficult job of them, having to escort the sound. At least this relaxed attitude meant it must have actually gone well enough. Exactly as he said, everything proceeded to schedule. A Burmishino said last, adjusting his dark glasses as he spoke. He had been with the waterfall. There was no reason to think he had any problems. It had been the others I was more worried about. Very well then, I smiled at the four of them. One of my first tasks after becoming Hokage was promoting them all to Chunin, both for their actions in the ring and during the invasion. I felt they had all earned the promotion. Well, that and we had to project strength in a time when we looked weakened from the invasion. These four had done excellently in their roles so far, giving me no reason to regret it. You are all dismissed for the day, I told them, already walking for the stairs leading into the tower. They all acknowledged me with varying degrees of enthusiasm. I didn't pay it any mind. Instead, my mind was already thinking ahead, going step by step through the meeting I was expected to lead. This was the first time we had all gathered in the 6 months since all 4 villages had tried to wipe us out. Well, only 3 of them had been in an alliance for it. The last one just took advantage of the confusion. All the same, to say this might be awkward was selling it short. That wasn't to say it was hopeless. They had all agreed to this meeting after all. That was right. I had to believe this would go well. Psyching myself up, I strolled through the halls of the Hokage Tower and towards the designated meeting room. Just outside the room, waiting for me was a familiar figure, his presence immediately putting me at ease. "You ready, Obito?" Jiraiya asked. He smirked up at me from down in his wheelchair. It used to be that most people had to look up at his tall imposing figure, but after Nagato had struck him with those kakarots in the back, he had lost any feeling in his legs. Now the only way he was able to get around was this chair. If it bothered him at all, he did a pretty good job of not showing it. I'm sure some days were worse than others, and today seemed to be one of the good ones. As ready as I'm gonna be, I had to remind myself not to call him by the title of master anymore. In that same vein, he was one of the few people that also didn't refer to me by my title either. Our relationship wasn't quite what it used to be, no longer that of teacher and pupil. It would be more accurate to call him something like an advisor. His days as spy for the village were also behind him. That had caused quite a few complications at first, because as his pupil it should have been me to replace him. Of course, I couldn't do both the job of Hokage and the role of spy simultaneously. Even the Kamui didn't allow me to be in 2 places at once, no matter how fast I was. Fortunately for us, the perfect replacement pretty quickly revealed himself. Yucha had taken over the role previously occupied by Jiraiya. After the invasion, Orikarisha had been captured and was for a time detained deep beneath the leaf. The only one allowed to talk to him was Shusi. Thanks to the ability of his Kotomo Tsukashi, which could be used to subtly extract information from the snake while also allowing him to be resistant to his forked tongue. With the information he gathered from his numerous dealings with Oricharishon, it became clear pretty quickly that he was the natural choice to succeed Jiraiya. After all, the job had originally started because Jiraiya was trying to hunt down his former friend and teammate. It was only as the years stretched on that it became the intricate spy network it eventually was, one that Shisu was now in charge of, having received all the necessary information from the Tosage. Once her courage was gone, Shusi was then able to travel more freely as the job required. That's right, our courage was no longer of this world. Apparently, he had to replace his body every few years, the drawback of some cursed jutsu he had developed in an attempt to extend his life. Trapped beneath the village, he hadn't been capable of that. He also had been spreading his chakra with the curse seal in another vain attempt to ensure a revival in case the worst happened. Sasuke and Ankle both had that mark at one point, but we managed to remove it. Then using the information he got from the snake, Shusi wiped out all others with the seal, ensuring Orikorisho's death was permanent. It was in a way anticlimactic. He had been the one to initiate the invasion and set everything in motion, yet in the end he died while in prison, killed by the jutsu he had developed to extend his life. I never got the chance to speak with him again, and I was in a way relieved about that. It wasn't just a step Orikorisho's plans had affected, however. The others were all on the other side of the door I now stood in front of. Deciding not to keep them waiting any longer, I strolled in with Jiraiya rolling behind me. Hokage-sama. Kakashi greeted me as I walked through the door, my entrance immediately demanding everyone's attention. My best friend didn't normally refer to me by my title, but in front of political guests such as right now, there was no choice but to follow decorum. He had been standing guard, his Sharingan rarely exposed as he watched over our guests. This was supposedly a gathering of peace, but there was still quite a bit of animosity for those here held throughout the village. It couldn't be helped really. That was one reason why this meeting was so important, to try and quell those feelings, or at the very least lay the seeds for it in the future. Thank you, Kakashi, I nodded to my friend before turning to face the dignitaries. All of them were familiar faces. Sorry I'm late, I said, addressing them. Kakashi's silent snicker didn't escape my ears. I ignored it. In the middle of the room was a pentagon-shaped table, a new one that had been made specifically for this meeting. The intent was to establish everyone here as equals. No seat at the table signified a higher position than any other. All part of my attempt to make these meetings go smoothly, a wish not helped by my tardiness. Time is valuable, Hokage Dono. You of all people should appreciate that. The fourth Kazekage, Rasa, chided me. Despite his tone, he wore the ghost of a smirk. He was messing with me. We weren't exactly what I would call friends, but there was a strong mutual respect the two of us had developed for one another while working to patch our village's relationship over the past couple months. After beating him in one-on-one combat, I had sealed Rasa inside a tree to restrict his movements. Turns out, that saved his life when Nagato flattened the village, the bark of the tree acting as a buffer to protect him. I thought it was a bit of a technicality since I hadn't put him in there with the idea it would save his life. However, the Kazeke's pride wouldn't allow him to ignore that life debt. Standing behind Rasa were his elder children, Temari and Kankyo. His youngest son, Gaara, had remained back in the sand to defend it and act as leader in their Kazeke's absence. Truthfully, I was secretly glad about that. No reason to make my people more uneasy by bringing more Jinwukurik into the village. Well, no more than we're already here anyways. It's fine, isn't it? Fu kicked up her legs, resting both feet on the table and leaning back in her chair. Unlike everyone else, it was pretty clear she still wasn't used to the whole formality thing. That couldn't be helped either. She had only just become the new leader of the village hidden in the waterfall after all. Their old leader, Shibuki, had been killed during the invasion, and Kakuzuwa was later executed by their village's top group of Chunin. Apparently it had been a hostile takeover, and no one actually desired him to be in power. However, he was too strong for them to directly oppose either, so when we turned him over in chains and with one heart left, they took their chance. In the end, their village's participation in the invasion could be attributed to Kakuzuwa's, which made negotiations with them much easier after his execution. That had also left them temporarily without a leader, however. Arofu quickly jumped at the opportunity to seize. I don't know how their village went about selecting a new leader, but she had somehow pulled it off. This was despite only being Naruto's age and a Jinwukurik like him. Knowing that, Naruto was already pushing for my retirement. Fu, come on, we talked about this. Kekkon, one of Fu's guards, chided her. Kei and Yoro had also participated in the last Chunin exams, but I knew now they were actually Jonin that had been trying to protect Fu. My sympathies went out to them, knowing a little what it must be like after having spent a month training Naruto. I liked this kid's spirit. Yahiko laughed out loud, enjoying Fu's complete disregard for decorum. I got the feeling he was even a little jealous of her and wanted to do the same. Conan burning holes in the back of his head with her piercing glare made apparent why he didn't even think about it. Sometimes I wonder which one of them was really in charge. Standing next to Conan, trying to imitate her teacher's stern gaze, was Ajisi. Despite having died here in the lead during the invasion, they had brought her corpse back to the Rain Village, making it possible for Nagato to revive her too. Quite the unique gathering of individuals. The last member of our new group sat, adjusting his glasses with the palm of his hand. Yakushi Kabuto was the new official leader of the village hidden in the sound. Their village had been the most difficult to decide what to do with following the invasion. After all, it had originally been created as a front for all of Orikarisham's evil experiments. Just because that had been its original purpose didn't mean that was what it had to be. However, as it turned out, many of the shinobi that had signed on to join hadn't done it because they had anti-leaf sentiments or wanted to work under Orikarisham. No, they were just lost shinobi looking for a second chance at having a village. The circumstances that led them to such a position were too vast to even attempt a list, but the point was that they had found a home in the new sound. To take it away from them would have been cruel. This is where Kabuto came in. He had been captured by Izumi during the invasion and initially imprisoned alongside Orikarishon. After doing some research into his past, it was revealed he was yet another one of Danzo's tragedies, something Orikarisham knew and took advantage of. Both of these were things I could personally relate to, so we did what we could to make it right, which ended up being something about an orphanage that Kabuto had grown up in. The children there were turned over to Kabuto's care, and he then used the power of the Sound Village to ensure they found a home. In exchange, he also agreed to turn over any information on Orikarisham's other lairs and experiments. Thanks to that, the Sound Village was now our ally. With that, all 5 villages involved in that last conflict were able to come together. However, our work was only just now getting started. That was why we were having this meeting. With this, hopefully we could take the first steps towards opening ourselves to one another. Shall we get started then? I asked, placing my hat on the table. The first item on our agenda for today is to decide on which village will hold the next joint CHUNIN exams. It felt right to begin things here. It was the exams where our alliance had nearly fallen apart, so I hoped it was the exams that would be able to bring us all back together. That went better than expected, huh? Kakashi asked, the two of us strolling through the village together after the meeting. Longer too, I complained, cracking my neck. It was nearly dusk now, the sun low in the sky. I'd already had a mountain of paperwork to do before that meeting. I didn't even want to think about what it was going to look like now. That was why we were going on this walk, as I needed the fresh air. It would be there tomorrow anyway, which made it a problem for future me. The me of today was going to relax with my family and friends. Besides, like Kakashi said, that meeting had gone over pretty well, which was kind of like saying I had done a good job today, right? So I deserved the rest. Fairly low cost for some peace between villages. Kakashi shrugged away my complaint with that. Of course, I remembered the cost being quite a bit higher myself. In a way, he was lucky that he had died and got to miss all the trauma I went through finding the corpses of my team one by one. It was exactly such an experience that was motivating me to work as hard as I had been these past 6 months to ensure something like that never happened again. We're just getting started. I sat, thinking ahead to the future as well. This meeting was only between those representing an area of the map. Only 2 of us were representatives of the 5 great nations, the other 3 representing smaller countries. That wasn't to belittle their value, but one day I wanted to bring in all the other Keges as well, to fully achieve peace not just in a few lands but all of them. That was a long road ahead, however, one that could only be paved with the help of everyone. Ah, Hokage-sama. Several kids shouted, running by us in the street. They waved as they passed by and I returned the gesture, lips curling in a small grin. An elderly couple nodded in my direction and several Chunin ninjas stopped walking long enough to give me a quick bow. All of these were common occurrences on what had become my daily patrols throughout the village. It truly was a strange feeling, a kind of pure bliss that could only be experienced by seeing the people I was tasked to protect being happy and healthy. Moments like this were what made being Hokage worth it, and it's why I was so thankful to everyone that refused to let me give up on this dream. I owed them a debt I couldn't possibly repay. Lace up all to you, OBITO senpai, Naruto called out to me. Sakura and Sasuke were waiting at the end of the shopping street, standing to the side of the gate marking it. After calling out to me, he turned to his team, a huge grin on his face. Told ya he'd be this way. He's always slacking off, you know? Aren't you just talking about yourself? Sasuke shot back before Naruto even finished speaking. I got the feeling he had been waiting to use that one for a while. You trying to pick a fight? Naruto took the bait immediately, getting right in Sasuke's face. Don't make a racket in front of Hokage-sama. Sakura bonked him on the head before it could escalate any further. As always, she reminded me of his mother. As he rubbed the spot that had just been hit, Sakura turned to me and bowed. Please don't pay him any mind, Lord Fifth. She apologized on his behalf. Her voice totally changed from when she had just yelled at him. It's fine, Sakura, I assured her with a laugh and a dismissive wave of the hand. He wouldn't be Naruto if he wasn't like that. As far as I was concerned, it was a good thing that he could still hold on to himself after that trial in the Rain Village. You mean like how you used to be? Kakashi mumbled, only loud enough for me to hear, earning a genuine chuckle. Exactly. I agreed. The truth of the matter was, I could never go back to being like that, not completely anyway. There was no sense in even trying. I had seen too much of the world, my innocence stripped away from everything I had gone through. That didn't mean I had to be the brooding sourpuss I had been for a while either. There was a balance in between those things, and I think I have finally found it. I couldn't help but wonder what Minato-sensei would think of this current version of me. Shall we go then? Sasuke asked, not actually waiting for us to answer before he started to walk away. While he tried not to show it, he was actually pretty excited about tonight himself. That was because he, Itachi, Izumi, Kakashi, and Sakura were all coming to have dinner at our place. We had all been busy recently, so I don't think he got to spend as much time with his big brother as he would have liked, which made tonight a rare opportunity for him. Yeah. I answered, watching the three of them as they walked ahead of us. Sasuke, my fellow clansman, Naruto, the one I hoped to one day be my successor, Sakura, who had recently taken on an apprenticeship as a medical ninja on the Rin, and Kakashi, their Jonin-sensei and my best friend, walked to my side. It felt like everything about me was represented right here with this small group of people. Looking good, Naruto, someone shouted as our group passed by. The blonde pointed back at him and shouted something in return with a huge grin. I still can't believe you, of all people, managed to hit a popular face, Sakura mumbled dumbfoundedly as she glanced over her shoulder at the man who had called out. Saving the village from giant rampaging monsters will do that for you, Sasuke said with a shrug, not seeming to care either way. He and Sakura were both aware of Naruto's status as the Nine-Tails Shinwaka right now. Most everyone was, as there was no hiding it after we set the fox loose to battle the other tail beasts during the invasion. It was exactly as Sakura and Sasuke said, however, and it had made not just Naruto, but even Kuramo strangely popular among the villagers. The very symbol of their former hatred was now something they all talked about as a savior. Of course, I was equally praised for having fought alongside them in that battle. The feats from that day alone had made my ascension to Hokage easily acceptable to the general public and practically made me a household name overnight. Using my Mokuton ability to rebuild the forest only sealed the deal afterwards. Any doubts about my qualifications as the Hokage were pretty much gone, even my own. Not much long after, we arrived at the place where Naruto and I called home. The two of them no longer lived in a small apartment, but had moved into an actual house together with me. Rin and I had talked about it for a while after we started dating. We both agreed that since our time together was already short because of our respective jobs, that it was just easier to get a place together. And since we were in the middle of redesigning the village anyways, I made us a house, one equal distance between the hospital and the Hokage Tower. Last one in is a rotten egg, Naruto yelled the moment the house was in sight, breaking out in a sudden dash for it. Sasuke and Sakura were after him only a second later, the three of them shouting and laughing the whole way as they raced for the door. Sorry, Kakashi, I said, turning to my best friend, but I guess that means you're the rotten egg. His one visible eye widened as he realized what I was about to do. Wait, he started to say, but I didn't hear the end of it. My Mangekyo Sharingan warping the space around me as I teleported into the living room. Oh, Nissan. Asumi jumped up from the couch to give me a hug before I even fully finished materializing. I already expected the gesture, having spread my arms wide open to accept her embrace. She never had gotten the hang of acting formally around me, even when coming into the tower on ninja business. Lord Fifth, the same couldn't be said for her fiancé, Itachi, who also rose from the couch in order to give me a respectful bow. He took the decorum too far the other way for my liking. Not that I would ever say anything about it. Congratulations, you two, I greeted, having not gotten a chance to say that to either of them before now. One of the reasons for the dinner tonight was to celebrate their recent engagement. There had been no question that the two of them would very likely one day get married, but there had been no actual engagement until about the past week. That reminds me, Izumi suddenly said, stepping back from the hug and taking my hand in both of hers. Come this way for a second. She began to drag me out of the living room and into the hall just as Naruto and the others burst in. I could hear it as Itachi turned to greet them, distracting them to give Izumi and I our privacy. Now that it was just us in the utterly quiet hallway, Izumi suddenly got shy. Her eyes darted back and forth, unable to look at me. I could have sworn I even saw her blushing, a rare occurrence for my usually brash little sister. What's up? Asked, giving her the push she needed to say whatever was on her mind. The truth of the matter was, she and I weren't actually brother and sister. We had only gotten close because we were both rich and not allowed to live with the rest of the clan. It was her curiosity that brought her to me. Even so, I consider her like my real sister. She probably didn't know it, but she had saved me from myself. After everything that happened with the Nine Tails attack and my guilt over the matter, it was only having her there that kept me from going off the deep end, so I wanted to help her with whatever was troubling her now. Anasumi stuttered, face becoming more red as she finally mustered the strength to tilt her head up and look me in the eyes. I'd like it if you would be the one to walk me down the aisle, she whispered, not quite having the strength to say it out loud. Since my dad isn't around, you're all I've got. Her dad had also been lost during the Nine Tails attack. He hadn't been in Yacha, which was why she was initially forbidden from living in the clan compound to begin with. Ever since then, I have been the only older man in her life. Thinking about it that way, it should have been obvious she would ask me to take that role. Yet I was shocked all the same, staring down at her with wide eyes and my mouth slightly agape. Like I thought, it's no good, huh? She mistook my silence for a refusal. I mean, you're busy with being Hokage and all. I knew that before I even asked, but still, Izumi, I cut her off, placing my hands on her shoulders. Then I smiled down at her, letting her know even without words it was all okay. You think I'd let anyone else take that spot from me? I'll never be too busy that I can't be there on my little sister's most important day. I would use Kamui to pop in at the last second if I had to. It would be better if it didn't come to that, of course. Ni-san, Izumi whispered, tears of joy building in the corners of her eyes. Ni-san, she then yelled, wrapping me in a big hug and burying her face in my chest. I patted her back, the two of us standing like that for several moments before she pulled away. I gotta let Itachi know, she said, already sprinting back into the living room. Instead of going back through the living room to enter the kitchen, I instead once again used the power of my Mangekyo Sharingan to teleport there. As I predicted, Rain was almost done with the cooking by this point. Can I help with anything? I asked, walking up next to her and wrapping an arm around her waist. She giggled, not at all surprised by my sudden appearance. She was long used to me teleporting around as I pleased. Just help me carry the last of the dishes to the dining room, she asked, pointing to several of the plates she had set out on the counter. As I reached down to pick them up, she placed a quick peck on my cheek. Missed you, she said. You too, I smiled back at her. Even a couple months ago, such a display of intimacy would have left me an absolute embarrassed wreck. Now it was normal, but that wasn't to say it in a bad way. I was just so happy that we finally figured things out, that I couldn't even put it in words. Did Izumi talk to you? Rin asked, apparently having already heard about the request. I didn't realize the two of them had been close enough to talk about such things. Still, it was good for me. I wanted my sister and my girlfriend to get along after all. Yeah, I nodded, smiling at the thought. There was no need for me to say anything further. Rin surely knew what my answer had been. She knew me better than I knew myself. Is it safe for me to come in? Naruto called, walking backwards to enter the kitchen, not daring to look at us until he knew it was safe. Oh, grow up, Naruto, Rin chided, but couldn't possibly sound serious with that embarrassed giggle. So you saw us kissing one time, big deal. It had apparently been quite the shock for him. I don't think he had quite realized what it meant for us to be dating until that moment. To be honest, I was just glad it had been the kissing he had walked in on. I hate to think how traumatized he would have been if he had caught us doing more than that. Yuck, Naruto blanched, making his way to the fridge while still avoiding eye contact with either of us. He pulled several bottles of beverages out, seemingly to carry them to the dining room table. I took the plates Rin had pointed out earlier and went with him. You can't think it's that disgusting, I teased. I see the way you kiss your pillow in the morning when you're still dreaming about Sakura. Of course, I whispered this quietly enough that his teammate couldn't hear. No need to get him beat up in his own home. Tim, that's totally different, he protested in a loud voice, completely missing the point of my earlier subtlety. What's totally different? Sakura asked, entering the dining room from the other side. Naruto didn't answer, grumbling some unintelligible response as he made his way to the table. Sakura looked at me for answers, but I only shrugged. She didn't get a chance to ask further, everyone else filling into the dining room from behind her. A few minutes later and we were all sitting at the table, the food spread out before us and our glasses filled, alcohol for the adults and juice for the kids. What should we toast to then? Kakashi asked, holding up a glass of beer. He didn't notice it, but his students were staring at him anxiously, waiting for the moment he had to pull his mask down to take a drink. How about the two of my team making CHUNIN? He nodded to Naruto and Sasuke, smiling at them beneath the mask. Good luck to Sakura-chan in the upcoming exam, Naruto shouted, noticing the crestfallen look of their last teammate. She would be taking the next one with the rest of Isuma's team, and I had a feeling she would pass this time. In a rare moment of tranquility between them, Sakura smiled gratefully at her blonde teammate. To my brother's engagement, Sasuke said, holding up a glass of juice. That had been the original meaning behind this dinner, but it was also in a way to catch up on all the other celebrations we had been too busy to do before now as well, to atonement. Itachi held up his glass, giving me a knowing smile. He and I were both in the positions we needed to be now, he as the clan head and me as the Hokage. Everyone else looked at me now too, waiting for me to add one last thing to the toast, to peace. I didn't so much as toast, but asked. Everyone around me laughed, but they all nodded as we clinked our glasses together in the middle. Cheers, we all shouted. Then we dug into our food, comfortable conversation filling the room. It was wonderful to think moments like this still existed in our world. I knew there was still a lot of work to be done, but I hoped to spread this kind of happiness to everyone, and not through some ridiculous plan like using the moon to put them in a genjutsu. No, I wanted people to find this happiness with their own power. I had gotten lost for many years. That really wasn't unusual for me. I was always taking the long way after all. Who wasn't to say that I wouldn't get lost again? I was just lucky enough to always have good people to help get me back on the right path. My teammates like Rin and Kakashi, members of my clan like Itachi and Izumi, the future generation like Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke, and all the people of this village. I had finally found my path. It was long and full of things I didn't want to remember, but it was also the only path worth walking, for it had gotten me here. If I hadn't gone through everything I did, I don't think I could have appreciated everything it was that I had now, nor would I have the resolve to protect it. It was like my predecessors had told me, you didn't choose your moment, it chose you. All you could do was be ready for it. I understood that now. This was what it meant to be Hokage. Thanks for watching.